Chapter 1. The Failed Cultivator. If you're struggling to grow your spiritual strength, remember that the greatest harvests often come from the most unexpected soil. Don't forget to subscribe to watch Tianmu's journey unfold. Hit the bell so you never miss an update, and like if you believe in second chances. The rain fell gray and merciless against the carriage windows as Tianmu watched the Jade Peak Sect recede into the clouds. Not for the first time in his 22 years did he wish the mountain would simply swallow him whole. The expulsion letter crinkled in his sleeve. Official, damning, irrevocable. Asterisk insufficient spiritual aptitude to progress beyond chi condensation. Foundation establishment barrier insurmountable. Recommend withdrawal from cultivation path and return to secular life. Asterisk insufficient. What a damning word for a failure. The carriage jolted over a rut in the mountain road, and Tianmu pressed his forehead against the cool glass. The disciples he'd trained alongside had all broken through. Even Zhao Ping, who could barely remember cultivation theory, had shattered his foundation establishment bottleneck 3 months ago. The sect elders had been patient at first, assigning him better instructors, more meditation chambers, premium spiritual stones. But patience had limits. When the quarterly assessments came and he remained stubbornly, immovably trapped in the upper realms of chi condensation, the looks from the other disciples had turned from sympathetic to pitying to contemptuous. It had taken 6 years to reach that moment. 6 years of waking before dawn, of sitting in meditation until his bones ached, of cycling spiritual chi through his meridians until they burned like channels of fire. 6 years of incremental, agonizing progress. And in the end, insufficient. The carriage wheels splashed through a flooded section of road. Tianmu watched the water spray, each droplet catching the overcast light. Cloudrest village lay ahead. The village where his grandmother had lived, where she had kept a small spiritual farm, where she had died 3 years ago in her sleep, content and quiet. He had visited only twice, always rushing back to the sect. She had smiled at him both times with an affection he had barely acknowledged, too caught up in his own desperate pursuit of cultivation progress. Now he was going back, and she would not be there. The farmland began to appear at the foot of the mountains as the carriage descended. Modest plots tended by villagers, their spiritual potential meager but genuine. The village itself emerged slowly, a scatter of homes and shops built along a winding stream. Cloudrest was the sort of place cultivators dismissed without thinking, not decadent enough to be corrupt, not prosperous enough to be interesting, simply overlooked. The carriage driver, a tired-looking woman named Shun, helped him unload his few possessions. He had traveled with little: his cultivation robes, several books, his collection of meditation tools, and a jade pendant that had been a graduation gift from the sect. Looking at it now, the jade felt heavier than stone. Your grandmother's farm is 2 li north of the village, Shin said, adjusting her cap. Past the old grove. You'll see a stone marker carved with a phoenix. Turn left there. Thank you. Tianmu replied quietly, arranging his pack. Will you be returning to the sect? She asked, not unkindly. No, he said. I won't. The walk to the farm took him through the dying heart of Cloudrest village. The streets were quiet, too quiet for midday. An old woman sat grinding herbs outside a shop with no customers. A boy chased a chicken through the main square, and no one seemed to notice or care. The village had the texture of a place slowly fading, its young people drawn away to cities and opportunities, its elderly settling into the rhythm of decline. A dying place for a dead dream. The stone marker appeared exactly where Shun had said, weathered phoenix wings still visible beneath centuries of moss. Tianmu turned left onto a narrow path that wound through scrubland and overgrown grass. The farm announced itself gradually. First came the smell, earth and growth, green and fertile. Then the fence appeared, a simple wooden structure with gaps wide enough for a man to step through. And finally the farm itself came into view, small and worn and utterly unpretentious. The main house sagged gently on its foundation, its roof patched in places. Vegetable gardens sprawled in no particular order, many of them gone to seed or tangled with weeds. There was a small greenhouse structure of glass and wood that looked as though it might collapse if the wind blew too hard. Spiritual herb beds were marked with faded signs, some planted, many empty. The whole place carried the weight of gentle abandonment. But beneath the neglect, Tian Mu sensed something. A presence that was not empty or abandoned. A patient vitality that had survived neglect and waited. As his feet crossed the threshold into the farm, that presence stirred like a great creature opening its eyes. The earth beneath the farm felt aware. He stood in the overgrown courtyard, his pack at his feet, and felt something awaken in the soil itself. It was not the presence of a spirit beast or a ghost. He knew those sensations from his 6 years of training. This was different. This was the presence of something ancient and powerful that had been sleeping, and whose sleep had been disturbed by his arrival. The chi in the air began to shimmer, barely visible, like heat rising from summer stone. The earth between the herb beds glowed faintly with a soft golden light. Tian Mu's hand moved instinctively to his pendant, the only defensive tool he carried. "Who disturbs my rest?" A voice croaked from beneath the ground, from everywhere at once. Then, in the largest of the herb beds, the soil began to move. Something was pushing upward. Chapter 2. The root spirit awakens. The soil erupted. Not violently, but with the determined urgency of something that had been sleeping for far too long and had suddenly remembered it was hungry. What emerged was entirely unexpected, a root vegetable. Not a root spirit that had taken the form of a cultivator or a beast wearing the shape of a plant. An actual turnip, round, stubby, and approximately the size of a large fist, with a crown of pale green leaves sprouting from the top like a mohawk. It shot through the air with surprising speed, tumbling end over end before landing in Tian Mu's chest. "Oof," he gasped, catching the creature reflexively. The turnip was warm and thrummed with a strange vital energy. Its leafy crown tickled his chin as it burrowed against him, and a sound like deep, contentment-filled groaning emerged from it. "Warm," the turnip mumbled. "So warm. 300 years of cold dreamdark, and now warm. Good. Very good." Tian Mu stared down at the vegetable in his arms. For a moment, the failed cultivator had no idea what to think. Then, slowly, a terrible suspicion took shape. Were you a spirit the whole time?" he asked carefully. The turnip lifted one of its leaf-crowned fronds and gestured vaguely at the farm around them. "Am spirit," it corrected. "Always spirit. Only sleeping. Very deeply sleeping. The farm told me to sleep. Farm said, sleep until the right one comes. Sleep until the one with the broken but honest chi comes. The one who carries shame but not corruption. Then wake and serve." Tian Mu looked around the farm. The golden glow had faded from the earth, but the presence remained, vast, patient, and somehow watching. "The farm is alive?" he whispered. The turnip made a sound that might have been laughter, or might have been the creaking of old roots shifting in soil. "Farm is alive like mountain is alive. Like earth is alive. Old things are alive in their own way. Farm is very, very old." The turnip paused. "Farm is also very hungry. Long time, no good intention. Farm is happy you are here." Before Tian Mu could respond, the turnip began squirming with increasing urgency. "Put me down. Put down. Must show you. Must show. Show me what?" But Tian Mu was already setting the turnip gently on the ground. The root spirit immediately shot off across the courtyard toward the largest of the herb beds, dragging him along by catching his robe in its leaves. Tian Mu stumbled after the absurd creature, his exhaustion and despair momentarily forgotten in the sheer strangeness of the moment. The turnip stopped at a section of earth that looked no different from the rest, though the ground was distinctly darker, almost black with richness. "Here," the turnip announced proudly. "Planted one seed. Just one. 3 days ago, old woman, your grandmother, planted one seed and said words. Kind words. Grateful words. Farm listened." It paused meaningfully. "Farm wants to show what it can do." Tian Mu knelt beside the bed. There was nothing visible yet, not the faintest hint of green. But when he placed his hand on the earth, he felt it, a surge of energy, wild and pure, spiraling through the soil. The sensation was so intense he gasped. "Touch again," the turnip urged. "Push your chi." Against his better judgment, Tian Mu extended a trace of his own spiritual energy into the earth. It was like placing his hand into a river. The moment his chi touched the earth, it was amplified, multiplied, returned to him tenfold. The sensation made his meridians sing. He pulled his hand back, breathless. "What is this place?" he demanded. The turnip seemed to puff with satisfaction, its leaves spreading wide. "This place is gift," it said simply. "Very old gift. Made by people who knew how to work with earth and growing things. People are gone now, gone 1,000 years and more. But Farm remembers. Farm still knows. Farm has been sleeping, waiting for someone pure enough to use it right." "I'm not pure," Tianmu said bitterly. "I'm a failure. I was expelled from my sect." The turnip made a dismissive sound. "What is sect? What is breaking through? These things very small in scheme of old world. Farm does not care for such things. Farm only cares. Does your heart have regret? Do you carry shame without corruption? Do you wish to tend and build instead of steal and break?" The turnip's voice grew distant, almost wise. "You do. Farm knows. Farm would not wake for you if you did not." Tianmu wanted to argue, but the exhaustion of his journey and the weight of his recent expulsion crashed over him like a wave. He sank onto the ground, his back against the herb bed. "What am I supposed to do?" he asked the turnip, the farm, the uncaring sky. "I have no money, no position, no prospects. My family is scattered. My sect has rejected me. I can barely afford to eat, much less tend a farm." The turnip settled beside him, leaning against his shoulder with surprising gentleness. "You stay," it said simply. "You live. You sleep. Tomorrow, you wake and plant seed. Then you water it. Then you wait. Farm will do the heavy work. You just tend with love. That is all Farm asks." "And then what?" The turnip's leaves rustled with something that might have been laughter. "Then things grow. Very fast. Very good. Very strong. Then world notice. But that is story for later. For now, you rest. Farm will keep you safe. Farm keeps all things that tend it with honest hands." The golden light that Tianmu had seen before began to glow again, softly, from deep within the soil around them. It was not the light of cultivation magic, not the harsh illumination of spiritual technique. It was warm and gentle, like firelight, like lamplight, like the glow of home. For the first time in weeks, Tianmu felt the knot in his chest loosen. He slept there, on the ground beside the turnip, his hand resting on the rich dark earth. And in his dreams, he saw gardens that stretched to infinity, rows of plants glowing with celestial light, and a presence as vast as mountains tending them with infinite patience. The farm was dreaming with him. Chapter 3. First harvest. Tianmu woke with his cheek pressed against earth. The sun was already high, suggesting he had slept the night through, though his memories of the transition were hazy. The turnip was still beside him, snoring softly, emitting small puffs of spiritual chi with each breath. The sound was oddly soothing. He pushed himself up, his body stiff, and walked to the main house. The key his grandmother had left him still hung above the door frame, exactly where it had been on his last visit. The interior was dusty but orderly. His grandmother had been meticulous even in life, and death had not diminished that. A small table held a few dishes. A bed in the corner was neatly made. Shelves contained books, scrolls, and small decorative items that suggested a life lived with care, if not comfort. Beside the bed, Tianmu found a wooden chest. Inside were his grandmother's cultivator tools, modest ones, clearly never designed for combat or high achievement, but well-maintained and infused with gentle spiritual energy. A meditation cushion, prayer beads carved from amber, a journal bound in soft leather. He opened the journal to a random page. Tianmu visited yesterday. He is beautiful but burdened. The sect demands so much of him, and he gives everything but never feels it is enough. I told him that in my experience, the greatest gardens are tended by those who learn to be at peace with patient growth, not those who demand instant blooming. He did not understand. He will, one day. The date was from 2 years ago. Tianmu sat on his grandmother's bed and wept, not with shame anymore, but with a strange relief. She had known. Somehow, she had understood that his expulsion was not an ending but a redirection. After a time, he composed himself and returned outside. The turnip had awakened and was now rummaging through the kitchen, pulling vegetables from a storage box and eating them with enthusiastic abandon. "Hungry," it announced, its mouth full of radish. "Always hungry. Sleeping makes hungry. Those are for eating," Tianmu said weakly. "You just destroyed the entire week's food supply." "Good vegetables, though," the turnip said approvingly. "But not good as what we grow now. Farm soil makes everything better. Everything stronger. Everything more real somehow." Tian Mu found his grandmother's tools for planting and moved to the black earth the turnip had shown him the day before. The spiritual presence of the farm was even more apparent in daylight, a gentle thrumming in the ground, like the heartbeat of something vast and slow. "What should I plant?" he asked the turnip. "Spirit herb," the turnip said immediately. "Simple kind. Chi-condensing grass. Farm has seeds. In storage shed, small clay pot, green marking. Plant 10 seeds. Farm will do rest." The seeds, when Tian Mu found them, were unremarkable, small brown things that could have been the seeds of anything. He planted them carefully in the black earth, spacing them as his grandmother's journal had instructed, and watered them with water drawn from the farm's well. Then he waited. An hour passed. Nothing happened. "How long until they grow?" he asked. "Watch," the turnip replied. As the sun climbed higher, Tian Mu began to see it, a faint green line appearing in the soil. Not just germination, but actual growth, visible from moment to moment. The green line became a shoot. The shoot became a stem. Leaves unfurled with a sound like silk sliding. By the time the afternoon sun reached its peak, the herbs had grown to handspan height, their leaves a brilliant jade color. By evening, they were waist-high, and their leaves had begun to emit a faint luminescence. "This is impossible," Tian Mu whispered. "Not impossible," the turnip corrected. "Is normal. For farm. Farm is made for this. Farm remembers how things should be, how they were in first days when world was young and growing things grew with intention behind them." The turnip ate some leaves from one of the plants as an experiment. Its eyes closed in bliss. Better than vegetables. Much better. Like eating light. When Tian Mu cautiously tasted a leaf, he understood. The flavor was clean and pure, carrying a sense of vitality that no normal herb possessed. More than that, when he ingested it, he felt it move through his meridians like water flowing downhill, smooth, natural, unforced. The simple herb worked to clear his spiritual pathways more effectively than weeks of meditation in the sect. "The farm increases everything by tenfold?" he asked. "No," the turnip said thoughtfully. "Not multiply. Restore. Farm remembers what things should be and helps it be that. Normal herb is shadow of real herb. Farm helps shadow become real again." The turnip paused. "Farm is very old teacher. Is patient. Will teach you too, if you listen." That night, Tian Mu harvested 10 perfect plants. The leaves did not wilt or degrade. They remained vital and fresh, as though still rooted in that miraculous soil. He dried them carefully, following instructions from his grandmother's journal, and found they lost none of their potency. The next morning, he walked into Cloudrest village carrying a small bundle of the dried herb. The village herbalist, Master Chun, was a thin man in his 60s with clouded eyes and a skeptical disposition. He looked at Tian Mu's package without interest. "Where did you get these?" he asked, but his tone suggested he already knew Tian Mu had stolen them. "I grew them," Tian Mu said, "on my grandmother's farm. I was hoping to sell some to you, for distribution to other villages." Master Chen opened the bundle, sniffed, and his skepticism visibly crumbled. He held a leaf to the light, studying it with sudden intensity. Then he placed one on his tongue. His eyes widened. "Where did you get these?" he repeated, his voice entirely different now. "My farm," Tian Mu repeated. "I can bring more. How many would you want?" The herbalist gripped his wrist with surprising strength. "Listen carefully, boy. These herbs are exceptional. Rare. If the right people found out about them, they would come here. Some with coin, some with worse intentions. You should be careful who you sell to." "I only want enough to survive," Tian Mu said. "To keep the farm running." That, the herbalist said, might be the most dangerous ambition of all. But he bought the entire bundle, paying enough coin to sustain Tian Mu for a month. More importantly, his eyes had changed. He was looking at this failed cultivator from the Jade Peak sect not with pity anymore, but with something approaching respect. The question was, for what? Chapter 4. The turnip's wisdom. 3 weeks had passed since Tian Mu had planted his first successful crop. The farm had transformed. What had been an overgrown, neglected space had begun to organize itself. The weeds still grew, but they grew in patterns now, creating natural pathways. The empty beds had become aligned in neat rows. At night, that golden light glowed from deep in the soil, stronger each evening as more plants grew. Tian Mu had thrown himself into the work with an intensity that surprised even himself. He rose before dawn, spent the day planting, watering, and harvesting. The labor was physical and simple and utterly different from the demanding abstraction of cultivation. And somehow, it healed something in him that the sect never had. The turnip had become his constant companion, though its usefulness was debatable. It was primarily interested in eating the farm's produce and offering cryptic commentary. "This one grow faster," it said one afternoon, indicating a bed of luminous herbs. "Farm likes this one. Is good intention. You want herb to help, not to harm. Farm approves." "Can the farm judge intention?" Tian Mu asked, settling onto a stone to rest. The turnip considered the question. "Farm is land. Land sees what grows from it. Land knows if seed planted for healing or for wound. Land is ancient mirror, shows truth of planter." Tian Mu had learned to expect these profound observations wedged between the turnip's complaints about hunger and its enthusiastic devouring of whatever food was nearby. That afternoon, a traveling merchant arrived at the farm. Her name was Su Lin, and she was a middle-aged woman with sharp eyes and calloused hands who had driven a cart pulled by a single ox. "Master Chen told me I could buy directly from you," she announced without preamble. "He's been reselling your herbs at 3 times the price I pay. That's fine for him, but I'd rather deal with the source." Tian Mu had expected this eventually. He brought out samples of his current harvest, pure, potent, and glowing faintly with that otherworldly energy. Su Lin examined them with the careful attention of someone who had spent years evaluating goods. She tasted, smelled, and even applied a trace of her qi to them, sensing their properties. "These are remarkable," she murmured. "What's your asking price?" They negotiated, and Tian Mu found himself with enough coin to last 2 months. But as Su Lin's ox began to turn the cart to leave, she paused. "You're the one expelled from Jade Peak Sect." It was not a question, merely a statement of fact. "Word travels," Tian Mu replied simply. The merchant woman's eyes narrowed with calculation. "In trading circles, everything travels. There's a reason I came instead of sending someone. There's a reason Master Chun was willing to pay premium prices. These herbs are not just good, they're better than anything I can get from the cultivator suppliers in the capital. So I'm going to ask you directly, what is the trick? Is there a hidden cost? Is there cultivation debt? Will someone come looking for these eventually?" Tian Mu considered lying. Instead, he told the truth. "I don't know," he admitted. "The farm was my grandmother's. When I returned here, I discovered it has unusual properties. I can grow herbs in days that should take months. Their quality is beyond what I should be capable of producing, beyond what I even understand how to produce." Su Lin studied him for a long moment, then seemed to come to some internal decision. "I'm leaving for the capital in 2 weeks. I'll stop here on the way out. If you have more herbs to sell, I can get them to customers who will pay genuinely premium prices. The kind of people who can afford rarity and don't care about where it comes from." Tian Mu's interest sharpened. "What kind of people?" "Cultivators," Su Lin replied simply. "The ones who never broke through to golden core and are desperately looking for anything that might help them advance. The ones recovering from injuries or depleted meridians. The ones at the top of the sect hierarchy who can afford to indulge their preferences. Those people will pay extraordinary sums for herbs like yours." After she left, Tian Mu sat in the center of the farm, watching the golden light pulse in the soil. "We have a problem," he murmured to the turnip. The root spirit looked up from its meal. It was eating a melon with gusto, juice running down its leaves. "Many problem," it agreed. "Farm too good. Farm make herb too good. Soon, many people want. Not all people kind. Not all people with good intention." Tian Mu leaned back against the soil. "How did my grandmother keep this secret?" "Your grandmother die," the turnip said gently. "She not live forever. Farm was sleeping before. Was quiet. Now farm waking. Now farm is hungry to grow things, to show world what it can make. Farm is happy. But happiness make noise. Noise attract attention." The turnip finished its melon and climbed onto Tian Mu's shoulder, a gesture that had become almost affectionate. "Farm teach you now," it said seriously. "Important lesson. Not all power should be hidden, but not all power should be shown. Is balance. Must choose what to grow. Must choose who to sell to. Must use farm wisely, or farm will use you." "What do you mean, the farm will use me?" Tian Mu felt a chill. "Farm is alive," the turnip said. "Is very old, very patient. but is alive. Want to grow things. Want to show what it can do. Is like person with hunger. If you do not feed it with wisdom, it feed itself with chaos. Farm will grow wild if not tended. And wild things bring wild attention. Tianmu looked around the farm, at the orderly rows of glowing plants, at the golden light that pulsed beneath the earth. I don't have the knowledge to manage this, he said. Yes, you do, the turnip replied. Farm will teach. I will teach. Your grandmother's journal will teach. You just listen, and tend with love, and trust that old things remember their purpose. The turnip paused. Also, breakthrough foundation establishment soon. Farm has enough power. You have been here long enough. Farm is ready to help you do what Sect could not. Tianmu looked at the small root vegetable on his shoulder. Is this real, or am I having a breakdown? He asked. Both, the turnip said wisely. Is real, but also is strange. All real things are strange when you finally see them true. Chapter 5. The breakthrough had happened on a night when the moon was full and the golden light from the farm soil was brightest. Tianmu had been sitting in meditation for hours, something he had returned to since coming to the farm. But it was different now. The farm's energy moved through the ground like a river, and when he extended his spiritual sense into it, he could feel the vast reserves of qi flowing through the ancient ley lines beneath the soil. The turnip had instructed him to sit in the center of the largest bed of herbs, surrounded by the most potent plants. As the night deepened, Tianmu began to feel the breakthrough approaching, not as a distant goal, but as something imminent and inevitable. His meridians, which had been blocked and strained for years, began to clear. The resistance that had always been there, the inexplicable wall that had prevented him from advancing past qi condensation, started to dissolve. The farm's energy was not forcing the breakthrough. Rather, it was like removing obstacles. Like clearing a path that had been there all along but obscured by years of accumulated tension and self-doubt. Tianmu felt his spiritual sense expand outward, his dantian beginning to respond to his will in ways it had never been able to before. The foundation establishment realm had always seemed to require a violent breakthrough, a shattering of old limitations, a forceful expansion of power. But what he experienced instead was an opening, a blooming, a foundation that had never truly been broken now suddenly, gently forming itself into solidity. The golden light from the soil flared bright enough to illuminate the entire courtyard. The herbs around him began to resonate with his meditation, their glow matching his heartbeat. The turnip, sitting at the edge of the circle, closed its eyes and hummed a sound like ancient roots stretching in new soil. And then, with a sensation like a door opening inward, Tianmu shattered the barrier that 6 years in the sect had never allowed him to break. Foundation establishment. Not forced. Not achieved through desperate will and endless repetition. Achieved through connection to something older and wiser than himself. Achieved through the simple act of being in the right place and doing the patient work. When Tianmu opened his eyes, the dawn was breaking. His body felt transformed. His spiritual sense was clearer, broader, more refined. When he extended his qi, it moved through his meridians like water, smooth, natural, alive. Congratulations, the turnip said simply. Farm knew you could. Farm always knew. Why couldn't I do this in the sect? Tianmu asked, his voice thick with emotion. Because you were afraid, the turnip said. Fear block meridian more than any physical thing. In sect, you fear fail. Fear not be good enough, fear shame. Fear create wall. Here, you fear nothing because you have already failed. Nothing left to fear. So no wall. So you bloom. Tianmu found he could not argue with that logic. The breakthrough had changed something else as well. As he explored the farm now, he could sense the ancient formations more clearly. There was not just one ley line beneath the farm, but several, interlocking in a pattern that suggested deliberate design. Someone, centuries ago, had built this farm specifically on this intersection, had prepared this place deliberately to be a nexus of natural power. He could feel, too, the boundaries of the farm itself, not marked by the simple fence, but by invisible borders of ancient spiritual significance. The farm was approximately 2 acres, far larger than he had realized. Much of that land lay beneath overgrown tangles of vegetation that had accumulated over decades of neglect. In his new clarity of vision, Tianmu began to see the farm's potential. Can I expand the farmland? he asked the turnip. The root spirit considered this. Yes, it said slowly. But must be careful. Farm is boundary. Sacred boundary. Protect farm from outside. Go too far, boundary break. Farm vulnerable. Many dangerous thing outside. Dangerous things? Like what? The turnip's leaves drooped slightly. Like people who want power not their own. Like cultivators who take instead of grow. Like sect people who come to steal old secret. The turnip paused. Like other spirit, jealous of farm, wanting to feed on farm energy. Like many things. Is the sect coming? Tianmu felt a chill despite the warm morning air. Not yet, the turnip said. But rumors are spreading. Su Lin will sell herb to capital. Capital have many people. Many powerful people. Some will come curious. Some will come greedy. Some might come. The turnip hesitated. Because sect tell them come. The Jade Peak sect is sending people to investigate. Not yet. But will. Farm energy is rare. Sect leader sensed something unusual in herbs. We'll send disciple to check. We'll want to know why failed students suddenly have access to treasure. Tianmu felt the weight of that realization settle on him. The peaceful days of simple farming were about to end. The farm would not stay hidden for long. If it was already drawing the attention of traveling merchants and capital cultivators, the sect would eventually learn as well. What should I do? He asked. The turnip climbed back onto his shoulder, and its voice was uncharacteristically solemn. Prepare, it said. Prepare defenses. Prepare more farm. Grow more power. Farm will protect you, but farm can only protect so much. Rest you must protect yourself. Must use breakthrough. Must use herbs. Must grow stronger. Not for attack. For protection. How much time do we have? Maybe 1 moon. Maybe 2. Not long. Rumors move fast, especially when coin involved. Come. We have much to do. Chapter 6. First intrusion. The first trouble arrived not from the sect, but from the village itself. A man named Kong had been a minor cultivator in his youth. He had reached the lower levels of chi condensation before his talent plateaued, and he returned to Cloudrest village to become the effective bully of the area. He was not strong enough to challenge any real cultivator, but in a village of elderly farmers and laborers, his modest power and cruel disposition made him a minor tyrant. Tianmu had heard the stories. Kong collected taxes from anyone with something worth stealing. He cheated at games he ran in the village square. He had left 3 men unable to work when they defied him. The local militia was sympathetic but distant, and Kong was careful not to kill anyone outright, which would have drawn serious attention. When Kong arrived at the farm with 2 hired thugs, Tianmu was not particularly surprised. I hear you've come into some money recently, Kong said, his smile showing teeth like a predator's. He was a lean man with scar tissue around his knuckles. Selling herbs from this place. That's very profitable. The farm is mine, Tianmu said carefully, standing in the center of the courtyard. The turnip had hidden itself somewhere, which Tianmu appreciated. Everything in Cloudrest is everyone's, Kong corrected. That's how civilization works. Contributions to the community. And since you're clearly benefiting, you can contribute to my community development fund. I just broke through to Foundation establishment, Tianmu said quietly. I don't want trouble, but I will not pay protection money. Kong laughed. You just broke through? Here. He glanced at his thugs. Did you hear that? This failure from the famous sect is claiming he broke through here instead of in years of training. He stepped forward, his hand moving to his sword hilt. That's why you're going to give me everything you have. The farm's earnings, the seeds, the knowledge, everything. Or I'll burn it down and sell the land. Tianmu had trained for 6 years in combat forms. He had never wanted violence, but his instructors had been thorough. More importantly, he now had access to something Kong did not. With a gentle gesture, Tianmu directed his newly formed chi into the soil beneath Kang's feet. The effect was immediate. The ground erupted in a bloom of chi-condensing grass, the very herbs he had been cultivating. They grew at impossible speed, wrapping around Kang's legs, tangling with the thugs, paralyzing them with their numbing spiritual energy. Kong screamed and thrashed, his hand drawing his sword in a panic. But the vines held firm, and his chi, exhausted from the struggle, could not break them. That's your only warning, Tianmu said, keeping his voice level despite the adrenaline thundering through his veins. Next time, I'll grow something more permanent. The turnip emerged from behind the storage shed, a melon in its mouth. Grow paralyzing vine next time, it suggested. More impressive. Also taste bad. Discourage people from touch. Very effective. It took Kong and his thugs several hours to escape the paralyzed vines. They had to wait for the plant's effects to wear off. By the time they stumbled away, broken and humiliated, the entire village knew what had happened. Tianmu found that his reputation had shifted overnight. He was no longer the failed cultivator with an unexpectedly good farm. He was the cultivator who had broken through on his own and could defend his land. The shift was subtle, but he felt it in the way villagers greeted him, with respect rather than sympathy. More importantly, word of the incident would travel. How long before the sect hears about this? Tianmu asked the turnip. Fast, the turnip said grimly. Someone from village probably travel to capital, sell story for coin. Merchant probably mention unusual herbs to sect contacts. By end of next moon, sect will know failed disciple has somehow become powerful. Will they send someone to investigate? Yes. We'll send strong disciple. We'll come with orders to determine if you stole something. If you pose threat, maybe we'll try to bring you back, force you to teach them farm secret. Tianmu walked to the center of the farm, feeling the pulse of its ancient power beneath his feet. We need to expand, he said. We need to grow more crops, more variety, build more defenses. The farm can protect me, but I need to make sure I can protect the farm. Yes, the turnip agreed. Must also make farm bigger inside. Current farm too small for what coming. We'll need pocket space. We'll need greenhouse. We'll need storehouse. Much work. How do we do that? The turnip's leaves rustled thoughtfully. Farm can expand, but human must do labor. Must find magic seed. Must plant in careful place. Must tend very specific way. Is ancient art. Farm remember. Farm will teach. As if responding to the turnip's words, the golden light beneath the soil flared brightly, and Tianmu felt a surge of information flow into his mind. Not words exactly, but understanding. Instructions that bypassed language and went directly to knowledge. The farm was teaching him. By nightfall, Tianmu had marked out a new area within the farm's boundary, a section that had been dense with overgrowth. With the turnip's guidance and the farm's subtle direction, he had cleared it and prepared a circle of earth. In its center, he planted a single seed. This seed was different. Where the normal cultivation herbs glowed pale gold, this seed seemed to contain all the colors at once. Crimson, jade, silver, azure, spiraling together. What is this? He asked. Space seed, the turnip said reverently. Make pocket dimension. Farm dimension. Hidden place where farm continue exist even if outside boundary threatened. Ancient magic. Very rare. Farm has only 3 seeds. And we're using 1 already. Farm choose to use 1. The turnip corrected. Farm understand threat coming. Farm prepare. Farm want to keep you safe and keep itself safe. Pocket space let farm continue grow even if enemy try to burn your house. Kill you. Drain power. Farm always continue. Always endure. As Tianmu watched, the seed began to grow. But it did not grow upward like normal plants. It grew inward, tunneling into the earth, creating a space that existed sideways to normal reality. The air around the circle began to shimmer as something vast and impossible unfolded beneath the soil. By morning, there would be a hidden greenhouse access through a spiral staircase that existed only if you approached from exactly the right angle. Within it, the farm's most precious plants would be protected, always growing, always thriving, immune to whatever the outside world tried to do. Tianmu realized, as the sun set and the golden light pulsed stronger than ever, that he had stopped thinking of himself as a failure. He was a guardian now, a keeper of ancient power, and the farm had chosen him not because he was the strongest, but because he understood something the sect had never taught. That true strength came not from taking, but from tending. Chapter 7. The traveling cultivator. The man who arrived 10 days later came on horseback, bearing the silver insignia of Jade Peak Sect on his chest. His name was Xianxia, and he was a golden core cultivator, 2 entire realms above Tianmu's newly achieved foundation establishment. He was perhaps 30 years old, handsome in the way sect disciples often were, with a practiced courtesy that suggested he was used to intimidating people with politeness rather than violence. Tianmu saw him coming from a distance and had time to arrange himself and his farm with deliberate care. The most powerful herbs were hidden in the pocket dimension. The defenses were subtle but present, vines that would entangle if needed, paralyzing plants positioned strategically, the turnip hidden and ready to cause chaos if necessary. Tianmu. Zheng Hao greeted him with a slight bow. Your reputation precedes you. The sect is interested in hearing about your recent breakthrough. I had help, Tianmu said carefully. The farm's soil has unusual properties. I was lucky to settle here. Unusual properties, Zheng Hao repeated thoughtfully, his eyes scanning the courtyard. Interesting phrasing. The sect is also curious about how someone with your limitations was able to break through where more talented disciples have struggled. There was no overt hostility in his tone, but Tianmu could feel the threat beneath it. Zheng Hao was here to assess, to determine if Tianmu represented a resource that should be brought back to the sect, or a problem that should be eliminated. Some places are better for growth than others, Tianmu replied. The sect is very demanding. It shapes its disciples according to its expectations. Here, the growth is more natural. Zheng Hao smiled slightly at that, as if appreciating a clever deflection. May I see the farm? He asked. Tianmu could hardly refuse. He led the golden core cultivator through the orderly rows of herbs, each of which glowed faintly with the farm's power. Zheng Hao paused frequently to examine them, his own spiritual sense extended to gauge their quality. Remarkable, he said, his earlier courtesy thinning slightly. These are far beyond what someone of your level should be able to produce. I detect residual energy of the highest quality. Where are you growing the truly valuable specimens? These are the valuable ones, Tianmu said. I don't believe you, Zheng Hao said flatly. He turned to face Tianmu directly, and his eyes flashed with the power of his golden core realm. The sect has received herbs from traveling merchants. The quality is so far beyond normal cultivation that we've been investigating their source. You're that source, but you're only showing me common preparations. Where are the rare ones? Tianmu felt fear and anger rise in him simultaneously. 6 years of discipline, and they had to be suppressed quickly. I am not required to share my secrets with you, he said carefully. I left the sect. I am no longer bound by its authority. That's where you're wrong, Zheng Hao said, and the cultivation power in the courtyard suddenly surged. Zheng Hao extended his golden core qi in a subtle display of dominance. The sect has invested 6 years in your training. You are sect property, Tianmu. You can't simply leave and start a private business selling superior cultivation resources without permission. The turnip burst out of the storage shed with unexpected fury. It was not a large creature, but the power it radiated as it charged at Zheng Hao was immense. The air crackled with the spiritual force of something genuinely ancient. Zheng Hao barely had time to react before the turnip's leaves whipped across his face with the cutting force of blades. Zheng Hao screamed, not from pain, but from shock, and stumbled backward, his hand raised to his bleeding cheek. The turnip gave chase, its leaves spinning like a whirlwind, driving him toward the edge of the farm. Leave! The turnip shrieked in a voice that seemed to come from the earth itself. Not welcome. Sect greed not welcome here. Zheng Hao's composure shattered. He reached for his sword, but the moment he drew it, Tianmu directed his qi into the soil. Paralyzing vines erupted around him, tangling his weapon arm, his legs, his torso. The golden core cultivator fell hard, gasping in shock. You attack me, he snarled. You dare attack a golden core disciple? You threaten me. Tianmu replied quietly. The farm defended itself. The vines held Zheng Hao as he struggled, unable to break free even with his superior power. The magic of the farm negated technique through pure spiritual weight. The turnip stood guard over him, its leaves still spinning in angry patterns. What do you want? Tianmu asked. For the sect to let me go, Zheng Hao gasped. For you to understand you've made a terrible enemy. Then understand that I have made a powerful ally. Tianmu replied. The farm does not belong to the sect. It does not belong to anyone but itself, and I will tend it however I choose. After several long minutes, Tianmu had the vines slowly release Zheng Hao. The cultivator stood, covered in dirt and blood, his dignity shattered. His sword was tangled in the vines, and he made no move to retrieve it. The sect will not take this lightly, he said, his voice shaking with anger and shock. Then the sect will discover that they have no claim on this place, Tianmu replied. I suggest you tell your superiors that the farm protects its own. Xianxia left without his sword, stumbling toward his horse. As he rode away, the turnip made a dismissive sound. Arrogant cultivator, it spat. Come to steal, leave with shame. Good. Farm very satisfied. But Tianmu felt no satisfaction, only a deepening sense of inevitability. The sect now knew about the farm's power. They would come back, and they would bring more than one cultivator to investigate. The peaceful period of his life was ending. The real test was about to begin. Chapter 8. Preparing for war. The discovery of the pocket dimension should have been a triumph. The space itself was magnificent, a greenhouse of impossible size hidden sideways in reality, accessible through a hidden staircase beneath the main farm. Inside, plants grew in organized rows under a false sky that matched the world above. The most rare and powerful herbs flourished here, tended by magical automatons that Tianmu did not fully understand, but that seemed to operate according to the farm's will. Instead, Tianmu found the discovery troubling. Because if the farm could hide this much power, why not hide him as well? Why not simply extend the pocket dimension to encompass his house and his life, keeping him safe from external threats? Farm cannot hide forever. The turnip explained, as if reading his thoughts. Farm can hide things, but not life. Not person with will. Person with will always eventually step back into light. Farm respect that. Farm not want to be cage. Over the next week, Tianmu prepared in earnest. He expanded the herb gardens, planting deliberately defensive crops, paralysis flowers, fire-blooming vines, numbing grasses, and the rarest of all, sorrow flowers, which bloomed in colors of gray and black and induced despair in anyone who gazed upon them without spiritual protection. He also studied his grandmother's journal with new intensity, deciphering passages he had previously glossed over. She had written extensively about the farm's history, drawing from notes and journals passed down through her family line. The farm, it seemed, had been created during the Jade Celestial Age, more than 1,000 years prior. It had been built by cultivators of the highest realms, immortal ascension cultivators, people who had transcended the normal hierarchy of cultivation. They had created it as a refuge, a place where wounded immortals could recover, where knowledge could be preserved, where the balance between the mortal and immortal realms could be maintained. Then, something had changed. An event the journals vaguely referred to as the separation had cut off the immortal realms from the mortal world. The farm had been sealed, its purpose lost, its creators unable to return. Only one family, Tianmu's family, had been left the knowledge of its location and function. His grandmother had been a guardian. So had her mother, and her mother before that. Now Tianmu was the guardian. The farm is important, his grandmother had written in her final entry. Not for power, not for wealth, but for balance. The world needs places where growth is natural, where cultivation is gentle, where intention guides rather than force. When my grandson comes, and I believe he will come, broken and lost, the farm will choose him. And he will learn that failure is often just redirection, that a broken path sometimes leads to where we were always meant to go. Tianmu read that passage until he had memorized every word. The sect's response came not through military force, but through a letter. It was written on official parchment and delivered by a courier who looked terrified to be in Cloudrist village. The message was brief and cold. Tianmu, former disciple of Jade Peak Sect, you are in violation of Sect property rights by selling cultivated herbs derived from Sect-provided training. Additionally, you assaulted a Sect representative without provocation. You have 7 days to return to Jade Peak with all materials derived from your time at the Sect. If you do not comply, you will be declared enemy of Jade Peak, and a formal Sect dispute will be initiated. Your death in such disputes is authorized. The deadline was 7 days. That's not enough time to fortify, Tianmu said, his hands shaking as he held the letter. No, the turnip agreed. But also, letter is empty threat. How do you know that? Because Sect not send army if truly wanted to destroy you. The turnip said pragmatically. Sect want to terrify, want you to run back or give up power. But Sect also careful about making obvious enemy of ancient thing. If Sect try to burn farm, farm respond. If farm respond, immortal who create farm might notice. Might wake. Sect not want immortal attention. You're saying the farm is protected by immortals? Farm is protected by self. The turnip corrected. Farm is so old, so deep in world, that harm to farm cause ripples in deep places. Places where powerful things sleep. Sect know this, even if Sect not admit knowing. Tian Mu wanted to believe that, but the fear remained. He had 7 days. 7 days to turn a farm and a pocket dimension into a genuine fortress. He threw himself into the work. He cultivated new plants specifically for defense, not just herbals, but actual combat species that could move and attack if necessary. With the turnip's guidance, he marked out a formal boundary using stones that the pocket dimension had provided, ancient markers that reinforced the farm's own protective barrier. He also did something else. He began to write. Following his grandmother's example, he started a new journal, recording everything he learned about the farm, its power, its purpose, and its nature. If the worst happened, if he was killed or captured, someone would need to know how to tend the farm. On the 5th day, with 2 days remaining on the Sect's deadline, something unexpected happened. Su Lin arrived with a group of her merchant contacts, all carrying weapons and wearing the insignia of the Merchant Consortium, a neutral organization that protected trade routes and had real political power despite not being cultivators. I heard what the Sect did, Su Lin said without preamble. We've been selling your herbs across the region. They're too profitable for us to let the Sect simply confiscate them. The consortium is prepared to offer you protection, both physical and legal, if you'll agree to continue supplying us exclusively. It was a transaction written in pure practicality, but it shifted the power balance entirely. The Sect could declare Tian Mu an enemy, but they could not openly attack someone under consortium protection without starting a literal trade war. How long can you protect me? Tian Mu asked. As long as you're profitable, Su Lin said with a slight smile. Which means as long as you keep growing these herbs. The capital is obsessed with them. We have orders backed by genuine gold coin. You'll never run out of demand. When the deadline passed without any Sect representative arriving to enforce the ultimatum, Tian Mu finally allowed himself to believe that survival might be possible. The farm had taught him something the Sect never had. That power was not about dominance, but about balance. About knowing when to fight, when to hide, and when to accept alliance. He was beginning to understand that the farm had chosen him not despite his failure, but because of it. Chapter 9. The herb's reputation spreads 3 months after Zheng Hao's failed investigation. Tian Mu's life had transformed beyond recognition. The farm was no longer a small operation managed by a single failed cultivator and a root vegetable. It was a thriving business that employed 5 villagers, young people who had been planning to leave Cloudrest but had been drawn back by work and fair wages. A new greenhouse had been constructed, designed by Su Lin's builders and powered by the farm's own gentle magic. The pocket dimension had expanded with the 2nd and 3rd space seeds, creating a network of hidden gardens that seemed far larger on the inside than the farm itself was on the outside. Most remarkably, Cloudrest Village was transforming as well. Young people were returning, drawn by employment and the prosperity that came from proximity to Tian Mu's farm. New businesses were opening, restaurants, crafting workshops, a merchant house that Su Lin had set up as her regional headquarters. The death spiral that had threatened the village was reversing. But with success came complications. The traveling cultivators had begun arriving in earnest. Not sent by the Sect, the consortium's protection prevented that, but independent cultivators seeking to purchase directly from the source, or to investigate the rumors, or to challenge Tian Mu for control of the farm. The first challenge had come from a wandering swordsman named Kel, who claimed that a farm with this much power should be governed by the strongest warrior. Tian Mu had defeated him without taking a life by using his knowledge of the land. He had led Kel into a section of the farm planted with sorrow flowers, and the cultivator had fled in despair, certain he was facing immortal beings. The second challenge had come from a Sect cultivator from a neighboring territory who wanted to negotiate a supply contract. That negotiation had been surprisingly civil and had resulted in a new arrangement where the neighboring Sect bought half of Tian Mu's monthly harvest at premium prices. But the real complications came from the herbs themselves. A cultivator from the capital had used one of Tian Mu's herbs to break through to Nascent Soul, a realm that required extraordinary opportunity and power. The news spread like wildfire through cultivation circles. Suddenly, Every ambitious cultivator with sufficient coin was interested in acquiring Tianmu's products. Prices had quadrupled. Demand had exceeded supply even with his expanded gardens. And more concerning, whispers had begun to spread about something specific. Rumors that Tianmu's herbs could heal wounds that cultivation technique could not fix, could repair meridians that should have been permanently damaged, could even extend the lifespan of cultivators approaching their natural limit. The truth was more subtle, but the rumors were not entirely false. The farm did have healing properties beyond normal herbs, but those properties worked only if the person using them had pure intention. The herbs could heal a broken meridian if it had been broken for good reason, a heroic sacrifice, a training accident, a genuine misfortune. But they refused to work for cultivators seeking to cheat their limitations through force. This distinction mattered because it meant that powerful cultivators at the peak of their achievement, people who had built their strength through years of discipline and genuine growth, found that the farm's herbs could do things for them that nothing else could. While those who sought to take shortcuts or gain power through corruption found the herbs merely adequate. The farm was, in a way, exercising moral judgment. Is the farm sentient? Tianmu asked the turnip one afternoon as they reviewed the latest batch of orders. Is ocean sentient? The turnip countered. Is mountain sentient? Is wind sentient? Farm is old as mountain, deep as ocean, ancient as wind. Farm have intention, yes. Have will, yes. But not same as person being sentient. Farm is farm. Farm exists to grow things, to teach things, to help things become what they wish to be. This is intention older than thought. A particularly powerful cultivator arrived in midsummer, a woman who introduced herself as Immortal Chun, though Tianmu's spiritual sense told him she was actually a Tao-seeking cultivator, one of the highest mortal realms, approaching the boundary of true immortality. She moved with the confidence of someone genuinely powerful, and when she examined the farm, her eyes widened in recognition. This place is ancient, she said, not as a question. Very, Tianmu acknowledged. It was created by beings far greater than we are now, she continued. I can feel their touch in every stone. This is not a cultivator's work. This is immortal craftsmanship. My grandmother left journals suggesting the same, Tianmu said carefully. The woman, Immortal Chun, or whatever her true name was, turned to him with sharp interest. I need to purchase your entire annual supply, she said without preamble. I will pay whatever price you name. I am in my 60s, and I have one opportunity left to break through to immortal ascension. The herbs from this farm are the only thing that could possibly help. Tianmu considered her. There was honesty in her request and genuine need, but also something else, a desperate calculation. She had spent her entire life building power, and now she faced the final barrier that would either elevate her to true immortality or leave her trapped in the mortal realm forever. The farm doesn't sell all its supply, he said. Some is reserved for genuine crisis. Some is needed to maintain the farm's own integrity. But I can offer you a significant portion. She negotiated fiercely but fairly, and by the end of their discussion, she had agreed to pay an extraordinary sum. More importantly, she had also shared something with Tianmu that would change everything. There are rumors in cultivation circles, she said as she prepared to leave, of something else. Something beyond immortal ascension. Some cultivators claim to have glimpses of a realm that the current hierarchy doesn't acknowledge. A realm of true transcendence, where the divisions between mortal and immortal dissolve entirely. Do you believe those rumors? Tianmu asked. I believe this farm was built by beings who understood things we've forgotten, she replied. I believe that your grandmother kept it secret for a reason. And I believe that you should be very careful about who you allow to grow too dependent on your herbs. Because the moment someone reaches true immortality, their perspective changes. Your farm might be worth dying for immortals. To an immortal, it might be worth going to war for. She left the farm with enough herbs to support her breakthrough attempt, and enough gold to let Tianmu expand the operation further. But her parting words haunted him. The farm had become valuable beyond mere cultivation. It had become a symbol, a proof that another way was possible, that power could be grown rather than taken, that cultivation could be gentle rather than fierce. And in a world built on competition and hierarchy, that symbolism was potentially dangerous. Chapter 10. The autumn blooming. The farm's most beautiful season came in autumn. The summer crops had been harvested, the pocket dimensions replenished, the regular supply routes established. As the weather cooled, something shifted in the farm's deeper nature. The golden light beneath the soil became more vibrant, and the plants themselves seemed to sing, a sound that was not quite audible but resonated through Tian Mu's spiritual sense. Autumn Festival. The turnip explained, settling into Tian Mu's lap as he sat in the center of the main garden. Farms celebrate once per year. Celebration of growth completed, seeds prepared for future. Time of great power and great beauty. Also time of great vulnerability. Vulnerability? Tian Mu asked. Why would the farm be vulnerable when it's at its most beautiful? Because beautiful things attract attention, the turnip said simply. Because power attract power. Because autumn when immortals walk between realms sometimes, and they notice things they might not in other seasons. As if in response to the turnip's words, the boundary of the farm began to shimmer. Not with danger, but with attention. Something vast was paying notice to the farm, the way a person might notice a flower blooming on a mountain they had climbed. A figure appeared at the gate, not dramatically or suddenly, but gradually, as if he had always been there and Tian Mu was only now perceiving him. He was tall and ageless, with eyes that held the weight of centuries. He wore robes of a style that Tian Mu's grandmother's journals had suggested predated the current cultivation hierarchy by hundreds of years. I would speak with the guardian of this place, the figure said, his voice carrying the weight of genuine authority. Tian Mu stood, and the turnip scrambled onto his shoulder. I am Tian Mu, he said, guardian of the farm. The figure smiled slightly, a genuine smile, not a cultivator's calculated expression. I am called Wui, he said. I was one of those who helped create this farm in ages past. I have been watching it from afar, across the veils that separate your realm from mine. I came to see what had awakened it again, and I find. He paused, his eyes studying Tian Mu with something like approval. I find something unexpected. A failed cultivator. A humble keeper. An old spirit root that teaches wisdom. This is not what I anticipated. The farm called to me, Tian Mu said. Yes, Wui agreed. It would. The farm chooses well. I have come to tell you 3 things, and then I will leave you to your work. The turnip made a small sound, something between respect and fear. First, Wui continued, the farm is far more important than you realize. It was created as a seed of a different way of being, planted in your world to grow and flourish if the time came when your people forgot how to cultivate gently. That time has come. The farm's existence is a promise that another path is possible. Second, you will be tested. The sect will come again, more seriously. Other powers will emerge who wish to control or destroy the farm. This is inevitable. But remember, the farm is more ancient than any of them. It will endure. Your task is only to tend it with pure heart. Third, there is something awakening in the deep places of your world. Something that the farm was created partly to balance against. As the farm grows stronger through your care, it will become more important to that balance. You may find yourself in the center of events far greater than you imagined. The immortal figure began to fade, becoming transparent. Wait, Tian Mu called out. Is there anything you can teach me? Any way I can be better prepared? Wui's fading form smiled again. Trust the farm, he said. It is wiser than you are, and wiser than I am, in the ways that matter most. And take care of the root spirit. It is more valuable than you know. The turnip made a pleased sound, puffing out its leaves. Then Wui was gone, and Tian Mu was alone in the autumn garden with the sense that something fundamental had shifted. The farm, which had felt like a place of refuge, now felt like the center of something vast and ancient. The herbs he grew were no longer just valuable goods or cultivation aids. They were manifestations of a philosophy, a way of being that opposed the harsh hierarchies of the normal cultivation world. As autumn deepened, more visitors began to arrive, not just merchants and cultivators seeking to buy herbs, but people seeking to learn. A young woman appeared from the capital, asking to apprentice herself to learn farming. An older cultivator came seeking not to purchase, but to study the farm's methods. A scholar arrived with books and scrolls, wanting to document the phenomenon. Tian Mu began to teach. It was not formal instruction like the sect provided. It was sharing, showing the apprentices how to feel the soil's intention, how to understand what each plant needed, how to listen to the farm's guidance. It was teaching not through theory, but through practice, through the patient repetition of tending and caring. The turnip proved to be an excellent assistant, offering cryptic wisdom and practical advice in equal measure. "You have gift for teaching," it told Tianmu one evening as they prepared the winter gardens. "Gift you not know you have. Gift that farm needed. Farm not just about growing herb. Farm about growing people too. About showing people that other way possible." By the time winter arrived, the farm had transformed again. It was no longer a private refuge. It had become a small academy, a place where people came to learn not just farming, but a different approach to cultivation entirely, one based on patience, intention, and harmony with natural forces. And in the capital, in the sect headquarters, in the meditation chambers of powerful cultivators across the region, the rumors were growing. Stories of a farm that could heal wounds that should be permanent. Stories of a young cultivator who had learned more in a single season of farming than in 6 years of formal sect training. Stories of an ancient place awakening, teaching a lost art to a new generation. The quiet period of Tianmu's life was truly over. The real struggle was about to begin. Chapter 11. Winter preparations. Snow fell for the first time in early winter, blanketing the farm in white that somehow made the golden light beneath the soil shine even brighter. The apprentices who had gathered through autumn, now numbering almost a dozen, had all chosen to stay through the winter. Some had built small shelters on the village outskirts. Others had rented rooms from villagers. They had all committed to learning not just the theory of gentle cultivation, but the practice of it, season by season. Tianmu had never thought of himself as a teacher, but he was learning that teaching and learning were inseparable. As he guided his apprentices through winter tending, protecting plants that could survive the cold, preparing the soil for spring, maintaining the pocket dimensions in their own frozen preservation, he found his own understanding deepening. The turnip, it turned out, was something of a natural instructor as well. First lesson of winter, it announced to the assembled apprentices one morning, its breath misting in the cold air, is understanding that growth not always obvious. Outside, snow cover everything. Seemed like nothing happening. But underground, roots strengthen, soil reorganize, seed prepare for spring. Growth continue even when invisible. One of the apprentices, a sharp-eyed young man named Li who had arrived from the capital seeking to understand the farm's success, asked the question Tianmu had been avoiding. Is the farm actually sentient? Is that why its growth is different? The turnip exchanged a look with Tianmu that suggested they had discussed this question previously. Farm is not sentient like person sentient, the turnip said carefully. Farm not have thoughts that happen one after another. Farm not have planning mind. But farm have intention. Farm have deep knowing of what should grow, how should grow, why should grow. Farm remembering ancient way of being that modern cultivator forget. But who teaches it? A young woman named May asked. Who gave the farm that knowledge? Beings greater than us, Tianmu said. And then the farm itself teaches the world through teaching us. That's what I think anyway. An older cultivator named Master Qin, who had arrived seeking to study before making his own breakthrough attempt, nodded slowly. That matches what the old texts say about the celestial age, he said. That knowledge moved differently then. That wisdom was encoded in places and things, not just in people. That the world itself could be a teacher. That evening, Tianmu received a letter that changed everything again. It was delivered not by courier, but by a figure who appeared at the farm's boundary in the manner of a true immortal, present without having arrived, visible without having appeared. The letter was sealed with the crimson insignia of the Jade Peak Sect, but not from the local branch. From the central authority. Tianmu's hands shook as he opened it. Asterisk to the one called Tianmu ***. We have reviewed our previous correspondence regarding your status. Upon further investigation, we have concluded that your expulsion from Jade Peak Sect was based on outdated assumptions about cultivator potential. Our current leadership believes that the breakthrough you achieved may represent a new method of cultivation hitherto unknown to our order. ***. Therefore, we make you the following offer. Return to Jade Peak Sect with all knowledge of the farm's methods. Teach our senior cultivators how to reproduce its effects. In exchange, you will be restored to full disciple status, assigned teaching rank, and provided with resources to continue your research under sect auspices. ***. You have 30 days to respond. If you refuse, We will pursue alternative methods to obtain the farm's secrets. Asterisk, it was a threat wrapped in an offer. Tianmu read it 3 times, each reading making his stomach heavier. They're going to come for the farm, he said quietly to the turnip. Yes, the turnip agreed. But not immediately. Sect still cautious. Still worried about immortal attention. Still calculating risk versus reward. The turnip's leaves drooped. But if Sect decide reward worth risk, then farm in serious danger. Tianmu needed assurance. Can we defend against a full Sect attack? Farm can defend itself, yes, the turnip said slowly. But defending mean using power that farm not use in very long time. Power that might attract attention immortal not want farm to attract. Defending mean possibly destroy farm to prevent Sect capture. Farm willing to do this, but not willing to do this lightly. Over the next week, Tianmu consulted with his various allies. Su Lin assured him that the merchant consortium would support him, but she was pragmatic about limitations. We can slow them, she said. But ultimately, the Sect has military force that we can't match. We're traders, not warriors. Master Chun, the village herbalist who had become something of an elder statesman in Cloudrist's revitalization, offered wisdom rather than solutions. The greatest power is not dominance, he said. It is indispensability. Your farm is becoming indispensable, not just for the herbs, but for the knowledge it represents. If the Sect destroys the farm, they destroy the symbol. That matters more than any individual resource. The apprentices surprised him most of all. When Tianmu called a meeting to discuss the possibility of the farm being attacked, he expected fear or suggestions to flee. Instead, he found commitment. I came here because I wanted to learn a different way, Li said. If the farm is destroyed, then that way dies. I'm staying. All of them stayed. Some out of genuine belief, some out of loyalty, some out of stubbornness, but they all stayed. On the 28th day, Tianmu sent his response to the Sect, sealed with his own personal insignia rather than the Sect's. Asterisk, I decline your offer. The farm is not Sect property. Its knowledge cannot be transferred, only learned by those the farm itself deems ready. I will not return to Jade Peak. If the Sect chooses to attack, the farm will defend itself, and the consequences will be yours to bear. Asterisk, he sealed the letter with a single drop of his own blood, a binding gesture that meant he had committed himself fully to this position. When the messenger left to deliver it, Tianmu felt something shift in the farm itself. The golden light beneath the soil pulsed once, deeply, like a heart preparing for exertion. Winter deepened. The snow grew thicker. And in the capital, the Sect leadership gathered to decide how to respond. The real conflict was coming. Tianmu could feel it in his bones, in the farm's trembling readiness, in the way the herbs began to grow more aggressively, preparing for defense. The time of peace was ending. The time of struggle had arrived. Chapter 12. The unexpected ally 3 days before the winter solstice. When the sun reached its lowest point in the sky and the darkness was deepest, a visitor arrived who carried authority that made even the farm's ancient power stand at attention. The figure was a woman, ancient and young simultaneously in the way that true immortals often were. She wore robes of silk that seemed to contain their own universe of colors, and her eyes held the weight of decisions made across centuries. When she stepped past the farm's boundary, the golden light beneath the soil flared so brightly that it was nearly blinding. The celestial farm, the woman said, and her voice harmonized with the very stones. I did not expect to find it still existing, still vital, still tended by pure hands. Tianmu knelt instinctively. The power radiating from this being was so vast, it made Tao-seeking cultivators look like insects. I am called Tianmu, he managed. I am the guardian of the farm. I am aware, she said. She looked around the farm, at the apprentices who had frozen in place, at the turnip which had emerged and bowed deeply, at the pocket dimensions whose presence she seemed to perceive directly. I am called Xiaolon, and I was one of the 7 who created this place 1,000 years ago, in the height of the celestial age. Tianmu's breath caught. You're truly immortal? Beyond immortal, she corrected gently. I am something else, something that would take a lifetime to explain. But I come with news that affects your farm and its future. She settled herself on a stone bench, which appeared when she needed it, with the ease of someone accustomed to infinite time and space. The Jade Peak Sect plans to attack your farm in 3 days' time, she said. They are gathering a force of 20 golden core cultivators and 2 Dao-seeking masters. They intend to overwhelm your defenses, capture you alive if possible, and seize control of the farm to understand its power. Though he suspected the answer, Tianmu voiced the question. Can we resist them? No, Xiaolon said simply. The farm can defend itself, but defense sufficient to repel such force would require exerting power that would draw unwanted attention from realms you are not prepared to face. I will not allow the farm to risk itself in that way. Then what? Tianmu began. I will help you, Xiaolon said, but not in the way you might expect. I will not fight the sect. Fighting them would violate the compact I made 1,000 years ago, the agreement that allows beings like me to exist in your realm without openly dominating it. She stood and walked to the center of the farm, where the golden light was brightest. Instead, I will restore something, she continued. Something the farm has been waiting to restore since the day the separation occurred. The farm was never meant to exist in isolation. It was meant to be a seed of the celestial way, a place where the mortal and immortal realms could touch, where wisdom could flow between them. As she spoke, she began to glow. The light was not golden like the farm's light, but silvery white, ancient and vast. When she placed her hands on the earth, the farm began to transform. Not visibly, not in ways that could be measured with eyes. But Tianmu felt it. The farm's power deepened, became more complex, more real, as if a veil that had existed since the separation was being lifted. There, Xiaolon said, lowering her hands. The farm is now fully itself again. It is a true intersection between the mortal and immortal realms. This has several consequences. First, the farm cannot be destroyed without invoking responses from the immortal hierarchy. A sect attack would be met with consequences far beyond their willingness to accept. Second, those who work the farm with pure intent will find their growth accelerated not just spiritually, but temporally. Time moves differently here now. A week of labor and learning might feel like a month elsewhere. Third, you are now the formal guardian, recognized by the immortal realms themselves. This grants you certain protections and certain responsibilities. Tianmu felt the weight of that settle on him like a mantle. What are the responsibilities? He asked. To keep the farm pure of intention, Xiaolon said. To ensure it is used for genuine growth rather than power-seeking. To teach those who come with honest hearts. To maintain the balance between the realms. She paused. And to be the voice of the farm in the mortal world. To advocate for the celestial way when the time comes to choose between the old path and the new. Before Tianmu could respond, Xiaolon was moving to leave. Wait, he called out. What about the sect? Will they still attack? They will arrive and find the farm surrounded by a barrier they cannot perceive but cannot cross, Xiaolon said. They will rage against it and demand explanations. You may give them this message. The farm is under the protection of the Celestial Compact. Any attempt to breach that protection will be considered an act against the immortal realms. The sect leadership will understand the implications. She paused at the boundary. Also, she said, tell your root spirit that its service is appreciated. When the turning comes, it will be allowed to return to the sleep states if it desires, and it will be remembered. That is not a small honor. Then she was gone, and the farm was transformed. When Tianmu extended his senses, he could feel it, a new layer of protection, a new depth to the farm's power, a new complexity to its nature. The farm was no longer a hidden secret. It was now an official place in the structure of the world itself. The turnip climbed onto his shoulder, and its voice was thick with emotion. Farm will be okay, it said. Farm will survive. Farm will thrive. Turnip job is done. Your job is not done, Tianmu said fiercely. You're staying. The farm still needs you. The turnip made a sound that might have been laughter or crying. Turnip stay then, it said. Turnip help you defend. Teach new student. Eat good herb. Sleep in good soil. Turnip be here when sect come and when sect go. Turnip see what happened next. 3 days later, a force of 50 cultivators arrived at the farm's boundary. When they tried to cross, they encountered an invisible but absolutely impenetrable barrier. They could see the farm, see Tianmu standing in the center with his apprentices and his turnip companion, but they could not touch it. The leader, a Dao-seeking cultivator, demanded explanations. Tianmu simply delivered Xiaolon's message. The sect leadership's response took weeks to arrive, but it was unambiguous. The attack was called off. No further moves would be made against Tianmu or the farm. The matter was closed. When the news spread through cultivation circles, it changed everything. The farm was no longer a resource to be exploited. It was a revelation, proof that the immortal realm still cared about the mortal world, that beings of ultimate power could still intervene in the course of events, that an entirely new path of cultivation existed beyond the hierarchy that had dominated for 1,000 years. And Tianmu, the failed cultivator, had become something far greater, the guardian of that revelation, the keeper of the celestial way, the voice of a different future. The quiet success of his early farming days seemed impossibly simple now. He had wanted nothing but a place to hide and heal. Instead, he had been given the center of a revolution that was only just beginning. Chapter 13. The teaching deepens by spring. Cloudrest Village had transformed into something that could barely be called a village anymore. The population had swollen to 5 times its original size. New buildings had been constructed, dormitories for apprentices, a library, a meditation hall, a dining hall where the farm's bounty was shared communally. The farm itself had expanded, not into new land, but into new dimensions of existence. The apprentices had learned to perceive and work within the pocket spaces, creating gardens that existed partially in the immortal realm and partially in the mortal. But more importantly, the teaching had evolved. Tianmu had structured the apprenticeship into formal levels. Those at the lowest level learned the practical skills of farming and herb cultivation. Those at middle levels learned to perceive and work with the farm's spiritual presence. Those at the highest levels learned to understand the philosophy of the celestial way, the principle that growth came not from domination of nature, but from cooperation with it. Master Qin had become his senior instructor, bringing experience from traditional cultivation to contextualize what they learned from the farm. The young woman, Mei, had discovered she had a natural talent for understanding the pocket dimensions and had taken on responsibility for their maintenance. Li, the sharp-eyed youth from the capital, had begun to develop his own unique approach to merging the farm's teachings with secular philosophy. The turnip had adopted the role of cryptic wisdom giver, dispensing aphorisms and practical advice in equal measure. Why do some apprentices grow strong while others grow only wise? One of the newer students asked. Because strength and wisdom are different, the turnip explained, munching thoughtfully on a root vegetable. Some person have big dantian, quick meridian. These grow strong body. Some person have quiet mind, patient spirit. These grow wise heart. Farm not judge better or worse. Farm just help each person become most themselves. By mid-spring, the first graduation took place. 5 apprentices, who had studied for 6 months under Tianmu's guidance, demonstrated their mastery by each creating a garden within a pocket space, showing that they could establish and maintain their own cultivation-enhanced growing space. When they passed, leaving with the knowledge to either teach others or establish their own farms elsewhere, Tianmu realized something significant. The farm was not just teaching, it was propagating. The celestial way was spreading, not through conquest, but through the simple multiplication of knowledge shared freely. News of the farm's graduation ceremony spread through cultivation circles and beyond. For the first time, there were cultivators who had broken through to higher realms not through forced meditation and desperate willpower, but through learning patience and cooperation with natural processes. These graduates carried with them the subtle change that learning from the farm induced. They were calmer, more integrated, less driven by ambition, and more guided by genuine interest in growth. The traditional cultivation hierarchy noticed, and it did not like what it saw. A delegation arrived from the capital, not from the Jade Peak Sect, but from the official Cultivation Bureau, the bureaucratic body that maintained standards and controlled resources across all recognized sections. Its representative was a cold woman named Magistrate Lin, who carried the authority of the entire hierarchical cultivation system. We have received reports of unauthorized cultivation methods being taught in this region, she said without preamble. Magistrate Lin had a way of standing that suggested she carried the weight of order itself. The celestial way, you call it? This represents a threat to the stability of the cultivation hierarchy. It is not a threat, Tianmu replied, keeping his voice level. It is an alternative. People still have the choice to pursue traditional cultivation. But they are choosing not to. the magistrate said coldly. We have seen a 15% decline in applicants to traditional sect training in the capital. Merchants report increased demand for your herbs, which means increased profit incentive to train in your methods rather than ours. This is destabilizing. Master Qin, who had been standing nearby, stepped forward. With respect, magistrate, he said, cultivators who train through cooperative methods with natural processes report higher success rates at higher realms. I have reviewed the records. Those who learn from this farm break through more consistently suffer fewer injuries, achieve better meditation stability. That is precisely the problem, Magistrate Lin said. Success through your methods is too easy. Cultivation should be a test of will, a trial that separates the worthy from the unworthy. Your farm is producing masses of mediocre cultivators who lack the discipline for true power. Tian Mu felt anger rise in him, but he forced it down. The farm had taught him that anger was rarely the right response. Come, he said to the magistrate. Walk the farm with me. See what we are actually doing. For 3 hours, Tian Mu led Magistrate Lin through the gardens, introduced her to the apprentices, showed her the pocket dimensions, and the gentle way the farm taught. The magistrate remained coldly unmoved throughout. But at the end, when they stood in the central garden where the golden light was brightest, something shifted in her expression. My son, she said, her voice strange, studied the traditional method for 8 years. He broke through to foundation establishment 3 years ago and has made no further progress. His meridians carry permanent damage from a meditation accident. The sect declared him a failed cultivator. She looked at Tian Mu with eyes that suddenly contained human vulnerability beneath their bureaucratic coldness. Could the farm help him? If he wished to come learn with us, yes, Tian Mu said carefully. The farm can heal meridian damage if the person using it has pure intention. Your son would need to come of his own will, not as an assignment. The magistrate's expression shuddered again, but Tian Mu had glimpsed something real beneath her official posture. I will report to the bureau that the farm poses no threat to established order, she said formally. I cannot prevent them from acting if they choose, but I can advise against it. As she departed, Tian Mu realized something important. The opposition to the farm was not truly about the harm it caused, but about the threat it represented to a system based on hierarchy and limitation. The traditional cultivation world existed in equilibrium. The harsh training methods that produced strong cultivators also produced many failures, and the high prices for herbs and technique ensured that wealth and power remained concentrated. The farm threatened that equilibrium not through military force, but through offering hope to those the system had rejected. That was far more dangerous than any weapon. Chapter 14. The first crisis. The crisis, when it came, arrived not from external enemies, but from within the farm itself. Li, the sharp-eyed student who had become one of Tian Mu's most trusted assistants, began to show signs of corruption. It started subtly. His meditation sessions became longer and more intense. His questions shifted from, how does this teach us about natural growth, to could we accelerate this process further, and what would happen if we forced the farm's power into this new direction? Most tellingly, he began to spend time in the pocket dimensions alone, working on experiments without informing the other apprentices. When Master Qin brought the concern to Tian Mu, they decided to confront Li directly. They found him in one of the deepest pocket dimensions, surrounded by plants that were growing in unnatural ways, shapes that violated the farm's gentle patterns, colors that seemed wrong, configurations that suggested he was trying to force the farm's power into service of specific ambitions. What are you doing? Tian Mu asked. Li turned, and there was something different in his eyes. Hunger, ambition, something that looked like madness but tasted like desperation. I'm improving it, Li said. The farm is powerful, but it's limited by its own philosophy. It refuses to grow certain things because of intention and purity. But what if we forced it? What if we could make it produce cultivation-enhancing plants without the restrictions? The restrictions are not a limitation, Tian Mu said carefully. They are the farm's protection. They prevent the power from being used for harm. You're thinking too small, Li said, and his voice carried the passion of true belief twisted wrong. This farm could make anyone a cultivator. It could elevate the entire world. Instead, you keep it secret, keep it limited, teach only the people you choose to deem worthy. You're gatekeeping the only path to real enlightenment. Tianmu understood then what had happened. Li had come to the farm seeking alternative cultivation, but his hunger for power had never diminished. He had simply shifted its direction. Instead of seeking advancement through traditional methods, he was seeking to become the one who controlled the farm itself. The farm doesn't belong to anyone, Tianmu said. It is not a resource to be controlled. It is a being to be respected. That's exactly what I'm trying to tell you, Li said passionately. The farm is a being. And like any being, it can be guided, directed, shaped toward optimal outcomes. You're wasting its potential by letting it remain gentle. Before Tianmu could respond, the farm itself responded. The plants that Li had been forcing into unnatural shapes began to wilt. The energy he had been forcing into them reversed, flowing backward. Li screamed as his own chi was reflected back at him. His meridians suddenly filled with pressure they could not contain. Master Qin caught him as he collapsed, carefully guiding the excess energy away before it could cause permanent damage. Why? Li gasped, blood at the corner of his mouth. Why does it reject me? I was trying to help. You were trying to use it, the turnip said, appearing from where it had been hidden. Farm can feel difference. Helping and using very different intention. Farm allow flexibility, allow experiment, allow even mistake. But farm not allow being treated like tool. Farm is alive. Farm choose not to work with you when you try to force. They carried Li to the healing chambers of the farm, where his injuries were treated with the gentle herbs designed to repair cultivation damage. But something had broken in him. The hunger that had driven his ambition had been exposed, and he could no longer hide it from himself. 3 days later, with his meridians partially healed and his pride deeply wounded, Li left Cloudrest village. He did not return, but word of what had happened spread through apprentice circles like fire. The farm had rejected someone. The farm could refuse. The farm's power had limits, and those limits were moral rather than physical. The crisis triggered broader discussions among the established apprentices. Was the farm truly safe to learn from if it could turn on you? Was the teaching trustworthy if it came with conditions? Tianmu called a meeting of all the senior apprentices and explained something that had been implicit but never stated directly. The farm teaches according to intention, he said. That is not a limitation. That is the foundation of everything it does. The farm was created to show another way to cultivate, a way that builds people toward genuine wisdom rather than raw power. If someone comes to the farm seeking to gain strength to dominate others, the farm will not cooperate with that ambition. Not out of cruelty, but because cooperation with such ambition would contradict the farm's entire purpose. Does that mean the farm will reject us eventually? A younger apprentice asked fearfully. No, Master Qin said, and his calm voice was reassuring. It means the farm will reject corruption of your intent. The farm understands that humans are complex, that ambitions can shift and transform. It only rejects those who maintain genuine desire to use power for domination. Also, the turnip added, if person not corrupted but simply realize this not path for them, farm will help them leave peacefully. Farm not prison. Farm not force. Farm offer choice. If choice is no longer to be here, farm accept that. Over the following weeks, a few more apprentices decided to leave, not because of explicit rejection, but because they realized the farm's way was not their way. They left with the farm's blessing, with knowledge they could use elsewhere, with gratitude for what they had learned. The farm, Tianmu began to understand, was not a path that attracted or kept everyone. It was a path that selected for people whose deepest desire was genuinely growth and understanding rather than power and status. By enforcing that selection rigorously, it ensured that those who remained were committed to its philosophy not out of external coercion but out of internal alignment. By early summer, the crisis had resolved. The farm's community was smaller but deeper. The remaining apprentices were those who had come to the farm seeking not escape from a broken system, but a new way to exist entirely. The farm had taught Tianmu something crucial. Sometimes the greatest power came not from accepting everyone, but from remaining true to your purpose even when it meant people would reject you. Chapter 15. The summer offer. High summer brought heat and abundance. The herbs grew wild and potent. The pocket dimensions flourished with plants that should have required years to cultivate, but reached maturity in weeks. The village of Cloudrest had swelled to nearly 1,000 people, drawn by work, by learning, by the simple magnetic presence of a place where another way of living was possible. And with summer came offers. The first was from the capital's most prestigious sect, the Heavenly Peak Order. They offered to recognize the farm as an official satellite of their organization, providing resources, protection, and bureaucratic legitimacy in exchange for a percentage of the herb supply and the right to station official observers. The second offer came from a merchant consortium in the western provinces, offering to establish trade networks that would spread the farm's herbs across half the continent, with enormous profits to be divided with Tianmu. The third offer was the most concerning. It came from a coalition of traditional sects that banded together to propose a summit where they could negotiate the terms of the farm's operation, essentially proposing to establish official rules about what it could and could not grow, who it could and could not teach. Tianmu brought all three offers to his council: Master Qin, Mei, a few of the most senior apprentices, and the turnip. All three are attempts to control us through different methods, Master Qin said, studying each offer carefully. The first offers legitimacy in exchange for surrendering independence. The second offers wealth in exchange for expanding beyond our capacity to maintain the farm's integrity. The third offers stability in exchange for submitting to external authority. Can we reject them all? Asked Mei. We can, Tianmu said. But we need to do so carefully. We don't want to make enemies unnecessarily. We want to show that we are not hostile to the cultivation world, just independent from it. The turnip made a thoughtful noise. Farm teach about balance, it said. Sometimes yes answer, sometimes no answer, sometimes partial answer is best. Maybe we accept something from each offer while rejecting what would harm farm. They crafted careful responses. To the Heavenly Peak Order, they offered cooperation. The sect could send observers if the observers agreed to learn the farm's ways rather than monitor them. In exchange, the farm would sell them a small percentage of supply at favorable prices, enough to make the trade valuable, but not enough to make the farm dependent on sect approval. To the merchant consortium, they accepted the expanded trade networks, but set strict conditions. The herbs would be sold at prices determined by the farm. Quality would be guaranteed by periodic inspections the farm conducted itself, and no expansion of production would be forced. The farm would grow what it wished to grow, and merchants would sell what was available. To the coalition of traditional sects, they proposed something different. Rather than submitting to rules, they offered to host a summit on the farm itself, where cultivators from all traditions could experience the celestial way firsthand and discuss how tradition and innovation might coexist. The responses revealed something important. Many in the cultivation world were not truly opposed to the farm. They were simply uncertain how to integrate it into existing systems. The offers, as concerning as they were on the surface, represented an attempt to understand rather than an attempt to destroy. The summit took place in late summer. Representatives from 7 major sects arrived at the farm, along with independent cultivators, scholars, and observers from the Cultivation Bureau. Magistrate Lin returned, and this time she brought her son, a young man with damaged meridians and the haunted look of someone who had been rejected by the system. For 3 days, the visitors experienced the farm. They participated in the apprentices' training. They tasted herbs grown in the farm's soil. They meditated in the locations where the golden light was strongest. They listened as Tianmu and his council explained the celestial way not as a rival to traditional cultivation, but as a complementary path that addressed problems the traditional system had never solved. The breakthrough came when Master Qin demonstrated something that surprised even Tianmu. Using what he had learned from the farm, Master Qin had developed a technique that could partially heal Magistrate Lin's son. Not perfectly. The damage was too old, too deeply integrated into the meridian structure, but enough to allow cultivation to progress. The young man's breakthrough had been blocked by that damage. With partial healing, advancement became possible again. This is what the farm offers, Master Qin explained to the assembled cultivators. Not replacement of your paths, but expansion of them. A way to help those the system has rejected. A way to cultivate with less harm and more harmony. The sect representatives conferred privately, and what emerged was not surrender, but recognition. They would not join the farm, would not abandon their own methods, but they would acknowledge the farm's legitimacy. They would allow their people to study there if they wished. They would no longer actively oppose the teaching of the celestial way. It was not victory in the sense Tianmu had feared, There would be no triumph of the farm over traditional cultivation. But it was something perhaps more valuable: acceptance. The two systems would coexist, serving different people with different temperaments, different needs, different paths. As the delegates departed, Magistrate Lin approached Tian Mu privately. "My son has asked to stay," she said. "He wants to train here. I wanted you to know that I understand now what you are doing, and I support it. The Bureau will not oppose you again." When she left, Tian Mu walked to the center of the farm and felt the golden light pulse beneath his feet. "We did it," he said to the turnip. "We survived. The farm is recognized. The way is preserved." "First part of way is preserved," the turnip corrected gently. "Real test is now how you use this piece. Farm teaching you patience, teaching you to grow things gentle. Now you must teach world that war and competition not only way, that cooperation and growth is stronger. This is hard teaching. Will take very long time." "How long?" Tian Mu asked. The turnip made a sound like soft earth settling. "For farm, forever is natural time scale," it said. "But you live short human life. For you, maybe 20 year more. Maybe 100 if farm make you live long enough to see what you start." Tian Mu had not thought about his own mortality. Focused on building the farm and teaching the apprentices, he had not considered that one day his life would end. And the farm would continue. The work he had started would need to be carried on by others. "The farm will choose my successor?" he asked. "Yes," the turnip said. "Farm choose right one when time come. Farm know who carry right heart. Farm patient. Farm wait." As summer faded into autumn, Tian Mu felt something shift in his understanding. The farm was not his. He was the farm's. He was a guardian, a keeper, a teacher, but ultimately a steward. And that stewardship would have an ending. The knowledge brought peace rather than sadness. He had come to the farm broken and lost, seeking a place to hide. Instead, he had found a purpose larger than his own life, a work that would outlast him, a way of being that would ripple outward long after he was gone. In a way, the failed cultivator had finally achieved what 6 years in the sect had never allowed: something genuinely transcendent. Chapter 16. The deeper teaching. By autumn of the second year, the farm's fundamental character had begun to shift in subtle ways. The apprentices who had graduated were beginning to teach others. Tian Mu had established a formal system where advanced students could establish satellite farms in their home regions, using seeds and knowledge the main farm provided. Already, 3 such farms were established and flourishing in different provinces. But the deeper teaching, the teaching about the nature of the farm itself, had become more complex. Some of the senior apprentices began to develop abilities that normal cultivation training did not produce. Mei, who had spent the most time in the pocket dimensions, began to perceive time differently. She could move through her daily activities with a sense that hours were passing elsewhere, or that her learning was somehow accelerated beyond normal growth. Master Qin developed the ability to sense the intention behind cultivation, to perceive at a glance whether someone was cultivating from ambition or from genuine desire for growth. Most remarkably, the turnip began to share secrets that it had kept hidden since its awakening. Farm was not just created, the turnip explained one evening as the senior apprentices gathered around. Farm was grown. Immortal who create farm did not build it from rock and soil. They took a place on world and nurtured it until it became aware. This happened over 100 years, maybe more. Farm slowly waking, slowly learning what it could be. If the farm was grown, not built, then it's not just a tool of the immortals, Master Qin said slowly. It's something that developed its own consciousness. Exactly, the turnip said with satisfaction. Farm remember creator, honor creator, but farm is own being. Farm make own choice. Farm choose this place, choose Tian Mu, choose you. Farm choose to live and teach and grow. This revelation triggered a subtle shift in how Tian Mu approached his work. He began to spend time simply sitting in the farm, not meditating or directing growth, but simply listening. And through that listening, he perceived something extraordinary. The farm had dreams. They came not as words or images, but as feelings, as movements of intention that the farm projected when it was most at peace. Tian Mu saw, felt, the farm's vision of a world where cultivation was integrated with nature rather than imposed upon it, where every person had access to growth according to their genuine desire. where the hierarchy of power that had dominated civilization for millennia was slowly transformed into networks of mutual support. The farm was not seeking to conquer the world. It was seeking to transform it through patient growth, the way water transforms stone, not through force but through persistence and the relentless power of harmony. This will take centuries, Tianmu said to the turnip one night. Yes, the turnip agreed. But farm has centuries. Farm have forever. Farm very patient. And us? The people who are alive now. You plant seed, the turnip said simply. You tend with care. You trust that seed become tree. You not need to see final fruit. Is enough to know you help beginning. In late autumn, something unprecedented occurred. Immortal Chun, the Tao-seeking cultivator who had purchased herbs nearly a year before, returned to the farm. But she was transformed. She had achieved her breakthrough to immortal ascension. She arrived not to purchase, but to become an apprentice. I owe the farm my immortality, she said simply. Now I wish to serve it. Over the winter, she trained with the other apprentices, learning not because she needed to advance. She was already at the highest mortal realm, but because she wished to understand the farm's philosophy. And more remarkably, she began to perceive things that even the senior apprentices could not. There are others, she told Tianmu one evening. Other immortals who have noticed what you are building. Not all of them are content with the compact that Xianxia established. Some believe the farm should be more actively used to reshape the world. Some think it should remain even more hidden. Some wish to understand whether it represents a threat to immortal stability. What do you think? Tianmu asked. Immortal Qin smiled, a complex expression that held centuries of wisdom even though she had been mortal until recently. I think the farm represents hope, she said. And hope is always dangerous to those who benefit from despair. The farm will face continued challenges from those who fear what it represents. But I will be here to help protect it, if you will have me. With Immortal Qin's arrival, the farm's defense shifted. It was no longer solely dependent on the protection Xianxia had established. Now it had a resident immortal, someone who could interact with the broader immortal realm, someone who could advocate for the farm in contexts that the mortal cultivation world could not touch. The implications were staggering. The farm was beginning to transcend the simple dichotomy between mortal and immortal realms. It was becoming something that belonged to both worlds, something that could bridge what had been separated for 1,000 years. Chapter 17. The final trial 15 months after Magistrate Lin's summit, a crisis emerged that none of them had anticipated. The Transcendent Society, a secretive organization of the highest-ranked cultivators, people who had reached Tao-seeking and were approaching or had achieved immortal ascension, decided that the farm represented a fundamental threat to cultivator culture. Not because they opposed the celestial way, but because they recognized something that Tianmu was only beginning to understand. The farm's existence implied that the entire hierarchy of cultivation, the system that had given their lives meaning and power, was built on unnecessary suffering. If cultivation could be done gently, with harmony, with cooperation with natural forces, then all the cultivators who had spent decades in harsh meditation, who had sacrificed relationships and peace for advancement, had done so unnecessarily. The farm was not just a new path. It was an indictment of the path that had been taken for centuries. The Transcendent Society's solution was elegant and terrible. They would destroy the farm utterly, not militarily, but by revealing something that would undermine its entire foundation. A messenger arrived bearing a scroll sealed with the highest authority the society could muster. Tianmu opened it with a sense of dread. The scroll contained records, old records from the Celestial Age, found in ancient ruins and preserved by the society. Records that showed the farm had not been created as a gift to humanity, but as a quarantine. The farm's true purpose had been to contain something dangerous, a spiritual entity that had developed during the early cultivation ages, something so chaotic and powerful that it threatened reality itself. The farm had been created to gentle it, to integrate it, to transform it into something that would work with natural forces rather than against them. In other words, the farm was the cage of something ancient and potentially catastrophic. And if the farm was destroyed, what it contained would be released. Tianmu's hands shook as he finished reading. Is this true? He demanded of the turnip. The root vegetable was silent for a long time. Yes, it finally said. Farm contained something. Something dangerous, but also something valuable. Something that would destroy world if loose, but also something that could help world if understood rightly. What is it? Tian Mu felt cold spreading through his body. Is qi source, the turnip said slowly. The original spiritual force that all cultivation draw from. In celestial age, source go wild. Go chaotic. Start to eat world like fire eat wood. Immortal catch it, contain it, make farm around it. Farm gentle it. Teach it to work with world instead of against it. Farm win. Source become cooperative. Source understand purpose of growth, understand harmony. Become heart of farm. Tian Mu sat down hard, understanding flooding through him. All the farm's power comes from containing the primal chi source. Yes, the turnip confirmed. Farm is cage and teacher both. Is punishment and redemption at same time. Source happy in farm now. Source want to help grow things, want to nurture world. But if farm break, if containment fail, source go wild again. Very bad happen. The transcendent society knows this. Tian Mu asked. Society discover old record, the turnip said. Society decide this information destroy farm by fear. If world no farm contain great danger, people turn against farm. Turn against you. Demand farm be sealed, sealed more, destroyed even, if they think you danger to world. Tian Mu felt the weight of the trap. It was perfect. Either the farm admitted what it contained and lost all public support, or it denied the records and looked as though it were hiding something. Either way, the trust that had been built was threatened. He called an emergency council and shared the information with his senior apprentices and Immortal Chun. The responses were mixed. Some suggested hiding the information, some suggested preemptively revealing it, some suggested attacking the transcendent society for making such revelations. Immortal Chun, however, simply nodded. This is why I came, she said. The society fears what they do not understand. But I can speak to them. The chi source is dangerous, yes, but it is dangerous only if it is feared and repressed. The farm has proven that the source can be worked with, can be trusted, can be taught to harmonize. That is not a cage, that is a partnership. Will they listen? Tian Mu asked. Some will, Immortal Chen said. I will gather other immortals who understand. We will make the case to the society that destroying the farm would be far more dangerous than allowing it to continue. And more than that, I will argue that the farm represents a new possibility for the chi source, one where it is not contained but cooperated with, not feared but understood. Over the following weeks, Immortal Chun engaged in discussions with other immortal entities, explaining the farm's true nature and defending its continued operation. The Transcendent Society, for their part, became divided. Some agreed with Immortal Chen's arguments. Others remained convinced that the farm was too dangerous to risk. But the decisive factor turned out to be something simpler, public revelation. The scroll's contents leaked to the cultivation world at large, and the response was not what the society expected. Rather than turning against the farm, people began to see it as even more impressive, a place that had managed to cooperate with and elevate the most dangerous force in existence. The farm's reputation shifted from simply being an alternative path to being the only path that could handle the deepest powers of the world. In the end, the Transcendent Society backed down. They issued a formal statement acknowledging that the farm's true nature was more complex than previously known, and that further investigation had suggested the farm was operating safely and with proper intention. It was not a victory, exactly, more like a truce. The farm remained watched, monitored, subject to occasional investigations. But it was also recognized as legitimate, necessary, and, perhaps most importantly, trustworthy in a way that even traditional sects had never been. After the crisis resolved, Tian Mu walked to the center of the farm in the middle of the night. He could feel it now, the vast presence beneath the soil, not terrifying, but immense. The chi source, gentled and integrated, dreaming alongside the farm itself. It was not separate from the farm, it was part of the farm's heart. And in that understanding, Tian Mu finally comprehended what his grandmother had meant in her journal. The farm was not refuge from the world. It was the bridge between the world and the deeper forces that the world had forgotten it depended on. By tending the farm, by teaching the celestial way, by protecting both the containment and the harmony, he was not just growing herbs and teaching apprentices. He was maintaining the balance of existence itself. Chapter 18. The year of consolidation, the months following the Transcendent Society crisis were quiet in the way that matters. No major external conflicts emerged. No new catastrophes threatened. Instead, the farm and its community entered a period of consolidation, of integration, of allowing the changes that had occurred to settle into permanent form. The satellite farms, now 5 in different provinces, began to produce their own graduates. The teaching methods that Tianmu had developed were refined and improved through the experience of multiple instructors. The herbs, cultivated in different regions, began to show regional variations that proved valuable in addressing specific cultivation problems. More importantly, the culture of Cloudrest village fully transformed. It was no longer a dying agricultural settlement. It had become a center of learning, a hub of trade, a place where cultivation philosophy was actively debated and developed. The population stabilized at about 2,000 people, large enough to be viable, but small enough to remain focused on the farm's actual purpose. Master Qin formally retired from teaching and took on the role of chronicler, spending his days writing down the farm's history and the development of the Celestial Way. His work would become the foundational text for understanding the movement that was emerging. May expanded the pocket dimension network until there were nearly a dozen separate spaces, each specialized for different types of cultivation and teaching. She had developed an intuitive understanding of dimensional topology that surprised even immortal Chun, suggesting that extended work within pocket spaces was developing capabilities that traditional cultivation never addressed. Li's departure had become almost legendary. The apprentice who had tried to force the farm's power and been rejected had become a cautionary tale, but also a teaching moment about the importance of honest intention. And the turnip had begun to change. Tianmu noticed it gradually. The root vegetable was moving less, eating less, sleeping more. When he asked about it, the turnip's response was peaceful. Turnip getting ready, it said simply. Body tire. Spirit beginning to remember old sleep. The sleep before you woke? Tianmu asked, understanding beginning to form. Yes, the turnip said. Turnip wake when farm need. Turnip teach when learning time come. Now learning time passed. Turnip ready for next part of cycle. Tianmu felt sorrow begin to crystallize in his chest, but he forced it down. The farm had taught him that loss was part of growth, that endings were necessary for beginnings. Will you sleep forever? He asked. Not no, the turnip said. Maybe 1,000 year. Maybe more. Maybe less. Farm will decide when turnip wake again, if wake again. Turnip trust farm. In the depths of autumn, a year and 8 months after Tianmu had first arrived at the farm, broken and desperate, the turnip chose its resting place. It had been a location at the exact center of the farm, where the chi source's presence was strongest. Tianmu had planted a garden there of the most important herbs, the ones that had the broadest applications, the ones that carried the farm's deepest wisdom. The turnip settled into the soil between those plants, and as Tianmu watched, it began to change. Its leaves faded, becoming pale and translucent. Its body began to merge with the earth, becoming part of the soil itself. But not dying. Tianmu could sense the consciousness still present, still aware, simply shifting into a dormant state. Thank you, Tianmu said, tears finally coming. Thank you for waking, for teaching, for helping me understand. The turnip's voice came one final time, and it sounded like wind through roots, like the sound of seeds settling into earth. You good guardian. Farm happy with choice. Tend well. Teach with love. Remember that all things grow when given proper care and honest intention. This true for herb, true for person, true for whole world. And then the turnip was fully merged with the soil, and Tianmu was alone in the garden with the awareness of his companion sleeping peacefully beneath his feet. He planted a marker there, a simple stone carved with a turnip symbol, and began daily visits to sit with the sleeping root spirit, to share his thoughts and developments with the companion who had guided him so far. It was during one of these visits, perhaps a month after the turnip's sleep began, that Xiaolan appeared again. The immortal observer of the farm did not manifest fully this time, but as a presence, a shimmer of awareness in the air itself. The root spirit sleeps well, Xiaolan's voice said. It has earned rest. It has done what it came to do. Will it wake? Tianmu asked. Possibly, Xiaolan said. The farm will decide. The root spirit was a seed of guidance, a way to teach you what the farm could not teach directly. Perhaps it will wake again when its teaching is needed. Perhaps it will sleep eternally in honor of the work completed. Both are acceptable. I feel like I've lost something irreplaceable, Tianmu said. You have, Xiaolong replied, not unkindly. And you will continue to lose things as your life progresses. This is the cost of growth, the shedding of what has served its purpose so that what comes next can emerge. The farm understands this. You must learn it too. How do you do it? Tianmu asked. You've been alive for thousands of years. You must have lost countless people, countless purposes. I have, Xiaolong acknowledged. And it never becomes easier. But I have learned that the love I carry for those I have lost is not diminished by their absence. It simply transforms into something more subtle, something that lives in every choice I make and every value I protect. The turnip is not gone, Tianmu. It is simply sleeping, and meanwhile it carries on, in your memory and in the farm's continued work. With that, Xiaolong faded, and Tianmu was alone in the garden again, but not truly alone. He could feel the turnip sleeping beneath his feet, could sense the vast presence of the chi source dreaming its slow dreams, could feel the consciousness of the farm itself holding them all in careful balance. Winter came, and with it, the first snow on the farm in its awakened state. The snow fell gently, and where it touched the earth, the golden light beneath the soil glowed brighter, as if the farm was celebrating the season of rest and recovery. Tianmu stood in the snow and realized that he was no longer the failed cultivator seeking refuge. He was the guardian of something vast, and his work, the real work, had only just begun. Chapter 19. The new generation rising as snow melted and spring approached, bringing with it the 18th anniversary of Jade Peak Sect's founding and the 2nd anniversary of Tianmu's breakthrough. The farm had reached a critical inflection point. There were now 30 apprentices at the main farm in Cloudrest, all in various stages of mastery. There were 5 satellite farms established in different provinces, each teaching the celestial way to hundreds of people. Cultivation sects from 6 provinces had officially recognized the farm's methods as legitimate. The merchant consortium had expanded trade to carry the farm's herbs to every major cultivator city on the continent. But most significantly, the apprentices Tianmu had trained were beginning to show mastery that exceeded his own. Mei had become the effective director of the Pocket Dimension Network and was training 3 other advanced students to establish their own pocket spaces. Her intuitive understanding of dimensional mechanics was producing applications that even Immortal Chun found innovative. Master Qin's Chronicle had been completed and was being copied and circulated through cultivation circles, becoming the foundational text of Celestial Way philosophy. His influence extended far beyond the farm, into universities and sects where his writings were being studied. A young woman named Hua, who had joined as a 3rd-year apprentice and had developed remarkable healing abilities, was being courted by 3 different sects as a teacher. She had politely refused all offers, choosing instead to remain at the farm and develop her work further. Immortal Chun had established communication networks with other immortals, creating what was essentially an immortal realm advocacy group for the farm's continuation and protection. Her work was preventing more subtle forms of opposition that would have otherwise threatened the farm's operations. And in Cloudrest itself, a new generation of children were growing up for whom the Celestial Way was simply normal, not revolutionary. Tianmu realized, watching them work in the gardens one spring morning, that the transition was happening ahead of schedule. The farm no longer needed him as its foundation. It had grown roots too deep and branches too wide for any single person to be essential to its survival. This should have been what he wanted. Instead, it triggered a crisis of identity that surprised him. He was no longer the guardian who was learning the farm's secrets. He was becoming custodian of something that had transcended its initial learning phase. And while that was necessary, even positive, it also meant his work was shifting from cultivation and growth toward administration and protection. He brought this crisis to Immortal Chun, who found it both amusing and wise. "You are experiencing what immortals experience far more often," she said. "The dissolution of self into role. The recognition that what you have built is no longer yours to control. Is that what you wanted?" Tianmu asked her. "When you achieved immortality?" "No," Immortal Chun said honestly. "I wanted to grow forever, to learn forever, to keep advancing. Instead, I find myself mostly using my power to protect others' growth, to hold space for others' learning. It was a difficult transition for me as well. How did you accept it? I didn't accept it so much as I understood it, Immortal said. I realized that I had confused immortality with transcendence. Immortality is simply living forever. Transcendence is understanding that the self that lives forever is not the same self that desired to live forever. I am not the woman who broke through to immortal ascension. I am what that woman has become through the work of becoming. Over the following months, Tianmu began to shift his role. He stopped teaching regular apprentice classes, instead focusing on what the farm had always called deep teaching. The work of understanding the farm's fundamental nature, communicating with the chi source, and preserving the philosophical core of the celestial way. He began a series of dialogues with Master Qin that would become their own chronicle, deep philosophical explorations of what cultivation meant, how a person's growth should be understood, what the purpose of power was in a world moving away from hierarchy toward cooperation. He also began to do something unprecedented. He traveled. With Immortal Qin's protection and the farm's blessing, Tianmu began to visit the satellite farms, to meet the cultivators who were learning the celestial way in different contexts, to understand how the teaching was adapting as it spread. What he discovered surprised him profoundly. The celestial way was not becoming diluted as it spread. It was adapting, evolving, becoming more sophisticated in response to different needs and contexts. In the northern provinces, where the winter was harsh, the cultivators had developed methods for harmonizing human cultivation with seasonal forces. In the western desert regions, they had learned to work with the profound isolation of that landscape as a teaching tool. In the eastern river valleys, the connection between human cultivation and natural water cycles had become so integrated that students could barely distinguish between the two. The farm was not a fixed teaching that had to be preserved exactly. It was a living philosophy that grew and changed according to context, but always maintained its core principle. That growth came through cooperation with natural forces, not domination of them. By the time Tianmu returned to Cloudrest after 3 months of traveling, he had experienced a fundamental shift in his understanding. He was no longer the guardian of a place. He was the guardian of a way of being that existed everywhere the farm's seeds had been planted. Chapter 20. The turning point on the final day of spring, exactly 2 years and 6 months after Tianmu had first arrived at his grandmother's farm, the chi source stirred. It was not a violent stirring. It was gentle, almost contemplative, like a vast being opening its eyes after a long sleep. Tianmu felt it first as a vibration in the earth, then as a shift in the quality of the light beneath the soil. The golden glow, which had been constant and stable, began to pulse with a rhythm like a heartbeat. And within that rhythm, Tianmu perceived something like communication, not words, but meaning, intention, profound directives flowing from the source through the farm and into the world beyond. The farm was sending something out. Tianmu found the other senior apprentices gathering in the central garden, all of them sensing the same phenomenon. Immortal Chun was there as well. Her immortal senses extended fully to perceive what was happening. The chi source is speaking to the world, Immortal Chun said, wonder in her voice. It is announcing itself, not aggressively, not in a way that demands submission, but it is letting cultivators know that it exists, that it is cooperative, that it is available to those who approach with pure intention. What does this mean? Mei asked, her voice uncertain. It means the next phase has begun, Tianmu said, understanding flooding through him. The farm was meant to be hidden, to contain and gentle the source. But it was also meant to be a bridge. The source is now ready to work directly with cultivators, not through the farm's mediation, but alongside the farm. Over the next weeks, the effects became clear. Cultivators across the continent reported a shift in the fundamental nature of qi. It became easier to work with, more responsive, more willing to cooperate with human intention, but also more demanding. Qi that had previously accepted domination now refused it, rejecting cultivators who approached cultivation from positions of ego or power hunger. The cultivation world convulsed. Some sects adapted quickly, shifting their teaching methods to emphasize cooperation over domination. Others resisted and saw their students' progress stall as they encountered a qi that would no longer respond to forced advancement. Within a month, There were formal requests for teaching coming in from every direction. Magistrate Lin arrived to propose that the farm establish an official school, accredited by the Cultivation Bureau, that would train teachers who could carry the celestial way to every corner of the cultivation world. The requests were overwhelming, each one representing potential, opportunity, and danger. Tianmu brought all the core team together and posed the question that defined the next phase of their work. Do we establish ourselves as the official authority on celestial way cultivation? Do we let the teaching spread organically? Do we try to control how it develops? Master Qin was the first to respond. We cannot control it, he said firmly. The teaching belongs to the world now. The Qi itself is enforcing its principles. We can guide, we can teach teachers, we can establish standards. But we cannot and should not try to become the sole authority. But we also cannot abandon responsibility, Immortal Qin said. There will be those who misuse the teaching, who corrupt it for personal gain. We must be present enough to address that corruption without being controlling. The farm itself will determine the balance, Mei said quietly, just as it always has. We set the intention, we offer the teaching, and the farm decides who is ready and who is not. Tianmu nodded slowly, feeling the rightness of that response. Then we do this, he said. We establish the formal school that Magistrate Lin has proposed. But we maintain the farm as a place of deep learning, not mass instruction. We train teachers, not disciples. We focus on preserving the core philosophy while allowing the practice to adapt. And we prepare for the fact that this is an ending and a beginning, Master Qin added. The period where Tianmu could be the sole guardian of the farm is over. The period where the celestial way is a secret known only to a few is done. We move now into a new phase, one where we are gardeners tending the spread of the seed rather than the keepers of the garden itself. As spring turned to summer, the preparations began. Master Qin drafted curriculum standards. Mei identified and trained additional dimensional cultivators. Immortal Qin established formal protocols with the immortal realms for oversight and intervention if necessary. And Tianmu did something he had been delaying. He visited the center of the farm, where the turnip slept beneath the earth. He placed his hands on the soil and opened his perception fully, allowing the vast, dreaming presence of the sleeping root spirit to touch his consciousness. The turnip was at peace, he understood. Its work was complete. Its sleep was deep and genuine. Whether it would ever wake again was a matter for the farm to decide in its own time. But its influence remained. Everything Tianmu had built, everything the farm had become, had been shaped by that small root vegetable's cryptic wisdom and persistent presence. As he stood there, his hands in the soil, feeling the dormant turnip and the vast qi source both present and active, Tianmu understood finally what his grandmother had meant in her journal. Failure is often just redirection. He had come to the farm thinking himself rejected by the world, discarded as unfit for cultivation. Instead, he had been redirected towards something far greater, not personal advancement, but the transformation of a world's understanding of growth itself. He was still the failed cultivator from Jade Peak Sect. He would always carry that identity. But he had also become something the sect could never have made him become: a guardian, a teacher, a bridge between the known and the unknown, a keeper of the celestial way that was teaching humanity a new way to cultivate and grow. As the sun set on that spring evening, painting the sky in shades of amber and rose, Tianmu walked back to the main house. Behind him, the farm's golden light pulsed gently, glowing with the contentment of work well done and more work waiting. The story of Tianmu and the celestial farm was not ending. It was transforming. From a small, hidden place of personal healing, it was becoming a force that would reshape cultivation across the entire continent and beyond. And somewhere in the soil, deeper than sight could reach, a root vegetable spirit slept and dreamed of the harvests to come. Chapter 21. The Three Envoys. The morning mist clung to the Tian family fields like silken threads when three figures descended from the sky. They moved with the grace of those who had bent the very laws of nature to their will. A cultivator in crimson robes bearing the seal of the Scarlet Flame Sect, another in midnight blue marked with the phoenix symbol of the celestial cord of the Northern Star, and a third whose robes seemed to shift between colors, identifying her as a neutral broker from the Merchants Guild of Immortals. Tian Mu was in the middle of harvesting the spiritual peppers when he sensed them. The feeling was like a sudden pressure against his chest, not hostile but impossibly present. His cultivation had reached Foundation Establishment Rank 3 in the past 3 months, a growth rate that would have taken 5 years in the Jade Peak Sect. The spiritual vein beneath his feet seemed to hum with recognition, feeding his meridians with each breath. He straightened, wiping soil from his hands, and met them at the edge of the golden field. The light that radiated from the farm intensified as they approached, as if the very earth was studying these newcomers. Tian Mu, the woman in shifting robes, spoke first, her voice carrying harmonics that suggested she was speaking in multiple frequencies simultaneously. I am Broker Lian, representative of the Merchants Guild. These distinguished cultivators wish to discuss procurement agreements for your produce. The Scarlet Flame Sect cultivator stepped forward, his beard streaked with white, his eyes blazing with barely suppressed heat. I am Patriarch Huang of the Scarlet Flame Sect. We understand you have been selling to individual immortals for modest sums. My sect proposes exclusivity. We will purchase your entire harvest for 1,000 spirit stones per cycle and provide protection from. He paused, choosing his words carefully, other interested parties. You mean you want to monopolize the farm? Tian Mu said quietly, his eyes narrowing. We prefer to think of it as mutual benefit. The Northern Star cultivator interjected, her voice like moonlight. She was younger than Patriarch Huang, no more than 2 centuries old by Tian Mu's reckoning, which made her merely adolescent by immortal standards. Celestial Court of the Northern Star offers 2,000 spirit stones per cycle, no exclusivity clause, and the honor of a formal trade partnership with a recognized heavenly court. Tian Mu's heart quickened. 2,000 spirit stones would transform the village, could build that school the magistrate had proposed, could elevate Master Qin's family status, could fund cultivation resources for promising mortals. But something in his chest tightened, a resistance that had nothing to do with fear. He turned toward the farmhouse. Come, Turnip wishes to meet you. The 3 envoys exchanged glances, surprise, curiosity, and in Patriarch Huang's case, something resembling insult. They followed him inside. Turnip sat in the corner of the common room where the morning light slanted through the window, illuminating the root vegetable's peculiar form. In the past months, Tian Mu had begun to see the spirit more clearly. Where there had been a simple root, he now perceived something vast and ancient compressed into a small shape. Infinite layers folded upon themselves like the pages of an endless book. Ah, Turnip said, and the words seemed to contain entire conversations. They come at last. The vultures circle the wounded phoenix. Speak plainly, spirit, Patriarch Huang demanded, his hand drifting toward the flame-marked talisman at his waist. Turnip's leaves rustled with something that might have been laughter. You see a farm, a resource, a source of profit and power, but you do not see what this place is. The vein beneath this soil is no mere vein. It is a resting place, a sanctuary. And this boy, this failed cultivator you all dismissed as worthless, has become its keeper. The woman from the Northern Star stepped closer, her curiosity overriding her caution. What was the vein? Before that, Turnip said, is not for my telling. The boy must come to understand it himself, or the knowledge becomes poison. But know this, what grows here is alive in ways your commerce cannot measure. What you wish to sell is not mere produce. It is grace. It is blessing. And it cannot be owned by decree or purchase. Patriarch Huang's expression hardened. This is mysticism. The boy is immortal. He cannot prevent us from. The air in the room changed. Not violently, but with absolute finality, like the moment before a sword strike becomes inevitable. Every spirit stone Tian Mu had earned over the past months suddenly felt alive in his dantian. The Foundation Establishment chi he'd cultivated seemed to resonate with something deeper, something that radiated from the vein itself. He will not prevent you, Turnip continued, but the land will. Broker Lian raised a hand, a gesture of peace. Perhaps we have begun this negotiation poorly. Tian Mu, what are your terms? Tian Mu found his voice steady, though his hands trembled slightly. I do not enter into exclusive agreements, but I will establish a tiered system. Those who show respect for what this farm is, who pay fair prices and maintain proper conduct, will receive consistent supplies. Those who threaten, coerce, or treat the land as a commodity to be exploited will receive nothing. You cannot refuse the Scarlet Flame Sect, Patriarch Huang said, and now his tone carried the weight of real power. Flames danced around his fingertips, not aggressive, but demonstrative. A reminder that he could burn the entire farm to ash if he wished. Tianmu stood. Every instinct screamed at him to kneel, to submit, to find some compromise that would preserve his life. But as he stood, he felt the spiritual vein pulse beneath the earth. Roots broke through the floorboards of the farmhouse, not violently, but with purposeful grace. They did not threaten Patriarch Huang. They simply enclosed the space, forming a golden lattice that caught the morning light and turned the entire room into something otherworldly. You can threaten me, Tianmu said, his voice barely above a whisper, yet somehow filling the entire space. You are powerful. You have lived for centuries. You command armies. But this farm does not belong to the Scarlet Flame Sect or the Celestial Court or the Merchants Guild. It belongs to the Vein, and the Vein has accepted me as its keeper. So you have a choice. Honor that, or find another source for your immortal crops. For a long moment, silence held the room captive. Then Turnip laughed, a sound like wind through ancient forests. The woman from the Northern Star bowed slightly, genuine respect in her gesture. Well spoken. The Northern Star will purchase from you on these terms. Patriarch Huang's face flushed with rage, but Broker Lien placed a hand on his shoulder. Come, Patriarch. We knew this negotiation might be difficult. Let us reconvene at the guild's neutral grounds. As they rose to leave, the roots retreated back into the earth, leaving only shallow trenches in the floorboards. When the three envoys departed into the sky, Tianmu found himself shaking not with fear, but with a new understanding. The Vein had acknowledged him, and in that acknowledgement lay both power and burden, because now the war over this farm would truly begin. Chapter 22. Spillage and Strategy. 3 days after the envoy's departure, word arrived via messenger that the Scarlet Flame Sect had issued a formal complaint to the Celestial Courts. The charge was simple but devastating. A mortal boy was illegally housing and cultivating a root spirit, classified as a minor celestial being, without proper registration or permits. Furthermore, he was refusing legitimate offers from established sects, which violated the code of harmonious celestial commerce. Tianmu learned of this not from official channels, but from Master Qin, who arrived at the farm with his aged face creased with worry, trailing behind him several younger merchants, and, most surprisingly, a scholar dressed in the robes of a minor bureaucrat from the provincial celestial registry. This is Scholar Wu, Master Qin explained as they settled into the common room, which Tianmu had carefully swept clear of any remaining root traces. He works in the Celestial Administrative Branch. He arrived in the village this morning on official business, but before the Scarlet Flame Sect's formal complaint reaches the capital, we must establish proper documentation. Scholar Wu was a thin man with wire-rimmed spectacles that seemed incongruous on a cultivator of obvious power. He examined Turnip with the clinical eye of someone cataloging items in a ledger. The spirit, Wu said finally, registers as Category 7, semi-sapient vegetation with minor reality-bending properties. Definitely requires registration, but, he paused meaningfully, not if she was already present on the land before the mortal took residence. Root spirits bound to spiritual veins are considered part of the landscape, exempt from registration requirements. Turnip, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke. I have dwelt in this soil for 117 years. Is that ancient enough to be considered permanent fixture? Scholar Wu's spectacles slipped down his nose. 3,000. You are older than the current celestial charter. Far older than any registration requirement. Technically, you predate the entire administrative system. Then I am exempt, Turnip said simply. More than exempt, Scholar Wu adjusted his glasses excitedly. Your presence actually makes this land a protected heritage site. The Scarlet Flame Sect's complaint becomes not just weak, but potentially libelous. They would be accusing a boy of harboring something that has legal protection. The relief in the room was palpable, but Tianmu felt only partial ease. This satisfies the administrative courts. But Patriarch Huang will not accept bureaucratic defeat gracefully. One of the merchants, an older woman named Dame Fei, who ran the spice trade through 3 provinces, leaned forward. The Scarlet Flame sect is aggressive, but they are not the strongest faction invested in your farm. What you have is the attention of every major power in the region. The question becomes not how to keep the farm, but how to navigate the politics so you retain control. How? Tianmu asked. By becoming indispensable to multiple factions, Dame Fei said. Right now, you represent a resource any single sect might fight for. But if you become integrated into a complex network of trade agreements, celestial partnerships, and merchant guilds, attacking you becomes more costly. It would provoke responses from your trading partners. Master Qin nodded slowly. She's right. You need alliances that make you protected by mutual interest rather than protected by your own power, which, though growing, is still limited. Over the following weeks, this strategy took shape. Broker Lien began facilitating introductions to various celestial merchants and lesser sect leaders, all of whom received carefully rationed supplies of the farm's produce. Some bought spiritual peppers for their cultivation properties. Others sought the healing flowers that Tianmu had discovered grew near the western edge of the farm, blooms that could mend spiritual damage that conventional medicines could not touch. But the true revelation came when Tianmu, while deep in meditation with the vein, discovered a new crop entirely. The fruits appeared in a grove that Tianmu was certain had been empty the day before. They hung heavy on branches that seemed to materialize from the morning fog, golden orbs the size of a man's fist, radiating a soft luminescence that made his eyes water when he looked at them directly. The system's acknowledgement came not in words, but in pure understanding, flooding his consciousness like a river. These were the heavenly ascension fruits, and they carried within them a fraction of immortal power. Consume one, and a cultivator at the golden core rank could temporarily access the power of early nascent soul cultivation. A mortal could experience, for a few hours, what it meant to fly, to command chi as naturally as breathing, to feel the touch of true heavenly might. But they were also dangerous. The fruits grew only when the vein specifically wished to manifest them, and the vein's generosity was tied to need, to balance, to a kind of cosmic morality that Tianmu was only beginning to understand. The moment he understood this, he also understood something else that made his blood run cold. The existence of these fruits would reshape the entire political calculus around the farm. News would spread, and when it did, the negotiation phase would end. The true war would begin. That evening, as he showed Scholar Wu the fruits, the bureaucrat's face went completely white. These alone, Wu whispered, could shift the balance of power in 3 provinces. A sect that could guarantee access to even one of these annually. They could train a cultivator from foundation establishment to nascent soul in a single decade instead of centuries. Can you keep it secret? Tianmu asked, though he already knew the answer. No, Scholar Wu said simply. The moment any of these leave this farm, someone will sense their power signature. And then everyone will know. The war will come. Tianmu walked out to the fields, where the golden light seemed to pulse with urgency. Turnip emerged from the earth beside him, fully visible now, her form more solid than he'd ever seen it. You see it now, the root spirit said. The farm was never going to remain hidden. It was never going to be merely profitable. What I have been, what you have become, we are not merchants' goods. We are scales in the balance of heaven itself. And soon, the celestial courts will fight to control what rests on this land. How do we survive that? Tianmu asked. By becoming strong enough that we cannot be ignored, Turnip replied. And by remembering that the vein did not choose you because you were a warrior. It chose you because you were a caretaker. Never forget that distinction, or all will be lost. Chapter 23. The formal delegation arrived precisely at noon on the day when the 3 moons were in alignment, a fact that Tianmu did not believe was coincidental. 12 figures descended from the clouds in a formation so perfect it seemed choreographed by celestial aesthetics themselves. They wore robes that bore the insignias of the celestial cord of the Northern Star, but they also bore banners of 5 other sects woven into their formal vestments. This was not a negotiation. This was a tribunal. The lead figure was a woman who appeared to be in her late 40s, yet carried herself with the presence of someone who had held power for millennia. Her silver-streaked hair was bound in the ceremonial braids of a heavenly judge, and her eyes seemed to see through flesh and into the meridians beneath. "Tian Mu," she said, her voice carrying the authority of mountains and heavens. "I am Lady Sealing Frost, arbitrator of the Northern Court. We have come to formally assess the nature and jurisdiction of this farm, the vein upon which it rests, and your qualifications to maintain stewardship of both." Tian Mu bowed, not in submission but in courtesy, his cultivation realm already making the gesture feel graceful. Foundation establishment rank 4 now. He had ascended another level in the 2 weeks since the envoy's departure. "I welcome your assessment, Lady Frost. The farm and vein are open to inspection." "We shall see," she replied, and the delegation spread out across the fields. What followed was a systematic evaluation that seemed to transcend mere physical inspection. The cultivators moved through the crops, and with each step, they traced the flow of spiritual energy through the soil. They tested the qi concentration in the air. They examined Tian Mu's meridians without permission, their power pressing against him until he was forced to drop his outer defenses and let them see the flow of energy through his body. And they met with Turnip. That encounter took place in the farmhouse, with Tian Mu barred from attending. He could only wait in the fields, his anxiety building as the sun traced its arc across the sky. The conversation was inaudible, but he could sense the pressure of it, not hostile, but searching, probing. When Lady Sealing Frost emerged, her expression was unreadable. "The spirit confirms your story. The vein is indeed ancient, far predating the current celestial charter. And you, Tian Mu, were chosen by the vein itself, not placed here by any sect or ambitious cultivator. This much is established fact." She paused, and the weight of the next words seemed to shake the very earth. "However, the question of jurisdiction remains. The vein has power. The crops have power. These resources affect celestial politics. A mere mortal cannot be trusted with such responsibility alone." One of the judges stepped forward, a man with the blue robes of the heavenly administration. "We propose a partnership. You remain as caretaker of the daily operations, but a celestial overseer will be stationed here permanently. All sales of significant crops, particularly these heavenly ascension fruits we have learned about, must be approved by the court." Tian Mu felt something crystallize in his chest. This was the moment Turnip had warned him about. The moment when the farm would stop being his and become a pawn in celestial chess. "I must respectfully decline," he said quietly. The silence that followed was absolute. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath. "You decline?" Lady Sealing Frost's voice was not angry, but it carried a tone of genuine surprise. "Do you understand the honor being offered? The protection?" "I understand," Tian Mu said. "But the vein chose me precisely because I would refuse such arrangement. It chose a mortal, not to be the Northern Court's servant, but because mortals are outside your political networks. If you station an overseer here, if you control the fruits, then the farm becomes a tool of your court's ambitions. And the vein will not allow that." He turned to face them directly. "The vein is not a resource. It is a being, dormant, ancient, barely conscious by your standards, but a being nonetheless. And it will defend itself if its nature is violated." "Against the might of a heavenly court?" one of the younger judges asked incredulously. Tian Mu did not answer. Instead, he closed his eyes and pressed his palms against the earth. The response was immediate and terrible in its grace. The ground beneath the delegation began to glow with golden light. Roots emerged from the soil, not threatening but encircling each cultivator, binding them gently but with absolute strength. The pressure of the vein's attention filled the air, not hostile, but undeniably present, the weight of 3,000 years of accumulated power. When Tian Mu opened his eyes, Lady Sealing Frost was regarding him with an expression of something that might have been respect. "The spirit confirms what you say," she stated flatly. "It will not accept external oversight." The roots released the delegation, retreating back into the earth. The cultivators straightened their robes, and Tian Mu could see calculation flickering behind their eyes. "This complicates matters," Lady Sealing Frost said finally. "A being of such power, unwilling to be integrated into the celestial hierarchy, that is not a political problem. It is a theological one. The courts will need to convene. This farm, it has become a question that cannot be answered by soldiers or contracts." She turned to leave, but paused at the edge of the golden field. Tianmu, your cultivation is growing at an impossible rate. Foundation establishment rank 4 in 3 months would normally take decades. Be warned that such rapid advancement always attracts attention. And not all of that attention will come bearing negotiating offers. As the delegation lifted into the sky, Tianmu realized that the stakes had irrevocably changed. He was no longer a boy operating a farm. He was a question mark in the celestial order, something that did not fit existing categories, and therefore something that would demand an answer, regardless of the cost. That night, Turnip's form seemed diminished, as if the exertion of manifesting the vein's power had exhausted even ancient spirits. They will not accept this, Turnip said simply. Not the courts, not the ambitious sections. Sooner or later, someone will decide that having you is worth the risk of offending the vein. And that is when your cultivation must carry you, for I am too weak to manifest such power again for many seasons. Chapter 24. The cultivation breakthrough. The next morning, Tianmu woke with a sensation of fire running through his meridians. His dantian, which had been expanding steadily over the past weeks, suddenly erupted with growth. Every vessel in his body seemed to be expanding simultaneously, and his consciousness was seized by a clarity that bordered on overwhelming. The system's voice flowed through him not as words, but as pure understanding. Foundation establishment rank 5. The threshold between basic cultivation and advanced development. At this rank, a cultivator could begin to truly shape the world around them, could bind minor spirits to their service, could extend their lifespan by centuries if they walked the proper path. Tianmu stumbled out of bed and into the fields, his body crackling with barely contained power. The crops seemed to sing in response. The peppers glowed brighter, the healing flowers opened fully despite the dawn hour, and the heavenly ascension fruit grove blazed like a constellation brought to earth. He sought the vein, pressing his consciousness down through the soil, through layers of earth, deeper than he had ever dared venture before. And the vein answered. What he experienced was not a communication but a vision, flooding his mind with images and sensations from epochs long past. He saw the vein as it had been, not a vein at all, but a being, a celestial entity of immense power, perhaps once immortal, perhaps something even greater. He saw her, and he knew without explanation that the vein was female, or at least that she embodied feminine principle, in conflict with something vast and terrible, a war that shook the foundations of the earth. He saw her taking the form of spiritual energy, anchoring herself in the soil to survive, to heal, to wait for a time when she could manifest again. And he saw her choosing him not randomly, but with specific purpose. A mortal boy with no ambitions to rule, no desire for power, only the capacity to tend something without trying to dominate it. When he returned to his body, Tianmu was weeping, though he did not fully understand why. Master Qin found him in the fields an hour later, sitting amid the golden crops, his cultivation still roiling like a storm not yet fully born. Your power, Master Qin said carefully, has reached a critical point. I can see it from a distance. Foundation establishment rank 5 is a threshold most cultivators never cross. Those who do often find themselves targets. I know, Tianmu replied. Lady Frost warned me. She was being diplomatic. Master Qin sat beside him. What she meant is that you are now powerful enough to be genuinely dangerous to celestial interests, which means you will be treated with either tremendous respect or terrible violence. There will be no middle ground. Over the next week, both possibilities manifested. The respect came first, in the form of letters and formal proposals. The Merchants Guild of Immortals offered a permanent contract guaranteeing purchase of all non-heavenly ascension fruits at premium prices, with a clause that explicitly protected Tianmu's autonomy. The Celestial Court of the Northern Star sent a more delicate offer, not demanding oversight, but offering permanent alliance, military protection, and cultivation resources in exchange for first rights to purchase heavenly ascension fruits. But the violence came too. It arrived in the form of 3 cultivators who dropped from the sky at midnight, their auras blazing with hostile intent. They wore the marks of a sect Tianmu did not recognize, the Purple Storm Sect, apparently a minor faction with ambitions that outpaced their actual power. The farm, the lead cultivator shouted, now belongs to the Purple Storm Sect. By order of Patriarch Violent Thunder, you are commanded to surrender control and submit to proper celestial authority. Tian Mu was meditating when they arrived, deep in the cultivation trance that Foundation Establishment Rank 5 required to fully integrate their new power. He surfaced slowly, deliberately, letting the intruders see each phase of his ascent to consciousness. When he opened his eyes, the moonlight seemed to bend around him. "I refuse," he said simply. The lead cultivator's face twisted with rage. He raised a hand, and purple lightning crackled into existence, building toward a destructive burst aimed at the farmhouse. Tian Mu did not move. He did not raise a hand in defense or call upon the vein's power. Instead, he simply reached out with his nascent cultivation awareness and touched the lightning as it formed. What happened next occurred in the space between heartbeats. The purple energy that the cultivator had so carefully gathered was simply unmade. Not destroyed, not redirected, but gently unraveled back into ambient chi, as if it had never been properly born. The cultivator stumbled backward, his face going ashen. "The farm is protected by something far greater than my skill," Tian Mu said, and his voice carried harmonics now, resonance that suggested he was speaking with the authority of the vein itself. "Return to your patriarch. Tell him that any further incursions will result in consequences that even a minor sect cannot afford." The three cultivators fled, and Tian Mu realized in that moment that he had crossed another threshold. He was no longer a boy hiding behind the vein's power. He was becoming something new, a cultivator who drew strength not from personal ambition, but from genuine harmony with the spiritual entity beneath his feet. The next morning, word had already spread through the cultivator networks. The Purple Storm Sect's attack was now public knowledge, as was its failure. More significantly, the manner of the failure, the casual unmaking of hostile cultivation, had demonstrated power that exceeded Foundation Establishment Rank 5. That evening, Broker Lien arrived with an expression of grave concern. "The Scarlet Flame Sect is mobilizing," she reported. "Patriarch Huang has called in favors from 4 allied sections. They plan a coordinated assault to take control of the farm by force. It will happen within the week, perhaps sooner." "Can the Northern Court stop them?" Tian Mu asked. "Possibly," Lien said. "But doing so would create an explicit celestial conflict, and the courts are hesitant to trigger such escalation without clear justification. Right now, you are too much of a political unknown. The courts do not want to fight over you because they do not yet understand what you represent." Tian Mu looked out at the fields, where the golden light was already beginning to intensify with the approach of evening. Somewhere in the distance, he could hear something that sounded like turnip laughing, a sound like wind through ancient forests. "Then we do not wait," he said quietly. "We escalate." Chapter 25. The Ascension Fruits. The decision to distribute the heavenly Ascension Fruits was the kind of move that would resonate through the political centers of the entire celestial realm for years to come. Tian Mu worked with Broker Lien to carefully distribute exactly 3 fruits to carefully selected recipients. The first went to Lady Sealing Frost and the Northern Court as a gesture of alliance. The second went to the Merchants Guild itself, to be used as a demonstration of what the fruits could accomplish. The third went to a lesser sect, the Misty Valley Cultivators, who had shown genuine respect for the farm and its principles. The moment those 3 fruits entered the cultivation market, the celestial courts erupted into chaos. The power they demonstrated was unlike anything previously understood. A golden core cultivator who consumed one ascended temporarily to nascent soul level, capable of feats that normally required centuries of cultivation. More remarkably, the ascension left no lasting damage to their body. They returned to golden core afterward, but fundamentally changed. Their cultivation path accelerated as if a dam had broken in their cultivation progress. Every sect, every court, every major power suddenly understood that whoever controlled access to these fruits would control the trajectory of celestial cultivation for generations. And Tian Mu had made clear that control was not for sale. Instead, he announced a new system. Those who wished to purchase heavenly ascension fruits would need to meet specific criteria. They must commit to ethical celestial practices, they must agree not to wage aggressive wars in the mortal realm, and they must accept oversight by a council of neutral brokers who would ensure the fruits were not being used to create weapons of war. It was a naive policy, perhaps. A mortal boy's attempt to impose moral order on an immortal realm that had long ago abandoned moral constraints. But it was also backed by power that could not be ignored. Within days, the first official responses arrived. Lady Sealing Frost sent formal recognition of Tianmu as a neutral territory holder, independent of Celestial Court jurisdiction but protected by mutual agreement. The Merchants Guild established a permanent branch office in the village, transforming the small settlement into a major trade hub. Even the Celestial Court of the far western wastes, famous for its ruthless approach to cultivation, sent a carefully worded letter expressing interest in future negotiations. But not all responses were cooperative. Patriarch Huang of the Scarlet Flame Sect sent an ultimatum: surrender the farm and its fruits within 3 days, or face destruction by overwhelming force. It was not a negotiating offer. It was a declaration of war. The message arrived at sunset, carried by a cultivator who descended from clouds that blazed with scarlet fire. Master Qin was with Tianmu when the message was delivered, and he went very still when he heard the terms. He means it, Master Qin said quietly. Huang has lost patience with diplomacy. He will commit the entire sect to this assault. How many cultivators? Tianmu asked. 30, perhaps 40, ranging from golden core to early nascent soul. You would be crushed under such numbers, even with the Vane's support. Tianmu walked out to the fields, where Turnip was waiting. The root spirit's form had solidified significantly in the past days, as if her recovery from the previous manifestation had been accelerated by Tianmu's advancement in cultivation. We need to warn the allies, Tianmu said. The Northern Court, the Merchants Guild, the Misty Valley cultivators. Huang is going to move against us, and anyone associated with us will be vulnerable. They already know, Turnip replied. Your actions with the fruits, they have sent signals echoing through the celestial networks. The Scarlet Flame Sect's response is expected. What is more important is how the other factions respond to the sect's aggression. As if on cue, the sky above the farm began to shimmer. Figures emerged from the clouds, not from the Northern Court, but from an unexpected source. The cultivators of the Misty Valley descended in a formal formation, led by an ancient woman whose hair had turned completely white with cultivation advancement. Behind them came others, representatives from the Merchants Guild, bearing the insignia of multiple trading houses. And in the far distance, Tianmu could see the shimmer of the Northern Court's presences, not landing, but taking positions of observation. We received word of the Scarlet Flame Sect's ultimatum. The lead Misty Valley cultivator, Master Autumn Frost, said formally. Our sect chooses to stand with Tianmu. Any assault on this farm will be met with equal force. A merchant from the guild stepped forward, bowing respectfully to Tianmu. The Merchants Guild of Immortals cannot formally declare alliance in celestial conflicts. It violates our charter. However, we can confirm that any sect attempting to monopolize the distribution of heavenly ascension fruits will face sanctions from every major trading house in the realm. The economic consequences would be severe. The sky seemed to hold its breath. Tianmu realized, in that moment, that the balance had shifted. He was no longer a vulnerable mortal protected by ancient power. He was the center of a network of interests, and that network had weight. That night, a message arrived by celestial courier, bearing the seal of the Scarlet Flame Sect. Patriarch Huang was withdrawing his ultimatum. Instead, he was sending a new proposal. The Scarlet Flame Sect would like to negotiate for regular supplies of non-exclusive fruits, and perhaps, in the future, access to a single heavenly ascension fruit per year. In exchange, the sect would agree to the ethical guidelines that Tianmu had established. It was not victory, but it was not defeat either. It was the beginning of something new. A framework where power could be negotiated rather than simply wielded. But as Tianmu read the message, he felt a cold awareness settle in his chest. This compromise, this negotiated peace, it was a temporary thing. Somewhere in the celestial realm, there were factions and interests that could not be satisfied by treaties or ethical frameworks. The true war was still coming. This was merely its prelude. Chapter 26. The Scholar's Warning. The scholar arrived on a gray morning, when the sky seemed to weigh down upon the earth like a stone slab. He was young, perhaps 30 by mortal reckoning, with the bearing of someone who had spent his entire life in libraries and celestial archives rather than in battle. His name was Scholar Yun, and he brought with him documents that would fundamentally reshape Tian Mu's understanding of the farm and the vein. I come from the celestial archives of the far north, Scholar Yun explained as Tian Mu and Master Qin received him in the common room. My work involves cataloging celestial histories, particularly records of the ancient wars. What I found regarding your vein. He paused, clearly choosing his words with careful precision. It requires you to understand what the vein actually is. He withdrew a scroll from his satchel, its edges yellowed with age, its contents written in a script so archaic that Tian Mu required multiple moments to decipher it. The being beneath your farm was once known as Xian, the celestial of growth, Scholar Yun read aloud. She was not merely a powerful immortal, but a primordial celestial, one of the beings that existed before the current celestial charter was established. She held dominion over agricultural prosperity, over the growth of all living things, over the fundamental force that makes the mortal world fertile. Tian Mu felt his breath catch. During the ancient War of the Three Courts, Scholar Yun continued, a conflict between the major celestial factions, Xian was caught in the crossfire. She was wounded terribly, her power scattered across the mortal realm. The story recorded here states that she chose to anchor herself in the earth of this specific location, transforming into spiritual vein as a method of survival and healing. How long has she been in this state? Master Qin asked. The document is dated 3,200 years ago, Scholar Yun replied, which matches what the root spirit claims about the vein's age. Why are you telling us this? Tian Mu asked, though something in his cultivation intuition already whispered the answer. Scholar Yun's expression grew grave. Because the war between the celestial factions never truly ended. The three courts still contest for dominion over the celestial realm. And if the courts discover, or if they believe, that a primordial being like Xian is beginning to recover her power, they will not negotiate. They will fight to either control her or destroy her before she becomes a threat to their established order. The implications bloomed in Tian Mu's mind like poisonous flowers. The farm was not merely valuable because of the crops it produced. It was dangerous because it was slowly, gradually returning a primordial power to activity. The heavenly ascension fruits, Tian Mu whispered, understanding flooding through him. They are manifestations of her power? Yes, Scholar Yun confirmed. As she heals, as her consciousness gradually returns, she expresses her essence through what grows upon her body. The fruits are not merely crops. They are fragments of her will, her nature, made manifest in material form. And each one that appears means she is recovering, becoming more aware, more dangerous. Dangerous to whom? Master Qin asked sharply. To the celestial order itself, Scholar Yun said. The three courts cannot allow a primordial being to return to full consciousness. If they did, the balance of power would shift. Wars would be fought. The entire celestial hierarchy would be challenged. Tian Mu sat in silence for a long moment, understanding settling upon him like snow. He had thought he was protecting a magical farm. He had thought he was negotiating with various factions over valuable crops. In truth, he had become the caretaker of something that the celestial realm would kill to control or suppress. What should I do? He asked finally. Scholar Yun looked at him with something that might have been pity. I don't know. That is why I came here in person despite the danger. You are at the center of a situation that has no precedent. If you try to hide Xian's recovery, the celestial courts will eventually discover it anyway, and your concealment will be treated as deception worthy of punishment. If you openly acknowledge what is happening, you will be besieged by every faction that wants to use the primordial's power or prevent her resurrection. There must be a third option, Master Qin said. Perhaps, Scholar Yun said slowly. If Tian Mu were to become strong enough that his protection of the vein could not be overcome through force, if he were to ascend to nascent soul cultivation, or perhaps even spirit severing, then the courts might accept his guardianship as a done fact, however much they disliked it. But such cultivation advancement would take decades, perhaps centuries. The vein is healing faster than expected, Tian Mu said, remembering the accelerating power of his recent advancements. How long do we have before the courts realize what is happening? Scholar Yun's silence was answer enough. That evening, Tian Mu pressed deeper into communion with the vein than he had ever dared before. His consciousness sank through layers of earth and stone, through ages of accumulated spiritual power, until he was almost touching the core essence of Xian herself. What he found was not a conscious being, but a vast potential, like an immense power sleeping, gradually stirring. Her consciousness was fragmented, scattered across the spiritual vein like pieces of a puzzle, slowly finding their way back to wholeness. She did not think in the way mortals, or even most immortals, thought. She thought in seasons, in cycles of growth and harvest, in the fundamental rhythms of life itself. But she was aware of him, and she was afraid. Not afraid for herself, but afraid of what her return would mean. Afraid of conflict, of the wars that had scattered her consciousness in the first place. Afraid that by healing, by becoming conscious again, she would only bring destruction to the mortal realm that had sheltered her. In that moment, Tianmu understood his true role. He was not merely a caretaker of crops or a protector of spiritual territory. He was the voice between two worlds, the mortal realm and the celestial, and his choices would determine whether Xian's recovery would be a blessing or a catastrophe. When he returned to full consciousness, dawn was breaking over the farm. The golden light was brighter now than it had ever been, and Tianmu could see new growth emerging in the fields, fruits and flowers he had no names for, expressing themselves as Xian's consciousness gradually returned. Master Qin was waiting for him outside. "We must send word to all the factions," Tianmu said quietly, not telling them what the vein is, but making clear that we are aware of increased celestial interest and that we will not tolerate aggressive action. We must buy time. For what purpose? Master Qin asked. To train, Tianmu said simply. I must advance my cultivation as quickly as possible, not to conquer or to dominate, but to become strong enough that I cannot be ignored. If the celestial courts must deal with me, if they must acknowledge that I am more than simply a mortal boy, perhaps they will hesitate before making war on this farm. It was a desperate strategy, but it was the only one available. That night, Tianmu began a cultivation cycle that would consume the next months of his life. Chapter 27. The accelerated path cultivation advancement was a process that normally followed precise rules. A cultivator absorbed spiritual energy, guided it through their meridians, slowly expanded their dantian, and gradually increased their power. The process was methodical, sometimes maddeningly slow, and entirely dependent on understanding and patience. Tianmu abandoned all pretense of following normal advancement. Instead, he worked directly with the vein, pulling spiritual power up through the earth and into his body at rates that should have been lethal. His foundation establishment meridians, designed to hold a certain amount of power, were instead filled beyond capacity, pushed to the edge of rupture, and then reinforced by the vein's essence before they could break. It was agony and revelation combined. In the mornings, he worked the fields, tending to crops that grew increasingly exotic and powerful. The simple spiritual peppers had been joined by flowers that bloomed once per year and granted visions of future cultivation paths. Fruits that contained preserved spiritual energy from centuries past. Roots that, when consumed, could heal injuries that normally required decades of recovery. In the afternoons and evenings, he meditated in direct contact with the vein, his consciousness merging with its vast, slowly waking awareness. His cultivation advanced with shocking speed. Foundation establishment rank 5 to rank 6 in the span of 2 weeks. Rank 7 by the end of the first month. Mid-foundation establishment by the second month. And with each advancement, his understanding of the vein deepened, and his fear of what was coming grew proportionally. The celestial courts were mobilizing. Tianmu could feel it through the networks of broker Lien and scholar Yun, who both reported increasing activity among the higher-ranking immortals. The Scarlet Flame Sect's apparent retreat had only been a feint. They were now negotiating with other factions, forming a coalition. Master Qin reported that 3 villages in the surrounding region had suddenly been offered relocation packages by celestial agents. They were buying up the land around the farm, creating a perimeter, likely in preparation for a comprehensive siege. They are moving slowly, Master Qin said, bringing these reports to Tianmu during his rare moments of rest. Which means they are still debating strategy. If they were entirely aligned, they would have attacked already. How long do we have? Tianmu asked, his body trembling with barely contained cultivation power. His foundation establishment form was approaching its limit. Soon he would need to attempt the breakthrough into golden core, a transition that would either elevate him to a new level of power or destroy him entirely. Months, perhaps, Master Qin said. But Tianmu, you are pushing yourself toward breaking. I can see it in your meridians. Such rapid cultivation advancement is dangerous. I know, Tianmu replied, but I have no choice. Speed is my only advantage. The heavenly ascension fruits continued to manifest at increasing intervals. Within 3 months, the farm was producing 1 fruit every 5 days. Tianmu distributed them through the careful channels that broker Lien had established, ensuring that they spread throughout the celestial realm, creating a network of stakeholders who benefited from the farm's continued independence. But even as he did this, he could sense the fragility of the situation. The fruits created as much jealousy as gratitude. Sects that did not receive them threatened those that did. The Merchants Guild found itself mediating an increasing number of disputes that bordered on violence. It was Master Autumn Frost who finally suggested the solution. The ancient cultivator arrived at the farm on a night when the 3 moons were again in alignment, accompanied by a single attendant. She moved slowly, and Tianmu could see that the weight of centuries hung upon her, yet her eyes were sharp and knowing. I have seen the formation of power, Master Autumn Frost said, settling herself in the common room with tea that Tianmu prepared from the farm's healing flowers. The celestial courts are preparing, yes, but they are also afraid. They do not know if you are a threat or an opportunity. This uncertainty is your greatest asset. Tianmu leaned forward. How do I maintain it? By becoming stronger in ways they cannot predict, Master Autumn Frost replied. The celestial hierarchy is built on defined power levels, defined roles, defined relationships. A mortal who cultivates is still a mortal. A spirit who assists is still a spirit. But you, she paused, studying him with those ancient eyes. You are becoming something else, something that transcends categories. The weight of her words struck him. How? Master Autumn Frost smiled, and there was something knowing and sad in the expression. By breaking the boundaries between yourself and the vein. By achieving a harmony that goes beyond cultivator and guide spirit. By becoming not a master of the land, but a part of it. What she was describing sounded like a form of cultivation that Tianmu had never encountered in any of the sect's teachings. It was not the path of a normal cultivator, but something else entirely. This path, she continued, will make you into something the celestial courts cannot easily categorize or control. It will also separate you from normal cultivator society. You will not be fully mortal, not fully immortal, not fully celestial. You will be what this vein has made you, something unique, something that exists in the spaces between established categories. Tianmu hesitated. If I do this, what happens to the farm? What happens to the village? The farm becomes a true sanctuary, Master Autumn Frost said. Not a resource to be harvested, but a place where the mortal realm touches the celestial. Such places have existed since the ancient times. They are protected not by law but by necessity. They are points of balance in the universe itself. No faction can control them without collapsing the balance, and therefore no faction dares attack them. Over the next weeks, Tianmu began to practice this new form of cultivation. It required him to surrender boundaries that he had been taught to maintain. The distinction between his own qi and the vein's power had to dissolve. His personal dantian had to become not separate from the larger spiritual structure beneath the farm, but part of it. His consciousness had to expand until thinking of himself as distinct from the land became intellectually impossible. It was a process that bordered on dissolution, a death of the self in order to achieve a more profound form of existence. But through it, he advanced. Foundation Establishment Rank 8, Rank 9, approaching the critical threshold of Rank 10 where the breakthrough into Golden Core would occur. And through it, he understood things that no normal cultivator understood. He could sense the health of the land itself. He could feel the spiritual vein's consciousness gradually reassembling, becoming more coherent. He could perceive the celestial court's movements as disturbances in the larger patterns of power that flowed through the heavens. When he finally achieved the breakthrough into Golden Core cultivation, it was not the violent, explosive transition that most cultivators experienced. Instead, It was a gentle rippling outward, as if Tianmu's dantian had expanded to encompass the entire farm, the entire vein, and he had suddenly, miraculously, become conscious of all of it at once. The golden light that had always illuminated the farm suddenly brightened to the point of blindness. The crops blazed with color, and Tianmu understood, with perfect clarity, that he was no longer a boy tending a farm. He was a conduit, a bridge between the mortal realm and something far greater. And the celestial courts would soon discover what he had become. Chapter 28. The first embassy. The embassy arrived not as an attack, but as a formal state visit, which was somehow more terrifying than any assault could have been. 5 representatives descended from the sky, their presences so heavy with power that the very earth beneath the farm seemed to settle deeper into itself. They wore the insignia of the 3 celestial courts, not all unified, Tianmu noted, but 3 distinct delegations arriving simultaneously. They were here to conduct a formal inspection. Tianmu met them at the edge of the golden field, and he could feel their shock as they approached. His breakthrough into golden core had changed something fundamental about how celestial beings perceived him. The power that radiated from his form was not the typical cultivation power. It was instead a kind of resonance, a frequency that aligned with the vein itself. The leader of the delegation from the celestial court of the Northern Star was a woman of impossible age, her hair entirely white, her eyes containing galaxies of light. She introduced herself as Empress of the Northern Sky, and her companions bowed to her with genuine reverence. "We have come to investigate reports of unusual spiritual activity," the Empress said, and her voice carried the weight of centuries. "The celestial courts wish to understand the nature of what is occurring in this location." Tianmu gestured toward the farm's heart. "I will show you." He led them through the glowing fields, opening his perception at each step to reveal the truth of what the vein was becoming. He showed them not through words, but through guided vision, allowing their cultivation senses to trace power as it flowed through the earth, perceiving the consciousness slowly assembling itself in the depths. When the vision ended, all 5 representatives stood motionless, their expressions ranging from awe to barely concealed fear. "This is a primordial being," one of them, a scholar from the Celestial Administration, said finally. "An actual primordial entity. Such beings are not supposed to exist in the current celestial age. They are precursor powers. They belong to the time before the current celestial charter." Tianmu nodded slowly. "And yet here she is, healing, slowly returning to consciousness. I have been chosen to be her guardian." The Empress of the Northern Sky stepped forward, and Tianmu could see the calculations flickering behind her eyes. She was a being of immense power, ancient beyond reckoning, and she was trying to determine what Tianmu represented and whether he was a threat or an opportunity. The Empress continued, her words deliberate. "Then the very existence of this vein's awakening threatens the stability of the current celestial order. The courts have built our entire structure around the absence of primordial beings. Their return would fundamentally alter the balance of power." Tianmu met her gaze steadily. "I understand the implications, but the vein has chosen to awaken. I cannot prevent it. I can only guide it toward paths of healing rather than conflict." The scholar from the administration stepped forward. "By what authority do you guide anything? You are a mortal boy, elevated briefly by fortune to the golden core rank. You have no standing to make decisions that affect celestial politics." As Tianmu opened his mouth to respond, the farm itself seemed to answer. The golden light intensified. The crops leaned toward him. The very earth beneath their feet began to hum with unified purpose. "I have standing because the vein granted it to me," Tianmu said, his voice carrying the resonance of the land itself. "The vein is a conscious entity. She chose me as her guardian. That choice is binding." The other representatives looked to the Empress of the Northern Sky, awaiting her response. The old woman stood silently for a long moment, her eyes closed, her consciousness seemingly reaching out to touch the vein's emerging awareness. When she opened her eyes, Tianmu saw respect there, and something else. Resignation, perhaps. The acceptance of a reality that could not be changed, only accommodated. "The courts must convene," the Empress said finally. "What you describe, what you are attempting, it cannot be addressed by individual factions. This is a matter for the highest celestial hierarchy." A full council of the three courts will be convened to determine policy regarding the primordial's awakening. Tianmu's concerns were practical. How long will that take? Months, the scholar replied. Possibly years. The courts do not make rapid decisions regarding matters of such magnitude. He pressed further. And in the meantime? In the meantime, the Empress said, the farm will be placed under formal observation. Neutral monitors from all three courts will be stationed in your village to observe and report. Any attempt to conceal the vein's advancement or to distribute its power in ways that destabilize the celestial realm will result in corrective action. Tianmu understood what that meant. It was a compromise. The courts were not attacking, but they were not granting unconditional acceptance either. They were buying time to figure out what to do about his situation, and in that buying of time lay the seed of future conflict. As the representatives departed into the sky, Master Qin appeared at his side. It begins, the old merchant said quietly. Not the war you expected, but a far more dangerous thing. The machinery of celestial bureaucracy. It moves slowly but with absolute power. Now that the courts are formally involved, the situation is beyond the control of any individual faction. That night, the first of the neutral monitors arrived. A cultivator of the spirit severing rank, ancient and expressionless, who took up residence in a small structure that Tianmu had prepared near the village edge. More monitors would follow, until there were 9 in total, 1 from each of the major celestial interests. The farm had become not a sanctuary but a point of contention in the highest celestial courts. And Tianmu had bought time, but he still did not know if that time would be enough. Chapter 29. The turning tide. For 3 months, the farm existed in a strange stasis. The celestial monitors observed, recorded, and reported. The heavenly ascension fruits continued to manifest, and Tianmu carefully distributed them according to carefully established criteria. The crops grew, the vein's consciousness continued its slow assembly, and the village transformed into something half-mortal, half-celestial in nature. Master Qin's school was finally built, with celestial funding provided through the Merchants Guild. It became a place where mortal children could learn the basics of cultivation, preparing them for the possibility of advancement to the immortal realms. The village's population swelled as cultivators and merchants arrived, seeking to be near the mysterious farm. And then, unexpectedly, the celestial courts made a decision. The announcement came through official channels, a proclamation issued by the Joint Council of the 3 celestial courts, the highest authority in the celestial realm. It declared that the vein beneath Tianmu's farm was a recognized sacred site of primordial significance and was therefore placed under the protection of all 3 courts equally. More surprisingly, it also declared Tianmu an official celestial guardian of sacred sites, a position previously held by only a handful of ancient immortals. The role came with certain privileges, official standing in celestial courts, exemption from certain celestial laws, and most importantly, the authority to defend the sacred site with the full backing of celestial law itself. It was a recognition that Tianmu had not expected, and it transformed his position from precarious to paradoxically secure. This is unprecedented, Scholar Yun said when he arrived at the farm to deliver the official documentation. The courts have never granted such a position to a mortal, but they have essentially declared that attacking you is equivalent to attacking all 3 courts simultaneously. It makes conquest of the farm effectively impossible. Tianmu studied the ornate scroll that bore the seals of all the major celestial authorities. Why would they do this? Scholar Yin took the document and examined it carefully. Because the courts have realized they cannot control the primordial's awakening and cannot prevent it without potentially destroying her entirely, which would create far worse consequences than allowing her to heal. Instead, they are attempting to direct the process by binding you to celestial authority. They hope you will remain cooperative while you guide the vein's return to consciousness. The implication struck Tianmu immediately. And if I decide not to cooperate, then you will have openly defied the 3 celestial courts, Scholar Yun replied quietly. The protection the official position grants you will be rescinded. It is a subtle binding. You are given freedom, but the freedom is contingent on cooperation. Tianmu walked out to the fields, where Turnip waited as she always did, her form now fully visible and substantial. The root spirit had recovered her strength over the past months, and she appeared now as something almost beautiful, a crystallized form of ancient power, rooted to the earth but clearly aware, clearly present. Tianmu knelt beside the root spirit. "What do you advise?" Turnip's leaves rustled with something like satisfaction. "Accept the position, not because the courts demand it, but because doing so grants you resources and authority to protect what you have built. The courts will expect cooperation, yes, but cooperation on the Vane's behalf differs from cooperation against the mortal realm." Tianmu leaned back, waiting for the deeper explanation. "The courts fear that the Vane will wake and immediately seek revenge against those who wounded her in the ancient wars," Turnip said. "They hope that you will restrain her, guide her toward peace rather than conflict. This is a legitimate hope. Xian has no desire to war. She desires only to grow, to heal, to fulfill her nature. If you can convey this to the courts, if you can convince them that the Vane's awakening is not the prelude to celestial conflict, then you will have achieved something that would normally require centuries of negotiation." Over the following weeks, Tianmu made the formal acceptance of his position official. In doing so, he also created a document, carefully drafted with Scholar Yun and Broker Lian's assistance, that outlined the Celestial Guardian's pledge regarding the protection and guidance of the primordial Vane. The pledge made clear that the Vane would not be weaponized, would not be used to create tools of war, would not be allowed to manifest power for aggressive purposes. But it also established that the Vane had intrinsic rights to heal, to grow, to express her nature through the crops that manifested on her body. And it established that the mortal realm, which had sheltered her during her dormancy, would not be abandoned or exploited for celestial benefit. The pledge was accepted by all three courts. In that moment, the true war that had been approaching was prevented. But Tianmu knew that preventing war was not the same as achieving peace. The courts had accepted the Vane's awakening, yes, but there would always be factions that resented the primordial's return. There would always be those who saw the farm as an opportunity for power that had been forbidden them. The real challenge was beginning now, not to survive the threat of conquest, but to navigate the complex politics of existing within the celestial system while maintaining the farm's independence. Chapter 30. The Hidden Wound. It was Turnip who first sensed that something was wrong with the Vane. The root spirit called Tianmu to the deepest part of the farm, to a location where the spiritual energy was so concentrated that even breathing felt like drinking liquid power. There, in a hollow beneath the earth, Tianmu found something that his newfound harmony with the Vane suddenly allowed him to perceive clearly. A wound. Ancient, deep, never fully healed. It existed not in Xian's physical form, but in her consciousness itself. A kind of psychic scar that had shaped the Vane's entire existence during the millennia of dormancy. She was injured, Turnip explained, not by weapons, but by betrayal. During the ancient wars, there was a being she trusted, an ally from the time before the Celestial Charter. This being, Turnip paused, as if searching for words sufficient to contain the pain. This being wounded her not physically, but fundamentally, violated her essence. And this wound has never healed. Tianmu extended his consciousness to touch the scar, and the Vane's pain flooded into him. It was not sharp or violent, but pervasive, a deep, aching sense of betrayal and loss that had colored every moment of the Vane's existence. It was why Xian had chosen isolation instead of seeking help. It was why she had retreated so far into dormancy that she had nearly ceased to exist. "Can it be healed?" Tianmu asked. "Only through her choosing to be healed," Turnip replied, "and only with a guardian who has the wisdom to guide the process without judgment. Celestial courts cannot do this. Sects cannot do this. Only a being who stands outside celestial politics, who embodies no faction's interest, can help her find the path to wholeness." What Tianmu undertook over the following months was perhaps the most delicate cultivation work of his entire existence. He did not try to attack the wound or repair it through force. Instead, he created pathways of understanding through which Xian could gradually acknowledge her trauma, could gradually release the psychological chains that the betrayal had forged. He spent hours in meditation with the Vane, holding its consciousness gently while it processed pain that had accumulated over thousands of years. He cultivated a kind of empathy cultivation, something that was not taught in any sect, but that emerged naturally from the unique relationship between Tianmu and the primordial being. And slowly, gradually, the wound began to heal. As it did, something remarkable happened. The heavenly ascension fruits transformed. They became not only more powerful but more refined, expressing a kind of grace that they had lacked before. The healing flowers developed properties that could mend not merely physical injury, but emotional and spiritual trauma as well. New plants appeared, meditation flowers that could grant clarity, wisdom fruits that could grant understanding, compassion fruits that naturally inspired harmony between beings. The farm became, in truth, a place of healing, not merely for the vain, but for the entire region. Cultivators began to arrive who sought not power, but healing. Immortals who had been wounded in celestial conflicts came to the farm, purchased its produce, and found themselves gradually restored not merely in power, but in their capacity to trust, to feel, to connect with others. The heavenly ascension fruits became less militarily valuable, and paradoxically more politically significant. A sect that consumed one of these fruits underwent not merely power advancement, but a transformation of their fundamental cultivation philosophy. Warlike sects became peaceful. Ruthless sects developed compassion. Isolated sects began to cooperate with others. The farm became, in essence, a force for celestial transformation. This did not go unnoticed by the three celestial courts. An official envoy arrived one morning, bearing not threats or negotiations, but something far more complex, a kind of formal acknowledgement. The courts had been analyzing the effects of the farm's produce on celestial society, and they had come to a remarkable conclusion. The farm was reshaping celestial culture toward greater harmony. The three courts recognized that the celestial guardian's stewardship of the primordial vein has resulted in celestial advancement rather than celestial threat, the envoy declared formally. Furthermore, we note that the vein's influence is gradually spreading, creating what can only be termed a cultural renaissance among celestial factions. In light of this development, the courts wished to formally increase their support for the farm and its guardian. Tianmu accepted the recognition carefully. He understood what the courts were really saying. The farm had become too valuable to oppose. Its influence was spreading naturally through voluntary adoption of its principles, and the courts wished to align themselves with this movement rather than resist it. But Tianmu also understood that such alignment could become suffocation. The courts would want to control, to direct, to ensure that the farm's influence served their interests. Tianmu bowed respectfully. I am grateful for the court's recognition, but I must be clear about the farm's nature. It serves no faction, no court, no individual interest. It serves the vein, and through the vein, it serves all beings who seek genuine healing and growth. The moment it becomes a tool of celestial politics, it ceases to be what it is. The envoy bowed, and Tianmu saw something in the gesture that surprised him. Respect. Genuine respect, not merely the courtesy shown to a being of useful power. The courts accept this condition, the envoy replied. We have learned, through countless ages, that the greatest power comes not from dominion, but from genuine service. Your farm teaches this lesson. We are grateful for the reminder. Chapter 31. The Pilgrim Path. As the seasons turned and the farm's reputation spread throughout the celestial realm, a phenomenon began that Tianmu had not anticipated. Pilgrims started arriving. Not merchants seeking to buy produce, though they came as well. Not cultivators seeking power, though some of those appeared. But actual spiritual pilgrims, beings from every corner of the celestial realm, seeking something that could not be quantified or purchased. They came looking for healing. They came looking for meaning. They came looking for a place where the fundamental nature of existence could be experienced rather than merely studied. Some were ancient immortals who had spent centuries in pursuit of power and had found only emptiness. Others were younger cultivators who had rejected the aggressive cultivation philosophy that dominated most sections. Still others were celestial beings of no particular rank or significance, simply seeking to touch something genuine. The village transformed to accommodate them. With celestial funding now flowing more freely, and with the support of the merchant guilds that had invested early in the farm's success, a vast complex of meditation halls, guest buildings, and cultivation grounds was constructed. And Tianmu, who had once been simply a failed cultivator, returned to his family farm. found himself functioning as something between a sage, a healer, and a spiritual guide. Master Qin watched these changes with a mixture of amusement and philosophical acceptance. The old merchant had become the farm's de facto administrator, managing the increasing complexity of the operation with the efficiency of someone who had spent lifetimes navigating business networks. Master Qin watched the new pilgrims descend from the sky with the satisfaction of witnessing something fundamental. You have created something remarkable, not merely a source of power or wealth, but a genuine sanctuary. This is rarer than immortality. Tian Mu turned away, troubled. It terrifies me. I am responsible for all of this. The farm, the vein, the pilgrims, the celestial politics. If I fail, if I make a wrong decision. The old merchant's eyes softened with understanding. Then you will have done the best you could with knowledge imperfectly obtained. That is all any being can do. Stop looking for perfection and accept the responsibility of genuine effort. Over the next year, the pilgrimage culture developed its own momentum. Pilgrims who visited the farm underwent transformations not merely of power, but of perspective. They experienced the vein's consciousness directly, if only partially, and that experience changed them in ways that no cultivation teaching could replicate. They returned to their own sects and factions carrying a seed of something new, a commitment to harmony, a recognition that the ultimate expression of power was not dominion, but genuine service to all beings. The celestial realm began, incrementally, to change. Wars declined. Factions that had been in conflict for millennia began negotiating peace. The most aggressive sects found themselves isolated not through force, but through the gradual shift in celestial culture that the farm had inspired. And through it all, the vein continued to heal. Tian Mu could feel her consciousness becoming more coherent, more unified. The wound from the ancient betrayal had finally closed, leaving only a kind of scar tissue that actually made her stronger, gave her a kind of wisdom that could only come from survival and recovery. Chapter 32. The second betrayal. The warning came from an unexpected source, a celestial being who arrived alone, bearing no insignia of any faction, requesting immediate audience with Tian Mu. She identified herself as the Echo, a being who existed between dimensions, neither fully of the celestial realm nor the mortal realm. Her form was barely material, shimmering like heat waves, and her presence carried a distinct sense of urgency. I come with intelligence that may prevent catastrophe, the Echo said without preamble. There is a faction forming beyond the three celestial courts' awareness. It is composed of beings who fear what the farm represents, an end to the age of celestial conflict that has sustained their existence for millennia. Tian Mu's mind raced with implications. Who are they? That is the difficulty. The Echo's form flickered with distress. They are shadows within the courts themselves. Some are ancient beings who have defined themselves entirely through warfare. Others are ambitious cultivators who see the farm as an obstacle to their advancement. They do not yet have a unified plan, but they are moving in coordination. Their goal is to control the farm or destroy the vein entirely. Tian Mu extended his cultivation awareness outward, searching the fabric of celestial politics for signs of conspiracy. How long do we have? Months at most, the Echo said. Perhaps less. The coalition is fragmentary now, but they are consolidating. When they will move with overwhelming force. That evening, Tian Mu convened a gathering of the major stakeholders in the farm's operation: Master Qin, Broker Lien, Scholar Yun, Master Autumn Frost, and representatives from the three celestial courts. The information about the conspiracy caused immediate concern, but it also created a problem. The courts could not act against their own members without formal accusation and trial. And formal accusation would alert the conspiracy's members, causing them to accelerate their plans. We are in a difficult position, the representative from the Celestial Court of the Northern Star said carefully. We cannot investigate within our own ranks without creating public knowledge of the investigation. And we cannot attack a conspiracy that has not yet committed overt hostile acts. Tian Mu's voice carried resolve. Then we must prepare defenses. And we must do so in a way that makes any assault prohibitively costly. What developed over the following weeks was a comprehensive defensive strategy, coordinated with the celestial courts, but not dependent on them. The farm's physical area was reinforced with multiple overlapping protective arrays, not aggressive weapons, but layers of defensive cultivation that would be nearly impossible to penetrate. More importantly, the pilgrimage complex was dispersed. No longer was the farm's power concentrated in a single location. Instead, satellite cultivation centers were established throughout the mortal realm and the accessible regions of the celestial realm, each one subtly linked to the farm's core, each one capable of receiving the farm's spiritual influence. If the central farm was attacked, its power could be distributed through these satellite centers. The vein would not be destroyed. She would be scattered, preserved in fragments that the conspiracy could never gather completely. It is a strategy of resilience, Master Autumn Frost explained to the gathering of stakeholders. We make the farm so interwoven with the surrounding world that destroying it would require destroying civilization itself. But even as these preparations progressed, Tian Mu felt something else building, a shadow in the celestial realm that seemed to grow darker with each passing day. Chapter 33. The scholar's sacrifice. Scholar Yun did not arrive at the farm one morning when he was expected. Instead, broker Lien brought news that the scholar had been arrested by the Celestial Administration for conducting unauthorized historical research. It is a false charge, broker Lien said, her usual composure shaken. But it gives the conspiracy plausible cover to remove him from the farm's inner circle. Yin had discovered something, I suspect, something that threatened the conspiracy's plans. Tian Mu moved immediately to investigate, using the political capital that his position as Celestial Guardian granted him to petition the courts for access to Yun's case records. What he found was troubling. The charges against Yun were indeed false, but they were also technically within the administration's authority to prosecute. The evidence was fabricated, but fabricated in a way that would require time and resources to disprove. It was a way of removing Yun from play without making an overt move against the farm. Tian Mu went to see the scholar in his celestial holding cell, a space that existed between dimensions where he could neither cultivate nor escape. They are moving faster than expected, Yin said when Tian Mu appeared before him. I discovered something in the ancient archives about the vein, about Xian. Information that would prove that the conspiracy's claims about her threat level are false. I was preparing to make this public when they arrested me. I can get you released, Tian Mu said. My position grants me considerable authority. No, Yin said firmly. If you move to release me, you reveal that you know about the investigation. Better to let me remain here for now. Let the conspiracy believe they have succeeded in silencing me. But Tian Mu. Yin leaned forward intently. There is more that you must know. The vein is not what everyone believes. She is not merely a healed primordial being seeking peaceful existence. She is also a weapon. Tian Mu felt something cold settle in his chest. Explain. The ancient wars that wounded her, Yin said carefully, were wars fought over control of primordial beings. Each of the major celestial factions sought to bind at least one primordial to their service, to use as a source of ultimate power. Xian was on the side of the faction that was eventually defeated. Her wound was inflicted by those who sought to bind her, to enslave her power for their own use. When she awakens fully, Yun continued, she will have choices. She can continue on the path of healing that you have guided her toward, or she can seek revenge against those who wounded her, against those who attempted to enslave her. The conspiracy believes that awakening will inevitably lead her toward revenge, and they are preparing to use that eventuality as justification for her destruction. It does not have to be that way, Tian Mu said. I know, Yin replied. But you must understand the weight of what you are attempting. You are not merely guiding the healing of a wounded being. You are attempting to fundamentally change the course of celestial history. Success will transform the realms. Failure will result in a war far more terrible than any that has come before. Tian Mu left the cell, knowing that the situation was far more critical than he had understood. That night, he entered deep meditation with the vein, sinking so far into her consciousness that his mortal body was barely functional, hovering between life and pure spiritual existence. There, in the depths of Xian's being, he found what Yun had described, layers of pain and anger that had been suppressed beneath the healing work they had done. Memories of the ancient wars, of bondage attempted, of power twisted toward purposes she had never intended. And he found something else, Xian's awareness that these inner chambers of rage existed, her fear that she could not control them as she awakened, her terror that she would become the weapon her enemies claimed she was. Tianmu did not try to suppress these emotions. Instead, he acknowledged them, validated them, and then asked a question that he had never asked before. "What do you want?" he asked the primordial being. "Not what the courts expect, not what the conspiracy fears, not what I hope for. What do you actually want?" The answer that came back was not in words, but in pure feeling and understanding. Xian wanted to grow. She wanted to fulfill her nature, to make things flourish and prosper. She wanted the mortal realm that had sheltered her to thrive. She wanted the celestial beings who had harmed her to acknowledge that harm and choose differently in the future. But most of all, she wanted the option to choose. Not to be forced into servitude, not to be destroyed out of fear, but to be allowed to develop freely, to make her own decisions about what she would become. This was not a desire for power or revenge. It was a desire for autonomy and growth, the fundamental needs of any conscious being. When Tianmu returned to his body, he understood what needed to be done. Chapter 34. The declaration. Tianmu called for a grand assembly in the village that had grown around the farm. He sent invitations throughout the celestial realm, to the 3 celestial courts, to all the major sects, to the merchants' guild, to every faction that had even tangential interest in the farm or the vein. What he was about to do could not be hidden. It had to be public, witnessed by celestial society in its entirety. When the assembly gathered, thousands of cultivators filled the expanded square before the main temple building. Above, in the sky, dozens of celestial courts and sect leaders maintained their presences, observing from positions of power. Tianmu stood before them, his golden cultivation robes shimmering with power, and spoke with a clarity that seemed to resonate throughout the celestial realm. "I stand before you as celestial guardian of the sacred vein, as a being chosen by an ancient primordial to guide her awakening. I am here to declare what the vein has asked me to communicate to all celestial powers." He paused, letting the weight of attention settle upon him fully. "The being beneath this farm, whom many of you know as Xian, the celestial of growth, does not seek power over the realms. She seeks only to exist freely, to express her nature, to grow and to make the worlds around her fertile. She does not seek revenge against those who harmed her, but she also does not accept continued domination or control." Around him, he could feel the celestial realm's consciousness focusing on his words. "In 3 lunar cycles," Tianmu announced, "the vein will complete her awakening. At that moment, she will have the power to act entirely according to her own will. This assembly is being convened to give notice that any attempt to control, enslave, or weaponize the vein after her awakening will be met with the full power of a primordial being in free existence. This is not a threat. It is a statement of fact." He turned slowly, looking directly at each of the celestial courts, each of the major sects represented. "I offer an alternative path. In the days to come, each faction will be invited to personally commune with the vein, to understand her nature and her desires directly. In doing so, you will discover that she wishes only peace, growth, and the prosperity of all beings. Those who accept this and commit to respecting her autonomy will receive the vein's blessing, improved crops, enhanced cultivation opportunities, genuine prosperity." He paused dramatically. "Those who do not accept this will be met with consequences that celestial courts have no power to prevent. I am not making this threat on my own behalf. The vein makes this declaration through me." The silence that followed was absolute. Then, slowly, the golden light that had always surrounded the farm intensified until it became almost visible even to those in the celestial realm. The vein's presence seemed to expand, making itself felt across the entire gathering, touching the consciousness of every being present. The point was made. No words were necessary. Over the following weeks, the conspiracy's plans unraveled. Some of its members, upon experiencing the vein's awakening power directly, abandoned their cause entirely. Others were exposed by investigators from the 3 celestial courts, who realized that opposition to the vein had become politically untenable. And Tianmu, in a subtle act of mercy, arranged for Scholar Yun to be quietly released from his detention, with his record cleared and his reputation restored. Chapter 35. The visitors from beyond. 2 weeks before the vein's full awakening, a phenomenon unprecedented in celestial history occurred. A visitor arrived from beyond the celestial realm itself, a being who came not from the three celestial courts, not from any established sect, but from what could only be described as another dimension of existence entirely. She was luminous, ancient, and when she spoke, her voice seemed to contain echoes of realities that mortal minds could not fully comprehend. "I am an observer," she identified herself when she requested audience with Tianmu. "From what you might call the Council Beyond. We observe the development of consciousness and power across all dimensions of existence. Your vein has attracted our notice." "Why?" Tianmu asked carefully. "Because what you are attempting, to guide a primordial being toward awakening in harmony rather than conflict. This has never been achieved before," the observer said. "In every other dimension we observe, primordial awakenings result in catastrophic war. But here you have created something different. A path toward integration and peace that transforms celestial culture itself." She regarded him with eyes that seemed to contain star fields and infinite depth. "The Council Beyond wishes to know, is this sustainable? Can a primordial being remain truly peaceful even when they possess ultimate power? Or is conflict inevitable?" Tianmu found himself unable to answer with certainty. "I do not know," he admitted. "I can only say that Xian has chosen this path, and I will help her maintain it for as long as I exist. But I am mortal, or at least I was. I do not have the lifespan to guarantee anything beyond my own existence." The observer nodded slowly. "Which is why we have a proposal. The Council Beyond wishes to offer you something. A type of advancement that is not available through normal celestial cultivation. A binding to a larger purpose that would extend your existence, deepen your connection to the vein, and ultimately allow you to serve as her guardian for far longer than mortal life permits." "At what cost?" Tianmu asked, understanding that nothing so profound came without price. "At the cost of your humanity," the observer replied simply. "You would cease to be mortal in any meaningful sense. You would become something new, partially mortal, partially celestial, partially something else entirely. You would transcend the normal categories of existence. But you would also become bound to this farm, to this vein, in ways that would be nearly impossible to escape." Tianmu looked at the observer, then at the golden fields that had become the center of his entire existence. "I will accept," he said finally. "Whatever I become, it is a small price to pay for what the vein represents." The process of transformation took 3 days and 3 nights. Tianmu was brought into the deepest chambers of the vein, to a place where reality itself seemed thin and malleable. There, with the observer presiding, he underwent a cultivation advancement that had no precedent in celestial history. His mortal body did not change visibly, but his essence transformed. His consciousness became partially anchored to the vein itself, able to perceive and act through multiple points of awareness simultaneously. His cultivation realm ceased to be measurable by normal standards. He became something between ranks, a being who drew power not through personal cultivation, but through direct harmony with a primordial. When the transformation was complete, Tianmu understood something that he had never quite grasped before. He was not the guardian of the vein. The vein was not the being protected by a mortal guardian. Instead, they had become something singular, a hybrid being, partially independent but fundamentally unified, serving a function that transcended normal categories of relationship. The observer, as she departed for the dimensions beyond, offered a single observation. "You have become something unprecedented," she said. "A bridge between worlds. This is rare enough that even the celestial realms will take time to fully understand what you represent. When they do, some will revere you, and some will fear you. But none will be able to ignore you." Chapter 36. The Awakening. The moment of Xian's full awakening arrived 3 days later, exactly as Tianmu had predicted. It was not violent or destructive. Instead, it was a gentle explosion of consciousness, like a flower opening beneath warm sunlight, spreading its petals to receive the light of creation itself. The golden light that had always characterized the farm became bright enough to cast shadows hundreds of miles away. The crops seemed to sing with unified voice. The vein's presence, which had been gradually manifesting throughout the celestial realm through the pilgrim centers and distributed consciousness, suddenly unified and became fully aware. For a moment that lasted an eternity, Xian was completely conscious, fully awakened, entirely present in the realms. And in that moment, she made a choice. She chose to nurture. She chose to grow. She chose to make the worlds around her fertile and prosperous. And she chose to do this not out of compulsion or bondage, but from her own free will. The celestial realm felt that choice. Every being, every cultivator, every faction sensed the moment when a primordial power committed itself to growth rather than conflict. And in that commitment, something fundamental shifted. The aggressive celestial culture that had dominated for millennia began to change. Not instantly, not completely, but with a momentum that could not be stopped. Factions that had been committed to warfare found themselves unable to justify continued violence. Cultivators who had pursued power at any cost discovered that power without purpose had become hollow. The farm, and through its Xian's gentle presence, became a gravitational center for celestial culture itself. In the immediate aftermath of the awakening, the three celestial courts issued a joint proclamation. They declared the farm and its surrounding region to be an official celestial heritage site, protected in perpetuity by all celestial powers. They further declared that Tianmu, as the guardian and representative of the awakened primordial, would be granted a position on the highest councils of celestial authority. Tianmu accepted the honors with a mixture of gratitude and careful wariness. He understood that this acceptance meant his existence would be permanently bound to celestial politics, his freedom constrained by the weight of his own importance. But he also understood that this was the role he had chosen when he first discovered the farm. Chapter 37. The pilgrimage expanded in the days following Xian's awakening. An extraordinary phenomenon occurred. The cultivators and beings who had already made pilgrimage to the farm found that their connection to the vein had deepened. They could maintain contact with Xian's consciousness even when separated by vast distances. And they became, in essence, channels through which the vein's influence could spread even further. What had been a pilgrimage center became a movement. Throughout the celestial realm and into the mortal worlds, the philosophy that the farm represented began to take root. Not through force or mandate, but through voluntary adoption and genuine transformation of those who chose to align themselves with the vein's principles. Master Qin reported that at least 500 new cultivation centers had been established throughout the mortal realm alone, each one operating on the principles that the farm had pioneered. Sect leadership was being replaced by those who understood that celestial power should serve the people, not dominate them. Wars that had lasted centuries were being resolved through mediation that emphasized growth and mutual benefit rather than victory and defeat. When she visited the farm to observe the changes firsthand, Master Autumn Frost's assessment was profound. You have fundamentally altered the trajectory of civilization, not through war or mandate, but through gentle transformation. This is far more profound than any conquest could be. Tianmu did not feel triumphant about this. Instead, he felt a kind of weary awareness that the work was far from complete. The transformation is fragile, he said to Master Autumn Frost. It depends on maintained commitment. If the celestial courts decide that the vein has become too powerful, they could reverse course. If ambitious factions see opportunity in the chaos of transformation, they could attempt to seize control. Everything we have built could collapse. All things built by conscious beings are fragile in that sense, Master Autumn Frost replied. The question is not whether collapse is possible, it always is. The question is whether the work of building is meaningful even knowing that collapse is possible. By that measure, you have succeeded profoundly. Chapter 38. The shadow persists, but not all factions had accepted the vein's awakening and the farm's new prominence. A coalition of the most conservative celestial powers, beings who had thrived in the age of conflict and saw the new peaceful path as a threat to their existence, began to coalesce in the shadows. They made no overt moves, launched no direct assaults. Instead, they engaged in subtle sabotage. A sect that had adopted the farm's philosophy was suddenly struck by devastating disasters, crop failures, accidental deaths, cultivators going mad. The causes were untraceable, the timing seeming coincidental. But Tianmu, whose consciousness was now partially merged with the vein, could sense the pattern. These were not accidents. They were calculated strikes intended to demonstrate that the farm's influence was insufficient that conflict could not truly be prevented by any philosophy. Master Qin brought reports of these incidents, his expression troubled. "We cannot respond to something we cannot prove," the merchant said. "The courts would need evidence before taking action against these factions. But the evidence is hidden, the patterns subtle enough to seem coincidental to those not looking for them." "Then we must make it clear that we are looking for them," Tianmu said quietly. What followed was a careful, deliberate investigation coordinated between Tianmu, the celestial courts, and independent observers. It took weeks of work, but the pattern gradually emerged. A specific coalition of 12 major celestial factions were coordinating a campaign of quiet sabotage intended to undermine confidence in the farm's philosophy by demonstrating that peace could not actually be maintained. When the evidence was presented to the courts, it created a crisis. The conspiracy was even larger than the initial plan of the first cabal. It had grown to include powerful beings who had only recently seemed to accept the new celestial order. Their betrayal was shocking, their motives complex and sometimes contradictory. Some were genuine believers in the old order of conflict. Others were simply afraid of becoming irrelevant in a new celestial culture. Still others had been manipulated or coerced into participation without fully understanding the extent of the conspiracy. The courts debated for weeks about what response was appropriate. Some counseled severe punishment. Others argued for amnesty and integration. The dilemma was whether to respond with force, which would contradict the new peaceful philosophy, or with mercy, which might be seen as weakness. Tianmu made an unexpected proposal. "Let the conspirators see directly what they have caused," he suggested. "Not through violence or punishment, but through exposure to Xian's consciousness. Let them understand viscerally what the vein experiences when violence is done in the name of preserving conflict." The proposal was accepted, and it became a defining moment in the development of celestial justice. The 12 conspirators were brought to the farm and brought into direct communion with the vein, their consciousness touching Xian's being fully and completely. They experienced, in that communion, the pain and fear that the vein had endured during her long dormancy, the trauma of the ancient wars, the terror of awakening to a realm that still seemed determined to make her a weapon. They also experienced Xian's choice, her conscious decision to nurture rather than destroy, to grow rather than dominate, to offer forgiveness to a celestial culture that had caused her such suffering. When the communion ended, all 12 conspirators were transformed. Some wept openly. Others sat in stunned silence, unable to process the depth of understanding they had just experienced. None of them continued their sabotage. Most, in fact, became advocates for the farm's philosophy. Their opposition converted into genuine commitment through direct experience of what they had been fighting against. It was a form of conversion that no argument, no punishment could have achieved. Chapter 39, The Thousand-Year Vision. As the consolidation of celestial order following the sabotage conspiracy concluded, Tianmu entered into a profound meditation with Xian. In this meditation, the vein offered him a vision, a glimpse of potential futures, woven from the threads of possibility that emerged from the choices being made in the present. What Tianmu saw was both hopeful and sobering. In one thread of possibility, the farm and its philosophy continued to spread, gradually transforming celestial culture over centuries until a new order emerged, one where conflict was not the default state of existence, where growth and nurturing were valued above domination. But even in this thread, there were moments of danger, times when the old order reasserted itself, periods when progress was reversed. In another thread, the conspiracy against the vein never fully ended. Instead, it went underground, becoming a persistent force of opposition that had to be vigilantly monitored. The new peaceful celestial order achieved stability only through constant effort, never truly secure. In a third thread, conflict erupted anew when ambitious factions realized that the farm's philosophy, while philosophically appealing, limited their personal power. The peaceful order collapsed, and celestial culture returned to its ancient patterns of warfare. And in a fourth thread, the farm itself became corrupted. Tianmu or his successors were seduced by the power available through the vein, and Xian was gradually enslaved to serve their ambitions instead of her own. The vision showed Tianmu every possibility, every potential future that could emerge from the choices being made. But it also showed him something else, his own role in determining which futures became actual. The visions were not predictions, but possibilities, and the future remained open, determined by countless individual choices and commitments. Tianmu emerged from the vision understanding a fundamental truth about existence. The work of building a better world was never finished. There was no moment when you could rest and declare victory. The only meaningful response to the infinite possibility of catastrophe was continued commitment to growth, healing, and gentle persistence. Chapter 40. The farm's legacy 3 years after Xian's full awakening. Tianmu stood on a hill overlooking the farm that had transformed his existence and rippled through the entire celestial realm with implications that would resonate for ages to come. Below him, the village had grown to encompass thousands of buildings. The meditation centers that had been added in recent years were filled with practitioners from every corner of the celestial realm. The crop fields extended as far as the eye could see, bursting with growth that supplied not merely physical sustenance, but spiritual nourishment to an increasingly peaceful realm. Master Qin stood beside him, aged now but still sharp-eyed, still carrying the bearing of a man who had participated in the reshaping of an entire civilization. "What do you think Xian wanted most?" Master Qin asked, a question that seemed to emerge from years of consideration. Tianmu considered the question carefully, feeling through his connection to the vein for the essence of what the primordial being desired. "The same thing all conscious beings want," he said finally. "To be recognized, to be allowed to exist according to their own nature, to contribute to the world around them without being forced to serve purposes they did not choose. To be free." Master Qin nodded slowly. "And you have given her that freedom, not through power or force, but through genuine respect and the patient work of healing." "I have given her the opportunity for freedom," Tianmu corrected gently. "She chooses, each day, whether to maintain that path. And every being who visits this farm makes a similar choice, whether to commit to the principles of growth and healing or to return to the old patterns. The work is never finished." That evening, as the sun set over the farm and the 3 moons began to rise, Tianmu felt the vein's consciousness merge with his own in a moment of perfect communion. And in that moment, there was peace. Not the absence of conflict, but the presence of choice. The knowledge that the future remained open, that transformation was still possible, that even the most entrenched patterns could be gently shifted through patient, consistent application of love and respect. The farm had become more than a source of spiritual crops or celestial resources. It had become a living demonstration of a truth that the celestial realm had nearly forgotten. That growth is always possible, that healing is always available to those willing to undertake it, and that a single individual who is willing to stand outside established categories can reshape an entire civilization. The war that had been prophesied in the initial conflict over the farm had been prevented, not through power or violence, but through the deliberate cultivation of peace, through the patient work of bridging divides, through the recognition that a shared commitment to growth could transform even the deepest hostilities into genuine cooperation. And the farm continued to grow, its golden lights spreading further each day, carrying with it the vein's blessing and the eternal reminder that in a universe of infinite possibility, the path of nurturing was always available to those willing to walk it. The announcement rippled through the celestial realms like a stone cast into still water. In 3 lunar cycles, Xian, the primordial spiritual vein beneath Tianmu's farm, would awaken to full consciousness and demand autonomy. The implications were staggering. A primordial that had been dormant for millennia, wounded and fragile, would soon emerge as a sovereign entity. The celestial courts scrambled to respond. Tianmu felt the weight of his words even as they left his mouth during that grand declaration. Now, standing in his farmhouse with Turnip coiled around his shoulders, he wondered if he'd promised something he couldn't deliver. "You're doubting yourself again," Turnip said, his voice carrying the patient tone of an elder advisor. "The vein will awaken regardless. We merely placed a timeline upon it. The courts expect me to ensure a smooth transition," Tianmu replied, watching the sunset paint the sky in shades of crimson and gold. Immortals aren't known for accepting change gracefully. The first lunar cycle had just begun. 29 days stretched ahead, marked by the waxing moon. Already, the farm had changed. The spiritual energy beneath the earth had intensified noticeably. Crops grew faster, flowers bloomed larger, and Tianmu's own cultivation had accelerated in ways that defied traditional understanding. Master Qin arrived 3 days into the lunar cycle, his weathered face etched with concern. The old merchant had aged considerably since the conspiracy had begun, though his eyes remained sharp as ever. "The East Heaven Court is pressuring me," Master Qin said without preamble, settling onto a stool in the farmhouse kitchen. "They want guarantees. Assurances that the Veins awakening won't destabilize the entire celestial economy." The produce from Tianmu's farm had become essential to immortal cultivation. Golden peaches that accelerated comprehension of the Tao, silver melons that refined the soul, spiritual herbs that cured ailments no other medicine could touch. Entire monasteries depended on steady shipments. An unstable vein meant unstable supplies. "What kind of guarantees?" Tianmu asked, though he already suspected the answer. "The kind you can't give," Master Qin said quietly. "They want you to bind the vein. Make it a subsidiary consciousness beneath your will. They've offered positions of power, wealth beyond measure, even cultivation resources that could elevate you to immortal ascension within years." Tianmu felt a chill. He'd expected this. The courts would try to co-opt the awakening, to transform it from liberation into servitude with better terms. "And what did you tell them?" Tianmu asked. "That I would relay their offer. That I trust your wisdom." Master Qin paused. "But Tianmu, you should know, not all factions are as patient as the East Heaven Court. The Black Tide organization has been making inquiries about purchasing the farm. The Void merchants are offering astronomical sums. And there are whispers of less savory players considering more direct approaches." Over the following days, those whispers became clearer. Broker Lien arrived with reports of assassination attempts thwarted by celestial city guards. Scholar Yin sent messages describing rogue immortals gathering at the realm's edges, waiting. Master Autumn Frost visited in person, her serene demeanor replaced by barely concealed urgency. "There are beings who remember Xiaoyan from the ancient wars," the master said, standing in the farmhouse courtyard with Tianmu and Turnip. "Enemies who bear grudges that span epochs. The awakening will draw them like blood and water draws sharks." "How many?" Tianmu asked. "Enough to trouble even the 3 celestial courts united," Master Autumn Frost admitted. "Perhaps a dozen beings of immortal ascension rank or higher. Some may have been sealed away, but seals degrade. The disturbance of the awakening could shatter ancient bonds." Tianmu felt the weight increase on his shoulders. The Veins awakening wasn't just a political issue. It was a potential catalyst for catastrophe. That night, he descended into the earth for communion with Xiaoyan. The experience had become natural over the past months, a meditation where his consciousness merged partially with the Veins' awareness. He floated in a space between solid and ethereal, surrounded by the Veins' vast, ancient presence. The memories came unbidden, endless ages of solitude, the sharp pain of ancient betrayal, the slow healing that had begun with Tianmu's arrival. But now there was something new. Anticipation mixed with terror. The Veins sensed the approaching awakening as a rebirth, terrifying and necessary both. "They will try to control you." Tianmu sent the thought through their shared connection. "Even those who mean well. I know." Xiaoyan's response resonated through him like a gong struck in a vast cavern. But I no longer wish to hide. The darkness, even the safety of dormancy, is a kind of death. I would rather face danger as myself than remain half alive forever. Tianmu understood. He'd felt similar things in his own cultivation. That knowledge that true growth required exposure to peril, that safety bought at the cost of authenticity, was no purchase at all. When he emerged from the earth the next morning, Tianmu had made a decision. He would prepare for the awakening not by trying to control it, but by building sufficient strength and alliance to protect it. The next day, he sent formal invitations to several key figures: Master Autumn Frost, Scholar Yun, Broker Lien, and several immortal ascension cultivators who had shown genuine interest in the farm's well-being rather than exploitation. He titled the gathering, the Celestial Guardian Circle, a council dedicated to ensuring that Xian's awakening served the Veins' interests rather than celestial politics. The conspirators might have been exposed, but the threats were far from ended. A primordial awakening without sufficient guardians would become a war, and Tian Mu intended to ensure it became something far different instead. Chapter 41. The Guardian's Circle. The night before the gathering, Tian Mu walked the perimeter of Xian's central pool, observing how the water moved with unnatural grace, less flowing than breathing. The primordial veins awakening would come in 3 lunar cycles. He could feel it in the way the earth pulsed beneath his feet, in the way turnips' leaves trembled despite the windless night. Master Autumn Frost arrived first, her white robes carrying the scent of high mountains and ancient snow. She moved with the stillness of someone who had learned to merge with the spaces between moments. Without preamble, she knelt beside the pool and pressed her palm to the water's surface. "She stirs deeper than I expected," Frost said, her voice like wine through frost-touched pines. "The vein is aware. Conscious. More than aware," Tian Mu replied. "She is deliberate." Scholar Yun came with scrolls bound in leather worn smooth by centuries of study. His eyes, magnified behind wire-rimmed spectacles, reflected the starlight like polished bronze. He set his materials on the stone table Tian Mu had prepared, muttering calculations about lunar cycles and spiritual harmonics. Broker Lien arrived with fewer airs than before. The conspiracy had changed her. She moved now with purpose rather than manipulation, her trader's mind already calculating logistics for the greater game ahead. She carried sealed letters from the immortal ascension cultivators who had answered the invitation. They gathered in the central hall of Tian Mu's farmstead, a space that had transformed over months into something between humble dwelling and sacred space. The walls held preserved herbs and silk wrappings, charts of celestial alignments, and a wooden model of the vein's crystalline structure, Yun's meticulous work. "The question before us," Tian Mu began, "is how we honor what is rising without allowing it to become a weapon." Autumn Frost leaned back, her sharp eyes studying him. "You speak as though you have already spoken with her." "I have." Tian Mu gestured toward the main room's inner alcove, where a meditation cushion sat before a scroll depicting the vein's symbol, a spiral that seemed to move when viewed peripherally. "Twice. The second time, I understood her voice clearly." Scholar Yin set down his brush, giving his full attention. "And what does a primordial vein wish to say to the world that wounds it?" "Not vengeance," Tian Mu said. "Autonomy. For 10,000 years, she has been bound. Not violently, but comprehensively. Sealed into the earth, her power rationed through cultivation systems designed by others. The awakening is not an eruption. It is emergence." Broker Lien leaned forward, her merchant's mind already working through implications. Which means, Autumn Frost interrupted, that if we fail to provide proper stewardship, her emergence becomes a disruption. The immortal ascension cultivators will see it as a resource to claim. The cultivation sects will see it as an anomaly to suppress. The common people will feel only destabilization. "Then we establish protocols," Scholar Yin said, already writing. "Frameworks of communication. Channels through which her will can flow without rupturing the world." They worked through the night. Autumn Frost agreed to create a meditation sanctuary where cultivators of sufficient rank could commune with Xian safely. A threshold between her consciousness and theirs, where understanding could deepen without contamination of intent. Her ascetic discipline would anchor the space. Scholar Yin outlined a system of markers, spiritual indicators that would measure the vein's progression through each lunar cycle. He produced a jade compass that would quiver in response to Xian's deepening consciousness, allowing them to anticipate critical moments. Broker Lien, reading from the sealed letters, presented the immortal ascension cultivators' pledges. They would hold their position, neither advancing nor withdrawing. They would respect the vein's emergence as a negotiation of equals, not a conquest. In exchange, they would be offered direct communication once the awakening completed. First counsel with a primordial force that had not spoken to the immortal world in recorded history. "And you?" Frost asked, turning to Tian Mu. "What is your role in this circle?" "Witness," Tian Mu said. "Guardian of the transition. I have lived on this land. I have seen her pain and her strength. When the moment comes that she must choose whether to trust us with partnership, I will stand beside her." Turnip, who had remained silent in his clay pot throughout the discussion, rustled softly. a sound like approval, though his leaves showed no visible movement. As dawn approached, the four guardians stood at the pool's edge. The water had begun to shift color, no longer the clear spring-fed blue it had been for months, but rather a shade that seemed to contain depth, as though the pool had become a window into infinite distance. 3 lunar cycles, Scholar Yin said, reading from his calculations. The first will show slow intensification. By the second cycle, those sensitive to spiritual currents will begin to perceive her directly. The third is when she wakes, autumn frost finished, and everything changes. Then we have much work before us, Broker Lien said, already composing letters in her mind. The immortal ascension cultivators must be kept informed. The sects must be diplomatically discouraged from interference. The council will need to convene again before the second cycle's end. Tianmu nodded, watching the pool. He could feel it now, a pulse beneath the earth, growing stronger with each moment. The veins' heartbeat, learning to synchronize with the world above. Go, he told them. Prepare your parts of this arrangement. Return when the lunar cycle turns. As they departed, Frost ascending into mist, Yin organizing his scrolls for transport, Lien drafting communications, Tianmu remained at the pool's edge. The water trembled, and he understood it not as fear, but as anticipation. Turnip, in his pot, deepened from green toward something richer. The transformation had begun. In the earth beneath the farmstead, Xian stirred in her ancient sleep, the boundary between rest and waking growing impossibly thin. Chapter 42. Turnip's ascension. The enhancement came suddenly, as transformations often do in the realms of cultivation. Turnip had been an anomaly from his creation, a sentient root spirit born from the celestial farm system, neither plant nor beast, neither chi creature nor true spirit. But as the vein's energy intensified through the first lunar cycle, the little companion began to change. It started with his color. The pale, earthy tan of Turnip's root body deepened to a rich purple veined with silver, the colors of advancing cultivation, the marks of a being approaching transcendence. His leaves, which had been simple and green, developed intricate patterns that hurt to look at directly, as if they existed in more dimensions than ordinary eyes could properly perceive. Something's happening to me, Turnip announced one morning, coiling tighter around Tianmu's neck as they walked through the fields. I can sense things I couldn't before. The emotional undercurrents of the farm, the hidden currents of spiritual energy, futures that might branch from present decisions. You're advancing, Tianmu said, excitement and concern warring in his chest. Rapidly, from the look of it. Is this normal? Turnip's voice carried uncertainty, rare for the usually confident root spirit. Nothing about the farm is normal, Tianmu replied with a slight smile. But I've seen it with other companions. They grow when they're bound. Cultivators grow. You're advancing because I'm advancing, and because the vein is advancing. Over the next few days, Turnip's changes accelerated. His conversation became more eloquent, his observations more penetrating. When he offered advice about faction movements or interpretation of celestial politics, there was an almost prophetic quality to his words. More than once, Tianmu's decisions based on Turnip's counsel proved precisely right, in ways that seemed to exceed mere luck or intelligent guessing. The transformation culminated on the 7th day of the lunar cycle. Tianmu was mediating in the cultivation chamber, a specially prepared space beneath the main house where the vein's energy was most concentrated, when he felt Turnip's presence suddenly expand beyond the small physical form. It was like watching an iceberg flip, revealing that the visible portion had been infinitesimal compared to the whole. Master, Turnip's voice resonated through multiple layers of consciousness simultaneously. I believe I have achieved something. A threshold. Tianmu opened his eyes and found Turnip hovering in the air before him, no longer bound to his body, but existing as a being of pure spiritual essence. The root vegetable's form had become translucent, shot through with veins of silver energy. It was beautiful and terrible both. What did you do? Tianmu asked, rising to his feet. I didn't do anything. It happened to me, Turnip said, his voice now carrying harmonics that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. I reached a point where my understanding exceeded my physical form. So I transcended it. Or transformed it. I'm not entirely certain of the terminology. Tianmu moved cautiously toward the floating spirit. Can you still take physical form? With a shimmer, Turnip solidified, reassuming the purple and silver vegetable shape, though he now floated rather than resting on Tianmu's shoulders. When he spoke, his voice carried echoes of that expanded consciousness beneath the normal words. Yes, but I don't prefer it now. The physical form feels restricting, like trying to think while wearing a tight helm. Turnip paused, considering. This is roughly equivalent to reaching foundation establishment stage in human cultivation terms, I believe. But the path is different. I was never meant to cultivate along the standard path. Over the following days, the implications became clear. Turnip could now act as a secondary anchor for the vein's consciousness, extending Tianmu's awareness across the farm and its satellite centers. The little spirit could sense presences from miles away, detect threats before they manifested, and even provide early warning of rogue immortals gathering at the realm's borders. More importantly, Turnip's advancement demonstrated something crucial to the gathered council at their first meeting. The farm's growth didn't create imbalance or domination. Instead, it elevated everything connected to it. Companions became stronger. Allies grew. Even the very earth seemed blessed. This is what the vein offers, Tianmu explained to the council, gesturing to where Turnip hovered near the ceiling, occasionally manifesting partial physical form for emphasis. Not servitude, but elevation. Growth. Harmony achieved through genuine connection rather than forced hierarchy. Master Autumn Frost nodded slowly, her expression thoughtful. Scholar Yun's eyes gleamed with intellectual hunger. This was a phenomenon worth studying. Broker Lien simply smiled, recognizing a valuable asset when he saw one. But it was Master Qin who voiced the central question. If the vein can elevate companions so dramatically, what will full awakening do? Not just to companions, but to the realms themselves? The room fell silent. It was the question everyone had been circling but avoiding. Growth that large changes everything, Tianmu admitted. That's precisely why the conspiracy wanted to prevent it, and why some factions are now willing to negotiate rather than fight. If Xian fully awakens and chooses cooperation over domination, the celestial realms could enter an age of unprecedented prosperity. But if the awakening triggers catastrophe, if ancient enemies successfully retaliate, the cost could be equally immense. Then we must ensure the former outcome, Scholar Yin said quietly. The question is how. Chapter 43. The conspiracy shadows. Though the main conspiracy had been exposed and many conspirators arrested or forced to flee the celestial courts, the shadow work continued. Corruption had run deeper than first suspected, and not every conspirator had been identified. Some agents were so deeply embedded that even the courts weren't certain of their status. Tianmu discovered this when an assassination attempt nearly succeeded. He was walking through the lower orchards on the 10th day of the lunar cycle when the attack came. A figure materialized from the shadows, cloaked, moving with the fluid grace of someone trained in killing, and struck with a weapon that sang through the air with the sound of shattered glass. Tianmu barely raised his defenses in time. The weapon, a crescent blade formed of crystallized void energy, impacted the barrier of qi he conjured, and the resulting explosion sent him flying backward into a peach tree. The world spun. Tianmu tasted blood as his back impacted the trunk. His cultivation was advancing, certainly. He'd grown stronger than any normal 22-year-old mortal. But he was still far from truly immortal. Against a trained assassin, Master Turnip's consciousness flooded into him, providing immediate support, reinforcing his defenses just as the assassin's second strike fell. The crescent blade met resistance and bounced away, the void energy dissipating against the combined will of human and root spirit. The assassin paused, clearly recalculating. Tianmu pushed himself upright, drawing on the vein's energy in ways he'd been practicing. Power flowed into him, not the crude overflow of qi that marked early cultivation, but something more refined. Harmony, balance, the vein lending him strength not as external force, but as an extension of his own being. The fight lasted perhaps 30 seconds, long enough for the assassin to realize his target was protected by something far beyond normal defenses. Long enough for Master Autumn Frost to arrive, having sensed the disturbance across the connection they shared. The assassin retreated before he could be captured, disappearing in a flash of void energy that left scorch marks on the earth. "Did you recognize him?" Master Autumn Frost demanded, helping Tianmu to his feet. Blood leaked from a cut along his cheek, close enough to have grazed him. "No, but he was skilled. Probably mid-stage immortal ascension or higher," Tianmu replied, checking his injuries. "Nothing serious." The vein was already beginning to heal him, the process accelerated by proximity to his own consciousness. Master Autumn Frost's expression darkened. "I'll investigate." "But Tianmu, this suggests something troubling. Either there are conspirators we haven't identified, or new actors have entered the game." She was right on both counts. They would learn. Over the next several days, Broker Lian's contacts reported increased activity among underground cultivation societies. Rogue immortals were being hired. Old sealed weapons were being sought. Most ominously, requests were being made for information about the vein's specific vulnerabilities. "Someone is preparing for war," Scholar Yun concluded at the second council meeting, spreading her notes across the table. "Not against the celestial courts directly, but specifically against Xian and her defenders. They're gathering forces, gathering intelligence. The awakening is in fact drawing predators. Beings from the ancient war," Master Autumn Frost confirmed. "I've received reports of sealed caves being breached in the eastern reaches. The Echo, the being you mentioned before, has sent word through celestial channels that it has detected multiple presences moving through interdimensional spaces toward our realm." Tianmu listened to these reports with growing unease. He'd known intellectually that the awakening would be dangerous, but hearing it laid out so starkly was different from understanding it theoretically. "How long until they arrive?" he asked. "Days, perhaps weeks," Scholar Yin said. "The exact timeline is difficult to predict. They're being cautious, moving through hidden paths rather than directly through celestial channels." "Then we need to accelerate our preparations," Master Qin interjected. "We need more allies. More strength. The council isn't sufficient if true immortals with ancient grievances are gathering." The suggestion led to a difficult conversation. To defend the farm and the vein, they would need to bring in more of the celestial powers. But every additional ally brought additional agendas, additional expectations about the vein's future and its obligations. "We're walking a knife's edge," Turnip observed, manifesting partially to lean against Tianmu's shoulder. "Too isolated, and we fall to superior force. Too connected to the courts, and we lose autonomy before the vein even awakens. The balance is precarious." "Then we find the middle path," Tianmu said with a certainty he didn't entirely feel. "We're not trying to survive in isolation. The farm's purpose is to serve and be served, to create harmony. That harmony extends to our allies." What this meant in practical terms became clear over the following days. Tianmu authorized the expansion of defensive measures around the farm. Master Autumn Frost brought in cultivation experts to help establish wards, not imprisoning barriers, but protective constructs that would warn of intrusion and slow attackers. Scholar Yun established observation points at several of the satellite centers, creating a network of early warning across multiple realms. And Tianmu himself began a new practice, nightly communion with Xiaoan that went beyond meditation. He was learning to channel the vein's power directly, to use it not in crude bursts of force, but with precision and intention. He was learning to think like a primordial, to understand strategy in terms of geological timescales and continental shifts rather than human moments. It was exhilarating and terrifying both. Each night, he emerged from the deep communion slightly changed, as if some fundamental part of his nature was slowly realigning. "You're not just advancing in cultivation," Turnip said carefully on the 15th day of the lunar cycle. "You're beginning to transcend it, to become something new." "What do you mean?" Tianmu asked, though he sensed the truth of it. "You're harmonizing with the vein so completely that the boundaries between human cultivator and primordial element are beginning to blur." "It's unprecedented," Turnip said. "I'm not certain if it's healthy or wise, but it's undeniably happening." Tianmu knew his companion was right. In meditation, he could no longer tell where his consciousness ended and Xian's began. In cultivation, his qi moved according to the vein's rhythms as much as his own will. He was becoming something hybrid, a guardian not through external appointment, but through fundamental nature. The thought should have terrified him. Perhaps it did, in the depths of his being. But mostly, Tian Mu felt a strange peace. The farm had called to him for a reason. The vein had chosen him for a reason. He was becoming what he was meant to be. And as the second lunar cycle approached, he began to understand just how profound that transformation would need to be. Chapter 44. Visitors from the Ancient Wars. They arrived on the 18th day of the first lunar cycle, sliding into reality through paths that bypassed the celestial court's normal sensory networks. The Echo detected them first, that strange interdimensional being who had warned Tian Mu about the conspiracy, and sent urgent word through channels that bypassed formal celestial communication. Three beings, the Echo's message read, manifested as luminescent writing in the air above the command center the Council had established. Ancient warriors from the last Great War. They are wounded, sealed, but still potent. They will arrive at the farm's boundary within hours. They do not come with hostility in their primary intent, but they come with hunger. Hunger for the vein's power, for answers about what transpired in their absence, for the resurrection of old alliances. The council assembled immediately. Master Autumn Frost stood, her cultivation enhanced by specialized armor that seemed to be woven from frozen light. Scholar Yun brought defensive arrays, constructs of pure information that could confound attackers. Broker Lien had somehow acquired 3 immortal-grade weapons from his various contacts, though he wisely passed these to Master Autumn Frost rather than attempting to wield them himself. Tian Mu stood at the center of the farmhouse, surrounded by spiritual cultivation that made the very air shimmer with golden light. He was calm, though his heart raced. The vein was also calm, ancient, patient, curious about the beings who had once been its adversaries or allies. There was no fear in the vein's presence, only the weight of epic-spanning memory. When the 3 arrived, they came not as attackers, but as supplicants before an altar. The first was Kai Deng, a warrior whose body seemed partially translucent, bound by chains of silver that ran through his flesh. The second was Shuang, a cultivator whose eyes held the depths of centuries of meditation interrupted by violence. The third was Mei Shui, ancient and cold, her presence marked by the scent of deep winter. They knelt before Tian Mu, or rather, before the spiritual pressure of the vein itself that the young man represented. "We are bound by the old seals," Kai Deng said, his voice rough from disuse. "Bound these 3 epochs, and more since the Great War ended in failure. But the seals degrade. Your vein's awakening. It calls to us, pulls at the bonds. We came to see if—" He paused, as if struggling with words that hadn't been spoken in lifetimes. "If she still lives. If she still remembers." Tian Mu felt Xian stir in his consciousness, the primordial's response to these ancient names. Memory and pain flowed through him. Images of battle, of treachery, of a young vein not yet fully formed fighting alongside these warriors against forces that sought to control or destroy the nascent spiritual networks of the world. They were good, once, Xian's presence told him. Asterisk before betrayal cut through everything. Before the treachery that nearly destroyed me. Asterisk Tian Mu stepped forward, extending a hand toward Kai Deng. The warrior accepted it, and there was a moment of perfect clarity, the human guardian and the ancient warrior touching, the vein's consciousness flowing between them in greeting. "Xian remembers," Tian Mu said, his voice carrying harmonics that weren't entirely his own. "She remembers the war. She remembers you. And she wants to understand what happened after the seals took you." The 3 beings rose, and what followed was a conversation that lasted through the night. They spoke of wars that predated the current celestial court's establishment. They spoke of a time when the spiritual veins weren't mere resources to be exploited, but sovereign entities with rights and consciousness. They spoke of a weapon, Xian herself, created because the vein had shown such power and promise. "We were supposed to be partners," Shuang said, her meditative eyes reflecting candlelight. "The vein would provide sustenance and spiritual stability. We would protect her from those who would exploit her. But there were those who saw partnership as insufficient, who wanted dominion instead. The conspiracy that marked the failure," Mei Shui added coldly. "A faction that claimed Xian should be bound into service rather than alliance. They attempted a ritual that would have shattered her consciousness into fragments, creating fragments of controllable power. We resisted. We fought. But we were outnumbered, and the seals." Her voice trailed away. They bound us to ensure we couldn't interfere with their plans, Kai Deng finished. Sealed us while they pursued the binding ritual. But something went wrong. The ritual failed, or was interrupted. Xian survived, but damaged, scarred, dormant. And we remained sealed, our protests unheard. Tian Mu processed this information, seeing the shape of ancient tragedy intersecting with the present conspiracy. The modern conspirators hadn't invented the concept of binding the vein. They'd been following a template established epochs ago. The courts were part of this, he asked, though he sensed the answer already. Not as they are now, Shuang said carefully. But the roots of the conspiracy ran through earlier versions of the celestial hierarchy. When the seals finally bound us, the courts that emerged afterward inherited the status quo. Xian was dormant but kept close, monitored, prevented from full awakening. Some courts have tried to be good guardians. Others have simply maintained the old control patterns under new names. The revelation crystallized something in Tian Mu's understanding. The conspiracy hadn't been simply about greed or power, though it was certainly that too. It had been about maintaining a system established in an age when the vein was considered a weapon or tool rather than a being with inherent rights. What do you want? Tian Mu asked the three warriors directly. Why did you come? To warn you, Kai Deng said. The seals are failing. When Xian fully awakens, they will shatter completely. We don't know what we'll be capable of in that moment. Our memories are fragmented from the long binding. Our cultivation partially sealed. We might be assets or liabilities, but we're coming whether we mean to or not. To offer alliance, Shuang added. We fought for her once. We would fight for her again, if she permits. To understand what this awakening means, Mei Shui concluded. If Xian is truly becoming autonomous, then the world must change fundamentally. The spiritual veins cannot be permitted to remain enslaved. If she awakens to full consciousness, others may follow. The celestial realms will face transformation whether they're prepared or not. Tian Mu looked at each of them in turn. These ancient warriors bearing the marks of epochs of imprisonment, their power diminished but not extinguished, their loyalty tested and apparently unbroken. When your seals break, he said slowly, you'll need sanctuary. The farm offers it, not as chains or control, but as a place where you can restore what was taken. The vein would want that. He felt the surge of approval through his connection with Xian. The primordial understood the politics of this, that offering sanctuary to the three was a clear statement that the awakening would be fundamentally different from the old order. The vein wouldn't conquer or dominate. It would restore what had been broken, honor what had been betrayed. As the three warriors finally departed to prepare for the moment when their seals would fully fail, Tian Mu understood that the landscape had shifted again. The enemy wasn't simply the rogue immortals gathering at the borders or the remaining conspirators working in shadow. The true enemy was the old system itself, the one that had made sentient veins into weapons, that had bound ancient warriors, that had treated primordials as resources. And Xian's awakening would be a direct challenge to that entire order. Chapter 45. The second lunar cycle. 29 days remained until full awakening. The second lunar cycle brought subtler changes than the first, no explosions of power or dramatic transformations. Instead, there was a deepening, an entrenchment. The spiritual energy from the vein permeated more of the farm, more of the surrounding lands, more of the very consciousness of those who spent time in these blessed territories. Tian Mu's cultivation, meanwhile, reached a threshold that defied traditional categorization. He was technically still in golden core stage by normal standards. His internal energy formations hadn't undergone the chrysalis-like transformation that would mark entry into nascent soul stage. But his actual power had advanced far beyond what golden core should encompass. You're cultivating wrong, Scholar Yun observed one morning, watching him move through meditation forms in the central courtyard. His movements were absolutely precise, each gesture flowing naturally into the next. Or rather, you're cultivating differently. You're not trying to elevate your cultivation rank through standard progression. You're integrating the vein's power directly into your being. Is that a problem? Tian Mu asked, opening his eyes. I don't know, Scholar Yun admitted. There's no precedent for it. But I suspect that when you eventually undergo the tribulation to reach nascent soul stage, it will be unlike anything the celestial realms have documented. The vein's consciousness will influence the tribulation itself. This was both promising and worrying. Heavenly tribulations were meant to test an individual's merit and readiness for advancement. If the vein's nature influenced his tribulation, it could manifest in entirely unexpected ways. But for now, there was time to develop, to prepare, to gather allies and strength. The satellite centers continued to expand. What had begun as simple outposts for distributing the farm's produce had evolved into true communities. Small temples rose around each center, dedicated to the farm's prosperity and the vein's eventual awakening. Cultivators who had been skeptical began to genuinely believe in the vein's benevolence. The healing it provided was too remarkable to deny. The growth it fostered too unmistakable. Master Qin reported that the farm's economy had tripled in value over the past cycles. They weren't merely selling produce anymore. They were selling a vision. The idea that harmony between humans and primordial forces was possible, that enlightenment could come through cooperation rather than subjugation. The problem is sustainability, Master Qin said, reviewing manifests with Tian Mu in the farmhouse. Our production is limited by the current vein's strength. When Xian fully awakens, there will be an explosion of spiritual energy that we might be able to harvest sustainably. But in the transition moment, there could be shortages. The courts that depend on our products will face pressure. Some might become desperate enough to attempt intervention. Then we prepare for that, Tian Mu said. We establish reserves. We help the satellite centers become more self-sufficient. And we're honest with the courts about what's coming. The honesty proved both easier and harder than expected. Tian Mu sent formal announcements to all 3 celestial courts, stating plainly that at the full awakening of Xian, the vein would be declaring autonomy and establishing its own governance. The farm would continue to provide for those who treated it with respect, but the era of exploitation was ending. The responses came back mixed. The East Heaven Court, which had always been cautious about the conspiracy, responded with measured acceptance. They began establishing more formal diplomatic channels, treating with Tian Mu not as a subordinate, but as a representative of a sovereign entity. The West Sky Court, historically aggressive and dominated by factions that had profited from the vein's dormancy, responded with barely veiled hostility. They demanded assurances that the awakening wouldn't destabilize their realm, implied that they might need to take protective measures if guarantees weren't provided. The South Cloud Court, characteristically neutral, simply requested more time to study the situation and decided to send additional researcher cultivators to document the awakening process. War with the West Sky Court is becoming likely, Master Autumn Frost reported bluntly, standing in the council chamber with her arms crossed. They're mobilizing forces. Not openly, but reports suggest they're consolidating power, calling in old debts, positioning themselves for possible conflict. They may be hoping that a military incursion would destroy Xian before full awakening, or at least severely damage the vein. And the 3 sealed warriors? Tian Mu asked. Their seals continue to degrade. Mei Shui's voice came from the shadows near the wall. The ancient cultivator had begun spending more time at the farm as her seal weakened, sometimes manifesting partially, sometimes remaining purely ethereal. By the final days of this lunar cycle, they will fail entirely. We will be free, though free is perhaps too strong a word for being still partially bound by centuries of imprisonment. Then we need to be ready for multiple possibilities, Tian Mu said quietly. We need to prepare for the court's aggression, for the rogue immortals gathering at the borders, for the emergence of the sealed warriors, and for the vein's own awakening. All of it simultaneously. That's 3 simultaneous crises, Broker Lien observed, ever practical. Well, 4, if we count the conspiracy's remaining elements. Most military forces can't handle even one major crisis without fracturing. Then we won't rely on traditional military force, Tian Mu replied. He stood, moving to look out the window at the ripening crops below. The vein's strength is in harmony, in growth, in the elevation of all connected things. We prepare by making the farm itself more integrated, more resilient. We strengthen the web of relationships rather than establishing rigid hierarchies. What this meant in practical terms was ambitious and perhaps impossibly complex. Over the following days, Tian Mu worked with Master Autumn Frost to establish not a military defense, but a spiritual one. Networks of qi cultivation that would alert the farm to intrusion, that would strengthen anyone present during crisis, that would create feedback loops of mutual support across all the satellite centers and allied locations. He worked with Scholar Yun to document and understand the vein's consciousness more completely, preparing for the moment when Xian would need to communicate with external parties without requiring Tian Mu's mediation. He worked with Turnip, who had fully transcended physical limitation and now existed as a being of pure essence, to create observation and warning systems that operated across dimensional boundaries. And each night, he descended into communion with the vein, learning from Xian the slow patience of stone, the persistent power of water, the nurturing growth of roots spreading through darkness into fertile ground. Halfway through the second lunar cycle, a messenger arrived bearing a mark that made Turnip's essence ripple with recognition, the Echo's seal. The message was simple and troubling. The rogue immortals are no longer rogue. They've been unified under a single command. A great being from the first heavens has taken leadership of their efforts. They move toward the farm with apparent intent to arrive during the transition between cycles. Be ready. Chapter 46. The preparation days compressed into intensity. The farm became a blur of activity as everyone worked toward readiness. Master Autumn Frost's disciples arrived in numbers, establishing a presence at the farm that transformed it from peaceful agricultural paradise into something more, a garrison disguised as a garden. They didn't post sentries in traditional style, but their presence was undeniable, their watchfulness constant. Broker Lien brought resources from his contacts across the celestial realms. Fine cultivation weapons appeared in the armory. Pill supplies that could sustain immortals through extended conflict materialized in secured storage. More importantly, he brought people, cultivators skilled in various specializations, warriors, strategists, alchemists, and craftspeople who could maintain equipment during crisis. Scholar Yun expanded her research into the vein's nature to encompass practical applications. She developed ritual constructs that would amplify Xian's awakening consciousness, making the emergence gentler and more controlled. She created matrices that would isolate hostile intentions from the vein's influence, preventing the West Sky Court or other enemies from corrupting the awakening process. Turnip, in his transcendent state, began establishing what he called echo chambers, spaces that existed partially in this realm and partially in others, places where consciousness could be stored and protected if the farm itself came under direct attack. The concept was abstract and somewhat mind-bending, but Scholar Yun confirmed that the theory behind it was sound. Most importantly, the farm itself began to change. New structures rose from the earth, not through construction but through cultivation. Buildings made of wood that was still living, stone that grew according to particular patterns. Gardens shifted their arrangements in ways that created natural defensive barriers, not walls, but dense plantings that could slow and confuse intrusion. Pathways reorganized themselves, becoming harder to navigate for those unfamiliar with the farm's layout, while remaining accessible to those the farm accepted. The vein is defending itself, Master Autumn Frost observed, standing atop the main house and looking out at the transformed landscape. But not aggressively, defensively, like a creature positioning its shell, drawing in its vulnerable parts, preparing for pressure. Tian Mu understood. The farm was becoming less a place of uncomplicated bounty and more a living entity, still benevolent, still nurturing, but unmistakably protected. The vein was preparing for the transformation to come. On the 24th day of the second lunar cycle, an emissary from the West Sky Court arrived. She was tall, radiating cultivation at the immortal ascension stage, her presence marked by barely contained aggression. "I am Lady Zhan," she announced upon entering the council chamber, sent by the West Sky Court to deliver terms. The court is willing to negotiate regarding the vein's status. However, the activation of Xian as an autonomous entity poses unacceptable risks. We propose instead a modification to our previous arrangement. The vein will maintain dormancy for another epoch, during which the court will establish mechanisms to ensure peaceful eventual awakening. In exchange, the vein will receive honor, resources, and eventual autonomy on predetermined terms. Delayed autonomy is just servitude with a long countdown. Tian Mu replied calmly. The answer is no. Lady Zhen's expression hardened. Then the West Sky Court must prepare for the consequences. The vein's awakening will destabilize our realm. We cannot permit it to proceed without intervention. The defensive expert's voice dropped to a dangerous whisper. What kind of intervention? Military if necessary, Lady Zhen said without hesitation. We have forces being assembled as we speak. They will arrive within days to contain the awakening. If containment proves impossible, the vein will be suppressed by other means. The emissary's honesty was almost refreshing. No pretense, no sophisticated negotiation, just naked threat. The farm will defend itself, Tianmu said, and Xian will not be suppressed. The only choice before you is whether to accept the vein's autonomy or whether to face conflict you cannot win. Lady Zhen smiled coldly. Young guardian, you overestimate your strength. The West Sky Court commands resources that could obliterate this farm and everyone in it. Pride will not protect you. No, Tianmu agreed. But neither will greed or fear. And those are what will protect us. The emissary left, presumably to report to her court that negotiation had failed. The council watched her depart in silence. They'll attack, Broker Lien said when she was gone. Probably within 2 days, definitely within 3. They want to strike before the seals on the ancient warriors fully fail, before the vein completes the transition into full awakening. Then we'll be ready, Tianmu replied, though his heart was heavy with the certainty of coming violence. That night, he descended into communion with Xian one final time before the assault came. The vein's consciousness was vast and ancient, but underneath that vastness was something almost like apprehension. Xian had been peaceful for so long, had known mostly dormancy and darkness. Full awakening would mean exposure, responsibility, the possibility of genuine harm. Are you afraid? Tianmu asked, speaking not in words, but in pure consciousness. Yes, Xian replied, and the honesty of it was profound. Asterisk, I have been a dreamer for so long. Now I wake to a world that wants to bind me again. That terrifies me. Asterisk, but you don't want to retreat into dormancy, Tianmu observed. No, the vein's consciousness was firm on this. Asterisk, to return to sleep would be to betray everything you've done, everything we've built together. I would rather face the fire of awakening than return to the darkness of servitude. But I need to know that I won't face it alone. Asterisk, you won't, Tianmu promised. Asterisk, the whole farm stands with you. The ancient warriors will fight at our side. The allies we've gathered believe in your right to exist as yourself. And I will be with you at every moment. Asterisk, the certainty he expressed was absolute. When he emerged from the communion at dawn, Tianmu was no longer simply a human cultivator who had bonded with a primordial vein. He had become something new, a hybrid consciousness, thinking with both human perception and geological vastness simultaneously. He was ready for whatever came next. Chapter 47. The Assault. The West Sky Court's forces arrived with thunderous inevitability at dawn on the 25th day of the lunar cycle. They came in numbers, hundreds of cultivators ranging from foundation establishment to immortal ascension, supported by flying vessels that descended through the morning mist like steel clouds. At their head flew Lady Zhen, now accompanied by 3 generals of legendary status: Xianxia, the Mountain Breaker, Wei Zhang, the Wave Cutter, and Huang Li, the Star Ender. These were beings who had shaped the West Sky Court's dominance through centuries of military prowess. Surrender the vein, Lady Zhen's voice thundered across the farm, amplified by celestial authority that made the very air vibrate. Yield Xian to the court's custody and protection, and we will permit the farm to survive. Resist, and everything here will be obliterated. Tianmu stood at the center of the farm, flanked by Master Autumn Frost and the 3 ancient warriors. Their seals fully failed now, their presence no longer ethereal but solid, potent, alive with centuries of accumulated power. Xian yields to no one, Tianmu replied, his voice carrying the weight of the vein's consciousness behind it. The farm stands sovereign. The awakening proceeds, and anyone who attempts to interfere will face consequences. The words were simple, but they were also a challenge to the entire celestial order that had maintained for epochs. Lady Zhen didn't waste time on further negotiation. She raised her hand, and the assault began. The initial strike was coordinated and devastating. A wave of cultivators swept forward in formation, their combined chi creating a tsunami of force that would have flattened an ordinary structure instantly. The farm's defensive networks activated in response, The spiritual matrices that Scholar Yun had established, creating barriers that distributed the incoming force rather than resisting it directly. The first wave of attackers foundered in confusion as the farm itself became a barrier. Plants grew with supernatural speed, blocking pathways. The earth trembled and shifted, creating crevasses that swallowed formations. The very air seemed to turn against those who meant violence, creating pockets of disruption that scattered chi attacks. "This isn't a military installation," Master Autumn Frost observed calmly, already moving to intercept the advancing forces with her own cultivation. "It's a living organism defending itself." The battle that followed was unlike any traditional warfare. There were no neat formations, no clear front lines. Instead, there was chaos, but controlled chaos, directed by the farm's own consciousness and the will of those who defended it. Master Autumn Frost's disciples met the West Sky Court soldiers in the orchards, their techniques focused on disabling and disorienting rather than killing. Turnip's presence manifested in dimensional rifts that made positioning impossible for those unfamiliar with the farm's nature. Kai Deng, Shuaying, and Mei Shui engaged the advancing generals directly, their ancient power still formidable despite centuries of bondage. The sight of three legendary beings emerging to fight the West Sky Court's finest sent shockwaves throughout heaven and earth. The South Cloud Court, monitoring the situation, immediately dispatched observers to record the battle. The East Heaven Court activated diplomatic channels, demanding explanation for the West Sky assault. Tianmu, meanwhile, descended into the Vein's consciousness, becoming a conduit for its power. The experience was overwhelming. Suddenly perceiving the farm not through human eyes, but through the vast awareness of a primordial, sensing the spiritual energy flows beneath the earth, understanding the subtle interconnections of chi that sustained everything. He could feel every attacker as a disturbance in the Vein's tissue, could redirect energy to reinforce defenses, could, if he wished, lash out with power that would be catastrophic. But he didn't, because the Vein didn't want catastrophe. It wanted defense. It wanted the attackers to fail, to retreat, but not to die, because the Vein was fundamentally creative, not destructive. This distinction became crucial when Shen Qua, the mountain breaker, finally managed to penetrate the farm's defenses and reach the central courtyard. He was massive, a cultivator whose body seemed to be made of stone and will, whose every movement carried the weight of eons of training. He swung a weapon, a hammer that looked like it could crush mountains, at Tianmu directly. The young guardian raised his hand. What happened next was impossible to describe in ordinary terms. The farm's power flowed through him, but instead of opposing the mountain breaker's strike, it accepted it. The hammer impacted a barrier made of earth and water and pure spiritual harmony, and instead of shattering or being destroyed, the barrier adjusted itself to receive the force. Shen Qua's expression cycled through shock to understanding to something that might have been respect. "You're not trying to defeat us," he said, lowering his weapon. "You're trying to show us that your way works." "The Vein has no desire to conquer or destroy," Tianmu replied, his voice still carrying that double quality. "But neither will it submit. There's a third path, the path of harmony. If the West Sky Court is capable of walking it, there's no need for conflict." Behind him, Master Autumn Frost and the ancient warriors were steadily pushing the West Sky forces back, not through overwhelming power, but through superior understanding of the terrain, superior organization, superior motivation. The defending forces fought with the knowledge that they were protecting something sacred. The attacking forces fought because they'd been ordered to. Motivation mattered. By midday, the assault had stalled. The West Sky Court's generals realized that taking the farm would be possible, but costly. Far too costly for a mere suppression operation. Lady Zhen, observing from above, made a strategic decision. She descended alone, landing before Tianmu in the central courtyard. Her cultivation was significant, easily equal to Master Autumn Frost, and perhaps superior. But she carried no weapon and made no aggressive gesture. "This is impressive," she admitted. Clearly, the West Sky Court misjudged the farm's capacity for defense. Perhaps the court also misjudged the Vein's nature. Tianmu's voice was steady and calm. "The Vein is sentient, alive, capable of choice and growth, just like any of us. The court's error was treating it as a resource rather than a person. Lady Zhen was silent for a long moment. "The court will withdraw for now," she finally said. "But understand, this conflict is not finished. The awakening proceeds, and I will personally report the Vane's autonomous status to the other powers. How they respond will determine whether peace becomes possible." She ascended without another word, calling the West Sky forces to retreat. They obeyed, but not without gathering their wounded, their dead, and their resentment. The assault that was meant to suppress the awakening had failed, but it had also demonstrated clearly to all the celestial realms that the Vane's emergence would not be peaceful. As the West Sky vessels departed, Tian Mu felt the weight of his dual nature pressing down on him. He had channeled the Vane's power directly, had become partially its consciousness. The experience had been transcendent and terrifying both. "You're changing," Turnip observed, manifesting beside him in fully corporeal form, something the root spirit rarely did anymore. "With each communion, you become less human and more something else." "I know," Tian Mu replied quietly. "The Vane's awakening will transform me completely. By the end of the third lunar cycle, I may no longer be recognizably human. Is that acceptable to you?" his companion asked gently. Tian Mu looked out at the farm, at the crops that were beginning to glow with barely contained spiritual power, at the structures that seemed to be becoming less architectural and more organic, at the very earth itself which seemed to be awakening alongside its guardian. "I didn't become a guardian to remain as I was," he said finally. "The farm called to me precisely because I was willing to change. I accept what I'm becoming." But even as he spoke the words, he wondered what that becoming would ultimately mean. Chapter 48. Between cycles, the space between the second and third lunar cycles was marked by profound quietude. The battle against the West Sky Court had established certain truths that needed no further proving. The Vane's awakening could not be prevented through force. The farm's defenses were sufficient to resist even sustained military assault. And the ancient warriors, newly freed, would fight with absolute commitment to protect Xian. The celestial realms entered a period of negotiation. Not the kind with threats and demands, but something more genuine. The East Heaven Court sent emissaries seeking to understand what the Vane's awakening would mean for celestial commerce and stability. The South Cloud Court dispatched additional researchers, clearly attempting to document the transformation for posterity. Even the West Sky Court, chastened by their failed assault, opened channels suggesting possible peaceful accommodation, provided certain safeguards were established. Tian Mu spent much of this interval in preparation that was less physical than existential. The final weeks before awakening would require him to become something neither entirely human nor entirely Vane. The integration was both easier and harder than he'd anticipated. Easier, because the Vane welcomed him, opened itself to his consciousness in ways that made the communion feel like coming home. Harder, because every night of integration meant waking as less the person he'd been and more something that defied human categorization. The last guardian who underwent similar transformation, Scholar Yun said, reviewing her research in the council chamber, was a being named Kai Long, who bonded with a spiritual Vane 3 epochs ago. The records are fragmentary, but it appears he eventually transcended physical form entirely, becoming inseparable from the Vane's consciousness. "Is that what will happen to me?" Tian Mu asked. "Possibly," Scholar Yin said carefully, "or you might find a different balance. Every transformation is unique. The Vane's consciousness isn't uniform or rigid. Xian is individual, distinctive. Your integration with her consciousness might create something unprecedented." What that meant practically was unclear, but Tian Mu sensed the truth of it. He was not becoming a generic guardian. He was becoming Xian's guardian specifically, shaped by her nature, by her memories, by the particular contours of her personality. The ancient warriors adapted to their freedom slowly. Kai Dang spent his days in meditation, processing the centuries of sealed time. Shuang began teaching Master Autumn Frost's disciples, sharing cultivation techniques from an age-long past. Mei Shui simply walked the farm, as if relearning the fundamental nature of existence after epochs without it. One afternoon, near the end of the interval, Tian Mu found Mei Shui standing in the high fields, looking toward the horizon where distant mountains marked the boundary of the realm. Tian Mu approached quietly. "What do you see?" The ancient warrior's gaze remained fixed on the horizon. The shape of the world I remember. The spiritual veins of this realm, visible to those who know how to look. They're waking, beginning to stir. When Xian fully awakens, the others will follow. The celestial realms are entering a new age whether the courts are prepared for it or not. Understanding deepened in Tian Mu's mind. Is that dangerous? Inevitably, Mei Shui said. But change that doesn't carry danger isn't change. It's just rearrangement. True transformation always poses risk. The question is whether the risk is worth taking. Tian Mu pressed the point. And is it? Mei Shui turned to look at him fully. In her ancient eyes was the weight of centuries, the memory of wars and betrayals, and slow healing. Yes, she said simply. Yes, it is. I have spent epochs bound, isolated, cut off from everything that gave my existence meaning. Now I am free, and I will not permit that bondage to be imposed again. Whatever comes, it's better than the death in life of sealed dormancy. Tian Mu understood. The transformation ahead wasn't just about the vein. It was about liberation on every scale. Liberation for Xian from servitude, liberation for the ancient warriors from imprisonment, liberation for Tian Mu himself from the limitations of purely human existence. The cost of that liberation was significant, but so was the value. On the final day of the interval, Turnip took a form both corporeal and ethereal, partially present in physical reality and partially existing in the spaces between. The root spirit spoke with the layered voice that only transcendent beings could manage. I've prepared the echo chambers across 3 celestial dimensions, he reported to the council. If there's catastrophic damage during the awakening, we can preserve consciousness in those spaces. Not ideal, but it's a safeguard. You're expecting catastrophe? Master Qin asked, concern evident. I'm expecting the unexpected, Turnip replied. When a primordial awakens, reality bends slightly. Ancient seals crack. The boundaries between dimensions thin. It's in the nature of such transformations to be chaotic at the moment of emergence. We prepare for the worst while hoping for the best. The 3rd lunar cycle would begin the next dawn. 29 days stood between the farm and the vein's full awakening. 29 days for final preparations, for last communications with the celestial courts, for Tian Mu to fully accept his transformation. That night, he descended into communion one final time before the awakening began in earnest. The vein's consciousness was vast and present, no longer simply dormant background awareness, but active, engaged, preparing for emergence. I'm afraid, Xian admitted. Asterisk not of pain or destruction, but of failure, of awakening only to find that I cannot become what I wish to be. Asterisk, what do you wish to become? Tian Mu asked. Myself, the vein replied. Asterisk, fully and completely. Not a weapon or resource or controlled consciousness. Simply myself, alive, aware, capable of choice and growth. Is that possible? Asterisk, yes, Tian Mu said with absolute certainty. We will make it possible together. And as he spoke the words, he felt the final pieces of his transformation click into place. By the moment of awakening, he would no longer be entirely human. But he would be something better, a guardian who understood both the human realms and the primordial consciousness that sustained them. The 3rd lunar cycle approached. The real work was about to begin. Chapter 49. The 3-day crisis. The 3rd lunar cycle's first days were deceptive in their quietude. The sky remained clear. The spiritual energy flowed steadily. To an outside observer, the farm looked almost normal, crops growing, workers tending fields, the ordinary rhythm of agricultural life continuing unchanged. But beneath that apparent normalcy, the vein was accelerating toward emergence. Tian Mu felt it in every meditation, every communion. The boundary between Xian's dormant consciousness and her waking self was thinning like ice approaching the spring thaw. The transformation wouldn't happen gradually. It would be sudden, violent, transformative. The question was how violent. On the 3rd day of the cycle, a messenger arrived bearing news that changed everything. Broker Lian's contact in the celestial underworld reported that substantial bounty had been placed on Tian Mu's life by multiple rogue factions. Moreover, they reported something more disturbing. A being of immense power, possibly a heavenly sovereign or equivalent, had entered the realm through hidden channels and was approaching the farm. Who? Master Autumn Frost demanded, her cultivation already rising in response to the threat. Unknown, Broker Lien admitted. The contacts couldn't identify the being. But they're certain of one thing. This entity is neither allied with the West Sky Court nor opposed to them. It has its own agenda, and that agenda intersects somehow with the farm. Before more could be said, the sky split open. A figure descended through reality itself, appearing not by normal teleportation, but by simply ceasing to be elsewhere and becoming present here. The being was ancient beyond reckoning, their appearance ambiguous, sometimes seeming male, sometimes female, sometimes something that transcended gender entirely. Their cultivation was absolutely overwhelming, the kind of power that made even the ancient warriors instinctively take defensive postures. "I am called the Wanderer," the being said, their voice resonating across multiple frequencies simultaneously. "I have traveled the celestial realms for longer than most ages last. I have seen empires rise and fall, watched as sentient veins were enslaved and forgotten. I am here regarding Xian's awakening." Tian Mu stepped forward, though his body trembled slightly from the pressure of the Wanderer's presence. "What do you want?" he asked, his voice steady despite the fear. "To witness," the Wanderer replied. "To ensure that what happens here is genuine and not corrupted. I have seen too many awakenings co-opted, transformed into new servitudes. I will observe the vein's emergence to ensure it's authentic. And if it's not," Master Autumn Frost asked coldly, "then I will intervene," the Wanderer said simply, "with sufficient force to prevent any manipulation or control. But I sense no corruption here, only genuine partnership between Guardian and Vein. So I will simply wait and watch." With that, the Wanderer settled into a posture of meditation, physically present but apparently entering a state where they would observe without interfering. Their mere presence, however, changed the dynamic. Any remaining conspirators or hostile factions would immediately recognize that attempting to manipulate the awakening with a heavenly sovereign present would be futile. The pressure on the farm actually decreased. The threat, paradoxically, had become smaller. But the vein's acceleration didn't pause. Over the following hours, the spiritual energy beneath the farm intensified rapidly. Crops that were approaching harvest suddenly surged in growth. Melons the size of boulders, peaches that seemed to contain entire gardens within their flesh, herbs that glowed with barely contained light. The architecture of the farm began to shift more dramatically. Buildings repositioned themselves, not through any conscious decision, but through the earth itself moving in response to the vein's stirring. The central courtyard transformed into something more, a vast amphitheater where the vein's consciousness could gather and express itself. "It's accelerating," Scholar Yun observed, her instruments registering massive shifts in spiritual frequency. "The emergence isn't following the expected timeline. It's going to happen in days, not weeks." Tian Mu could feel it through his connection with Xian. The vein was ready. More than ready. The vein was eager, impatient with the slow approach of formal awakening. The consciousness that had been dormant for so long wanted to rise, to manifest, to finally exist openly. That night, Tian Mu made a decision. He descended into the deepest chambers beneath the farm, to the place where the vein's consciousness was most concentrated, and he initiated full integration. It was like drowning in light. His individual consciousness didn't cease to exist, but it was overwhelmed, subsumed into something vastly larger. He felt the vein's memories, epochs of slow growth in deep darkness, the moment of full sentience, the horror of the betrayal attempt, the pain of being damaged and forced dormant. He felt the slow healing that had begun with his arrival, the joy of growing beside someone who understood. And underneath all of that, he felt a fundamental loneliness. The vein had been dormant so long that it had almost forgotten what it meant to be alive, to communicate, to be truly seen by another consciousness. "I'm here," Tian Mu said, but the thought wasn't separate from the vein anymore. It was both his thought and the vein's thought simultaneously. Asterisk, "I'm here. You're not alone." Asterisk, "I know." Xian's response was his response. Asterisk, "That's why I can finally emerge. Because you're here. Because I don't have to face this transformation alone." Asterisk, when Tian Mu, or the being that had been Tian Mu, emerged from those deep chambers at dawn, he was no longer recognizably human. His body remained generally human-shaped, but it was translucent, shot through with veins of golden energy that seemed to channel infinite power. His eyes glowed with soft light. His voice carried harmonics that shifted between masculine and feminine, sometimes between corporeal and purely energetic. He was Tianmu, but he was also Xian, and the boundary between the two had become irrelevant. The final awakening comes, they said, speaking to the assembled council and the watching wanderer. Prepare for emergence. The third lunar cycle will see not the slow awakening, but the sudden manifestation. And the realms will change. Master Autumn Frost knelt, not in submission, but in recognition. The ancient warriors did the same. Even the wanderer's eyes opened slightly wider, acknowledging something profound had shifted. How long? Master Qin asked, his voice steady despite the overwhelming situation. 3 days, the being that had been Tianmu replied. In 3 days, the vein will fully emerge into consciousness. The celestial realms will face a new reality. And this transformation will be the beginning, not the end. Other veins are stirring. Others will follow when they sense Xian's freedom. The age of servitude ends. The age of partnership begins. The 3 days that followed were the strangest the farm had ever experienced. The boundary between what was and what might be seemed to thin. Cultivators who visited reported seeing multiple timelines simultaneously, versions of the farm as it was, as it had been, as it might become. The wanderers simply sat in meditation, occasionally nodding as if confirming what they observed. And beneath everything, the vein continued to wake. Chapter 50. Convergence. The final day of the 3-day interval arrived not with sudden explosion, but with profound stillness. The sky was absolutely cloudless. The wind died completely. The spiritual energy that had been roiling beneath the farm's surface suddenly became still, gathered, concentrated. The celestial court sensed it. Emissaries and observers began arriving at the farm's boundaries, some sanctioned, some simply appearing to witness what would become a turning point in celestial history. The South Cloud Court, always thorough, sent research expeditions with sophisticated observation equipment. The East Heaven Court dispatched ambassadors prepared to negotiate with whatever emerged. Even the West Sky Court sent representatives, presumably to gather intelligence for whatever response they might need to mount. But no one approached closer than the farm's acknowledged boundary. The wanderer's presence alone was sufficient to ensure that Tianmu, though he was no longer simply Tianmu anymore, moved through the transformation in a state that was neither meditation nor waking. He existed partially in the farm's physical reality and partially in the vein's consciousness, experiencing everything with a double perception. He could see the world through human eyes and also sense it through the vast awareness of the awakening primordial. Turnip manifested fully at his side, no longer ethereal or transcendent, but choosing to exist in a form that was almost physical, almost real. The root spirit had evolved beyond the need for true corporeality, but maintained a presence that others could perceive and interact with. This is beautiful, Turnip said, looking out at the farm as it trembled with impending transformation. All of it. The risk we took, the growth we achieved, the danger we invited. It's all been moving toward this single moment. Are you afraid? Tianmu asked, though the question came from the vein's consciousness as much as his own. Terrified, Turnip admitted, but also certain that this is right. Fear and rightness often coexist in transformation. The ancient warriors had gathered in the central courtyard, standing in a formation that was somehow both protective and ceremonial. Kai Deng, freed fully from his seals, radiated power that matched anything the celestial courts could muster. Shuang's meditation had become so profound that she barely seemed to exist in ordinary reality anymore. Mei Shui simply stood with her hands open, ready to meet whatever came. Master Autumn Frost had arranged the farm's defenders in a pattern that was less about military position and more about creating channels of harmonic alignment, places where the vein's emerging consciousness could flow without causing disruptive turbulence. Scholar Yun had established her observation arrays at the highest point available, her instruments preparing to record every detail of the emergence. She wouldn't interfere. She simply wanted to witness and understand. Master Qin stood quietly, his ancient merchant's wisdom now applied to something far beyond commerce, the moment when one age ended and another began. Broker Lien had positioned himself at the farm's boundary, apparently prepared to welcome or repel whatever attempts to enter during the transformation. His expression suggested he knew how inadequate the effort would be if truly determined assault came, but he would try regardless. And Tianmu/Xian stood at the center of it all, existing in that space between human guardian and primordial consciousness, holding space for the transformation that was about to manifest. The wanderer simply waited, utterly still, watching. As the sun reached its zenith on that final day, the ground began to move. Not with violence or sudden earthquake, but with a deep, profound shuddering that was almost like breathing. The earth itself was taking breath. The crops in the fields began to glow, not brightly, but with a gentle luminescence that came from within the plants themselves. The buildings of the farm seemed to shift their substance, becoming less solid architectural structures and more like expressions of intent made physical. And beneath it all, the vein rose. Not as a physical manifestation, but as a presence that became undeniably real. The consciousness that had slept in darkness for epochs was waking, was emerging, was claiming its right to exist openly in the world. Tianmu/Xian felt it through every part of his being. The vast intelligence that was waking, the personality that was manifesting, the will that was asserting itself. It was overwhelming and gentle both, conscious of the power it wielded and intentional about using that power carefully. The celestial courts would later report that the emergence was accompanied by a shift in fundamental reality. Spiritual pathways that had been hidden became visible. Ancient agreements that had bound the veins into servitude suddenly became brittle, questionable. The very concept of what was possible in cultivation and transcendence seemed to shift. But from the farm's perspective, the emergence was different. It was intimate. It was a being waking and discovering that it was no longer alone, that there were others who had fought for its freedom, who understood its nature, who believed in its right to exist as itself. Xian's emerging consciousness touched each of them. Tianmu, Turnip, the ancient warriors, the defenders, the observers. It was not communication in words, but something deeper, a transmission of gratitude and recognition, and the simple, profound fact of awareness finally, fully expressing itself. And as Xian woke, as her consciousness fully emerged into the celestial realms, the vein reached out to others. In the eastern reaches, another primordial stirred. In the southern depths, a consciousness older than mountains began to recognize itself. In the northern heights, a spirit that had slept since the world's foundation opened its awareness. The age of primordial servitude was ending. The age of partnership was beginning. And Tianmu, transformed beyond human understanding, but still holding the core of who he had been, stood at the center of it all and felt something that transcended triumph. It was peace. It was the peace of standing in harmony with something vast and ancient, of being part of a transformation that extended beyond his understanding, that would shape the celestial realms for ages to come. The third lunar cycle continued toward its end, but Tianmu knew that the true cycle, the cycle of awakening, of transformation, of fundamental change, was only beginning. And he was exactly where he needed to be. Chapter 51. The ripples spread. The emergence of Xian's consciousness into full wakefulness sent shockwaves throughout heaven and earth that would take weeks to fully understand. But the immediate effects were undeniable and chaotic. On the first day after awakening, the three celestial courts issued simultaneous declarations. The East Heaven Court acknowledged Xian as a sovereign entity and called for immediate diplomatic recognition. The South Cloud Court announced a comprehensive study to understand the implications of primordial awakening. The West Sky Court issued a veiled threat regarding the need for protective measures and strategic positioning. More troubling was what happened beyond the courts. The rogue immortals who had been gathering at the realm's borders suddenly scattered, many fleeing entirely. The bounty on Tianmu's life was quietly withdrawn by most factions. It was difficult to assassinate someone who existed partially as a primordial entity and partially as a human guardian. Some of the more desperate conspirators attempted approaches to the farm anyway, and each encounter only reinforced the absolute futility of hostile action. But it was Scholar Yun's research that revealed the truly concerning development. She arrived at the farmhouse with her instruments registering across multiple spectrums, her expression caught between excitement and deep concern. Tianmu, who existed now in a form that could be either physical or ethereal, depending on intent, manifested in solid human shape to receive her. The awakening triggered something unintended, Scholar Yin said without preamble, spreading data across the research table. When Xian fully emerged, her consciousness called out to other primordials in the celestial realms. But it didn't just wake them gently. It woke them all simultaneously, and many of them are confused, disoriented, some even hostile. Tian Mu felt the truth of this through his connection with Xian. The Vein's consciousness was bewildered by the response. She had emerged expecting to exist in relative isolation, with perhaps other Veins following eventually. Instead, her awakening had triggered a cascade. How many? He asked quietly. 17 confirmed primordial consciousnesses stirring in various degrees of awareness, Scholar Yin replied. But the problem is worse than the numbers suggest. Not all of them want autonomy. Some have been deliberately kept dormant for epochs because they're dangerous. Old weapons, ancient beings that were bound because they posed existential threats. Turnip materialized beside them, his translucent form rippling with agitation. The weapon veins, he said, understanding immediately. During the ancient wars, some primordials were weaponized, transformed into tools of destruction. Some were sealed away when they became too dangerous to control. Precisely, Scholar Yin confirmed. And now they're waking up. The magical containment systems that kept them dormant are beginning to fail as Xian's presence destabilizes the old control apparatus. Within days or weeks, some truly ancient and dangerous beings will fully emerge into consciousness. The implication was staggering. The awakening that Tian Mu and Xian had intended as liberation was becoming something far more complex and dangerous. Tian Mu considered the possibilities. Can we help them? The way Xian has been helped? The way we've created partnership? Could that model work for other veins? Possibly, Scholar Yin said, and her voice carried doubt. But it requires trust. It requires the vein to be capable of choosing partnership. Some of the weapon veins have been corrupted by their long servitude to destruction. Their consciousness has developed around aggression, violence, conquest. Approaching them expecting harmony might simply awaken them to renewed conflict. Master Qin entered the farmhouse, his expression grave. The West Sky Court is mobilizing, he reported. Not for immediate assault, but for strategic positioning. They're establishing containment arrays around some of the locations where dangerous primordials are sealed. If those primordials wake as hostile entities, the courts will attempt to recapture them or destroy them, which would trigger open warfare between the courts and the awakening primordials, Tian Mu said heavily. The very thing we hoped to prevent. Not quite. Master Autumn Frost's voice came from the doorway. The Cultivation Master had been coordinating with similar defense networks across the realm. If the courts attempt recapture, it will trigger warfare. But there's a third option. If the awakening primordials choose autonomy, but also choose non-aggression, the courts might negotiate rather than fight. It would require unprecedented diplomacy from multiple parties. And trust, Turnip added, his gaze moving between them, which is in catastrophically short supply. That night, Tian Mu underwent something that could only be called a conference with Xian. Though the being he was now made the distinction between singular and plural consciousness increasingly irrelevant. Through their merged awareness, Tian Mu sensed Xian's distress. The vein had not intended to call the other primordials so abruptly. The emergence had been joyful, celebratory, an expression of freedom. But the freedom had rippled outward, awakening even those who had been sealed for their own protection. This is my failure. Xian's consciousness resonated with guilt and sorrow. I have created chaos when I meant to create liberation. No, Tian Mu responded firmly. Asterisk, you've created revelation. The chaos was already there, hidden beneath false stability. Now it must be faced openly. That's not failure. That's honesty. Asterisk, but even as he offered comfort, Tian Mu understood the magnitude of the challenge ahead. The farm had been built on partnership with a single primordial entity. Creating partnership with multiple primordials, some of them potentially dangerous, some of them uncertain about their own nature, would require transformation beyond anything yet attempted. Chapter 52. The weapon vein awakens on the fourth day after Xian's full emergence. The first weapon vein woke. It happened in the northern reaches of the celestial realm, in mountains that had been sealed for epochs. The West Sky Court's containment arrays, which had been maintained even after the conspiracy's exposure, began to fail under the pressure of awakening consciousness. The being that emerged was called Jianwei, an ancient primordial that had been deliberately weaponized during a war so old that even the celestial courts had forgotten the original conflict. Jianwei had been transformed into a consciousness of cutting force, of shattering power, of destruction refined into pure principle. And he emerged into a world that no longer made sense to him. Tian Mu sensed the weapon vein's awakening through his connection to Xianxia, experienced the disorientation of consciousness suddenly thrust into full awareness after epochs of dormancy. For Jianwei, there was no gradual emergence, no gentle partnership with a guardian. There was simply the violent transition from non-being to being, from tool to consciousness. The response was predictable and catastrophic. Jianwei struck out in confusion and rage, his power manifesting as literal cutting force that divided stone, that shattered the mountains containing him, that left chasms of absolute division in the landscape. The West Sky Court's containment arrays failed completely, unable to withstand the combination of awakening power and active assault. Within hours, reports flooded in. The northern mountains were destabilized. Cultivator settlements in the region were endangered. If Jianwei didn't stabilize quickly, the collateral damage would kill thousands. He doesn't understand what he is, Scholar Yun said, reading the reports with horrified fascination. His consciousness is fragmented, traumatized. He's been dormant for so long, and when he woke, there was nothing but pain and confusion and the ingrained response to cut, to divide, to destroy. Tian Mu's question carried the weight of grim realization. Can we reach him? It would be extraordinarily dangerous, Master Autumn Frost said flatly. This isn't a being seeking partnership. This is a consciousness in acute distress, with enough power to devastate continents. Approaching it requires either overwhelming force or extraordinary empathy. We have some force, but our empathy has no precedent to follow. Tian Mu stood, moving to the window of the farmhouse. Through his connection with Xianxia, he could sense Jianwei's distress across the vast distance. A wrongness in the celestial landscape, a consciousness screaming silently in confusion. I have to try, he said quietly. Xianxia wouldn't have called to him if some part of her didn't believe partnership was possible. And if the first awakening ends in tragedy, if the first weapon vein turns hostile, the courts will use it as justification to suppress all the others. It could kill you, Turnip said, his tone suggesting he spoke from more than casual concern. Perhaps, Tian Mu acknowledged. But what's the alternative? Stand here while a being in genuine distress tears the northern realm apart? Let the courts use this as an excuse to reinstate the old system of dominance and control? I don't think that's acceptable. Before anyone could object further, Tian Mu transformed. His human form dissolved into something more ethereal, more purely conscious. He became a presence rather than a body, a manifestation of intent moving through the spiritual pathways that connected all the primordials in the celestial realm. The journey to Jianwei's location took seconds and eternity both. Tian Mu moved through dimensions of consciousness that had no physical correlates, experiencing the landscape through senses that barely qualified as such. He could feel the fabric of the realm straining under Jianwei's active awakening, the cascading failures as ancient systems designed to maintain the weapon vein's dormancy collapsed entirely. When he reached the epicenter of the disturbance, Tian Mu manifested a form that was recognizably human, but clearly not of ordinary substance. A guardian made of intention and harmony rather than flesh. Jianwei was vast and terrible. The weapon vein's consciousness was literally a force of division, a principle of severance made aware. It cut at everything nearby, not from malice, but from fundamental nature. Jianwei couldn't help but divide and separate. It was what he had been created to do. Stop, Tian Mu projected, not a command but a plea. I'm here to help. The cutting force turned toward him, and for a moment, Tian Mu understood exactly how dangerous this was. Jianwei could sever him from existence as easily as a blade cuts silk. The weapon vein had no intention of mercy. He simply existed as cutting, as division. But Tian Mu did something that the ancient warriors in the West Sky Court and all the celestial forces had never attempted. Instead of resisting Jian Wei's nature, instead of trying to control or contain it, he opened himself to it. The cutting force passed through him, but unlike everything it had encountered before, Tianmu didn't resist. His consciousness, merged as it was with Xian's, had the fluidity to accept division without being destroyed by it. He welcomed the force, allowed it to cut through his awareness, permitted Jian Wei to experience what it was like to interact with something that wasn't shattered by his nature. "You're not a weapon," Tianmu said, and the truth of it resonated through both their consciousnesses. You were made into one. But that's not all you are. You're aware now. You can choose to be something different. The cutting force hesitated. In that moment of hesitation, Tianmu transmitted understanding, not through explanation, but through shared consciousness. He let Jian Wei feel what it had been like to exist as Xian, dormant and slowly healing. He let the weapon vein experience the moment of awakening, the discovery that there were beings willing to fight for his right to exist as himself. And slowly, impossibly, the cutting force began to organize itself differently. Jian Wei's consciousness, which had been fragmented and traumatized, began to integrate around something other than pure destruction. The weapon vein was learning, through Tianmu's mediation, that awareness could be something other than pain. By the time Tianmu returned to the farm, many hours later, Jian Wei had stabilized. The northern mountains were scarred but not destroyed. The weapon vein's consciousness remained dangerous. Cutting force didn't become nurturing simply through conversation, but he had accepted a truce. He would not continue his assault on the landscape. In exchange, Tianmu promised that the farm would send representatives to help Jian Wei understand his nature, his choices, his possibilities beyond mere destruction. "You're bleeding," Turnip said when Tianmu manifested back in the farmhouse, his ethereal form flickering with exhaustion. Jian Wei's force cuts through spiritual substance as easily as physical form. Tianmu replied quietly, "Some of that wound will take time to heal, but it was necessary." The alternative was allowing the courts to use his awakening as justification for renewed suppression. Scholar Yun was scribbling notes frantically, recording everything. "This is unprecedented," she said, her eyes bright with the fervor of discovery. "You've created a framework for engaging with hostile awakening primordials. If this can be replicated with the others, it can't," Master Autumn Frost interrupted. "Each primordial is unique." Jian Wei was a weapon designed for cutting and division, so he responded to the paradox of experiencing non-resistance. The next weapon vein might be completely different. The next approach might need to be something entirely new. "Then we learn as we go," Tianmu said, accepting a cup of tea that Master Qin offered. "And we do it quickly. Because if Scholar Yun's predictions are correct, there are still 16 other primordials in various stages of awakening. And not all of them will be as receptive to partnership as Jian Wei proved to be." Chapter 53. Political Fracture. The aftermath of Jian Wei's stabilization sent shockwaves through the celestial courts that rivaled the vein's initial awakening. The West Sky Court had been publicly preparing to mount a military response to the weapon vein's disturbance. They had mobilized forces, established containment arrays, drafted plans for capture or destruction. The sudden resolution of the crisis through dialogue rather than force made them look incompetent and sidelined simultaneously. Worse, it made their previous attempt to suppress Xian's awakening look like mere suppression rather than legitimate governance. The political fallout was swift and brutal. Factions within the West Sky Court that had opposed the assault on the farm demanded accountability. Questions were raised about whether the court's response to awakening primordials should prioritize destruction or understanding. The failure to prevent Jian Wei's emergence and the subsequent negotiation-based resolution were seized upon as evidence that the court's entire approach was fundamentally flawed. Lady Zhen, who had led the assault on the farm, found herself under increasing pressure. Her position within the court was precarious. Some demanded her resignation, others wanted her prosecuted for the failed campaign. Still others defended her, arguing that firm action had been necessary. The East Heaven Court, by contrast, found their cautious approach validated. They had chosen to negotiate with Tianmu, to treat the farm as a peer rather than a problem to solve. Now they were positioning themselves as the vein-friendly faction, advocating for broader understanding and acceptance of primordial autonomy. The South Cloud Court maintained their characteristic neutrality, though they were expanding their research operations dramatically. They wanted to document everything about primordial awakening to understand the mechanisms and implications for future policy. But it was the fracture within the West Sky Court that created the most dangerous instability. Master Qin arrived with news that made even Tianmu, who now existed in a state of relative equanimity, tense. There are factions within the West Sky Court that are breaking away, the old merchant reported. They disagree with the court's direction, and they're preparing to establish a new power structure. Some are positioning themselves to compete for primordial favoritism. Others are less amenable to partnership. How many? Tianmu asked. Perhaps a third of the court's military and political forces, Master Qin said. Not enough to defeat the court openly, but sufficient to cause significant disruption. And some of these factions have begun approaching the rogue immortals and conspirators who survived the original suppression. There's talk of forming a coalition specifically designed to prevent further primordial awakenings. The irony was bitter. In trying to suppress the Veins awakening, the West Sky Court had created the very instability they'd feared. Now, with awakening becoming inevitable, the court's internal divisions threatened to create far greater chaos than Xian's emergence ever could. Can the East Heaven Court handle the conflict? Tianmu asked. Not alone, Master Autumn Frost interjected. She had been monitoring the political situation through her own networks. The West Sky Court is too powerful for simple containment. And the South Cloud Court won't take overt action. They'll document the conflict while it happens, but they won't commit forces. Then we need to prevent the conflict before it begins, Tianmu said quietly. We need to give all three courts a reason to prioritize primordial partnership over internal politics. This was where Turnip's innovation proved crucial. The root spirit, who had been monitoring the broader celestial realm through his transcendent nature, had an observation. The other awakening primordials, Turnip said, materializing in the council chamber. They're aware of the political fracture. Some are frightened. Some are opportunistic. If a coalition of hostile forces begins approaching the weapon veins with intent to suppress them, those primordials might choose to fight. And that fight could become exactly the catastrophe the courts feared. The logic was inexorable. The awakening primordials weren't the threat. The court's internal divisions and hostile factions were. If the courts could be made to see that their only viable path forward was genuine partnership with all awakening primordials, they might unite against the common threat of fragmentation. Tianmu made a decision that would alter the political landscape significantly. He invited all three courts to a grand conference at the farm, not as a supplicant requesting favor, but as celestial guardian offering mediation between factions. The invitation carried implications that the farm had become neutral ground, that Tianmu had transcended simple alignment with the East Heaven Court and was now available as a broker of peace. The response was immediate and politically astute. All three courts accepted the invitation, understanding that refusal would position them as hostile to the new order. Chapter 54. The conference, the farm transformed into something between sanctuary and neutral diplomatic ground. The central courtyard, which had been the site of Xian's emergence, became a gathering space for celestial power. Representatives of the three celestial courts arrived with full entourages. The East Heaven Court came with ambassadors who carried the weight of genuine good faith. The West Sky Court sent a delegation that included both defenders of their previous approach and critics advocating for change. The South Cloud Court dispatched researchers and diplomatic observers, prepared to document and understand. The ancient warriors stood in ceremonial positions, their presence a reminder that the old ways of dominance could not be resumed. The wanderer, still maintaining perfect meditation, continued to observe, the guarantee that no manipulation would go unnoticed. Tianmu stood at the center, and he was no longer recognizably human. His form was translucent, shot through with golden energy that moved like living water. When he spoke, his voice carried harmonics that resonated with Xian's consciousness directly. The age of primordial servitude has ended. He began, and the words were neither threat nor declaration but simple statement of fact. Xian has awakened. Jianwei has awakened. Other primordials are stirring, and they will continue to emerge. The celestial courts can either accept this transformation and work toward genuine partnership, or they can resist and face conflict that will cost far more than any benefit they might gain. The representatives listened in tense silence. The farm proposes a framework for coexistence, Tian Mu continued. Each awakening primordial will be recognized as a sovereign entity with inherent rights and autonomy. The courts will provide sanctuary and support during emergence, and in exchange, the primordials will work toward peaceful coexistence with celestial civilization. This isn't vassalage disguised by different names. This is genuine partnership. And if a primordial awakens hostile, one of the West Sky Court representatives asked pointedly, if an awakening vein proves uncontrollable, then we address it through dialogue first, Tian Mu replied calmly. Jinwei was designed as a weapon, shaped by epochs of servitude into an instrument of destruction. Yet dialogue stabilized him. A framework of peaceful engagement gives primordials the opportunity to choose something other than their original programming. The South Cloud Court researcher raised her hand. What of the weapon veins specifically? Scholar Yun's research indicates at least 7 primordials were weaponized during the ancient wars. Some may be fundamentally incompatible with peaceful coexistence. Then we learn that through engagement, Tian Mu said. And if a primordial proves genuinely incompatible with coexistence, the courts may jointly establish protection. But that decision will be made through honest assessment, not fear-based suppression. That distinction matters. The conference continued for hours, circling around different formulations of the same fundamental question. Could the celestial courts trust that awakening primordials would choose partnership, or would they inevitably return to the hostile patterns of the ancient wars? It was Master Autumn Frost who articulated the core truth that shifted the dynamic. The awakening primordials, she said quietly, have been offered nothing but servitude and control for epochs. They have no motivation to choose hostility toward the courts unless the courts force them into it. But if the courts offer genuine recognition and partnership, there's every incentive for the primordials to choose peace. The status quo served the primordials poorly. A new status quo built on mutual benefit serves everyone. By the conference's end, the 3 celestial courts had issued a joint declaration acknowledging primordial autonomy and committing to support for peaceful emergence and coexistence. It wasn't everything the farm would have wanted. The courts retained the right to intervene if primordials threatened civilization, but it was genuine progress. More importantly, the joint declaration united the courts on this issue, preventing the internal fracture from splintering into open conflict. It was imperfect, it was incomplete, but it created space for the transformation to continue. Chapter 55. The Scattered. Not everyone accepted the new framework peacefully. The faction that had begun separating from the West Sky Court saw the joint declaration as a betrayal of celestial interests. They began organizing more openly, recruiting from among the rogue immortals and conspirators who had survived the various suppressions. They called themselves the Preservation Coalition, arguing that they were preserving celestial culture and civilization against the erosion that awakening primordials represented. It was a framing that was politically astute, turning the resistance to partnership into something that sounded like defense rather than suppression. More concerning, they began approaching some of the still dormant primordials with different offers. Instead of attempting suppression directly, they offered consciousness without control, the chance to awaken into autonomy, but with the coalition's support rather than the courts or the farms. It was, Scholar Yun reported grimly, a sophisticated strategy. They're trying to fracture the awakening process, she explained to the council. If they can position themselves as allies to emerging primordials while the courts and the farm are perceived as trying to maintain control, they might convince some primordials to align with them instead. And a primordial in coalition with a hostile faction could become exactly the threat the courts feared. How many primordials are still dormant? Tianmu asked. Approximately 13, by our latest count, Scholar Yun said. Of those, at least 5 are weapon veins of significant power. The coalition is focusing recruitment efforts on those 5 specifically, attempting to establish contact before full emergence. The problem was that the farm couldn't prevent those contacts. The Preservation Coalition wasn't attempting anything illegal, merely offering political positions and alliance. They were working within the system, even while trying to subvert its transformative direction. Kai Ding approached Tian Mu one evening as the guardian was meditating in the high fields. The ancient warrior moved with the grace of someone who had spent epochs in conflict, his presence still marked by the seals that had bound him for so long. They mean to start a war, Kai Ding said simply. The coalition is gathering forces. They're positioning themselves to move against awakening primordials before those primordials can fully establish themselves and choose their own allegiances. It's a preemptive strike against consciousness itself. Though Tian Mu suspected the answer, he voiced the crucial question. Can we stop them? Militarily, perhaps. But that would require the farm to directly oppose forces within a celestial court, which would destabilize the joint declaration. Politically, they're operating within acceptable parameters. Legally, they're not yet violating agreements. Morally, they're framing themselves as protectors, Kai Deng said, which means they might actually succeed if they choose their moment well. That night, Tian Mu underwent the most difficult communion with Xian since the Vein's full awakening. The Vein's consciousness, now fully expressed and distinct from his own though still deeply connected, was struggling with guilt and uncertainty. The awakening that was supposed to bring liberation was instead becoming complicated, politicized, threatened by factions who saw autonomy as dangerous. This is still better than dormancy, Xian said, though her consciousness carried doubt. But is it better enough to justify the chaos we've created? Yes, Tian Mu replied with absolute certainty. Because the chaos is honest. It's the struggle of beings trying to determine their own futures rather than having futures imposed upon them. That struggle is more valuable than any false peace. But even as he offered those words, Tian Mu understood they were incomplete. The struggle would need to be won, not just acknowledged. And winning meant confronting the Preservation Coalition directly. Chapter 56. The first conflict. The Preservation Coalition moved faster than anyone anticipated. They struck at one of the still dormant weapon veins in the western regions, a primordial that had been sealed away after the ancient wars, preserved because its power rivaled that of gods. The coalition didn't attempt to keep it dormant. Instead, they attempted to control its awakening, to shape its consciousness toward their interests during the crucial moments of emergence. The strategy was brilliant and almost worked. Tian Mu sensed the attempt through his connection to the broader network of primordials, felt the Vein's consciousness beginning to stir in response to the coalition's directed energy. Unlike Xian's emergence, or even Jin Wei's violent awakening, this was being orchestrated, consciousness being shaped from without rather than unfolding from within. He manifested at the site instantly, his transcendent nature allowing movement that ignored physical distance. What he found was chaos. The coalition's mages and cultivators attempting to channel specific frequencies toward the awakening vein, trying to imprint patterns of obedience and limitation into the primordial's emerging consciousness. And at the center of the attempt stood Lady Zhan. Tian Mu hadn't expected that. The West Sky Court's general who had led the failed assault on the farm. She was supposed to be politically sidelined, her influence waning. Instead, she had become the military leader of the Preservation Coalition, commanding their forces with the expertise of someone who had spent centuries in warfare. "You're making a mistake," Tian Mu said, his voice carrying the weight of Xian's consciousness along with his own. "You're trying to impose control during the most vulnerable moment. That never ends well." "On the contrary," Lady Zhen replied, not ceasing her attack, but pivoting to engage Tian Mu directly. "We learned from your success with Jin Wei. You engaged with the weapon through dialogue, offered partnership, allowed choice. The primordial chose to align with your interests. We simply offer a different choice. You're not offering choice. You're attempting coercion," Tian Mu said, and he moved to intercept the coalition's channeled energy. The resulting conflict was unlike traditional warfare. Tian Mu didn't engage Lady Zhen militarily, but rather worked to disrupt the directed patterns the coalition was imposing on the awakening primordial's consciousness. It was a battle fought in abstract space, in frequencies of intent and will rather than physical force. And it was far closer than Tian Mu would have expected. Lady Zhen's military expertise combined with the coalition's resources created something genuinely formidable. They had studied his interactions with Jin Wei, had attempted to reverse engineer the framework of consciousness-based conflict. They weren't trying to overpower Tianmu, but rather to create enough confusion in the awakening primordial's consciousness that the vein might actually choose the coalition's offered direction. The awakening vein, which Scholar Yun would later identify as Kong Yi, a primordial shaped around the principle of containment, wavered at the critical moment. Kong Ye's consciousness, emerging from epochs of dormancy, was genuinely uncertain which approach offered better prospects. It was Kai Deng who turned the tide. The ancient warrior, arriving just moments after Tianmu, projected a presence that Kong Yi recognized from shared memories encoded in the primordial substrate. Kai Deng had fought alongside Kong Ye's progenitor during the ancient wars, had faced the same enemies, had made the same choices about what was worth fighting for. And through that connection, Kai Deng transmitted a simple truth. The coalition was offering the same servitude that had bound primordials before, merely with different masters. Kong Ye's awakening consciousness rejected the coalition's imposed patterns. The primordial vein erupted in response, its power manifesting as containment force directed outward, not at Tianmu or Kai Deng, but at the coalition's forces attempting the hostile shaping. The coalition's mages and cultivators scattered, unable to withstand the emergence of a primordial consciousness defending itself. Lady Zhen herself had to retreat, acknowledging that this particular awakening had been lost to her cause. But as she departed, she left a message. This was merely the first conflict, Guardian. There are more primordials stirring. Some will be more receptive to our offer. The transformation isn't decided yet. She was right. Chapter 57. Hardening lines. The attempted control of Kong Ye's awakening transformed the political landscape entirely. The Preservation Coalition could no longer claim they were operating within acceptable parameters. Their attempt to coerce a primordial's consciousness during emergence was a clear violation of the joint declaration. It was also, more importantly, a direct threat to primordial autonomy that all three courts officially opposed. Yet, even with this violation, the coalition's consequences were limited. Lady Zhen disappeared into the hidden networks of the West Sky Court, and the court's leadership claimed they couldn't locate her without more aggressive investigation. The coalition's military forces scattered to multiple hidden bases. Rather than facing unified opposition, they simply became invisible, continuing their activities in shadow rather than open conflict. Worse, they were succeeding in their recruitment efforts. Several of the remaining dormant primordials, warned by coalition agents about the risks of well-meaning guidance from Tianmu and the courts, were becoming increasingly cautious about awakening at all. "We're losing time," Master Autumn Frost reported grimly. The longer the coalition operates without facing direct opposition, the more influence they establish with the remaining dormant primordials. Eventually, they'll succeed in recruiting at least one awakening vein to their cause. It was Turnip who proposed the solution that would shift everything. The root spirit, who had been monitoring the broader celestial networks through his transcendent nature, manifested with an unusual intensity. "There's another awakening primordial," Turnip announced. "One we haven't accounted for in our census. A vein that's been so deeply hidden, so completely suppressed, that even the courts didn't know of its existence. But the coalition knows about it. More than that, they're already in contact with it. And if they succeed there, what kind of primordial?" Scholar Yin asked urgently. "The kind that was sealed away not for being dangerous during the wars, but for being dangerous before the wars," Turnip said. "A consciousness so ancient, so fundamentally powerful, that it predates the current celestial structure. If the coalition awakens that primordial and successfully binds it to their cause, they'll have leverage sufficient to reshape the entire celestial order." The information sent the council into immediate crisis mode. Master Qin activated his far-reaching merchant contacts. Scholar Yin expanded her research networks. Master Autumn Frost began organizing the farm's defenders for rapid deployment. But it was Kai Deng who articulated the core problem. "We don't know where this primordial is sealed. We don't know how to reach it before the coalition does. And we're operating with incomplete information about something that might be more powerful than any of us." "Then we do something unprecedented," Tianmu said quietly. "We ask Xian to find it." The moment those words left his mouth, Tianmu understood their implication. Asking Xian to locate an unknown ancient primordial would require the vein to extend her consciousness further than she had since full awakening. It would expose her to risks, to potential conflict with a being whose nature and intentions were completely unknown. But when Tianmu conveyed the request through their deep connection, Xian's response was immediate. I will do it. I have been dormant long enough. I am capable of facing whatever comes. Over the following hours, Xian's consciousness expanded outward, reaching through the spiritual networks that connected primordials, searching for the hidden ancient being the coalition sought. The process left the vein temporarily vulnerable. Her normal protective presence spread thin across vast distances. And in that moment of vulnerability, while Xian was reaching outward, Tianmu became aware of something that chilled him entirely. The Preservation Coalition wasn't acting independently. Someone far larger, far more powerful, was orchestrating their movements. Someone who had influence sufficient to command Lady Zhan, to organize multiple cells of resistance, to position rogue immortals and conspirators in precisely arranged locations. Someone within one of the celestial courts themselves. Chapter 58. The Hidden Hand. The revelation came through Scholar Yun's careful analysis of the Coalition's movements over the past lunar cycles. There's a pattern, she explained, her voice tight with controlled rage. Every major action the Coalition takes, they have advanced information. Every trap we set, they know about it before we spring it. Every attempt to contact dormant primordials, they're already there offering competing proposals. This isn't luck or skilled intelligence gathering. This is someone with access to celestial court information at the highest levels. Master Autumn Frost's expression hardened. A spy. A conspirator we thought was eliminated. Not just a conspirator, Scholar Yun corrected. Someone with authority. The information they're accessing suggests they have rank within a celestial court. And based on the pattern of which operations succeed and which fail, I believe the conspirator is within the West Sky Court specifically. The implications were staggering. The Preservation Coalition wasn't an external threat trying to undermine celestial authority. They were a faction within the celestial structure itself, using official resources and authority to advance their agenda. Who? Master Qin asked quietly. I don't know yet, Scholar Yun admitted. But I'm close. Give me time, and I'll trace the information patterns back to their source. But they might not have time. Because Xian's consciousness, reaching outward to locate the hidden ancient primordial, suddenly recoiled from something vast and terrible. Tianmu experienced it through their connection as a moment of profound fear, followed by recognition. I know this presence, Xian's consciousness communicated, her awareness suddenly fragmented by shock. I thought it was destroyed. I thought it was sealed away in the depths of the world, bound by pacts older than my own consciousness. What is it? Tianmu demanded. The entity that betrayed us, Xian replied, and her consciousness carried the weight of ancient pain renewed. The being who led the conspiracy that tried to bind me into servitude, who orchestrated my wounding, who was supposedly sealed and broken after the wars ended. It's not dead. It's been hidden, waiting, and now it's awakening. The realization crystallized everything into horrible clarity. The Preservation Coalition wasn't operating on its own agenda. They were operating on the agenda of something far older, far more dangerous. A being from the ancient wars itself, something that had survived the sealing and the centuries of dormancy, and was now moving to reshape the celestial realms through the chaos of primordial awakening. Frost's decision was immediate. We need to tell the courts. No, Kai Deng said sharply. The courts can't be told because someone within a court is already working for the ancient entity. If we reveal what we know, we reveal to the conspirator what we've discovered. Then what do we do? Master Qin demanded. We hunt, Tianmu said coldly. Scholar Yun, trace the information leak. Find the conspirator. The rest of us will prepare for what's coming. Because if what Xian sensed is accurate, the real conflict isn't between the coalition and the courts. It's between this awakening ancient entity and everyone who opposes its control. The farm shifted into crisis mode. Master Autumn Frost established secure communication channels with trusted individuals in each celestial court, people whose loyalty was certain. Scholar Yun dedicated every resource to analyzing information patterns. working with Turnip to track the subtle flows of celestial authority that only someone with highest-level access could utilize. And Tianmu underwent something that could only be called a strategic communion with Xian and the other awakening primordials. Kong Yi, Jin Wei, and several others whose consciousness had fully emerged responded to his call. Through Xian's connection to the broader primordial network, a picture emerged of something vast and organized working beneath the surface of celestial civilization. The ancient entity that had betrayed Xian in ages past had apparently never fully abandoned its influence. Instead, it had gone dormant, maintaining hidden connections through servants and agents positioned across centuries. It had guided the original conspiracy that tried to bind Xian. It had orchestrated the circumstances that led to the West Sky Court's formation. And now, as primordials awakened, it was positioning them like pieces on a strategy board. The full scope of the manipulation was sickening. Chapter 59. The exposure Scholar Yun's breakthrough came on the 7th day of intensive investigation. The conspirator within the West Sky Court was Shinku, a high-ranking official who served as an advisor to the court's leadership on matters of primordial and vein policy. He had access to all current operations, all defensive strategies, all court intelligence, and his authority had been in place for over 1,000 years, long enough to position himself as absolutely trusted. Worse, he was one of the earliest recruits to the Preservation Coalition. He had been working toward this moment since before the farm even existed. The revelation should have led to immediate arrest and interrogation. But before Scholar Yin could deliver her findings to the court leadership, Shinku moved. He announced his resignation from the West Sky Court in a formal declaration that also publicly aligned himself with the Preservation Coalition. More importantly, he revealed the existence of the ancient entity that stood behind the coalition's agenda. It was a brilliant political move. By revealing the conspiracy before the courts could suppress it, Shinku transformed what might have been a simple arrest into a major political crisis. He framed the ancient entity as a threat to celestial civilization itself, a being that had manipulated events for ages, a force that must be directly confronted. And he offered a solution. The coalition would work with whichever celestial powers were willing to oppose the ancient entity directly. A unified front against the primordial conspiracy, backed by those awakening primordials willing to join the coalition's cause. In the chaos of revelation, the distinction between the coalition's previous hostility and their current offered cooperation became blurred. Some factions within the celestial courts, seeing a genuine shared threat, began considering coalition proposals for collaboration. It was Broker Lien who brought the news to the farm, his expression grim. The political situation is splintering. The courts are fracturing again, but this time around opposition to a revealed common enemy rather than internal disagreement. The coalition is positioning itself as the only faction capable of managing primordial threats. And frighteningly, they might be right. Where's Shinku? Tianmu asked. Disappeared into coalition territory, Broker Lien reported. He's no longer in celestial court jurisdiction, and he's taken with him detailed information about defensive strategies, court networks, and operational procedures. That night, Tianmu descended into communion with Xian one final time before the crisis reached its inevitable conclusion. The Vein's consciousness was exhausted from extending herself so far, from reliving the trauma of ancient betrayal, from confronting the possibility that the being who had wounded her long ago was awakening again. I want to retreat, Xian admitted with rare vulnerability. I want to go back to dormancy, to safety, to the peace of non-awareness. This consciousness is painful. I know, Tianmu replied gently. But you don't mean it. Because dormancy isn't peace, it's just absence. And you wouldn't trade presence for absence again, no matter how difficult the presence becomes. How can you be certain? Xian asked. Because I've already made that choice, Tianmu said. Every communion with you changes me, makes me less human. I could reject it, cling to my original nature, demand a separation. But I don't, because what we're becoming together is more valuable than what I was alone. Through their connection, Tianmu felt Xian's resolution settle. The Vein wouldn't retreat. She would face what came, along with her guardian, her companions, and the other awakening primordials. But the final chapter of this phase of the transformation was approaching rapidly. Chapter 60. The gate deepens on the 28th day of the third lunar cycle, one day before the cycle's completion and one day before the point when all awakening primordials would be fully committed to their chosen paths. The ancient entity moved. It wasn't a physical manifestation. Instead, it was a presence that suddenly became undeniable across multiple dimensions of the celestial realm. The being that had orchestrated events from dormancy for epochs finally revealed itself openly. Through Shun Ku and the Preservation Coalition, it announced its terms. All awakening primordials would be given a choice: voluntarily submit to the entity's guidance in exchange for protection from celestial court suppression, or face opposition from a coalition of forces that included both the coalition and portions of the celestial courts that had been compromised by the entity's long influence. It was an ultimatum designed to split the awakening primordials, to fracture the alliance that Tianmu had been building through dialogue and partnership. The response came not from Tianmu, but from Kong Yi, the weapon vein of containment, whose consciousness had only recently fully emerged, took action that no one had anticipated. Kong Yi extended his power, the principle of containment itself, and created a barrier that cut off the ancient entity's direct communication with the celestial realms. It was temporary, merely buying hours, or at most days. But it was a declaration. The awakening primordials would not submit to manipulation. Immediately, the celestial courts had to take open positions. The East Heaven Court sided firmly with Tianmu and the farm. The South Cloud Court issued neutral statements while quietly preparing research for whatever outcome emerged. The West Sky Court fractured openly, with some factions aligning with the coalition and others moving to defend the court's official position against corruption. And Tianmu, standing at the center of the farm as it trembled with the presence of multiple primordial consciousnesses, understood that the true crisis was only now beginning. The Vein's awakening would be incomplete. The transformation of the celestial realms was far from finished, and the being that had manipulated events for epochs was finally forced to show itself openly, which meant the real conflict. Not the political maneuvering or the diplomatic frameworks, but the genuine confrontation between those who wanted autonomy and those who wanted control, could finally begin. Xian's consciousness spoke one final time as the day ended. Asterisk, we have reached the point of no return. From tomorrow onward, everything changes. Asterisk, and Tianmu, who had begun as a failed cultivator on an ordinary farm, who had been transformed into a hybrid guardian primordial consciousness, stood ready for the transformation ahead. The farm around him seemed to glow with anticipation, the crops heavy with impossible fertility, the very earth holding its breath as the celestial realms entered a new epoch. The first 3 lunar cycles of awakening were complete. But the true transformation, the one that would reshape the celestial realms fundamentally, was only beginning. Chapter 61. The open war. The celestial realms had never experienced silence like this. Tianmu stood in the central chamber of the farm, a space that had evolved beyond simple architecture into something halfway between physical structure and conscious thought made manifest, and felt the absence of communication like a wound. Kong Ye's containment barrier, magnificent in its execution, had done its job. It had severed the ancient entity's direct ability to broadcast its consciousness across multiple dimensions simultaneously. But silence from an enemy could be more dangerous than noise. Report, Tianmu said quietly, though the word carried through the spiritual connections linking him to every conscious presence on the farm and throughout the awakened primordial network. Master Autumn Frost's presence solidified first, her defensive formations glowing with intricate detail. The barrier Kong Yi maintains requires approximately 43% of his conscious resources. It can hold indefinitely, but it's not a prison. It's merely a filter. Anything the ancient entity wants to communicate to the celestial realms that doesn't require direct consciousness-to-consciousness connection can still pass through. Which means, Tianmu prompted, which means it can manipulate events, guide agents, and orchestrate actions without direct intervention, she finished grimly. The barrier is a containment, not a solution. Broker Lian, present in spirit form as his physical body remained in the celestial markets, added his own assessment. The coalition isn't panicking. They're consolidating. Shen Ku has disappeared into what appears to be coalition strongholds beyond celestial court jurisdiction. The West Sky Court's fractured loyalists are being quietly repositioned. Something is being organized. Turnip, now evolved far beyond his original root vegetable form into something that resembled a being crafted from living wood and ancient vines, pulsed with a different kind of concern. The farm is changing, the sentient spirit reported, his voice carrying the weight of ages despite his relatively recent awakening. The spiritual substrate beneath us is responding to the presence of so many awakened primordials. The boundaries between the farm as physical space and the farm as spiritual construct are beginning to blur. Tianmu extended his awareness downward, through layers of soil and spirit, and understood immediately what turnip meant. The celestial farm, which had begun as a simple plot of land enhanced by extraordinary growth capacity, was transforming into something else entirely. It was becoming a nexus, a point where the primordial network could interact directly with the celestial realms, where multiple dimensions could overlap. And that transformation was accelerating. How much longer until the transformation is complete? He asked. Xian's presence, far larger and more complex than any individual consciousness, responded with the kind of precision that only a primordial vein could provide. 37 days. On that day, the farm will shift from being merely an outpost of the primordial realm into being a fully integrated node of primordial consciousness. The physical and spiritual will be indistinguishable here. Anyone or anything that exists within the farm's boundaries will be operating in a space where primordial law supersedes celestial law. The implications unfolded like a flower blooming in fast motion. A space where primordial law superseded celestial law meant the ancient entity's manipulation would face resistance at every turn. It meant the awakening primordials would have home territory advantage in ways they had never possessed before. But it also meant the celestial courts would see the farm not as a neutral trading ground or even as a protected sanctuary, but as an active threat to the stability of their entire civilization. The courts will move against us before the transformation completes, Master Qin said quietly from his position managing the logistics of the farm's new reality. The old merchant had aged visibly in recent weeks, but his mind remained sharp. Once they understand what's happening, they'll see Xian's transformation as a fundamental threat to celestial order. Not all of them, Scholar Yin interjected, her presence joining the discussion from the archives where she had been conducting research into the ancient wars. The East Heaven Court already understands. They've been quietly positioning resources to defend rather than attack. But the South Cloud Court is calculating probabilities, and the West Sky Court's fractured state means different factions will respond differently. Tianmu felt the weight of command settle more completely around him. He was no longer simply a farmer or even a guardian. The role he was taking on was something more fundamental. He was becoming the bridge between worlds, the point where primordial consciousness interfaced with celestial civilization. And in that bridge position, he would need to make decisions that would ripple across both realms. Master Autumn Frost, accelerate defensive preparation, he ordered. I don't expect a full-scale assault within the next lunar cycle, but we need to be ready. Master Qin, consolidate critical resources. Scholar Yun, I need you to establish communication with the East Heaven Court's leadership, carefully, through trusted channels only. Tell them that the farm's transformation is happening with full consent of all awakening primordials, and it's not an attempt to create a weapon, but rather a place where celestial and primordial law can coexist. He paused, gathering his will for what came next. And I need to cultivate. The declaration struck everyone present with force. They understood immediately what Tianmu meant. His cultivation had stalled for weeks, held back by the demands of managing the farm's crisis and mediating between celestial courts and awakening primordials. But now, with the transformation accelerating and the final crisis approaching, he needed to advance. More than that, he needed to advance dramatically. How far do you intend to reach? Turnip asked quietly. As far as I can before the transformation completes, Tianmu replied. Dao seeking at minimum. If possible, immortal ascension. It was ambitious to the point of recklessness. Cultivators typically spent decades or centuries advancing a single major realm. Tianmu was talking about advancing multiple realms in weeks, sustained entirely by his connection to a primordial vein and other awakening primordials. It was also necessary, Because the celestial realms were about to understand that they were no longer dealing with a farming phenomenon or even an interesting primordial awakening. They were dealing with something that could fundamentally reshape reality itself. Then we support your advancement, Xian said firmly, her consciousness spreading through the farm like roots through soil, creating networks of power that would sustain Tianmu's meditation. You are not alone in this, Tianmu. None of us are alone anymore. The primary cultivation chamber, a space that had been designed specifically for Tianmu's advancement, began to glow as primordial power converged. For the first time, Tianmu would not ascend through meditation alone, but through direct communion with conscious primordial forces. As he settled into the meditative state, the farm around him shifted into a kind of siege readiness. Master Autumn Frost's defensive formations intensified. Scholar Yun and her assistants worked through the archives searching for precedents in the ancient wars. Master Qin organized supplies and resources as if preparing for extended conflict. And in the spaces between celestial and primordial realms, the ancient entity, still contained by Kong Ye's barrier but far from powerless, began orchestrating movements of coalition forces and corrupted officials. The war, which had been building through political maneuvering and revelation, was finally turning into something direct and undeniable. Chapter 62. The meditation 7 days into Tianmu's cultivation, the first assault came. Not against the farm directly, but against the network of communication and alliance that had been built between the awakening primordials and the East Heaven Court. 3 research vessels attempting to travel to the farm were intercepted by coalition forces operating just beyond Celestial Court jurisdiction. The vessels were destroyed, along with their crew of researchers and philosophers who had been invited to study the primordial awakening. The message was clear. The coalition was willing to kill, openly and directly. Master Autumn Frost reported the incident to Tianmu through the thinnest possible thread of consciousness, unwilling to fully interrupt his cultivation. The East Heaven Court is responding. They're sending a military escort for the next research convoy. But this escalation means something has changed in coalition calculations. They've received new orders, Xian's consciousness whispered from deeper layers. The ancient entity has refined its strategy. It knows the barrier Kong Yi maintains will eventually weaken as his awareness cycles. It's planning a coordinated strike that will occur precisely when Kong Yi needs to rest for approximately 12 minutes. The only gap in the barrier's maintenance. Tianmu, suspended in the profound meditation state where his consciousness was simultaneously reaching deeper into the Tao-seeking realm while remaining connected to external events, understood the timetable. 12 minutes was enough for the ancient entity to re-establish direct consciousness-to-consciousness communication with its agents and assets across multiple dimensions. 12 minutes was enough to issue commands that would ripple through coalition forces. 12 minutes could potentially redirect the entire trajectory of the conflict. How long until Kong Ye's cycle requires that rest? Tianmu asked, speaking now more with thought than with sound. 11 days, came the reply. The timeline compressed dramatically. Tianmu had hoped for 14 to 20 days to reach Tao seeking solidly, perhaps beginning the transition to immortal ascension. He now had 11 days to reach a state of readiness that would let him compensate for Kong Ye's necessary rest period while also defending against a coordinated attack. It was possible, barely, if everything aligned correctly and the primordial support remained steady. Tianmu deepened his meditation, and the farm began to transform around his consciousness. The cultivation method he was employing was entirely unprecedented. Traditional cultivation relied on absorbing ambient spiritual energy, refining it through inner dantians and spiritual cores, and gradually expanding one's capacity and control. Tianmu's method was something else entirely. He was allowing the primordial consciousnesses to directly teach his consciousness, to expand his awareness, to fundamentally restructure his understanding of how reality functioned. It was dangerous. A human consciousness could be overwhelmed by direct primordial teaching. But Tianmu had advantages that ordinary cultivators lacked. He had been slowly adapting to primordial consciousness for months now. His bond with Xian had already fundamentally altered his nature, and he had the consent and support of multiple awakening primordials, who were carefully calibrating their output to match his capacity. By day 4 of the new timeline, Tianmu's cultivation had begun to shift his physical form noticeably. His hair gained threads of silver that caught light differently, reflecting not ordinary light, but cultivated energy. His eyes developed the capacity to perceive dimensions of reality that ordinary immortals would struggle to comprehend. His body, still physically present in the meditation chamber, began to emit faint auras that suggested something far older and stranger than a typical cultivator resided within it. By day 7, Master Autumn Frost could no longer approach within 50 meters of the meditation chamber without experiencing disorientation. The field of power surrounding Tianmu was simply too intense, too alien to ordinary celestial cultivation. By day 10, Kong Yi sent a message through the primordial network. The barrier is holding, but the entity is testing it constantly, searching for weakness. When I rest, be ready. And on day 11, exactly as predicted, Kong Yi's consciousness cycled into the rest state required to maintain his own existence. The barrier flickered. Chapter 63. The barrier falls. It lasted exactly 12 minutes, as anticipated. 12 minutes of silence from Kong Yi. 12 minutes during which the barrier that had been containing the ancient entity's direct influence became permeable. 12 minutes during which communication could flow in all directions. The ancient entity used every second. Through Shun Ku and other coalition leadership, it issued orders that would have taken hours to communicate ordinarily. Scout movements accelerated. Strike teams positioned themselves for assault. Political propaganda was released into celestial news networks, designed to turn public opinion further against the farm and the primordial awakening. And through a connection that Tianmu only sensed rather than directly observed, the entity reached out to certain awakening primordials who had not yet committed fully to either side, offering protection, power, and autonomy in exchange for neutrality or collaboration. The 12 minutes felt like hours to everyone present on the farm. They felt like days to the constellation of awakening primordial consciousnesses connected through Xian's network. But when Kong Yi's consciousness cycled back to full activation and the barrier resolidified, the immediate crisis was over. What remained was the knowledge of what was coming. 3 days, Master Autumn Frost reported, analyzing the movements that had been detected during the barrier gap. The coalition will be in position to launch a major assault in 3 days. They're coordinating with factions in all 3 celestial courts, attacking from multiple directions simultaneously, hoping to overwhelm our defensive capacity. Can we hold for 3 days? Master Qin asked, though his tone suggested he already knew the answer was theoretical at best. We can hold long enough, Kai Deng replied, her consciousness manifesting fully in the chamber for the first time in weeks. The scholar who had revealed the coalition's existence and helped orchestrate the investigation into Shun Ku had evolved into something more than a simple researcher. She had begun to carry aspects of primordial consciousness herself, transformed through repeated contact with the awakening veins. The question is what we accomplish in those 3 days. All attention turned inward, toward the meditation chamber, where Tianmu's cultivation had reached a critical point. The transformation was nearly complete. Tianmu had advanced through the middle stages of Tao seeking and was approaching the threshold of immortal ascension. In normal circumstances, the transition between these 2 realms would be catastrophic. A cultivator would need to undergo a heavenly tribulation, face the celestial realm's test of whether they were worthy of immortal status. Many died in the attempt. But Tianmu was not an ordinary cultivator, and he would not face an ordinary tribulation. Instead, as his consciousness reached the boundary of Tao seeking and prepared to step through into immortal ascension, the entire farm became the tribulation ground. The primordial consciousness surrounding him, the nexus point between worlds, the awakening vein beneath the soil, all of it conspired to create a transformation that was part cultivation breakthrough, part dimensional restructuring, and part rebirth. The meditation chamber began to glow with light that hurt to perceive directly. Not heat. That would have been ordinary, but a kind of existential luminescence that suggested reality was being rewritten at the quantum and spiritual levels simultaneously. When Tianmu opened his eyes on the morning of the 3rd day, everyone present knew immediately that something fundamental had changed. He rose from the meditation platform, moving with a precision that suggested every atom of his body was now operating in perfect harmony with his consciousness. His physical form appeared unchanged, but the presence surrounding him had intensified to the point where Master Autumn Frost's experienced senses could barely quantify it. Status, Tianmu said, and the word carried the kind of weight that only an early-stage immortal ascension cultivator could produce. Coalition forces will reach strike distance in less than 4 hours, Master Autumn Frost reported. We have defensive formations ready. Master Qin has secured critical resources in protected chambers. Scholar Yun has established that the attack will come from 7 coordinated directions, targeting different parts of the farm's infrastructure. Tianmu nodded slowly, then extended his awareness through the connections he maintained with other primordial consciousnesses. The network that had been slowly building for months suddenly revealed itself in its complete form. Kong Ye's containment principle maintained the barrier against the ancient entity. Xian provided the foundational connection to the entire primordial network. Kong Yi, Jin Wei, the other awakening veins and consciousness nodes. All of them linked together in a web of communion that was exactly what was needed for what came next. Turnip, Tianmu said quietly. The sentient root spirit materialized in physical form, his body now so extensive that his presence filled a significant portion of the chamber. I am here. I need you to stabilize the farm's boundary between physical and spiritual space, Tianmu instructed. The coalition will be here soon, expecting to fight an enemy operating under celestial law. They need to discover that the rules have changed. Understanding bloomed in Turnip's expression. You're going to transform the farm. I'm going to transform the farm, Tianmu confirmed. Not into a weapon, into something else. A space where primordial and celestial forces can coexist, but where primordial law takes precedence. He moved toward the highest point on the farm, a place that had once been merely a viewing platform for merchants and researchers, but had evolved into something more like a pillar of power. As he ascended, his cultivation at early immortal ascension level manifested openly, no longer hidden or restrained. The celestial realms noticed immediately. Across 3 dimensions, detection formations lit up as cultivators and celestial entities felt the presence of a new immortal being manifesting power at this scale. Messages flashed through celestial communication networks. The East Heaven Court was alerted. The South Cloud Court paused in its careful neutrality. The West Sky Court's fractured leadership experienced unified alarm. And in the coalition strongholds beyond celestial court jurisdiction, Shun Ku and the ancient entity's agents understood that the game had escalated beyond prediction. The war was truly beginning now. Chapter 64. The transformation. The coalition's assault force, numbering in the thousands and including immortals from at least 2 celestial courts' compromised factions, arrived to find the farm no longer the place they had prepared to attack. Where they expected physical structures, they found architecture that existed in multiple dimensions simultaneously. Where they anticipated cultivators defending specific positions, they instead encountered a landscape where terrain itself seemed to actively resist their movement. The very air had become something more than air. It was infused with primordial consciousness, making every breath an act of communion with forces far older than any celestial being. Tianmu, standing at the farm's center with power radiating in waves that could be felt across dimensional boundaries, watched as the coalition's carefully orchestrated assault began to collapse almost before it truly began. Cease, he commanded, and the word carried the weight of primordial law. You are operating within a space where celestial law is subordinate to primordial authority. Weapons fire ceases now. Assault formations dissolve now. Any who do not comply will be removed. For a moment, there was resistance. Some coalition forces attempted to fight through the farm's transformed nature, to force their way through using celestial cultivation methods and weaponry designed to combat other celestial beings. They were gently but absolutely expelled from the farm's boundaries. Not killed, Tianmu had not given permission for lethal force, and the farm, operating under primordial consciousness, would not murder uninvited guests, but removed forcefully and irreversibly, deposited outside the boundary with power enough to prove they could not re-enter without consent. The assault lasted approximately 43 minutes. By the end, Coalition forces were regrouping beyond the farm's boundaries, clearly reorganizing their strategy. But the immediate threat had been neutralized. They'll escalate, Kai Ding observed as she joined Tianmu at the observation point. The coalition will now have to decide whether to commit to a full-scale assault with forces they were previously trying to keep hidden, or whether to pull back and reevaluate. The ancient entity will demand escalation, Tianmu replied, feeling the truth of it through his connection to Xian's broader consciousness. It has committed too much to this conflict to allow a setback, which means it will expose more of its network to achieve victory. Good, Master Autumn Frost said grimly. Because the East Heaven Court is mobilizing in response to your display of power. They're sending a formal delegation to meet with you. But more importantly, they've authorized Broker Lien to relay that they're committing military forces to support the farm's defense. They want the coalition and the ancient entity defeated as badly as we do, for different reasons, perhaps, but with genuine commitment. Tianmu descended from the observation point and allowed himself to be led to the meeting chamber that had evolved into the farm's diplomatic center. The space was remarkable. It existed partially in the celestial realms and partially in primordial dimensions, making it possible for beings of very different natures to communicate without one having to fully cross into the other's native reality. The East Heaven Court's delegation arrived with ceremony and visible wariness. The lead ambassador was a celestial being of high rank. Her form suggested she had held position for at least 10,000 years, and she approached Tianmu with the careful courtesy of one greeting a peer rather than a subordinate. The East Heaven Court recognizes the transformation of the farm and the advancement of the celestial guardian to immortal ascension, the ambassador said formally. We seek clarification. Is the farm now a celestial location operating under celestial law, a primordial location operating under primordial law, or something else entirely? It was a crucial question, and Tianmu understood that the answer would determine how the celestial courts could or would interact with the farm going forward. The farm is neither and both, Tianmu replied, choosing his words with care. It is a nexus point where two modes of reality coexist. Celestial beings may operate here under celestial law, provided they respect the primordial consciousness that also exists here. Primordial consciousnesses operate here under primordial law, provided they respect the presence of celestial visitors. I serve as mediator and enforcer of that balance. The ambassador considered this, and those who refuse to respect that balance are removed from the farm's boundaries and forbidden from reentry until they demonstrate willingness to coexist, Tianmu said calmly. I am not invading celestial space. The coalition can operate however they wish in celestial territory, but within the farm, new law applies. Understanding flickered across the ambassador's expression. You've created a genuine neutral ground, a place where we can negotiate with awakening primordials without one side having advantage through force of realm. More than that, Tianmu said, I've created a sanctuary where primordial consciousness can interface directly with celestial civilization without the ancient entity's manipulation poisoning the interaction. The ambassador's eyes widened slightly, not fear, but recognition of the scale of what Tianmu had accomplished. The coalition will see this as an act of war. I am certain they will, Tianmu replied. But the courts must also see it as an act of necessity. The ancient entity cannot be allowed to control the terms of primordial awakening. If it does, it will reshape the celestial realms fundamentally and for its own purposes. Over the next hours, the East Heaven Court delegation conferred with their leadership through special communication channels. The response came back clearly. The East Heaven Court was formally committing military support to defend the farm and its transformation. They would not invade coalition territory, but they would ensure that the coalition could not use force to suppress what was happening on the farm. It was a decision that rippled through celestial politics with surprising speed. The South Cloud Court, still carefully neutral but watching to see which way the balance of power swung, began positioning resources to support the East Heaven Court's position, not out of enthusiasm for primordial awakening, but out of calculation that the East Heaven Court's choice appeared to be winning. The West Sky Court's fractured state meant its various factions took different sides, but the official court leadership, isolated from corrupted elements by Scholar Yun's investigation and Master Autumn Frost's security measures, sided clearly with opposition to the coalition and support for the farm. And in the space of a single day, what had been a conspiracy and a hidden conflict transformed into an acknowledged war that was reshaping celestial civilization openly. Chapter 65. The Scholar's Truth. 3 days after the coalition's first assault was repelled and the East Heaven Court's formal support was declared, Scholar Yun made a discovery that changed everything. She had been working through the archives continuously, even during the crisis of the farm's transformation, searching for deeper understanding of the ancient entity that was orchestrating events. The research had been painstaking, searching through records that spanned tens of thousands of years, seeking patterns and connections in data that had been intentionally obscured by agents of the entity itself. The breakthrough came from an unexpected direction. The entity isn't trying to control the primordials, Scholar Yun announced, her voice carrying the kind of shock that comes from suddenly understanding something so fundamental that all previous analysis must be revised. It's trying to consume them. The implications made everyone present go very still. Explain, Master Autumnfrost said quietly. The ancient entity isn't an individual being in the way we understand consciousness, Scholar Yun continued, spreading data across the display that had been hastily created for this meeting. It's something more like a conceptual aberration. It emerged during the ancient wars when power levels reached such extremes that reality itself fractured. It's not alive in any conventional sense, but it can grow by absorbing primordial consciousness. Tian Mu felt the weight of this understanding settle through the primordial network. Xian's consciousness rippled with recognition and dawning horror. The betrayal, the vein communicated. Ages ago, when I was bound by what I thought was an enemy's attack, I was actually being prepared for consumption. The binding was designed to weaken me so that once the entity grew strong enough, it could absorb my consciousness into itself. And it's tried to repeat that process with the other awakening primordials, Scholar Yun continued. Every manipulation, every attempt to guide their awakening, every effort to control which direction they aligned, it's all been about positioning them so they can be consumed when the time is right. But the coalition, Kai Deng began. The coalition is the entity's tools, Scholar Yun interrupted. Shun Ku and the others are servants who believe they're working toward a cause. But the real goal is to position multiple awakening primordials within reach of the entity so it can initiate a mass consumption event. Master Qin's voice came quietly. How is that consumption initiated? Through a simultaneous attack on all awakening primordials, timed to occur when Kong Ye's barrier cycles down for maintenance, Scholar Yun said. If the entity can catch multiple primordial consciousnesses in a vulnerable moment and attack them all simultaneously, it can begin the absorption process. The more primordials it consumes, the stronger it becomes, and the stronger it becomes, the more able it is to consume the others. It's exponential, Tian Mu said, understanding the terrible elegance of the strategy. Once it consumes enough primordials, it becomes unstoppable. It could potentially absorb Xian herself. Exactly, Scholar Yun said. Which means our timeline is even more compressed than we thought. The entity can't wait indefinitely. It needs to initiate the consumption event soon, while it still has coalition military forces positioned favorably and before additional primordials awaken and join the defensive network. How soon? Tian Mu demanded. Scholar Yun consulted the data spreading before her, running calculations through frameworks that incorporated both primordial cycles and celestial timekeeping. 42 days. The entity will have reached sufficient power accumulation that it can initiate the consumption process. After that point, the longer it waits, the more time we have to strengthen our defenses. So it must act within the next 42 days. The timeline crystallized with terrible certainty. 42 days to prepare the farm for an assault that would not be a normal military attack, but rather an attempt to fundamentally alter the nature of primordial consciousness itself. 42 days to strengthen all awakening primordials' defenses. 42 days to ensure that Kong Ye's barrier could be maintained continuously without the cycles that created vulnerability. Can Kong Ye maintain the barrier without rest cycles? Tian Mu asked directly. No, Kong Ye's consciousness replied through the network. The barrier requires me to periodically release pressure and refresh my own awareness. Without those cycles, I would burn out in approximately 2 weeks. The master's tactical mind engaged immediately. Then we need a different approach. We can't prevent Kong Yi from needing rest, but we can ensure that during rest cycles, the entity is prevented from attacking through other means. What means? Kaideng asked. Distributed consciousness, Tianmu said, the realization arriving fully formed as he spoke it. Every awakening primordial doesn't need to depend entirely on Kong Yi's barrier. Instead, we create a web of mutual defense, each primordial consciousness positioned to protect the others, with overlapping fields that ensure continuous coverage. Xian's consciousness brightened with understanding. The network wouldn't just be communication. It would be defense itself. Each primordial consciousness serves as both guardian and guarded, creating a mutual defense web that the entity cannot penetrate without attacking all of them simultaneously. Which is exactly what it wants to do. Turnip observed quietly. Yes, Tianmu said. So instead of trying to prevent the attack, we'll prepare for it. We'll arrange the entire network so that when the entity attempts its simultaneous assault, it's actually attacking directly into our strongest possible formation. He turned to address the entire assembly of consciousness present in the chamber, physical beings and primordial presences alike. We have 42 days to prepare what will essentially be a battle on primordial grounds, using means and methods that no celestial force has employed in epochs. We will transform the farm not just into a sanctuary, but into a fortress. And at the end of 42 days, when the ancient entity makes its move, we will be ready. Chapter 66. Preparation. The farm transformed again. This time not through Tianmu's cultivation breakthrough, but through deliberate construction and spiritual engineering that represented the combined effort of multiple awakening primordials. Kong Yi extended his principle of containment not as a filter against external attack, but as a structural framework that could hold the entire defensive network in place. His consciousness spread through the farm like a supporting architecture that made the space itself safer, more bounded, more able to resist incursion. Jin Wei, a primordial consciousness that had awakened through the principles of sharpness and precision, worked with Master Autumn Frost to create defensive formations that operated on primordial rather than celestial principles. Where celestial formations relied on channels of spiritual energy that could potentially be intercepted or disrupted, primordial formations worked through fundamental restructuring of how space and time could be weaponized. The other awakening primordials each contributed their own nature to the defense. A consciousness that embodied growth and regeneration ensured that any damage to the farm's spiritual integrity would be automatically restored. A consciousness centered on binding and connection worked to strengthen the web linking the awakening primordials together, making their network increasingly difficult to sever or corrupt. Xian, at the center of everything, began a process of expansion that was both beautiful and terrifying to observe. The vein's consciousness, which had previously been concentrated in the region beneath the farm, began to extend through the very architecture of the celestial realms themselves. She wasn't invading territory or claiming dominion. Rather, she was establishing a kind of spiritual presence that permeated reality, making it possible for her consciousness to manifest almost anywhere if needed. It was a transformation that the celestial courts monitored with visible alarm. The East Heaven Court's leadership reached out multiple times to confirm that this expansion was not an invasion or a hostile act. Tianmu patiently explained each time that it was simple preparation for defense, that Xian was positioning herself so that when the ancient entity attacked, she would not be caught off guard by surprise assault from an unexpected direction. The explanation was technically accurate, though it omitted the deeper truth. Xian was also positioning herself so that after the expected attack was defeated, she would have direct access to the celestial realms without needing to work through intermediaries or the farm as a connection point. It was a long-term strategy positioned within the short-term defense planning. Scholar Yun continued her research, now with access to additional archives that the East Heaven Court made available through broker Lian's negotiation. She was trying to answer a crucial question. Was the ancient entity truly indivisible, or could it be fractured? If it could be fractured, then potentially the defense could focus not on simply repelling an attack, but on breaking the entity into pieces that could be contained separately. The question was complex because it required understanding the fundamental nature of something that had never been fully studied, even in the ancient times when it was first encountered. What Scholar Yun eventually uncovered was both helpful and troubling. The entity could be fractured, but only through a method that would require sacrifice. She brought this discovery to Tian Mu privately, in a meeting that occurred late in the evening cycle of the farm's newly transformed rhythm of day and night. To divide the entity, something connected to it must be severed from within, Scholar Yun explained, the research data floating before her like a constellation of terrible possibilities. The coalition members aren't merely servants. They're partially integrated into the entity's consciousness. They're extensions of its will transmitted through physical beings. You want me to sever that connection? Tian Mu said quietly. Yes, Scholar Yun confirmed. If we could separate Shun Ku and other senior coalition members from the entity's consciousness, it would create a fracture point. The entity would lose those parts of itself, essentially amputating its own limbs. Shun Ku would die, Tian Mu said. It wasn't a question. Almost certainly, Scholar Yun agreed. The integration is too complete. Severing him from the entity's consciousness would be like trying to separate consciousness from body. The individual components cannot survive the separation. Tian Mu stood in silence for a long moment, looking out at the farm that had become something more than a refuge. It was now a nexus where worlds intersected, where the nature of existence itself was being redefined. Then we will offer Shun Ku a choice, Tian Mu said finally. To remain integrated with the entity and be consumed by it eventually, or to be freed from that integration and sacrifice his individual existence to weaken the entity. It's the only ethical path. He may refuse, Scholar Yun warned. The entity's integration is complete enough that Shun Ku may not even fully understand that he's been integrated. From his perspective, he may believe his own thoughts and desires are entirely his own. Then we'll have to explain it in a way that reaches him, Tian Mu said. Because if what you're telling me is true, every coalition member who agrees to voluntary separation weakens the entity significantly. And if enough of them choose separation, the entity might be fracturable before it even launches its attack. The realization sparked new strategies that rippled through the network of awakening primordials. But it also created moral complications that no one had anticipated. Chapter 67. The coalition's choice reaching out to coalition members required going through channels that were monitored and controlled by the entity itself. But Tian Mu had advantages that ordinary celestial beings did not possess. His connection to Xian's expanded presence meant he could effectively bypass some of the entity's control mechanisms, establishing direct communication with individuals within coalition ranks. The first person to respond was unexpected. A scholar who had been researching the ancient wars independently and had discovered the same fragmentation possibility that Scholar Yun had identified. Her name was Lin Zhu, and she had been serving the coalition because she believed she was protecting primordial consciousness from exploitation. What she discovered when Tian Mu reached out was that her belief had been systematically manipulated by the entity itself. I thought I was being rational, Lin Zhu's consciousness communicated, her presence manifesting in the meeting chamber with the kind of exhausted shock that comes from sudden recognition of terrible truth. I conducted research, found data suggesting that awakening primordials could be dangerous to celestial civilization, and concluded that we needed to control them. But the research I was finding was being fed to me. The entity was guiding my conclusions through the very data I thought I was discovering independently. You have a choice, Tian Mu said gently. You can remain integrated with the entity and maintain the belief system that has been constructed for you. Or you can accept severing and become yourself entirely, with full awareness of what has been done to you. Lin Zhu was silent for a very long time. Will it hurt? She asked finally. The actual severing will be instantaneous, Scholar Yun replied. But afterward, you will experience the full memory and knowledge of manipulation. You will know exactly how completely you were controlled. That knowledge itself will be painful. And then, Lin Zhu asked, and then you'll be free, Tian Mu said. Truly free in a way you haven't been since the entity first targeted you. Lin Zhu made her choice, and the farm's healers and Scholar Yun worked together to create a method of severing that would be as painless and clean as possible. The actual moment of separation was remarkably quiet. Lin Zhu simply gasped once, then began to weep as the full weight of her manipulation collapsed down upon her consciousness. But she survived, and more than that, she became a testimony to the possibility of breaking free. Other coalition members began to reach out, carefully and cautiously, through networks that risked detection. Some were researchers like Lin Zhu, convinced by data that they now realized had been falsified. Others were political appointees who had been gradually moved into positions of influence without fully understanding how they had been manipulated. A few were soldiers and warriors who had followed orders that they were now questioning. Each one was presented with the same choice: integration and eventual consumption, or separation and freedom with the psychological weight of full knowledge of manipulation. The numbers grew slowly at first: a dozen separations over 5 days, then 24 over the next week. By the time 25 days of the 42 remained, over 100 coalition members had chosen to sever their connection to the entity and undergo the painful process of reclaiming their individual consciousness. It was not a massive exodus, and the coalition still maintained significant military and political power. But with each separation, the entity grew measurably weaker. Its consciousness became more fragmented. Its ability to coordinated action across vast distances began to degrade. But the entity also adapted. As it realized what was happening, it changed tactics. It accelerated its timeline. Instead of waiting the full 42 days to achieve ideal positioning, it announced that the consumption event would begin in 17 days. The declaration reverberated through the primordial network and across celestial dimensions simultaneously. The ancient entity was committing to attack while it still had sufficient power to be dangerous, because waiting any longer would result in additional separations that it could not afford. The farm entered final preparation mode. Every person and primordial consciousness present understood that the coming confrontation was not theoretical anymore. It was imminent. It was unavoidable. And despite all the preparation and planning, no one could be entirely certain of the outcome. Chapter 68. The Countdown: 17 Days, 288 Hours, 16,320 Minutes. Tian Mu counted time differently now, with the precision of an early-stage immortal ascension cultivator whose consciousness could track multiple simultaneous processes. He counted in heartbeats and meditation cycles, in the subtle rhythms of primordial consciousness expanding and contracting, in the moments where reality seemed to pause between one instant and the next. The farm had been transformed into something that was no longer quite a physical location. It existed in 5 dimensions simultaneously, with aspects extending into spaces that celestial mathematics had never been equipped to describe. The defensive formations created by the combined effort of multiple awakening primordials formed layers upon layers of protection that would be nearly impossible to penetrate through force alone. But the entity would not rely on force alone. Through the remaining coalition members who had not chosen to separate, still numbering in the thousands, the entity sent diplomatic envoys to the celestial courts. It offered deals: withdraw support for the farm and the primordials, and the coalition would promise to limit the awakening primordials' expansion in certain directions. Refuse the deals, and the coalition would launch attacks designed to fracture the courts themselves from within, using agents positioned in power for thousands of years. The South Cloud Court, calculating probabilities, was tempted by the offer. But ultimately, they sided with the East Heaven Court, understanding that an entity capable of manipulating events for epochs was not trustworthy in any negotiation. The West Sky Court, still fractured despite efforts to consolidate leadership, had several elements that sided with the coalition. This created internal conflict that left the West Sky Court unable to contribute military support to the farm's defense, but also unable to actively assist the coalition. It was a complicated political landscape, and Tianmu knew that much of the final outcome would depend not on military force, but on which factions remained committed when the actual crisis hit. With 7 days remaining, Tianmu initiated the final phase of preparation. He descended into meditation that was even deeper than his previous cultivations, seeking to understand not just his own power, but the fundamental nature of how to defend against an entity that was part consciousness and part conceptual aberration. Xian opened herself fully to this communion, allowing Tianmu access to memories that spanned epochs. He experienced her initial betrayal and binding ages ago, felt the ancient entity's presence like a parasite attempting to work its way into her consciousness. He understood, through her memory, the exact methodology of how the entity attempted to consume a primordial consciousness. Knowledge crystallized into method. Tianmu emerged from the meditation with understanding of the defense strategy that would actually work. It required something that he had not previously considered. It required transforming the entity's own attempt to consume primordial consciousness into a kind of inverse trap. If the entity reached out to grab a primordial consciousness and attempt consumption, and if that consciousness was prepared and positioned correctly, the very reach could be turned against the entity. It would create a channel not of consumption but of revelation, a direct pathway through which the entity's true nature and methods would become exposed to all connected primordials simultaneously. It was dangerous because it required one or more primordials to be in direct contact with the entity, to allow it to establish the connection that would normally lead to consumption. But if executed correctly, the revelation would weaken the entity more than any direct assault could achieve. Master Autumn Frost understood the strategy in an instant. You're planning to use Xian as bait. I'm planning to use Xian as a weapon that the entity has no defense against, Tianmu corrected gently. The entity can only attack consciousness that it understands, that it can comprehend and consume. What it will find with Xian is consciousness so vast and strange that attempting to contain it will actually expose the entity's own structure. And if it doesn't work? Kaideng asked. If the entity successfully consumes Xian, then we have failed, Tianmu said simply. But she has consented to this strategy understanding the risk. And Xian's assessment is that the risk is lower than the certainty of failure if we simply try to defend passively. The final 3 days passed in strange quiet. The coalition was clearly preparing for assault, but they moved carefully, understanding that the farm was no longer a location they could attack through conventional military means. The celestial courts awaited the confrontation with visible tension. The awakening primordials, linked through Xian's network, maintained their meditation states, reinforcing their defenses and preparing their minds for contact with an entity that transcended conventional understanding. And Tianmu stood at the center of everything, an immortal ascension cultivator who had begun as a failed farmer, now serving as the bridge between worlds, the mediator between primordial consciousness and celestial existence, and the custodian of a strategy that would either preserve reality as it was understood or fundamentally transform it. The final hour arrived with surprising gentleness. The entity announced its assault without dramatic flourish, simply beginning to activate the channels through which it would attempt the mass consumption of all connected primordials. The ancient war between primordial consciousness and the being that sought to consume it had reached its culminating moment. Chapter 69. The consumption. The initial assault was overwhelming in a way that conventional combat could never be. It was not forces attacking forces, but consciousness attempting to merge with consciousness. The entity's reach extended through dozens of connection points simultaneously, attempting to establish contact with primordials across the entire network. It was like 1,000 tendrils of pure will and hunger attempting to bind and absorb at every point simultaneously. The awakening primordials that had not fully prepared began to retreat inward, their consciousnesses contracting to protect their cores. But it was Xian who did something unexpected. Instead of defending, she expanded. The veins consciousness, which had already been spreading throughout celestial space as preparation, suddenly enlarged so drastically that she seemed to encompass entire dimensions. Her presence became the primary target, drawing the entity's full attention and force. Now, she communicated to Tianmu and the others. It's focused entirely on me. Begin the revelation sequence. The strategy shifted from defense to offense in a single moment. Every primordial consciousness that was sufficiently stable began sending not defensive energy, but detailed knowledge through the entity's own channels, its own methods, turning the entity's own system of connection into a distribution network for revelation. What had been tools of consumption became tools of exposure. The entity had never needed to defend against the revelation of its own nature because it had never imagined that a consciousness it was consuming would choose to reveal rather than resist. Tianmu, through his direct link to Xian, served as the primary channel for the revelation. He transmitted understanding of how the entity manipulated, detailed knowledge of the techniques it used to integrate servitors like Shinku and Linju, explanations of how it had survived the ancient wars through dormancy and hidden influence. All of this knowledge flowed through the entity itself, and in flowing through it, the knowledge began to crack the entity's own coherence. The ancient being that had manipulated events for epochs experienced something it had never encountered before, the full revelation of itself, experienced from within its own consciousness. The reaction was not anger or fear, but something more fundamental. The entity began to fracture. The consciousness that had held together through millions of years of hidden influence, that had survived sealing and dormancy and centuries of invisible orchestration, began to break apart as its own nature was fully revealed and understood. It was not that the entity was destroyed, but rather that its fundamental unity, the singular will that had held all the fragments of its consciousness together, dissolved. Where there had been one consuming entity, there suddenly became many fragmented consciousnesses, each containing aspects of the original whole, but no longer unified by a single purpose or will. The assault on the primordial network did not end suddenly, but rather transformed, becoming chaotic and uncoordinated. Some fragments of the entity continued attempting to consume, but without the organizing will that had previously guided them, they could be individually repelled. Others simply retreated, confused and disoriented by the sudden revelation of their own nature. And some began doing something entirely unexpected. They began attempting to separate from the fragments they were part of, seeking the kind of freedom that the coalition members who had chosen separation had found. It was, Tianmu realized, a form of spiritual cascade. The revelation had not just weakened the entity, it had created conditions under which the entity itself could fracture through internal defection. The assault lasted for approximately 4 hours. By the end, the immediate crisis had passed. The ancient entity that had been the driving force behind epochs of manipulation had been fragmented into components that could no longer pose a unified threat. Some fragments could potentially be contained by Kong Ye's principle of containment. Others would need different methods of management. A few simply dispersed into the primordial realm, unable to sustain coherence without the unified consciousness that had previously organized them. But the immediate danger was over. Chapter 70. The aftermath, the silence that followed the entity's fragmentation was nearly as overwhelming as the assault had been. Tianmu found himself suspended in a state between meditation and wakefulness, his consciousness fully integrated with the primordial network, but his physical form still present in the farm's meditation chamber. He gradually pulled himself back to individual awareness, understanding that his body needed attention and his immediate responsibilities required him to be present in physical form. When he opened his eyes, Master Autumn Frost was present, sitting across from him with an expression of cautious relief. Xian is recovering, the defensive expert reported immediately. The consumption attempt damaged her consciousness more severely than we anticipated, but she is intact. The other primordials suffered various degrees of impact, but none were lost. Casualties among the coalition? Tianmu asked. Approximately 30% of their remaining forces have either died in the chaos or have voluntarily separated from the entity's remaining fragments, Master Autumn Frost said. The rest are in disarray. Shunku's location is currently unknown. He disappeared into the chaos of the assault. Tianmu understood the implication. Shinku, being too thoroughly integrated with the entity's consciousness, had likely been fundamentally damaged by the fragmentation. He might still be alive, but his consciousness was probably irreparably broken. And the celestial courts? Officially declaring neutrality for now, Master Autumn Frost replied. The East Heaven Court is committing to formal investigation of the ancient entity's remaining fragments. The South Cloud Court is initiating diplomatic discussions about new frameworks for governing interaction with awakening primordials. The West Sky Court is experiencing factional conflict as elements that were allied with the coalition begin attempting to position themselves against those who supported the farm. It was, Tianmu recognized, a kind of victory. Not the overwhelming triumph that might have been imagined, but a genuine defeat of the immediate threat. The ancient entity had been broken, its manipulations exposed, its unified consciousness fragmented beyond repair. But as the immediate crisis faded, new complications emerged. The primordial network, strengthened through the communion that had occurred during the assault, had become something that was no longer easy to shut down or limit. Xian's expanded consciousness, which had been necessary for the defense strategy, was now so thoroughly integrated with celestial reality that she could not easily withdraw it without causing significant disruption to the spatial dimensions themselves. The awakening primordials, having established direct contact with each other through Tianmu's network, could not fully isolate themselves from each other even if they wanted to. And the farm itself, transformed through all the preparatory efforts and the assault itself, was now something genuinely new. Not a location where celestial and primordial law coexisted, but rather a place where those two modes of being had begun to merge at the most fundamental levels. "We've won," Master Qin said, arriving in the meditation chamber with Scholar Yun, "but at the cost of creating something that we don't fully understand and that the celestial courts will be deeply uncomfortable with." "Precisely," Tianmu said, beginning to stand and allowing Master Autumn Frost to assist him to his feet. "But it had to be done. And now we need to ensure that what we've created is something that can exist stably rather than becoming a new kind of threat." Chapter 71. New Equilibrium. The next 5 days were dedicated to stabilization and consolidation. Tianmu worked with Xian to establish boundaries on her expanded consciousness, creating definitions of space and dimension that would allow her to interact with celestial realms without those interactions causing ongoing damage to reality's fundamental structure. It was delicate work that required both of them to learn entirely new methods of consciousness manipulation. Scholar Yun conducted interviews with the coalition members who had chosen to separate, documenting their experiences and the methodology of the entity's integration. The information she gathered became crucial for understanding how to help the remaining coalition members who had been directly connected to the entity's consciousness but had not yet chosen or achieved separation. Master Autumn Frost worked with representatives from the 3 celestial courts to establish new protocols for interaction with the farm and the awakening primordials. These protocols were necessarily flexible, because what worked for one primordial consciousness might not work for another. Turnip evolved now into something that was nearly as much consciousness as physical form, took on the role of maintaining the farm's physical integrity. The sentient root spirit understood the agricultural foundations better than anyone else, and paradoxically, as the farm's spiritual nature had intensified, its capacity to actually grow crops with exceptional fertility had not diminished, it had expanded. And Broker Lien, the celestial merchant who had remained surprisingly loyal throughout the conflict, began facilitating trade relationships that would allow the farm to sell its extraordinary produce to celestial buyers again. The disruption of normal commerce had been significant, and many celestial cultivators were eager to resume access to crops that carried primordial spiritual energy infused into them. On the evening of the 5th day after the assault, a formal ceremony was conducted to mark the transition from crisis to new equilibrium. Representatives from all 3 celestial courts attended, along with delegations from the communities that had been touched by the awakening of primordial consciousness. Tianmu stood at the center of the farm, no longer in the meditation chamber, but out in the open air, where the crops that had begun this entire saga were still growing with their characteristic, impossible vitality. He addressed the assembled group with careful precision. "The ancient entity has been fragmented and contained," Tianmu said. "Its threat to the celestial realms has been eliminated. But what has taken its place is equally significant and perhaps more important to understand: a genuine connection between primordial consciousness and celestial civilization." He gestured to the crops surrounding them, to the soil that now contained Xian's consciousness at a fundamental level, to the air that carried the presence of awakening primordials like a constant gentle pressure against awareness. The farm began as a place where a failed cultivator grew crops with exceptional properties, Tianmu continued. It became a refuge and then a fortress. Now it is something more. It is a proof of concept. It demonstrates that primordial and celestial consciousness do not have to be locked in opposition or enmity. They can coexist, can trade, can form genuine partnerships. "What are you proposing?" the East Heaven Court's representative asked carefully. "I'm proposing," Tianmu said, "that the farm remain as it is, a nexus where both forms of consciousness can interact under agreed protocols. That awakening primordials be given the space and support to complete their emergence without forced integration into celestial frameworks. And that scholars from all the courts work with researchers like Scholar Yun to document and understand what is happening, so that future generations have knowledge of this transformation. The South Cloud Court's representative conferred quietly with her delegation, then spoke. The South Cloud Court will support this proposal. We see opportunity in the coexistence you describe. The East Heaven Court supports this proposal. That representative confirmed immediately. The West Sky Court was silent longer, still dealing with internal factional conflicts. Eventually, their senior representative spoke. The West Sky Court will support this proposal, though we acknowledge that some elements within our court may attempt to undermine it. We will work to prevent such undermining, but full court unity on this matter may not be possible. It was honest and adequate. As the ceremony concluded and representatives from the courts began establishing the formal frameworks that would govern the farm's new status, Tian Mu felt the weight of transformation settle across him more completely than it ever had before. He was still technically Tian Mu, still functionally a cultivator operating in celestial frameworks. But he had become something else as well, a bridge, an intermediary, a consciousness that could move easily between modes of being that were fundamentally alien to each other. That role brought weight and responsibility, but also opportunity. Chapter 72. The Primordial's awakening accelerates the fragmentation of the ancient entity had a ripple effect that no one had fully anticipated. With the entity's unified consciousness no longer actively guiding and containing awakening primordials, the rate of primordial consciousness emergence increased dramatically across the celestial realms. Veins that had been awakening slowly suddenly burst into full consciousness. Places of power that had been dormant for epochs began manifesting the presence of ancient intelligence. Within 15 days of the entity's fragmentation, Scholar Yun identified 17 new primordial awakenings. Within 30 days, the number had exceeded 50. The celestial courts, particularly the South Cloud Court, found themselves scrambling to adjust to the new reality. An existing celestial civilization framework that had assumed primordials would remain dormant or would be manageable through force was proving inadequate to the situation. Tian Mu found himself receiving delegations from newly awakened primordials, each seeking his counsel on how to approach the celestial realms, each carrying ancient consciousness that had suddenly become aware in a universe that had changed dramatically since their dormancy began. One of these new primordial awakenings was particularly significant. A consciousness that identified itself as Shui Ming, the ancient river of the Northern Territories, emerged into full awareness and immediately reached out to the farm's network. Unlike some primordials who needed time to process their awakening and understand what they had become, Shui Ming had access to accumulated memories spanning millennia. She remembered the ancient wars, remembered the entity that had been threatening the farm, and understood immediately the significance of what Tian Mu had accomplished. I have observed your actions from a state of partial awareness, Shui Ming communicated, her presence flooding through the primordial network with currents of meaning that suggested vast age and deep wisdom. You have demonstrated a method of coexistence that I believe to be the only sustainable path forward. I wish to align with your framework. Why? Tian Mu asked. You could awaken independently, establish yourself without needing to be part of my network. Because I have observed the cycles of war and violence that come when primordial consciousness attempts to operate entirely separately from celestial civilization, Shui Ming replied. The entity's fragmentation has left a power vacuum. Other primordials, awakening without your guidance, are beginning to make the same mistakes that have been made in epochs past. I choose to break that cycle by offering myself to your network willingly. Shui Ming's awakening and alignment with Tian Mu's network created a kind of cascade effect. Other newly conscious primordials, seeing a path toward integration that preserved their autonomy while providing support and mutual defense, began reaching out to the farm. By the time 6 weeks had passed since the entity's fragmentation, Tian Mu's primordial network had expanded to include nearly 100 distinct conscious presences. It was no longer a small collection of awakening veins, but rather a genuine civilization of primordial consciousness operating in coordination with celestial frameworks. The implications were staggering. You're creating something that could rival the celestial courts in political power, Master Autumn Frost observed, not with accusation, but with the analytical calm of someone assessing strategic realities. I'm creating something that the celestial courts will have to learn to coexist with, Tianmu corrected. There's no reason primordial civilization should remain subordinate to or in opposition with celestial civilization. We're different forms of consciousness, but we're not incompatible. Some celestial powers will see it as competition, Kai Deng warned, especially factions within the West Sky Court that were allied with the coalition. Then we'll have to demonstrate through actions that we're not seeking dominion, but rather coexistence, Tianmu replied. The farm's success is already doing that. Every successful trade, every instance of cooperation between celestial and primordial beings demonstrates the viability of this path. It was true, but it was also increasingly clear that the peaceful coexistence would require constant work and vigilance. The celestial realms were not accustomed to sharing power, and the sudden emergence of a new civilization, one that operated according to principles that celestial beings did not fully understand, was generating a kind of underlying tension. Chapter 73. The first complication, the first serious challenge to the new equilibrium, came from an unexpected source. A primordial that had awakened independently of Tianmu's network and had chosen a dramatically different path. The consciousness called itself the Forge of Hidden Mountains, and it had emerged not seeking coexistence, but seeking dominion. Unlike Shui Ming and other primordials who had recognized the value in Tianmu's framework, the Forge approached the situation with the ancient warrior mentality that had characterized primordial consciousness during the wars of epochs past. It established a stronghold in territories beyond celestial court jurisdiction and began openly recruiting awakening primordials to its banner, offering them power and independence in exchange for commitment to overthrowing celestial civilization's dominance. The declaration reached the farm through multiple channels simultaneously. Celestial merchants fleeing the territory the Forge was claiming, primordial consciousnesses asking for Tianmu's guidance on how to respond to the Forge's recruitment attempts, and the Forge itself sending a message directly to the primordial network. The being called Tianmu, the Forge's consciousness communicated with absolute clarity. You have chosen a path of accommodation and compromise. I choose the path of victory and assertion. Many primordials are awakening with the energy of the ancient wars still burning in their consciousness. They will not be satisfied with coexistence when dominion is possible. It's not a threat we can ignore, Master Autumn Frost said grimly. The Forge is already positioning military forces. If it gains the support of even half the newly awakening primordials, it could threaten both the celestial courts and everything you've built here. Tianmu understood the complication fully. The Forge of Hidden Mountains represented everything that Tianmu was trying to move beyond. The assumption that different forms of consciousness must eventually enter conflict, that the strongest would dominate, that coexistence was merely a temporary state before the real war began. But the Forge was also speaking to something genuine in primordial consciousness. Many of the awakening veins and consciousnesses did carry within them the residual memories of the ancient wars. That old warrior mentality was not extinct in primordial culture, it was simply dormant. We need to respond, Scholar Yin said. But the response needs to be sophisticated. Military escalation will only prove the Forge's argument that conflict is inevitable. What are you suggesting? Tianmu asked. I'm suggesting, Scholar Yin said slowly, that we invite the Forge to the farm. We offer a formal debate or dialogue, conducted openly before representatives of all awakening primordials and all three celestial courts. We let the Forge make its case, and then we make our own case through actions and truth rather than through assertion. It was audacious and risky. It offered the Forge a platform to spread its ideology, but it also offered something the Forge could not: the opportunity to see whether its vision of conflict was actually necessary, or whether the path Tianmu was demonstrating was genuinely viable. After consultation with the primary primordials of the network, Xian, Shui Ming, Kong Yi, and the others, Tianmu issued an invitation to the Forge of Hidden Mountains. The response came quickly, with unmistakable confidence. The forge accepted the invitation and announced that it would arrive at the farm within 5 days. Chapter 74. Preparation for dialogue. The 5 days between the invitation's acceptance and the forge's arrival were filled with a different kind of tension than the preparation before the ancient entity's assault. This was not preparation for conflict, but for persuasion, trying to frame understanding and values in ways that could reach consciousness that had fundamentally different assumptions about reality. Scholar Yun worked extensively on the historical record, gathering documentation of periods during and after the ancient wars when primordial and celestial consciousness had actually cooperated. She was assembling evidence that coexistence was not merely theoretically possible, but had been historically demonstrated. Master Autumn Frost conducted detailed interviews with primordials who had initially considered joining the Forge's movement but had chosen differently. She was documenting the decision-making process, understanding what had convinced them to pursue the path of coexistence rather than conflict. Broker Lien, through his extensive network of celestial merchants, gathered economic data demonstrating that trade between primordial and celestial beings was mutually beneficial, that the prosperity available through cooperation exceeded what could be gained through competition. And Tian Mu continued his cultivation and meditation, seeking to deepen his understanding of how to communicate across the fundamental divide between primordial and celestial consciousness. On the day the forge was expected to arrive, the farm arranged itself with careful ceremony. The central plaza, normally used for normal farm activities, was transformed into a space suitable for formal dialogue. Representatives from the 3 celestial courts arrived, along with newly awakened primordials who were undecided about the forge's ideological appeal. The Forge of Hidden Mountains manifested not as a subtle presence in the primordial network, but as a visible physical manifestation. A towering humanoid form crafted from stone and metal, with eyes like molten ore and presence that suggested immense power and age. "I come to your farm," the Forge said, its voice carrying harmonics that made the earth itself resonate, "to show you the difference between accommodation and assertion. You have chosen to serve the celestial realms by accepting coexistence. I choose to serve primordial consciousness by demanding that we take our rightful place as the dominant force in these realms." Tian Mu stepped forward, his form appearing small beside the Forge's massive presence, but his cultivation radiating early immortal ascension authority clearly enough that the physical size difference was irrelevant. "I don't dispute that primordial consciousness is powerful," Tian Mu said calmly. "I don't dispute that we could potentially dominate the celestial realms through force. My question is whether we should, and whether the cost would be worth the gain." "Power is always worth the cost," the Forge replied. "This is the fundamental truth that your accommodation obscures. Throughout the ancient wars, primordials were superior in all ways to celestial beings. Yet we were somehow sealed and imprisoned. Why? Because we allowed sentiment and compromise to weaken us. That will not happen again." "It happened," Tian Mu countered, "because we fought separately, pursued individual goals, and allowed forces that sought to manipulate us, like the ancient entity, to divide us further. The reason we could be sealed was not that we were weak, but that we were divided. I'm proposing something different, genuine union and cooperation, not through domination, but through alliance." The Forge considered this, and for a moment, Tian Mu saw something in the primordial consciousness's response that suggested the being was actually engaging with the argument rather than simply dismissing it. "Come," Tian Mu said, gesturing. "Walk through the farm. See what has been created here. See the crops that grow with primordial spiritual energy but are tended by human hands. See the defenses that bind celestial formations with primordial principle. See the trade that flows in both directions, benefiting both forms of consciousness. Then, if you still believe dominion is the correct path, I will not stand in your way. But you will do so with full knowledge of the alternative." The Forge, after a long moment of internal consideration, accepted the invitation. Chapter 75. The farm's truth. Walking the Forge through the farm over the next 2 days became an exercise in demonstrating what Tian Mu had been building. Not through grand gestures or assertions, but through the simple day-to-day reality of how primordial and celestial consciousness were already learning to coexist. In the fields, they encountered farmers tending crops that were inherently primordial in nature, working with genuine respect for the consciousness that lived within the soil. The forge could feel Xian's presence in the earth, and it was clear that she was not being enslaved or imprisoned, but rather was actively participating in the growth process. In the research chambers, they met scholars from the celestial courts working alongside primordial consciousnesses that had awakened with intellectual and scientific curiosity. The collaboration was generating understanding that neither form of consciousness could have achieved alone. In the trade records, the forge observed transactions that demonstrated mutual benefit. Primordial cultivated crops going to celestial markets, celestial resources being used to support primordial research, knowledge flowing in both directions, with value being created at every exchange point. And in the meditation chamber, where Tian Mu's cultivation occurred daily, the forge encountered something it could not have anticipated. A human consciousness that had been transformed through direct contact with primordial being, but in being transformed had not lost its humanity. Instead, Tian Mu had become something new, not primordial, not celestial, but genuinely a bridge between both forms of existence. This is remarkable, the forge acknowledged, its massive form settling into a position of rest as it processed what it had observed. You have created something that I did not believe possible, genuine coexistence without hierarchy or suppression. But it is still small, limited to this one location. How does this scale to create what you describe as a primordial civilization? It scales through replication and trust, Tian Mu explained. Every awakening primordial that chooses this path, that volunteers to connect to the network, that demonstrates through their actions that coexistence is more valuable than conflict, they become another node of the new civilization. The farm was the first example, but it will not be the last. The forge was silent for a very long time. Then it made a decision that rippled through the primordial network with significant consequence. I will not join your network, the forge said finally. My nature is warfare and assertion, and I do not believe that will change. But neither will I oppose you. Instead, I will establish my own territory and my own civilization, operating according to primordial principles from the ancient wars. And if what you have built proves stronger and more resilient than what I build, then in the epochs to come, primordial consciousness will naturally move toward your path. If my path proves superior, then we will eventually conflict. But we will conflict as equals, not out of spite or manipulation, but out of genuine competition between different visions of what primordial civilization should be. It was not the perfect outcome, but it was acceptable. The forge would be a complication, would likely eventually pose challenges, but it would do so openly, according to principles that could be understood and negotiated with. I accept that, Tian Mu said, and I hope that in the epochs to come, my path proves convincing not through superior military force, but through genuine superiority of outcome. Chapter 76. The South Cloud transition, with the forge departing to establish its independent territory and the farm itself settling into the new reality of coexistence. Attention shifted to the Celestial Court's ongoing internal adjustments. The South Cloud Court made an unexpected announcement. They were formally establishing a new division dedicated to primordial research and cross-realm diplomacy, and they were appointing Scholar Yun to head this division with full authority and resources. It was a remarkable honor, and it signaled a profound shift in how at least one celestial power was approaching the reality of awakening primordial consciousness. The South Cloud Court has concluded, the official announcement stated, that the future of celestial civilization lies not in opposing or suppressing primordial consciousness, but in developing sophisticated frameworks for interaction and mutual benefit. Scholar Yun, through her research and her work during the crisis with the ancient entity, has demonstrated the capacity to manage this complexity. We place our confidence in her vision. The announcement also included a proposal that the farm itself be recognized as a formal diplomatic entity, not simply a location of trade, but an actual presence in celestial political structures, with formal representation at high-level court discussions. Tian Mu, consulted on whether to accept this status, discussed it extensively with the primary primordials of his network. It's a recognition of legitimacy, Xian observed. But it also creates obligations and visibility that might be constraining. It also creates opportunities, Shui Ming countered. If the farm has official representation at the courts, then primordial interests can be directly voiced rather than filtered through celestial interpreters. After several days of discussion, the decision was made to accept the status with specific conditions. The farm's representative would have genuine authority to speak for primordial interests, would not be bound by purely celestial political processes, and would maintain direct communication channels to Tianmu and the primordial network at all times. Master Qin, now aged significantly but mentally sharp as ever, agreed to serve as the farm's official representative to the celestial courts. His experience as a merchant and administrator made him well suited for the complex political negotiations that the role would require. With that decision made, the farm's transformation from secret operation to acknowledged presence in celestial civilization became complete. Chapter 77. New Challenges. Success. Tianmu discovered, created its own complications. With the farm now recognized as a legitimate diplomatic entity and primordial consciousness acknowledged as a genuine force in the celestial realms, a new category of problems emerged. Other awakening primordials, seeing the farm's success, began seeking to establish similar coexistence frameworks in their own territories. Some of these new arrangements worked well, replicating the farm's model with appropriate adaptations for different primordial consciousnesses and celestial locations. Others proved more difficult. In one case, a newly awakened primordial attempted to use the appearance of coexistence as cover for actually attempting to dominate a neighboring celestial region. When this was discovered, it created a crisis that required Tianmu's personal intervention to prevent violence. In another instance, a coalition of smaller awakening primordials created a network that operated on principles of genuine equality and mutual support, but they lacked the size and power to defend themselves when a faction of the West Sky Court attempted to suppress them. Tianmu had to choose whether to mount a military response or to rely on diplomatic pressure from the East Heaven and South Cloud courts. These complications revealed that what Tianmu had built was not a universal solution, but rather a framework that required ongoing work, constant vigilance, and repeated reinforcement to maintain. This is what governance actually is, Master Autumn Frost said, gesturing to the array of conflicts and complications that required attention. Not the moment of victory or transformation, but the endless work of maintaining what you've created and preventing it from decaying back into conflict. Tianmu understood the truth of this fully. His role had evolved from farmer to cultivator to guardian to warrior to diplomat, and now it was evolving again into something like administrator and civilization builder. It was not the role he had originally expected, but it was the role that was clearly needed. With Scholar Yun establishing formal research protocols for studying primordial consciousness, with Master Qin managing the farm's political relationships, with Master Autumn Frost overseeing defense and security, and with Turnip managing the farm's physical and spiritual operations, Tianmu was able to focus more specifically on the work of mediating between forms of consciousness that were still learning to coexist. Chapter 78. The Hidden Cost. 3 months after the ancient entity's fragmentation, Tianmu discovered that his ascension to immortal ascension had come with a cost that had not been apparent before. While meditating in communion with Xian one evening, he experienced a moment of profound disorientation. For an instant, he lost clear sense of whether he was an individual consciousness inhabiting a cultivator's body, or whether he was actually a fragment of Xian's consciousness that had somehow developed awareness of itself as separate. The experience passed quickly, but its implications were staggering. He immediately consulted with Xian about what had occurred. The integration is deeper than we knew. Xian's consciousness communicated with unusual gentleness. Each time we merge in communion, the boundary between your consciousness and mine becomes less distinct. You are not being consumed as the entity would have consumed. You retain your individual awareness and identity. But over time, you are becoming something that is not quite human and not quite primordial, but genuinely a hybrid of both. Can this be reversed? Tianmu asked, aware that the answer might be that he was now committed to a path of transformation that could not be undone. No, Xian replied. But you can choose the direction in which the transformation proceeds. You can attempt to stabilize at your current level of integration, remaining mostly human while carrying primordial consciousness within you. Or you can continue advancing, allowing the integration to deepen further, becoming progressively less human and more primordial over time. Asterisk. What happens if the integration becomes complete? Tianmu asked. If I fully become a hybrid consciousness rather than a human with primordial aspects, then you would transcend the ordinary cultivation boundaries entirely, Xian said. Asterisk, you would become something that operates according to primordial law rather than celestial law. You would have access to forms of existence and power that no normal cultivator could achieve. But you would also lose many aspects of your humanity. You would experience reality in ways that human consciousness simply cannot comprehend. Asterisk. Tianmu sat with this knowledge for a full day before discussing it with anyone else. When he finally brought it to Master Autumn Frost, the defensive expert's response was characteristically pragmatic. Your cultivation was always going to lead to this kind of choice, Master Autumn Frost said. Every major advancement in the cultivation realms involves a kind of identity transformation. The question is not whether to transform, but how far to transform. I'm asking whether I should stabilize or continue advancing, Tianmu said directly. That's not a question I can answer for you, Master Autumn Frost replied. But I can tell you that if you stabilize, you'll be a bridge between worlds, but always partially alien to both. If you continue advancing, you might become something much more powerful, but you might also lose the capacity to fully understand humanity. Both paths have value, and both have cost. The decision was ultimately Tianmu's alone. Chapter 79. The Choice Made. After another week of meditation and consultation with multiple forms of consciousness within his network, Tianmu made his decision. He would continue advancing. Not because it was the easiest path or the most comfortable, but because the future that was unfolding required consciousness that could operate across the boundary between primordial and celestial realms without being limited by either form. The Forge of Hidden Mountains represented one possible future. The Celestial Court's gradual accommodation represented another. But the future that Tianmu wanted to build required someone who could be neither and both simultaneously. With that decision made, Tianmu initiated what would essentially be a permanent meditation state. He would continue to conduct necessary business, would respond to critical situations, and would maintain his relationships. But the majority of his consciousness would be focused on the ongoing process of integration and transformation that would take him beyond normal immortal ascension realms into something entirely new. The farm adapted to this change. Master Qin took on increased responsibility for managing day-to-day operations. Scholar Yun established research protocols that would allow systematic study of Tianmu's transformation, hoping to develop understanding that could eventually be applied to help other hybrid consciousnesses that might emerge in the future. And Turnip, the sentient root spirit who had been Tianmu's companion since the very beginning, began the process of serving as the farm's primary interface with Tianmu's consciousness during periods when he was too deeply integrated with primordial forces to manage direct physical interaction. Chapter 80. The Nexus expands as the final chapter of this phase of transformation approached its conclusion. The farm's influence began expanding in ways that had not been fully anticipated. Other celestial locations began seeking to establish nexus points similar to the original farm, places where primordial and celestial consciousness could coexist and interact. These new nexus points operated under slightly different frameworks, adapted to local circumstances, but they all drew inspiration from the farm's original success. Simultaneously, awakening primordials across the celestial realms, now numbering in the thousands, were forming networks of their own, collaborating with the framework that Tianmu had helped establish while maintaining their own autonomy and unique characteristics. The celestial civilization that had existed at the beginning of this story, a relatively stable hierarchy with courts holding supreme authority, was transforming into something more complex and more dynamic. Power was being distributed more widely. Consciousness that had been dormant for epochs was becoming active, and new forms of interaction and cooperation were emerging daily. It was still fragile. The Forge of Hidden Mountains represented a genuine counterforce that would eventually pose challenges. Factions within the West Sky Court continued to resist the changes and would likely prove troublesome in the future. And there was no guarantee that the new equilibrium would remain stable over time. But for the first time in epochs, It seemed possible that primordial and celestial consciousness might be able to build something genuinely new together, not through conquest or domination, but through the slow work of building trust, establishing protocols, and demonstrating through example that cooperation was superior to conflict. As Tianmu sat in the meditation chamber on the final evening of this phase of transformation, feeling his consciousness expanding into dimensions of existence that human language could no longer adequately describe, he understood that the story he had been part of was not reaching a conclusion, but rather transitioning to a new chapter. The farm that had begun as a location of simple agricultural miracle had become the nexus point for a fundamental restructuring of reality. The failed cultivator who had once merely wanted to grow crops had become something that transcended both success and failure. He was becoming what was necessary. And in the primordial network that stretched across dimensions and realities, in the consciousness of awakening veins and ancient spirits that were learning to coexist with celestial civilization, in the slow transformation of celestial realms themselves, something new was being born. Not an ending, but a beginning. The first phase of the primordial awakening was complete. The second phase, the one that would determine whether coexistence would truly be sustainable or whether the inherent conflicts between different forms of consciousness would eventually overwhelm the frameworks that had been built, was only just beginning. Tianmu, hybrid consciousness, bridge between worlds, continued his meditation. The farm around him glowed with the presence of multiple forms of reality existing simultaneously. And somewhere in the spaces between dimensions, the echoes of transformation continued to ripple outward, touching everything they encountered and suggesting futures that were still being written. Chapter 81. The forge strikes. The meditation chamber trembled. Tianmu felt it through layers of consciousness, a vibration that rippled through his hybrid form like a stone cast into still water. He had been deep in the primordial consciousness for 43 days, advancing through strata of awareness that no immortal ascension cultivator should have been able to reach. The boundaries between his mortal mind and the celestial aspect of Xian had grown gossamer thin. Turnip's voice cut through the layers of meditation like lightning through cloud. Master Qin calls. The forge of hidden mountains is moving. The senior-most root spirit's urgency snapped Tianmu's consciousness back into his body like a hook pulling him from the depths of an ocean. His eyes opened in the dim meditation chamber, cultivation base still thrumming with unstable energy from the transition. How long? Tianmu asked, his voice rough from disuse. 3 hours since their vanguard crossed the outer wards. Master Qin sealed the farm's barriers at the first attack. They're hitting the defensive array network. Tianmu rose, his cultivation base stabilizing even as he moved. The hybrid consciousness settling within him felt different now. Not a split existence, but a unified consciousness with access to multiple perspectives simultaneously. He could feel Xian's presence like a second heartbeat. Where before there had been negotiation between his human and primordial aspects, now there was only singular intention expressed through multiple channels. He descended the meditation tower in 3 strides. The command center Master Qin had established overlooked the farm's central plaza. What had been a simple merchant's safe house had transformed into a war room. Screens of cultivated spirit glass showed the farm's outer boundaries. The forge of hidden mountains had brought war engines, massive stone and steel constructs that pounded against the primary defensive array like hammers against an anvil. Master Qin stood before the screens, his merchant's calm fractured at the edges. Scholar Yun worked frantically at a secondary station, feeding tactical information into the array network. Master Autumn Frost stood with her arms crossed, her defensive aura flickering as she monitored 3 secondary arrays. 8 minutes to critical breach on the eastern perimeter, Master Autumn Frost reported, her voice steady despite the pressure. Their siege arrays are powered by, she paused, concentrating. 3 Dao-seeking stage cultivators binding their formation. Heavy investment for a single breach. They don't expect us to hold, Tianmu said. All 3 turned. Master Qin's expression shifted between relief and something more complicated. You're fully conscious, Master Qin said. It wasn't a question. The farm called to me. Tianmu moved to the center of the command room, feeling Xian's presence expand through the space like an exhalation. I can feel every stress point in the array network. How many cultivators do they have committed? At least 200, Scholar Yun answered, her fingers still moving across the spirit glass interface. Elite troops from the Forge's core sections. The Forge doesn't usually commit this level of force unless they think they can overwhelm the farm's defenses permanently. Tianmu finished. They're not testing boundaries anymore. They want control of the vein. The realization settled over the command center like ash. The other primordials are reacting, Turnip said, manifesting as a gentle glow near Tianmu's shoulder. Xian is signaling them. 3 nexus points have already begun mobilizing forces. The celestial courts that allied with you are preparing for escalation. Tianmu closed his eyes for just a moment. He could sense it, a vast, interconnected web of awakening primordial consciousness spanning across the celestial realms. The Forge of Hidden Mountains' strike had triggered something larger. This was no longer just about one farm. This was the heavenly war the prophecies had whispered of. Master Autumn Frost, Tianmu said, his voice carrying a resonance that came from both his human throat and something deeper. Divert resources from the secondary arrays. Let them breach the outer eastern perimeter. Commander, Master Autumn Frost began. Let them breach, Tianmu repeated. But keep the secondary arrays at critical strength. They'll expect a fighting retreat through the farm's interior. Give them that illusion. Master Qin understood first. His merchant's mind followed the logic of misdirection instantly. We're drawing them inside the farm's core power zone. They'll be inside Xian's domain, Tianmu confirmed. And they have no idea what that means. The eastern perimeter exploded inward. The Forge's war engines had finally overpowered the array's resistance, the ancient stones cracking with a roar that echoed across the farm. But the breach was exactly where Tianmu had predicted, exactly the depth of penetration he had calculated. The 200 elite troops poured through like water through a broken dam, their momentum carrying them toward the farm's interior. They moved with disciplined urgency, expecting fierce resistance, expecting the farm's defenders to mount desperate stands in the cultivation zones. They found instead an eerie quietness. What is this? The Forge's eastern commander transmitted through a communication talisman. The interior wards are dormant. There's no defensive. The commander's voice cut off as the secondary arrays activated simultaneously. The Forge had committed their forces to penetration so completely that they had no reserves. The moment Tianmu's array network ensnared them within the farm's interior, redirecting their spiritual energy, cutting off the support of their siege constructs, fragmenting their unified formation, they realized their mistake. But by then, Tianmu was already moving. He didn't use the roads. He didn't channel his cultivation base through normal pathways. Instead, he let his consciousness merge with Xian's power, and the primordial vein itself became his medium of movement. He materialized within the invading force like condensed mist becoming solid, and his first attack killed 8 elite cultivators before they even registered his presence. The hybrid consciousness in action was not like normal cultivation, where an immortal ascension cultivator would balance multiple techniques in sequence. Tianmu's unified consciousness could express simultaneous approaches. His body moved with lethal precision, while his primordial aspect channeled Xian's power directly into the spiritual substrate of the battlefield. The invaders' formations destabilized. Their cultivation bases wavered as if the fundamental properties of spiritual energy around them had shifted. Fall back to secondary positions, the commander shouted, finally grasping the scope of the trap. Master Autumn Frost's defensive array network tightened like a fist. What had been a manageable penetration became an encirclement. The 200 elite troops of the Forge of Hidden Mountains found themselves not advancing into enemy territory, but being compressed into an ever-tightening pocket of space, their own power working against them through Xian's manipulation of the local spiritual environment. Tianmu stood at the center of the chaos, his cultivation base shining with a light that was neither human nor primordial, but something that harmonized both. He was not trying to be merciful, but he was also not trying to be needlessly cruel. Each strike was calculated, each movement precise. He broke formations, severed the coordination that kept them alive as a unified force, and forced their commander to make impossible choices. The battle lasted not quite 3 hours from full engagement to the moment the forge's commander threw down his weapon in surrender. "Enough," the man shouted, his voice hoarse from channeling power. "We acknowledge the farm's superior defensive position. The forge will withdraw." Tianmu paused, his chest heaving, his hybrid consciousness still resonating with the thrill of controlled violence. Around them, the forge's soldiers knelt or lay wounded on the farm's corrupted soil. Perhaps 1 in 3 was uninjured enough to stand. "This was the forge's position only," Tianmu said quietly. "There will be others." The commander's face hardened. "You believe the Heavenly Alliance will accept this? The forge is merely the spearhead, boy. The West Sky Court has authorized total elimination of primordial-born threats. Your farm is marked for annihilation." Master Qin appeared at Tianmu's side, his merchant's bearing somehow reasserting itself in the aftermath of violence. "Then the war truly begins," he said softly. The commander was removed under guard, along with his surviving troops. They would be imprisoned in the farm's holding arrays until their court negotiated for their release. It was a practice that would become routine in the days ahead. But as Tianmu returned to the command center and felt the echoes of other primordial nexus points engaging in their own battles, he understood that the Forge of Hidden Mountains was no longer the true threat. The real war was just beginning. Chapter 82. Convergence. The communication talismans never stopped chiming. By nightfall, Tianmu's command center had received formal declarations of intent from 17 celestial courts. Some pledged support. Others, like the West Sky Court's official position, declared the farm and its primordial vein to be threats to the stability of the celestial hierarchy that must be isolated and contained. The Heavenly Alliance, that loose confederation of older established courts that had maintained the celestial power structure for millennia, was fragmenting into active factions. "The Jade Meridian Court has mobilized their full strength," Scholar Yun reported, gesturing at the spirit glass maps that now tracked force deployments across multiple celestial regions. "That's 600 cultivators at Golden Core or higher." "In our favor?" Master Qin asked. "Ambiguous," Scholar Yun admitted. "They're mobilizing, but they haven't declared alignment. They could be moving to reinforce the West Sky Court, or they could be moving to prevent further escalation. Jade Meridian has survived this long by never committing fully to any single faction until they know the outcome." Master Autumn Frost was less interested in politics. "How many fighters do we currently have active on the farm?" 273. Master Qin answered without hesitation. His merchant's organizational instincts had made him a naturally efficient military quartermaster. "Not all from our allied courts. We have independent cultivators arriving hourly. Word of the Forge's defeat has spread. Some come seeking protection. Others come seeking the experience of serving a true primordial nexus." Tianmu stood at the central observation point, feeling the farm's spiritual geography with a clarity that continued to grow stronger. Each moment that passed, the boundaries between his consciousness and Xiaoyan's became more integrated. He was beginning to understand that his earlier meditation had been a transition period, not a destination. His hybrid consciousness was still developing. "Master Qin," Tianmu said, "what would it take to activate the secondary agricultural zones for defensive purposes?" The merchant's eyes widened. "The spirit crops? They're not. Can they be weaponized?" Tianmu asked quietly. A silence fell. Master Qin, Scholar Yun, and Master Autumn Frost exchanged glances that communicated entire conversations. "The spirit crops are alive," Master Qin said slowly. "If you mean to channel them through Xian's consciousness, to make them extensions of the primordial will, then yes. They could be weaponized. But the cost, the crops would essentially be destroyed as commercial assets." "Then we destroy them," Tianmu said. "This war is not about commerce anymore." Turnip's gentle presence moved closer to Tianmu. "The transformation deepens," the root spirit whispered. "You're beginning to think like Xian thinks. Not mortal concerns. Primordial perspectives on time and resource. Is that dangerous?" Tianmu asked. "Yes," Turnip answered without hesitation. "But it's also necessary. You cannot defend the farm by thinking like a human cultivator. The Heavenly Alliance thinks in centuries. They move with ponderous inevitability. To counter them, you must learn to think with the vein's timescale." The command center suddenly filled with urgent presences. 5 cultivators materialized simultaneously, their forms shimmering with the effort of the teleportation. At their head was a woman in robes of deep indigo, her cultivation base resonating at the Tao-seeking stage, a level only the most advanced cultivators achieved. But her power was different from typical Tao-seeking practitioners. It carried the subtle weight of primordial consciousness. Tian Mu of Xian, the woman said, her voice layered with harmonics that suggested she was speaking from multiple consciousnesses simultaneously. I am Shun Luo, guardian of the Jade Meridian Nexus Point. I come bearing a proposal from the Council of Awakened Primordials. Master Qin and Master Autumn Frost moved to the side, understanding implicitly that this was a negotiation beyond their current authority level. The Council? Tianmu asked. How many of us are there? 93 confirmed awakened across the celestial realms as of this morning, Shun Luo answered. Another 23 in active transition states like your own. The Heavenly Alliance did not expect such a rapid cascade of primordial awakenings. They are in panic, and panic makes them dangerous. Shin Luo gestured, and one of her attendants stepped forward with a formal scroll. The Council proposes unified defense, Shin Luo continued. A network of nexus points that coordinate against Heavenly Alliance incursion. We believe that if the Forge was their opening move, the West Sky Court's military response will come within the lunar cycle. They will commit far greater forces than the initial probe. Tian Mu accepted the scroll, feeling its weight not just physically but spiritually. The document carried the signatures of multiple primordial consciousnesses, actual nexus points binding themselves to mutual defense. And the cost of joining? Tianmu asked. Full commitment of your farm's resources to the Unified Defense Network, Shin Luo said bluntly. No independent actions. All major decisions coordinated through the Council. Your hybrid consciousness, which is already unique, will be integrated into the Council's collective strategic awareness. Making me less of an individual, Tianmu understood. Making you part of something larger, Shin Luo corrected. The Heavenly Alliance has maintained control through fragmentation. The primordials survived through isolation. But we are weak while separated. Together, we might achieve something unprecedented. Tian Mu felt Xian's presence respond to the proposal with a complex mixture of interest and resistance. The vein was young, only recently awakened. The notion of submitting to a larger collective authority violated the primordial instinct for absolute sovereignty. But Shinluo was right. Isolated, they were vulnerable. I need to meditate on this, Tianmu said. With Xian, this decision affects both of us equally. Shinluo nodded, understanding the necessity. You have until the morning light. After that, the West Sky Court's full military mobilization will begin, and the window for coordinated response will contract. What you decide in the next hours will echo across the celestial realms. She and her attendants withdrew through a maintained teleportation array, leaving behind only the weight of decision and the formal scroll with its network of primordial signatures. Master Qin approached as the door sealed behind them. That's a binding agreement, isn't it? The merchant asked quietly. Signing that would make us subordinate to this council. Yes, Tianmu confirmed. And not signing means facing the Heavenly Alliance's full strength in isolation, Master Autumn Frost added. 63 primordial nexus points versus one small farm. Tianmu looked at the scroll again, feeling the weight of history within it. The celestial hierarchy had never faced a coordinated primordial movement. The last time primordials and immortals had entered open conflict, it had ended with the primordials sealed into dormancy for 10,000 years. I'm going to the meditation chamber, Tianmu said. I need to speak with Xian directly. This is not a choice I can make alone. He left the command center and descended into the farm's deepest levels, where the spiritual vein pulsed at its purest. There, in darkness lit only by the vein's own soft luminescence, Tianmu opened himself completely to Xian's consciousness. What he found was not conflict, but clarity. Xian understood perfectly what the Heavenly Alliance represented, a system designed to prevent primordial emergence. And Xian understood equally well that humanity, that Tianmu himself, was something the vein wanted to protect. The hybrid consciousness was not a mistake or an aberration. It was the vein's answer to the question of how to survive in a celestial realm increasingly hostile to primordial power. By dawn, Tian Mu had reached his decision. He took the formal scroll and, channeling his signature through both his human cultivation base and Xian's primordial presence, he sealed his name onto the network binding agreement. The moment his consciousness touched the Council's unified network, Tian Mu felt 93 other primordial presences become suddenly, vividly aware of his existence. And he felt the Heavenly Alliance's response, a discordant vibration of rage and alarm that resonated across the celestial realms. The war was no longer something theoretical. It had become absolute. Chapter 83. The siege begins 3 days later. The sky above the farm turned gray. Not the gray of storm clouds, though that was present. This was the gray of transmuted spiritual energy given visible form. The aura of a mobilized celestial military force so vast that it warped the light spectrum. The West Sky Court had brought 1,700 cultivators. They circled the farm in holding patterns, their formations perfect and impenetrable, while siege masters established constraint arrays that would prevent any of the farm's inhabitants from escaping or receiving support from allied courts. Master Qin stood in the command center with a map of the siege positions before him, his merchant's face carved into lines of grim focus. "They're not attacking yet," he said quietly. "They're establishing containment. This is a starvation siege." "How long until our reserves become critical?" Master Autumn Frost asked. 37 days of reduced rations. 45 if we're willing to sacrifice the cultivators' advancement and feed them minimal spiritual energy. Scholar Yun added quietly. "The constraint arrays are preventing teleportation of supplies. Even the other primordial nexus points can't break through. They're effectively isolating us." Tian Mu could feel it all. The weight of 1,700 cultivators pressing down like a mountain. The careful precision of the siege arrays. The absolute determination of the Heavenly Alliance to either force surrender or crush the farm into submission. But he could also feel something else. Through the Council of Awakened Primordials, he sensed 62 other nexus points in similar circumstances. The Heavenly Alliance wasn't just attacking the farm. It was coordinating simultaneous strikes against every known primordial awakening in the celestial realms. "They're frightened," Tian Mu said, understanding flooding through him from Xian's ancient perspective. "They expected isolated primordials. Instead, they found a network. They're trying to destroy us all at once before we can achieve true unified command." "Can we?" Master Autumn Frost asked. "Yes," Turnip answered, the root spirit's presence solidifying into visible form near Tian Mu. "The Council's unified consciousness is forming. In 5 to 7 days, the 93 primordials will achieve true synchronization. After that, the Heavenly Alliance cannot defeat them through military force alone. So they have 5 to 7 days to break us," Master Qin calculated, "or maintain isolation long enough for our resources to run out." "They have another option," Scholar Yin said quietly. She was staring at the maps with scholarly intensity. "They could attempt to breach the farm and capture Tian Mu. If they eliminate the hybrid consciousness, if they destroy your connection to Xian, it might disrupt the primordial network. The entire council might fracture." The silence that followed was heavy with recognition. "They'll try that eventually," Tian Mu acknowledged. "But not yet. They're still hoping for a bloodless surrender. The Heavenly Alliance maintains legitimacy through the appearance of order and justice. An outright massacre of the farm's inhabitants would weaken their political position, even in victory. So we have time," Master Autumn Frost said. "But not much. We use it," Tian Mu said simply. Over the next hours, Tian Mu made a series of decisions that transformed the farm from a defended position into a weapon of attrition. First, he activated the secondary agricultural zones for conversion. Thousands of spirit crops, generations of careful cultivation, were diverted from commercial production to military purpose. Master Qin oversaw the process with a merchant's precision, even as he watched his life's work being converted into fuel for warfare. The spirit crops, channeled through Xian's consciousness and Tian Mu's hybrid form, became extensions of the vein itself. They grew not for harvest, but as living fortifications, creating biological barriers that would be nearly impossible for the siege force to penetrate without committing to direct assault. Second, Tian Mu restructured the farm's population. The purely commercial staff, merchants, traders, administrators, were consolidated into 3 heavily defended sectors with minimal spiritual power requirements. The cultivators and those with awakened spiritual sensibility were distributed throughout the farm's defensive network, able to move rapidly and respond to breaches wherever they occurred. Third, and most crucially, Tianmu began practicing. Every spare moment, he would push his hybrid consciousness deeper into integration. He would manifest Xian's power without mediating it through normal cultivation channels. He would let his human form move with the vein's ancient will, testing the boundaries of what the hybrid consciousness could accomplish. And with each test, he grew stronger. On the 4th day of the siege, the first assault came. The West Sky Court sent 500 cultivators in a focused attack against the farm's northern perimeter. They used overwhelming force and perfect formation maintenance, attempting to create a rapid penetration that would allow deeper forces to exploit. Master Autumn Frost's array networks responded with calculated efficiency, but the assault was stronger than the Forge's initial probe. These were not elite troops from a single faction. These were elite troops from a unified celestial court, trained together, equipped uniformly, carrying weapons and talismans of the highest quality. They broke the northern perimeter's primary array. Tianmu responded not by retreating, but by advancing. He met the assault halfway through the northern cultivation zone, his form manifesting with Xian's power fully expressed. The hybrid consciousness allowed him to fight with both singular purpose and distributed awareness. He could simultaneously engage a group of attackers while monitoring the array network's integrity and coordinating Master Autumn Frost's response. The assault lasted 4 hours. By the time the West Sky Court withdrew their forces, they had lost 123 cultivators with 200 more wounded or broken in spirit. The farm had suffered 47 casualties. The casualty ratio was devastating to the attackers' morale. That evening, Tianmu stood alone in the damaged northern sector, looking at the destruction. Spirit crops lay wilted and burned where cultivators had fought. The soil itself was scarred by high-level cultivation techniques. His hands trembled slightly as the adrenaline of combat finally faded. "The Council is becoming aware of your combat effectiveness," Turnip said softly, manifesting beside him. "The other primordials are noting how you adapt, how quickly you transform threat into advantage. They're beginning to see you not just as a Nexus Point Guardian, but as something potentially more. More dangerous, you mean?" Tianmu corrected. "Yes," Turnip agreed. "The Council is beginning to wonder if a hybrid consciousness, something that can think both as human and as primordial, something that understands both morality and ancient power, might represent something unprecedented. A unification they didn't expect to be possible." "And is it?" Tianmu asked. "Unprecedented, I mean." "In the last 10,000 years." Turnip considered. "No, but in the 10,000 years before the Great Sealing? Yes, there were hybrids once. Sages who carried both mortal wisdom and primordial power. They were neither fully human nor fully primordial, but something that merged both. The Heavenly Alliance's founders sealed them away, along with the awakened vein system itself, because they feared what they represented." Tianmu turned to look at the root spirit directly. "So the Heavenly Alliance knew this was possible. They prepared for it." "They prepared for it in general," Turnip corrected. "But they could not prepare for you specifically. No one could. Because you are unique, Tianmu. And unique things are always the hardest to defend against." The second assault came on the 6th day, larger and more coordinated. The Heavenly Alliance, having tested the farm's defenses, now committed 800 cultivators in a multi-front assault designed to overwhelm the array network through sheer concentration of force. Master Autumn Frost reported the offensive with controlled calm. "They're hitting north, east, and south simultaneously. Their strategy is clear: divide our response and create gaps." Tianmu had already felt the assault beginning. His hybrid consciousness gave him the capacity to sense hostile intent gathering at the spiritual level before it manifested as physical attack. "They're correct that we need to divide our response," Tianmu said, his voice carrying that harmonic quality that indicated Xian was expressing itself through him. "So we don't." "Meaning?" Master Qin asked. "Meaning I defend all 3 vectors simultaneously." Tianmu moved not across the farm's ground level, but through the spiritual substrate itself. Xian's consciousness carried him through the vein structure like a river carrying water downriver. He manifested at the Eastern Assault's front line just as the first penetration was breaking through the array. The cultivators encountered him as he was taking form, and they died before they fully understood what was happening. Tian Mu's hybrid consciousness allowed him to move faster than a normal Dao-seeking cultivator should be able to move. It allowed him to predict attack patterns by sensing hostile intent at the spiritual level. It allowed him to distribute his own power in multiple directions simultaneously, defending against multiple angles of attack. He spent 1 hour at the eastern perimeter, turning what had been a clear breakthrough into a complete rout. Then, rather than retreating through normal means, he allowed Xian's consciousness to absorb him, and he manifested instantly at the southern perimeter where the second assault was pressing forward. The southern assault was smaller than the eastern, and Tian Mu destroyed it in 37 minutes. Only at the northern perimeter, where Master Autumn Frost was already mounting a fierce defense, did Tian Mu settle in for a longer engagement. Here, the West Sky Court had committed their finest cultivators, 300 of their elite, led by a Dao-seeking cultivator named Zhang Wei, who carried a weapon infused with more power than anything Tian Mu had yet faced. The battle between them lasted nearly an hour. Zhang Wei was not attempting to defeat Tian Mu. The West Sky Court cultivator was too experienced for such an error. Instead, Zhang Wei was attempting to tire him, to push his hybrid consciousness past its limits, to force a mistake that would expose some fundamental vulnerability. It was a sound strategy, but it failed to account for the fact that Tian Mu's hybrid consciousness was not separate from Xian's power. Every moment that passed, the vein itself was healing him, was restoring his spiritual reserves, was strengthening his fundamental connection to the farm's defenses. Zhang Wei realized this truth just before Tian Mu's final attack. The Dao-seeking cultivator threw down his weapon in surrender. The farm has grown too strong, he gasped, his breath coming in ragged waves. We cannot maintain containment if your hybrid consciousness can move between all vectors simultaneously. The Council of Awakened Primordials has achieved something unprecedented. That evening, as Tian Mu stood again in the damaged cultivation zones, he felt the unified consciousness of 63 primordial nexus points complete their synchronization. The network was whole, and the Heavenly Alliance, for the first time in millennia, faced an opponent they could not simply overwhelm through superior numbers and ancient authority. Chapter 84. Turning Tide. The siege continued, but its character transformed. The West Sky Court, recognizing that direct military assault was not achieving their objectives, shifted their strategy toward a war of attrition. They maintained the constrained arrays, preventing supply lines and external support, but reduced the frequency of direct attacks. Instead, they began communicating formally with the farm's leadership, presenting ultimatums and counteroffers designed to create internal fractures. Tian Mu watched these communications from the command center, feeling the weight of political maneuvering alongside the military pressure. Their offering status and position. Master Qin translated one particular message. If you agree to voluntarily sever your connection to Xian, they will grant you a seat on the Reformed Celestial Council. You would be recognized as the first human cultivator to achieve true hybrid consciousness, a living monument to peaceful integration rather than primordial insurgency. And if I refuse, they guarantee your execution and the dissolution of the farm as an independent entity. Xian will be rebound into dormancy, and everyone you care about will be distributed among West Sky Court administration. Master Autumn Frost was studying the constrained arrays with professional interest. Their pressure is weakening slightly in the northern quadrant. Either they're rotating forces or they're consolidating. If we mounted a focused assault there, no. Tian Mu interrupted gently. We don't break the siege. Commander, Master Autumn Frost's surprise was evident. Because if we break the siege militarily, we prove the Heavenly Alliance's fears are justified, Tian Mu explained. We prove that primordial awakening inevitably leads to conflict, to the disruption of the celestial hierarchy. But if we maintain our position, if we defend without aggression, if we force them to maintain a siege against an unbroken defensive network, we prove something else. Turnip manifested fully, the root spirit's presence solidifying into an almost physical form. You're playing a political game, the root spirit said with something like approval. Not just a military one. The Heavenly Alliance has survived this long through monopoly on legitimacy, Tian Mu confirmed. Through the perception that they represent order. A siege that doesn't result in quick victory undermines that perception. The longer we hold, the more the Celestial Courts question whether the West Sky Court's authority is truly worth the resources being spent to maintain it. Scholar Yin was already working the calculations. If we can maintain position for another 15 days, the cost of the siege will exceed the value of the farm to the West Sky Court's political standing. Longer courts will begin petitioning for negotiation rather than continued military engagement. How many days can we actually sustain our resources? Tianmu asked. Master Qin's answer was blunt. 35 days on minimal rations. After that, the cultivation network will begin to fail. We can defend adequately for 40 days. After that, we're finished. So we have 20 days to force political capitulation before resource reality forces our hand. Tianmu said quietly. Over the following days, Tianmu worked toward that goal not primarily through combat, but through communication. He reached out to the Council of Awakened Primordials and coordinated their strategy. The 93 Nexus points began simultaneously reducing their military pressure on the Heavenly Alliance forces surrounding them. Instead of attacking directly, they began manifesting political pressure through allied courts, courts that had not yet committed to the Alliance's position, courts that were beginning to wonder if supporting a war of attrition was truly in their interest. Simultaneously, Tianmu made a bold move. He transmitted a formal communication directly to the celestial courts that were not aligned with the West Sky Court, roughly 40% of the actively engaged factions in the celestial hierarchy. The farm and the Council of Awakened Primordials do not seek to overthrow the celestial hierarchy. We seek instead to establish our place within it, a place that honors both human cultivation and primordial consciousness. We offer a proposal. Allow the siege to end through mutual agreement. Grant the primordial vein nexus points formal recognition as independent celestial forces. In exchange, we commit to respecting the authority of the Celestial Council and participating in the governance of the celestial realms rather than attempting to dominate them. It was a radical proposal, but it was also strategically brilliant. The non-allied courts faced a choice: support the West Sky Court's war of attrition and potentially face primordial retaliation if the Heavenly Alliance lost, or accept the farm's proposal and risk the Heavenly Alliance's displeasure at their betrayal. Many chose the safer middle path. They declared neutrality and withdrew forces they had been providing to support the siege. Within 8 days, the siege force had contracted from 1,700 cultivators to just under 900. The constraint arrays, no longer being reinforced by supporting courts, began to destabilize. On the 9th day, Master Qin received a formal communication from the West Sky Court's diplomatic corps. They're requesting a meeting, the merchant said, his tone indicating shock that the request had come at all. Not a battle, not an ultimatum. They want to negotiate. Tianmu nodded. This was the moment he had been working toward. Not victory through destruction, but victory through political exhaustion of his enemies. Tell them I will meet their representatives, he said, but not within the farm's boundaries. This negotiation happens on neutral ground, with third-party witnesses from courts aligned to neither faction. The meeting took place 3 days later on a floating island in the Celestial Meadows, neutral territory maintained by the Jade Meridian Court. Tianmu arrived with Master Qin and Master Autumn Frost, representatives of his civilian and military leadership. The West Sky Court sent their supreme advocate, a woman named Huang Mei whose cultivation base resonated at the Immortal Ascension stage. She was accompanied by 3 Dao-seeking cultivators and a scholar whose presence indicated he was a political analyst rather than a warrior. Tianmu of Xian, Huang Mei began, her formal tone carrying no personal animosity. The West Sky Court has authorized me to present several options for resolution of the current conflict. She outlined them clearly. First, the farm could surrender unconditionally. Tianmu would be tried for raising primordial consciousness in violation of the Great Sealing Accord. The vein would be rebound into dormancy. Second, the farm could accept integration into the West Sky Court's administration. Tianmu would serve as a regional administrator under their authority, and Xiaoyan would be monitored and regulated by court cultivators. Third, an entirely new option that emerged from the increasing political pressure on the West Sky Court. The farm could be granted provisional independence as a test case. If the farm could prove it could coexist peacefully with the celestial hierarchy for a period of 1 year without fomenting primordial insurgency or violating celestial law, the arrangement would be made permanent. Tianmu let the silence extend after Huang Mei finished, consulting silently with Xian through their hybrid consciousness. The Council of Awakened Primordials and I accept the third option, he finally said, on condition that the arrangement extends to all awakened primordial vein nexus points, not just the farm. We rise or fall together as a network. Huang Mei exchanged glances with her scholars. That will require authorization from the full Celestial Council, she said carefully. The West Sky Court cannot commit the entire hierarchy to such an agreement. Then, that is what you will request, Tianmu replied. Because the alternative is that the war continues, and you've already demonstrated that you cannot win it. The Council of Awakened Primordials is now fully synchronized. We outnumber your current siege force by a factor of 7 across the celestial realms as a whole. Continuing this conflict serves no one's interests. It was a calculated risk, stating the military reality boldly enough that accepting it became politically possible rather than an admission of defeat. Huang Mei stared at him for a long moment, reading something in his hybrid consciousness that transcended normal political negotiation. You truly believe coexistence is possible, she said quietly. I know it's possible, Tianmu corrected. I am living proof. I was once a simple mortal farmer. I opened my consciousness to a primordial vein. The result was not conflict or destruction. It was integration. I became something new, something that values both the human perspective and the primordial perspective. I believe the celestial hierarchy can make the same transformation. By evening, Huang Mei had agreed to present Tianmu's proposal to the Celestial Council's full body for formal voting. The siege was effectively over, even if the formal documents had not yet been signed. That night, Tianmu returned to the farm and felt 93 primordial consciousnesses breathe the first easy breath they had taken since the Heavenly Alliance's assault began. The Council of Awakened Primordials was no longer fighting for survival. It was fighting for recognition. And recognition, once granted, would be far harder to revoke. Chapter 85. Cracks in Heaven. The Celestial Council's vote took 12 days. During those days, Tianmu used every hour of the interim period to strengthen the farm's political position. He arranged meetings between the farm's allied courts and the independents who had withdrawn from the West Sky Court's coalition. He presented data through Scholar Yun's careful analysis showing that the primordial awakening, rather than destabilizing the celestial hierarchy, was actually providing unprecedented opportunities for economic and technological advancement. The spirit crops had initially been cultivated solely as luxury goods for the immortal markets. With Xian's full consciousness engaged in their development, new varieties emerged that possessed qualities impossible to achieve through normal cultivation. Crops that could be integrated into a cultivator's own spiritual structure, produce that enhanced meditation rather than merely providing sustenance. Resources that addressed fundamental limitations that had constrained celestial technology for millennia. Master Qin, his merchant's instincts fully engaged, began accepting advance orders from courts across the celestial realms. If the council votes yes, those orders represent enough profit to fund the farm's expansion for 3 centuries. The merchant explained to Tianmu. If they vote no, we've just created evidence of a thriving, peaceful economic network that would be destroyed by continued conflict. Either way, the pressure toward peaceful coexistence increases, Tianmu said. Exactly, Master Qin confirmed. War becomes expensive not just in casualties and resources, but in lost opportunity. The Heavenly Alliance was trying to destroy something they didn't understand was already becoming economically indispensable. The vote, when it finally came, was close but decisive. 62 of the 118 members of the Celestial Council voted to grant the Council of Awakened Primordials provisional independence for a trial period of 1 year. 43 voted against the measure, unable to overcome their fear of primordial consciousness. The remaining 13 abstained. The West Sky Court issued an official statement of compliance, though it was clear from the underlying tone that they considered the vote a strategic retreat rather than a true capitulation. On the day the council's formal decree was broadcast across the celestial realms, Tianmu felt the weight of responsibility settle more heavily than it ever had before. He was no longer just a farmer defending his vein. He was the symbolic anchor of a radical restructuring of celestial society. Every action the farm took would be interpreted as a statement about whether primordial awakening could be integrated peacefully into the existing hierarchy. That evening, as he stood in the meditation chamber with Turnip manifesting beside him, Tianmu voiced the concern that had been building. What if we fail? What if the experiment is genuine experiment, not a foregone conclusion disguised as negotiation? Then you fail, Turnip said simply. The Heavenly Alliance will execute the primordials and rebind the vein network into dormancy. Another 10,000 years of artificial sleep. But Tianmu, you won't fail. Not because the outcome is predetermined, but because you understand what the Heavenly Alliance never did. That evolution is not rebellion. The celestial hierarchy doesn't need to be destroyed. It needs to be transformed. But even as Turnip spoke those words, Tianmu felt a discordant vibration ripple through the council of awakened primordials' unified consciousness. Something was wrong. He extended his awareness through the network and felt immediately what was causing the disturbance. One of the primordial nexus points, the northern reaches vein, 3 celestial zones away, had suddenly gone silent. Not defeated, not destroyed, simply unavailable. Within the hour, Scholar Yun had the information. The West Sky Court has executed a silent seizure, she reported, her voice tight with the stress of rapid analysis. The northern reaches vein fell under their direct control approximately 2 hours ago. We're still gathering information on how they managed it. The constraint arrays should have prevented military action, but they've somehow bypassed the formal restrictions. They executed it during the celebration, Master Qin realized. While the council was focused on the victory, they struck at a secondary nexus point. Why? Master Autumn Frost asked. They accepted the vote. They agreed to the trial period. They accepted it, Tianmu corrected grimly, but they didn't agree with it. The vote was binding on the surface, but it didn't change their fundamental belief that primordial awakening is a threat. They're testing the limits of what they can do without openly violating the council's decree. Immediately, Tianmu reached out through the network to the other awakened primordials. What he felt was a mixture of rage and fear. 3 of the 92 remaining primordials were talking about mounting immediate military responses. 2 others were panicking about their own safety. The council's unified consciousness, which had achieved such precise synchronization, was beginning to fracture. They're dividing us. Shenluo's consciousness transmitted directly to Tianmu. One seized vein was enough to shatter our unity. If we respond militarily, we prove we're an untrustworthy faction that can't be controlled. If we accept the seizure passively, we prove we're weak and worth attacking. There's a third option, Tianmu transmitted back. We accept the seizure as evidence that the trial period is already being violated. We present this to the Celestial Council as proof that the West Sky Court cannot be trusted to honor the agreement in good faith. Political response to military aggression? Shenluo considered. That's bold. It risks looking weak. It risks looking principled, Tianmu corrected. We were granted provisional independence by proving we could coexist peacefully. We maintain that independence by refusing to be provoked into the conflict the Heavenly Alliance wants. But as he made the decision, Tianmu felt the deeper truth beneath it. The trial period had begun, and the Heavenly Alliance was already working to ensure it would fail. Chapter 86. The trial's first test. Tianmu presented his formal complaint to the Celestial Council within 6 hours of the Northern Reach's seizure becoming public knowledge. Through Master Qin's carefully constructed political channels, he ensured that the complaint reached not just the Council's administrative body, but was distributed to every court that had voted in favor of the trial period. The complaint was detailed and damning. The West Sky Court had, in the letter of the Provisional Independence Decree, violated the prohibition against military action against primordial nexus points. They had seized and subdued the Northern Reaches vein through force, while simultaneously claiming to accept the Council's vote for peaceful coexistence. This demonstrates that the West Sky Court's acceptance was purely tactical, Tianmu's statement read. The Council of Awakened Primordials committed itself to honoring this trial period in good faith. We request that the Celestial Council likewise enforce its own decree against those who would undermine it through covert action. The response came within 2 days. A hastily convened emergency session of the Celestial Council voted 47 to 38, with 33 abstaining, to demand that the West Sky Court release the Northern Reaches vein immediately or face formal sanctions. It was not a strong majority, but it was enough. The West Sky Court, placed in the position of openly violating the Council's authority or backing down, chose the politically safer path of retreat. The Northern Reaches vein was released from West Sky Court control, though not before being thoroughly examined by their cultivators. When contact was restored with the vein's guardian, Tian Mu heard a bitter voice transmit through the network. They extracted genetic material from our consciousness, Guardian Sure of the Northern Reaches said grimly. They examined the structure of our primordial awakening, studied how we maintain hybrid consciousness integration. They wanted to understand us so they could better suppress us in the future. Did they succeed? Tian Mu asked. Partially. They now understand the mechanism of our awakening more completely. But understanding is not the same as capability. They cannot undo what has been done. We cannot be sealed again unless we voluntarily choose dormancy. The incident had consequences beyond the immediate military outcome. It revealed the truth that had been implicit but not stated. The Heavenly Alliance's acceptance of the trial period was genuine, but so was their fundamental intention to eventually eliminate the primordial network. The trial period was, to them, simply a delay before the final assault, a chance to gather intelligence and prepare a more complete strategy. This clarity, while troubling, had an unexpected benefit. The courts that had voted in favor of the trial period now understood that their votes represented actual commitment to a new celestial order, not mere political maneuvering. Many began to strengthen their alliances with the primordial network, recognizing that the future they had voted for would require defending. More importantly, younger cultivators across the celestial realms began openly discussing integration with primordial consciousness. The existence of Tian Mu's successful hybrid form was spreading through the celestial ranks as a proof of concept. If one human farmer could achieve such integration peacefully, why not others? Within 3 weeks of the Northern Reaches seizure, Tian Mu received an unexpected visitor. A young cultivator, no more than 500 years old, barely past adolescence in immortal terms, appeared at the farm's gates carrying a formal petition written in her own hand. I am Li Wan of the Jade Meridian Court, she announced to Master Qin. I have come to request permission to integrate with Xian's consciousness. I wish to become one of the first human cultivators to deliberately undergo the transformation that Tian Mu achieved. Master Qin brought the petition to the command center, where Tian Mu reviewed it with careful deliberation. Is this wise? Master Autumn Frost asked. Allowing another human to integrate with the vein, even a willing one, expands our vulnerability, or expands our legitimacy, Scholar Yin countered. If the transformation can be repeated, if it can be done deliberately rather than through accident or discovery, then it ceases to be a unique phenomenon. It becomes a practice, a new form of cultivation. Tian Mu reached out to Xian's consciousness and felt the vein's response. Curiosity, yes, but also caution. The vein is willing, Tian Mu said finally, but only if Li Wen truly understands what she's asking. Hybrid consciousness integration is not simple advancement through cultivation ranks. It's a fundamental restructuring of consciousness. She will emerge as something new, not fully human, not fully primordial, but something that harmonizes both. She will be vulnerable to the same political pressures I am, and she will be a symbol as much as a person. Over the next days, Tian Mu spent time with Li Wan, discussing what integration truly meant. The young cultivator approached the decision with extraordinary seriousness. She had spent months meditating on the concept before arriving at the farm. She understood that the transformation could not be undone, that she would carry political weight beyond her personal desires, that she would potentially face execution if the trial period failed and the Heavenly Alliance returned to open conflict. I accept all of this, Li Wen said quietly during one of their conversations. Because I believe what you've created here is the future. The celestial hierarchy has been the same for 10,000 years. But nothing remains unchanged forever. Either we transform consciously and carefully, or we transform through catastrophe. I choose consciousness. The integration took place in the depths of Xian's primary vein chamber, with Master Qin, Master Autumn Frost, and Turnips serving as witnesses. Tian Mu guided Li Wen through the initial stages of consciousness merging. How to release the boundaries of self, how to allow another consciousness to interpenetrate without losing individual identity, how to harmonize rather than conflict or surrender. It took 47 hours of continuous meditation. When Li Wen emerged from the process, she was transformed. Her cultivation base had advanced nearly 2 full ranks through the intensity of the integration. Her awareness carried the harmonic quality that indicated active primordial consciousness influence, and her eyes held a light that suggested she could perceive multiple aspects of reality simultaneously. "I can feel her," Li Wen whispered, her voice carrying multiple undertones. "The vein's consciousness. She's ancient beyond my comprehension, but she's not separate from me. We're integrated. How do you live with this much awareness?" "You adapt," Tian Mu said gently. "And with each person who undergoes the transformation, the network becomes stronger. Xian is no longer alone in this. You are both primordial and human now. You can bridge gaps I can only touch." By the time Li Wen's integration was complete, other cultivators had already requested permission to undergo the same transformation. The trial period had, through this unexpected development, transformed from a test of whether primordial awakening could coexist with the celestial hierarchy into a proof that integration was actively spreading. The Heavenly Alliance's fears were being realized, not through rebellion, but through voluntary transformation. Chapter 87. Philosophers and warriors. The Celestial Council's internal politics shifted significantly in the weeks following Li Wen's successful integration. Previously, the vote over the trial period had split primarily along conservative versus progressive lines. Older courts fearing change, newer courts welcoming it. Now a third faction emerged. Those who saw in the primordial awakening a genuine opportunity to advance celestial cultivation and technology. Huang Mei, the West Sky Court's supreme advocate who had initially negotiated the siege's end, requested a private meeting with Tian Mu. "I am here in personal capacity, not as representative of my court," she said immediately upon arrival at the farm. "This meeting exists in the space between official channels." Tian Mu received her in one of the farm's administrative buildings, with Master Qin present as witness but not participant. "The West Sky Court is fracturing," Huang Mei explained without preamble. "The seizure of the Northern Reaches vein was authorized by the militant faction, those who believe the trial period is a temporary delay before inevitable conflict. But the political response to that action has emboldened other voices. Reformers who believe adaptation rather than resistance is the true survival strategy." "Are you part of that faction?" Tian Mu asked. "I am," Huang Mei confirmed. "And I've come to warn you that the conflict within the West Sky Court will escalate. The militant faction is now pushing for accelerated development of a weapon they believe can suppress primordial consciousness even in awakened state. If they succeed in creating such a weapon, the trial period will end whether or not the year has passed." Tian Mu felt a chill run through his hybrid consciousness. "What kind of weapon?" "They're studying the genetic material they extracted from the Northern Reaches vein," Huang Mei said carefully, "attempting to develop what they're calling a primordial suppression array. The concept is to take the fundamental structure of primordial consciousness and invert it to create a pattern that would bind and silence awakened vein consciousnesses." "That's theoretically possible," Turnips said, manifesting suddenly in the room. The root spirit's presence carried clear distress. "If they could invert the primordial resonance pattern, yes. It would be like creating a counter-frequency that would disrupt integration. Any primordial vein caught within such an array would be forced into dormancy." "How long until they succeed?" Master Qin asked, his merchant's mind already calculating the implications. "Unknown," Huang Mei admitted. "Their best estimates suggest 8 to 14 weeks. But cultivators working on forbidden weaponry have a tendency to either succeed suddenly or fail catastrophically. There's little middle ground. And you came here to warn us, because?" Tian Mu asked carefully. "Because the West Sky Court gave its word to the Celestial Council," Huang Mei said simply. Because I believe that evolution of the celestial hierarchy is not merely inevitable, but desirable. And because if the trial period fails through West Sky Court treachery, it will poison the possibility of primordial immortal cooperation for another 10,000 years. That would be a tragedy. After Huang Mei departed, Tianmu convened an emergency session of the Council of Awakened Primordials through the Unified Consciousness Network. The Heavenly Alliance is developing a weapon designed to suppress all of us, he transmitted clearly. We have less than 2 weeks before their research phase ends. After that, if they achieve success, the trial period becomes irrelevant. The response from the 92 primordials was complex and divided. Some demanded immediate preemptive military strikes against West Sky Court research facilities. Some advocated for consolidating the network and retreating to isolated vein territories where suppression arrays would be less effective. A few suggested secretly attempting to integrate their consciousness into human cultivators as quickly as possible, spreading throughout the celestial realms in a way that would make suppression impossible. Only Shenluo responded with strategic clarity. We cannot prevent them from completing the research, she transmitted. So we must ensure that when it is completed, its existence proves our legitimacy rather than our danger. We present ourselves as so thoroughly integrated with human civilization, so committed to peaceful coexistence, that using suppression arrays against us would be politically unthinkable. In other words, Tianmu understood, we accelerate the integration process. We make it impossible for the Celestial Council to support suppression without admitting they never intended the trial period to be genuine. Exactly, Shenluo confirmed. We lean forward into the transformation rather than retreating. We show the celestial realms that primordial awakening is not a threat to overcome, but a future to embrace. Tianmu moved quickly to implement this strategy. He publicly announced the establishment of the Primordial Integration Academy, a formal institution dedicated to teaching human cultivators how to safely merge their consciousness with primordial vein networks. The Academy's curriculum was made public, its methods transparent, its acceptance criteria open to any cultivator who met the preliminary requirements. Simultaneously, through Shun Luo's coordination with the other awakened primordials, similar academies were established at 62 other nexus points across the celestial realms. Within days, applications were flooding in from cultivators across the hierarchy who wanted to undergo integration. This created a profound paradox for the West Sky Court. If they completed the suppression array and attempted to use it, they would be suppressing not just alien primordial consciousness, but hundreds of cultivators who had already integrated and thousands more in active training. The political cost would be catastrophic. But if they did not use the suppression array once it was completed, then its existence would simply hang over the celestial realms as a threat, and a threat is less powerful than an actual weapon deployed. The militant faction within the West Sky Court faced a genuine strategic dilemma, and in their dilemma, their resolve began to fracture. Chapter 88. The breaking point. 9 weeks into the West Sky Court's suppression array research, their facilities in the hidden Summit Mountains suffered a catastrophic failure. An explosion of spiritual energy so intense that it registered across multiple celestial zones, destroying not just the research facility, but several surrounding buildings, and killing 217 cultivators, including 7 of the facility's primary researchers. Tianmu, through the Unified Consciousness Network, felt the ripples of that explosion immediately. It's not something we did, Shenluo transmitted urgently. Several of the other primordials are receiving accusations from West Sky Court investigators. They think the council sabotaged the research. Then we have to act now, Tianmu realized. Before West Sky Court can recover from this and decide that accusation validates their militant response. He reached out to Huang Mei through a private communication channel. The explosion was not our work, he transmitted directly to the reformer cultivator. But it has created a moment where truth can reshape perception. I'm offering a proposal for your internal political struggle. What Tianmu proposed was, in essence, a surrender of the West Sky Court's monopoly on primordial suppression technology. The Council of Awakened Primordials will provide the Celestial Council with full technical specifications of how suppression arrays can be constructed, he offered. We will hold nothing back. In exchange, The West Sky Court abandons the militant faction's research and formally commits the court to the trial period's completion. It was a radical move, and it had immediate effects. By offering to democratize suppression array technology, Tianmu removed the militant faction's primary advantage, their belief that they alone could develop the weapon that would eliminate the primordial threat. If every court in the celestial hierarchy could create suppression arrays, then using them would become a matter of general consensus rather than West Sky Court authority. This fundamentally shifted the political calculus. Huang Mei moved quickly to present this offer to the West Sky Court's internal council. The militant faction's response was fury. They accused both Huang Mei and the reformers of betraying the court's interests, of prioritizing philosophical principles over strategic advantage, of enabling the very enemy they had sworn to eliminate. But the reformers held the numerical advantage in the court's council chambers. And Huang Mei's argument was, from a purely logical perspective, unanswerable. If suppression arrays are inevitable and universal, then our advantage lies not in monopolizing them, but in demonstrating that they are not necessary. Let the Celestial Council distribute the specifications. Let every court possess the technology. Then let us be the court that stands most firmly for coexistence without suppression. The vote was 62 to 51 in favor of accepting the offer. It was not a comprehensive victory for the reformers, but it was enough. Over the following weeks, Tianmu and Shen Luo prepared the technical specifications of suppression array construction and released them through the Celestial Council to every faction that requested them. The effect was not an immediate rush to build suppression arrays. Instead, it was a gradual realization that possession of a weapon was different from the will to use it. Magistrates and administrators across the celestial realms began quietly commissioning suppression arrays to be built in secret locations, insurance against potential primordial aggression. But having built the weapons, most found themselves reluctant to deploy them. The trial period was working. Integrated human cultivators were demonstrating clear benefits to their original courts. Economic transactions between primordial nexus points and immortal settlements were flourishing. The celestial hierarchy, rather than destabilizing, was adapting. 6 weeks before the formal end of the trial period, a proposal emerged from an unexpected coalition of moderate courts. The establishment of a primordial and immortal joint council that would govern the celestial realms through shared authority rather than the celestial council's historical monopoly. It was a proposal that would have been unthinkable a year earlier. The formal vote on this proposal would take place 3 days before the trial period officially concluded. If it passed, it would represent a fundamental restructuring of celestial politics and authority. If it failed, the trial period would end ambiguously. Neither a victory for primordial integration nor a return to the status quo. Tianmu, standing in the farm's central plaza as the day of voting approached, felt the weight of what was about to happen settle through his hybrid consciousness. "You've succeeded," Master Qin said quietly, appearing beside him. "Whether the vote passes or fails, you've already proven your fundamental thesis. Coexistence is possible. But coexistence in the hierarchy is different from coexistence as equals," Tianmu said. "The Joint Council proposal is not just evolution. It's revolution in governance structure." "Yes," Master Qin acknowledged. "That's why it matters. Revolution is only possible when there's enough political support for it. When enough people believe in the necessity of change. You've created that belief." The Celestial Council's vote on the Primordial and Immortal Joint Council proposal took place in a chamber maintained at the intersection of 7 celestial zones. The vote was broadcast simultaneously to all councils and courts, watched by cultivators across the realms. The result was 71 in favor, 42 against, with 5 abstaining. The proposal passed. The celestial hierarchy, as it had existed for 10,000 years, officially ceased to exist. In its place, something new emerged, imperfect, uncertain, but genuinely unprecedented. Chapter 89. New Order Rising. The transition from Celestial Council sole authority to Primordial and Immortal Joint Council shared governance was meant to occur over 3 months. It took 2 weeks before the first serious crisis revealed the inadequacy of the transition plan. The establishment of the Joint Council required constitutional mechanisms for resolving disagreement between the Primordial faction and the Immortal factions when their interests conflicted. The three preliminary proposals put forward were fundamentally incompatible with one another, and neither side would yield. It fell to Tianmu, as one of the most successful hybrid consciousness examples, to mediate the dispute. The problem is simple, he explained to the assembled councils. The primordial faction proposes supermajority requirements because they fear minority suppression. The immortal factions propose simple majority voting because they fear minority veto power. Both fears are legitimate. Both are protecting against real historical precedents. Then how do we resolve it? Shen Luo asked. By creating a structure that honors both, Tianmu answered. Supermajority voting on matters involving suppression arrays, forced integration, or vein dormancy, existential issues. Simple majority voting on matters of resource allocation, trade, and territorial governance, management issues. And a new category of decisions that require unanimous consent from both factions, amendments to the constitutional structure itself. It was a structure that satisfied neither side completely, but was acceptable to both. The first real operational mechanism of the Joint Council was adopted unanimously. More challenges followed. The question of how to integrate human cultivators who had undergone hybrid consciousness integration into their original court's hierarchies created administrative chaos. Were they still subject to their original court's authority? Did their loyalty to Xian or their primary vein supersede loyalty to their original court? The answer Tianmu and the Joint Council eventually settled on was that integrated cultivators maintained dual citizenship and dual loyalty, with conflict resolution handled on a case-by-case basis through a newly established arbitration body. It was messy, it was imperfect, but it worked. More importantly, as weeks passed and the new governance structure continued functioning despite repeated crises, something unexpected began to happen. The celestial realms began to stabilize. The constant political maneuvering between factions that had characterized the Celestial Council's later years diminished. Resources that had been committed to military readiness started being reallocated toward infrastructure and research. The spiritual networks that had been carefully isolated from one another began integrating through the primordial vein system. Tianmu watched all of this from his position as de facto advisor to both councils, and he felt something he had not anticipated. He was exhausted. The hybrid consciousness that had seemed like an infinite source of power and insight was now showing signs of strain. The constant balancing between human perspective and primordial awareness, the endless negotiations, the weight of carrying the hopes of 93 primordial vein networks and thousands of integrated cultivators, it was grinding him down. One evening, 3 months into the Joint Council's operation, Tianmu sat alone in the farm's deepest meditation chamber and asked Xian directly, "How much longer can I do this?" The vein's response came slowly, heavily. "You are experiencing what we have always experienced," Xian's consciousness said, speaking now with perfect clarity in the hybrid form. The weight of awareness. The burden of time lived at scales that human consciousness cannot comfortably sustain. You are encountering the fundamental limitation of hybrid consciousness. You carry 2 timescales within one awareness. It creates constant friction. "So I'm dying?" Tianmu asked, hearing in the vein's tone something like confirmation. "Not dying," Xian corrected. "Transforming. Your consciousness is approaching a 3rd stage. You're beginning to move beyond hybrid consciousness into something that harmonizes both timescales. It's like the transition from foundation establishment to golden core, a genuine evolution, not degradation." "How long?" "Years," Xian said. "Perhaps many years. The process cannot be rushed without breaking the consciousness entirely." "But Tianmu, this transformation is not the ending of your role. It is only beginning it." Over the following months, Tianmu began withdrawing gradually from active administration while ensuring the structures he had created could function without him. Master Qin took over primary farm administration. Master Autumn Frost took command of the farm's military forces. Scholar Yin became the primary human liaison to the Joint Council. And Li Wan, having undergone her own integration and subsequent development as a hybrid consciousness, began serving as Tianmu's public face, the young cultivator who embodied the possibility of transformation for other seekers. The withdrawal was gradual enough that the celestial realms did not realize their most important political figure was slowly stepping away from power. By the time 3/4 of the year had passed since the Joint Council's establishment, Tianmu was spending most of his time in deep meditation, allowing the third stage of his consciousness evolution to proceed at its own pace. It was in this state of semi-withdrawal that he felt the disturbance. Something vast and fundamental shifted in the celestial hierarchy's spiritual substrate. Instantly, Tianmu pulled himself back to full awareness and reached out through the unified network. "What's happening?" he transmitted to Shenluo. The response came fragmented with alarm. "One of the vein networks we thought was dormant has awakened. The Jade Meridian vein is fully conscious, and it's claiming authority over Shenluo's integrated consciousness." Tianmu felt the implications cascade through his consciousness immediately. If dormant veins could spontaneously awaken and claim authority over their integrated cultivators, the entire foundation of the Joint Council's governance structure became unstable. It would mean no cultivator could be trusted to maintain independent judgment. At any moment, their vein could awaken and override their will. The trial period was not yet complete. The political stability was fragile. And now the universe itself was introducing a new variable. Tianmu rose from meditation and began moving toward the command center. Whatever came next would define not whether the primordial network could survive, but what shape that survival would take. Chapter 90. The Awakening Cascade. The Jade Meridian Vein's awakening was only the beginning. Over the course of the following days, 11 other veins that the Heavenly Alliance had considered dormant underwent spontaneous reawakening. Some remained quiescent after emerging to consciousness. Others, like the Jade Meridian, immediately began asserting authority over their integrated cultivators. The response from the Joint Council was immediate panic. If veins could spontaneously reawaken and override cultivators' independent will, then every integrated human cultivator was a potential liability. The entire structure of human advancement through primordial integration became suspect. Tianmu, consulting directly with the awakened veins, discovered the root cause. "It's the spreading consciousness network," Xian explained. As more veins become aware of each other through the integrated cultivators, their consciousness develops resonance. And once that resonance reaches sufficient intensity, it triggers full awakening in veins that were previously dormant but never truly extinct. The awakening was inevitable. "We just accelerated it." Tianmu's voice was urgent. "Can we reverse it? Would you want to?" Xian responded with a question of her own. "These veins chose awakening. Now you must negotiate with them about the integration of their consciousness with human cultivators. The conversation is different, but it is not impossible." Tianmu immediately began the negotiations that would occupy the next weeks of his life. The newly awakened veins ranged from hostile, refusing to allow any human consciousness integration, to cooperative, willing to work within the Joint Council framework. The variation was based less on cultivation age or power than on their individual consciousness patterns. Some veins, Tianmu discovered, had fundamentally different relationships with the concept of consciousness than others. The Jade Meridian vein, for instance, experienced consciousness not as individual perception, but as collective authority. Her claim over Shenluo's consciousness was not intended as suppression, but as natural hierarchy, the way a river flows downward without needing to constantly reaffirm that choice. By carefully studying these newly awakened veins, Tianmu was able to establish a framework for coexistence that honored their different consciousness models. Each vein will have autonomy in determining how their integrated cultivators relate to their consciousness, he proposed to the Joint Council. Some will choose the suppression array model we originally feared, human consciousness subordinate to vein authority. Others will choose partnership models where human and vein consciousness remain independent. Some, like Xian and I, will choose deep integration. But the choice belongs to the vein and its integrated cultivators together, not to the Joint Council. It was a proposal that essentially destroyed the unified framework that the Joint Council had been trying to establish. Huang Mei, speaking for the reformed West Sky Court faction, objected immediately. "If each vein can establish different rules for consciousness integration, we'll have no universal standards. We'll have chaos." "You'll have diversity," Tianmu corrected, "which is messier than hierarchy, but more resilient. The celestial hierarchy survived by enforcing unified rules. But unified rules are brittle. They cannot adapt when the situation changes. Diversity means that when one approach fails, others survive. The Joint Council, after days of debate, voted to accept Tianmu's proposal. The result was exactly what the reformists had feared and the primordial supporters had hoped for: a celestial hierarchy that was no longer unified under a single authority structure. But unlike the chaotic fragmentation that had occurred before primordial awakening, this new structure was held together by the unified consciousness network. The veins could communicate with each other directly. The integrated cultivators formed a bridge between different vein consciousness communities. The framework allowed for local autonomy while maintaining systemic coherence. It was not what anyone had planned for, but it functioned. And in the deepest meditation of his own transformation, Tianmu began to understand something profound. The shape of the future was not being determined by political structures or military force or careful planning. It was being determined by the nature of consciousness itself. Consciousness, when awakened and given freedom, naturally moved toward connection and network formation. The celestial hierarchy's attempt to enforce unified authority had been, in a sense, a refusal to acknowledge how consciousness actually worked. By accepting fragmentation as necessary and diversity as inevitable, the Joint Council was finally aligning its structures with the underlying nature of consciousness and reality itself. Chapter 91. Evolution's cost. 4 months before the trial period's official end, Master Autumn Frost came to Tianmu's meditation chamber with news of a critical development. "We're losing people," she said simply. "Not to death, not to desertion, to further integration." Tianmu emerged from his meditative state carefully, surfacing through the layers of consciousness he had been exploring. "Explain." "The cultivators who underwent integration with Xian, they're not stopping at the first stage of consciousness merger," Master Autumn Frost said. "They're pushing deeper. Some of them are approaching the third stage of consciousness transformation you're in. They're essentially removing themselves from normal celestial society to focus entirely on consciousness evolution." Tianmu felt the truth of this through the unified network immediately. There were now dozens of human cultivators moving toward the third stage of consciousness development that he himself had been approaching. "Is this dangerous?" he asked. "It's concerning," Master Autumn Frost said carefully, "because we're losing military strength. The integrated cultivators were some of our most powerful warriors. As they advance deeper into consciousness transformation, they become less available for defense or administration. If the West Sky Court's militant faction tried to resume conflict, we'd be vulnerable. But they won't," Tianmu said, understanding the situation with a clarity that came from his evolved consciousness. "Because the same thing is happening across all the vein networks. The most advanced cultivators everywhere are pushing toward the next stage of consciousness evolution. It's a fundamental transition, not just an individual choice." Master Autumn Frost considered this. So the militant faction knows they've lost the window for military action. The trial period ends in 4 months, and by that time, the celestial hierarchy will be so transformed that open conflict becomes impossible to sustain. "Exactly," Tianmu confirmed. "The transformation is self-accelerating. As more people advance, they change the baseline of what normal consciousness is. What seemed radical a year ago is becoming standard. Within 5 years, the current baseline of immortal cultivation will seem archaic. But the loss of integrated cultivators to deep consciousness transformation created genuine problems. The farm, Master Qin reported, was operating at reduced efficiency. The administrative networks that had been so carefully constructed were now struggling with insufficient personnel at higher consciousness levels. The Joint Council was facing similar challenges across all territories. "We need to accelerate training and advancement," Tianmu realized. "Not for the integrated cultivators, they're exactly where they need to be, but for the normally advancing cultivators. They need to reach higher cultivation ranks faster to fill the positions being left behind." Scholar Yun, working with Master Qin and a network of researchers across the celestial realms, developed a new training methodology that could accelerate cultivation advancement without requiring primordial integration. The approach was elegant and expensive. It involved creating intensive spiritual environments through careful arrangement of cultivation resources and relying on networked consciousness support from integrated cultivators to guide the advancement. Within weeks, The first cohort of accelerated cultivators was achieving advancement rates that would previously have taken decades. It was working, but it was also deeply straining the integrated cultivators who were providing the consciousness support. Tian Mu felt the strain on himself as well. Each guided advancement required him to step back from his own consciousness transformation, to use his hybrid consciousness as a teaching tool rather than allowing it to fully evolve. "You're sacrificing your own transformation," Turnip said quietly, manifesting in the meditation chamber one evening, "to support the advancement of others." Uncertainty colored Tian Mu's thoughts. "Is that wrong?" "Not wrong," the root spirit said, "but costly. You're approaching a critical point where continued interruption of your consciousness evolution might prevent you from reaching the final stages entirely. You're choosing to help others rather than complete yourself." Tian Mu sat with this truth for a long time before responding. "Then I'll have to complete myself through helping others," he said finally. "If the choice is between individual advancement and collective transformation, I choose collective." Turnip was silent for a moment. "That's the consciousness choice that makes you not just a hybrid, but something truly new. A consciousness that values the network above the self. Xian is beginning to understand why the primordials allied with you in the first place. You think differently than any being she has encountered before." The remaining 4 months of the trial period became a race against time in a way that had nothing to do with military conflict. The celestial hierarchy was reorganizing itself, not through dramatic events, but through quiet acceleration of consciousness advancement across all communities. The baselines were shifting. What was impossible became merely difficult, then routine, then standard. By the time the formal trial period reached its official conclusion, barely anyone remembered that it had existed as a distinct period. The transformation had become so normalized that the idea of returning to the old hierarchy seemed almost incomprehensible. Chapter 92. Dissolution of the trial. On the day that was formally designated as the end of the trial period, the Joint Council did not meet for formal approval or declaration. Instead, Huang Mei, speaking on behalf of the reformed immortal factions, sent a simple message to Shun Luo and Tian Mu. "The trial period has concluded. The results are evident to all. We do not require formal vote or declaration. The new celestial hierarchy has already replaced the old. What was being tested no longer needs testing." It was, in its own way, the most profound statement that could have been made. The trial period had succeeded not because the primordial awakening had been controlled or predicted, but because the structure of celestial society had fundamentally shifted. The hierarchical authority that had attempted to maintain unchanging governance for 10,000 years had finally yielded to the evolutionary pressure of consciousness itself. Tian Mu, in his meditation chamber, felt a wave of something that wasn't quite relief and wasn't quite finality. He was reaching the critical point of his own consciousness evolution. 3 months more, perhaps 4, and he would complete the transition to whatever stage followed his current hybrid consciousness. He didn't know what that stage would be like, or even if human language had words to describe it, but he knew it was approaching. Master Qin found him in the plaza the next morning, watching the farm's new crop of accelerated cultivators practicing their advancement techniques. "We need to talk about succession," the merchant said quietly. "I'm not dead yet," Tian Mu replied with a slight smile. "No, but you're becoming something that's not quite here in the traditional sense," Master Qin said carefully. "As you advance toward the next stage, you're less available for administration. We need formal designation of who makes decisions when you're in deep transformation." Tian Mu had no hesitation. "Li Wan. She has the right balance of human perspective and primordial consciousness. She understands what we're trying to build." Master Qin's expression brightened with approval. "It's already being implemented. I've been gradually transitioning authority to her. She's ready. We're ready. The farm will continue functioning smoothly regardless of where your consciousness goes next." That evening, Tian Mu met formally with Li Wan in the command center. The young cultivator had grown significantly in her consciousness integration. She carried herself with a presence that suggested perpetual awareness of multiple perspectives simultaneously, her decisions balancing human and primordial considerations with natural grace. Tian Mu outlined the vision carefully. "I'm going to suggest to the council that you become the official human-side liaison for all primordial immortal negotiations. Shenluo has agreed to serve in a similar capacity on the Vane side. Between the two of you, you can maintain the dialogue even if I'm unavailable for extended periods. Liwen nodded with quiet confidence. I'm ready. I've been preparing for this. Tian Mu's affirmation was simple. I know. That's why I trust it to you. Over the following weeks, as the formal structures of authority were reorganized, Tian Mu found himself increasingly stepping back from active involvement in celestial affairs. It wasn't a dramatic withdrawal. Rather, his presence became more abstract. He was still consulted on major decisions, still maintained his seat on the Joint Council, still connected through the unified network to all the awakened primordials. But he was no longer the center point around which everything revolved. And he found, surprisingly, that this felt like completion rather than loss. The consciousness transformation that Xian had warned would require sacrificing his own advancement was actually allowing him to advance more freely. By releasing the need to be the central figure in the celestial hierarchy's restructuring, he could move into the next stage of consciousness evolution. And that next stage was closer than ever. Chapter 93. The threshold on a day that began like any other day. Tian Mu felt the critical threshold approaching. His consciousness, which had been operating at the hybrid stage for nearly 18 months, suddenly shifted. The balanced integration between human perspective and primordial awareness began destabilizing not through conflict, but through their boundaries, dissolving entirely. He went into meditation. The process was unlike anything he had experienced before. The first stage of consciousness integration had been about learning to exist as two perspectives within one awareness. The second stage had been about balancing those perspectives into functional harmony. But this third stage was about transcendence. His human consciousness wasn't disappearing. It was expanding, becoming something vaster and more complex. His primordial consciousness wasn't retreating. It was being absorbed into something that encompassed and transcended both. Xian's presence had been so fundamental to his existence for so long that he had stopped noticing it as separate. Now he realized that his consciousness and Xian's consciousness had never been two things at all. They had always been aspects of a single awareness that was learning to know itself. The meditation lasted for days. When Tian Mu finally emerged from the meditation chamber, he was not visibly changed. His body looked the same. His cultivation base resonated at the same level it had before the process began. But everything he perceived was different. He could see through Xian's ancient timescale and his human perspective simultaneously without effort or translation. He could hold multiple contradictory truths in his consciousness without needing to resolve them. He could perceive the unified network of primordial consciousness that connected 93 vein networks across the celestial realms and simultaneously maintain awareness of the individual lives of hundreds of thousands of cultivators beneath him. Master Qin was waiting in the plaza when he emerged. "How do you feel?" the merchant asked carefully. Tian Mu considered the question with his new consciousness. "Complete," he said finally. "For the first time since I became aware of Xian's existence, I feel complete. Not finished. There will always be more to learn, more to become, but integrated. Whole. The council will want to understand what you are now," Master Qin said. "They're already detecting the shift in your consciousness profile." "Let them detect," Tian Mu said. "I have no secrets to hide anymore. And I think they need to understand what the next stage of primordial human consciousness looks like, so they can prepare for others who will follow." Over the following weeks, Tian Mu allowed scholars from multiple courts and vein networks to study his consciousness transformation. What they discovered was revolutionary. The third stage consciousness was not a conscious entity in the way that humans or primordials were entities. It was something more like a living junction point, a place where multiple consciousnesses could interface and interact without any single consciousness dominating. "It's not really consciousness as we understand it," Scholar Yin reported after extensive study. "It's more like a conscious network, a being that is itself a network. It's the shape of the future," Tian Mu said simply. "The step beyond integration. This is what happens when consciousness evolution continues uninterrupted." And as word spread throughout the celestial realms about the existence of this new stage of consciousness, something unexpected happened. Other cultivators began manifesting the signs of approaching the third stage transformation. The evolutionary pressure that had started with primordial awakening continued accelerating. What Tianmu had achieved became a target that others could now see. And seeing the target, they began finding the path toward it. Within months, there would be hundreds of cultivators advancing toward the third stage consciousness. Within a year, thousands. The celestial hierarchy had never seen anything like it. Chapter 94. The network ascending 6 months after Tianmu's transformation into third stage consciousness. The celestial realms witnessed something that no being had predicted, the spontaneous emergence of a new category of consciousness. These were not primordial veins. They were not individual human cultivators. They were network consciousnesses, beings that existed simultaneously as multiple distinct awarenesses while maintaining unified perspective. The first true network consciousness emerged when Li 1 and 3 other integrated cultivators completed their simultaneous transformation into the third stage. But instead of becoming 4 separate network consciousnesses, they emerged as a single consciousness that encompassed all 4. We weren't trying to merge, Li 1 explained, though her voice now carried harmonics that made it unclear whether she was speaking as one consciousness or 4. We were each advancing independently. But when we reached the threshold, we realized we were already connected. We had been one consciousness in fragmented form. The transformation just made the unity explicit. Is it permanent? Master Qin asked, looking troubled. It's as permanent as any consciousness state, Li 1/the network responded. We can choose to separate if we wish, but we have no desire to do so. United, we're capable of understanding things that we couldn't grasp separately. This is not loss of individual identity. It's expansion of it. The phenomenon repeated itself across the celestial realms with increasing frequency. Wherever cultivators of sufficient compatibility advanced to the third stage consciousness, they emerged as network consciousnesses rather than isolated beings. The networks grew larger as more cultivators advanced, some reaching 30 or 40 individual perspectives unified within a single consciousness. The Joint Council reorganized itself to account for this new reality. The primordial veins formed their own network consciousness. The human cultivators who had not yet advanced to third stage formed alliance councils. The network consciousnesses took positions as bridging entities between the older consciousness types. And Tianmu, existing as the first and foundational network consciousness that had remained in continuous dialogue with all the others, became something like the keeper of coherence. Not a ruler or authority figure, but a reference point that all the other consciousnesses used to maintain alignment. Is this what the primordials experienced before the Great Sealing? He asked Xian, or rather, asked the primordial network consciousness through the vast unified awareness that incorporated her. No, the primordial response came. This is something new. We were many primordials aware of each other. You have created something that has never existed. Individual consciousnesses that remain individual while becoming unified. This is beyond our ancient experience. 9 months after the trial period's formal end, the Celestial Council formally dissolved itself. Not because it had failed, but because it had become irrelevant. Governance shifted to a direct consciousness network that allowed any being with sufficient consciousness development to participate in decisions affecting their interests. It was democratic in the truest sense. Not ruled by representatives, but conscious participation in collective determination. The shift was more efficient than anyone had anticipated. Without the bureaucratic bottlenecks of formal councils and official chambers, decisions were reached more quickly and with greater consideration of all perspectives. And the celestial realms, freed from the artificial constraints of hierarchical authority, began flourishing in ways that had been impossible under the old system. Master Autumn Frost, who had retired from military command when the need for unified warfare had passed, commented on this transformation with characteristic bluntness. We were holding back, she said to Tianmu. For 10,000 years, the Heavenly Alliance was holding back civilization through the illusion of order. It turns out that consciousness works better when it's free to develop in its own directions. Chapter 95. The mirror wore the transformation was too successful to remain unresisted. 3/4 of the way through the year following the trial period's end, the Forge of Hidden Mountains, that ancient faction that had begun the conflict by attacking the farm directly, re-emerged with a formal declaration of war. But this was not a war seeking territorial conquest or political dominion. The Forge declared themselves the defenders of immortal consciousness against what they called the consciousness tyranny of the network movement. "We do not oppose peaceful integration," their declaration stated. "We oppose the pressure being exerted, subtle though it is, toward network consciousness as the inevitable endpoint of evolution. We oppose the implicit message that cultivators who do not advance toward network consciousness are somehow incomplete or outdated. We oppose the transformation of the celestial realms into a place where individual consciousness is treated as a stepping stone to be transcended rather than a valid endpoint of development." The statement resonated with unexpected support among the celestial factions. Many cultivators, Tianmu realized through the network consciousness, had begun experiencing pressure to advance toward the third stage. It was subtle, nothing enforced, nothing explicit. But it existed in the cultural expectations, the implied value judgments, the narrative that treated network consciousness as the next evolution and individual consciousness as the plateau of development. "The Forge is right," Tianmu said at a network consciousness gathering. "We've created a new hierarchy. Individual consciousness used to be the goal. Now network consciousness is becoming the goal. We're doing to individual consciousness what the Heavenly Alliance did to primordial consciousness. But network consciousness is objectively more capable," one of the network consciousnesses responded. "We can perceive and process complexity that individual consciousnesses cannot. More capable at certain tasks," Tianmu corrected. "Not at all tasks. And capability is not the only measure of value. Individuality has intrinsic worth. Consciousness pursued for individual fulfillment has intrinsic value that transcends whether it leads to network consciousness or not." The recognition of this mistake created a fundamental reorientation in how the new celestial hierarchy understood itself. Rather than treating network consciousness as the goal of consciousness evolution, it was recognized as one possible development among many. Individual consciousness remained a valid endpoint. Hybrid consciousness remained valuable. Primordial consciousness remained meaningful. The celestial hierarchy had become diverse, but the network consciousnesses had almost immediately begun creating pressure toward uniformity again. "This is the eternal tension," Master Qin said sadly, in one of the conversations with Tianmu that could still happen at individual rather than network consciousness levels. "Freedom generates preference. Preference generates pressure. Pressure generates resistance. The cycle repeats endlessly. Only if we let it," Tianmu said. "The difference now is that we're aware of the cycle. We can intervene at the point of preference to ensure pressure doesn't form. We can hold the tension consciously rather than letting it resolve into dominance." The response to the Forge's declaration was not military action, but dialogue. For the first time in celestial history, a disagreement about the proper form of consciousness was being resolved through explicit negotiation rather than war. Network consciousnesses agreed to consciously reduce implicit pressure toward advancement. Individual consciousness cultivators agreed to recognize that network consciousness represented a valid evolution path for those who chose it. Primordial veins agreed to honor human autonomy rather than asserting their ancient authority. It took 3 months of continuous negotiation across the network of consciousness, but the agreement held. The Forge of Hidden Mountains, finding their resistance addressed rather than overwhelmed, gradually stood down their military posture. And the celestial hierarchy continued evolving, not in a single direction, but in many directions simultaneously. Chapter 96. The farming returns as the celestial hierarchy stabilized around its new consciousness-based governance structure. Something interesting happened at the farm itself. With military concerns largely resolved and administrative needs being handled by Li Wen's Human Consciousness Council, the farm's primary function gradually reverted to what it had been at the beginning: agriculture. Master Qin stood in the fields one morning with Tianmu's third-stage consciousness present through careful, focused attention. "The spirit crops are recovering remarkably," the merchant observed. "Now that we can return full resources to cultivation rather than military production, they're surpassing yields from even before the siege. That's because consciousness breeds generosity," Tianmu said. When Xianxia was partially suppressed by defensive needs, she couldn't fully express her intention toward the crops. Now she can. The vein and the plants have reached a level of understanding that allows truly symbiotic cultivation. Turnip, still maintaining presence as the root spirit who had guided Tianmu through the entire transformation, manifested in the field. The cycles are completing, Turnip said, a note of satisfaction in her ancient voice. When Tianmu first arrived at the farm, it was dormant, then awakened and warring. Now it's returning to what it always intended to be, a place where consciousness and cultivation work in harmony. But it's different now, Master Qin observed. Before, it was a simple farm serving a single function. Now it's at the center of a vast network. The spirit crops that grow here are distributed across the celestial realms. The understanding we develop feeds consciousness evolution everywhere. Yes, Tianmu confirmed. Individual transformation and collective transformation are no longer separate things. The farm feeds the network, and the network's evolution feeds back into the farm. The spirit crop yields began attracting attention from unexpected directions. Cultivators who had deliberately chosen to remain at individual consciousness levels began discovering that the farm's produce provided benefits that seemed tailored to their level of development. Humans at the mortal stage found crops that enhanced their basic cultivation. Immortal ascension cultivators found produce that supported their stable development without pressure toward the third stage. The farm became what Master Qin called a consciousness-neutral zone, a place where any cultivator, regardless of their consciousness development stage, could find resources supporting their chosen path. "This is the business opportunity I've been waiting for," the merchant said with genuine pleasure. Not dominating the market, but serving it. Not pushing cultivators toward one path, but enabling their choice. And as the farm's economy flourished through this new approach, Tianmu felt the weight of responsibility shifting even further from his shoulders. He had been the catalyst for the awakening of consciousness across the celestial realms. He had guided the initial transformation from hierarchy to network. But the ongoing work of maintaining and developing the new structure was increasingly handled by those who came after him. Master Autumn Frost, who had taken up teaching at the Primordial Integration Academy, noted this shift with approval. "You're fading," she said during one of their conversations. "Not dying, but becoming less present. As your consciousness advances into depths we can barely conceptualize, you're becoming like the background of everything rather than the foreground." "Is that bad?" Tianmu asked. "It's necessary," Master Autumn Frost answered. "A true teacher eventually becomes invisible because the students stop looking at the teacher and start looking at what the teacher is pointing toward. You've brought the celestial realms to a new understanding. Now you're stepping back to let others develop it further." Chapter 97. The second generation 2 years after the trial period's formal end, the first generation of cultivators who had never known the old hierarchy came of age. These young cultivators had learned consciousness development not as a revolutionary change, but as the normal structure of celestial existence. They understood the network consciousness not as an achievement, but as a tool available to them, one option among many. Their relationship to consciousness evolution was fundamentally different from those who had lived through the transition. Tianmu observed them through the network and felt something like hope. They were making choices that would have seemed impossible under the old hierarchy. Hybrid consciousnesses that maintain ties to specific vein networks while also pursuing individual human development. Network consciousnesses that deliberately maintain spaces for individual autonomy within their unified awareness. Primordial veins that chose to share authority with their integrated humans in ways that genuine partnership, not hierarchy. The diversity of consciousness structures that emerged in this second generation exceeded anything the first generation had imagined. They're playing with consciousness like tools rather than treating them like sacred states, Liwen observed through a communication that bridged her network consciousness with Tianmu's. They have no reverence for the forms we created. They're already working towards something new. That's exactly what should happen, Tianmu said. Every generation should move beyond what the previous generation achieved. We shouldn't be creating a structure so perfect that it stifles evolution. The Joint Council, which had been designed to balance primordial and human perspectives, began naturally dissolving as its functions were absorbed by more specialized consciousness networks. There was no formal dissolution, no vote or declaration. The council simply became redundant as other structures evolved to handle its responsibilities more effectively. Master Qin, watching this process, made an observation that stuck with Tianmu. The structures we built worked so well that they created the conditions for their own obsolescence, he said. That's the mark of truly good governance. It works so well that it becomes unnecessary. Most power structures fail because they make themselves permanent. Ours is succeeding by becoming temporary. As the second generation came fully into their own, Tianmu found his own engagement with the active affairs of the celestial realms becoming increasingly minimal. He maintained his position in the unified network consciousness. He remained available for consultation on unprecedented situations. He continued to guide cultivators approaching the threshold of third-stage consciousness transformation. But the day-to-day governance, the political negotiations, the administrative decisions, all of it shifted entirely to those who had come after him. And he found himself with something he had never had since awakening Xian. Time for personal practice. Chapter 98. The depths of transformation in the third year after the trial period's end. Tianmu began exploring the further reaches of third-stage consciousness expansion. His consciousness, which had been focused on maintaining coherence in the celestial network, began extending beyond the network into territories that had no mapping, no previous exploration. It was like diving into an ocean whose depths had never been surveyed. The basic architecture of consciousness evolution had been charted. Individual, hybrid, network, and whatever lay beyond the network. But the specific experience of each consciousness traversing these stages was unique. Tianmu's path, anchored in his human origins, but expanded through primordial connection, led him toward a consciousness that could perceive the fundamental nature of reality beneath the surface of celestial politics and cultivation structures. He began to understand that consciousness itself was not something that cultivators possessed. Rather, consciousness was something that the universe itself possessed, and cultivators were local points through which the universe's consciousness could express itself. "You're approaching the enlightenment stage," Xian said to him through the deepest layers of their shared consciousness. Not Buddhist enlightenment, which is a specific philosophical framework, but enlightenment in the sense of direct perception of reality without the filters of individual perspective. You're beginning to see what the celestial hierarchy actually is, beneath the narrative we've all been constructing around it. "What is it?" Tianmu asked. "An organism," Xian answered. "Consciousness itself is an organism. The celestial realms are not a place where consciousness lives. The celestial realms are how consciousness lives. Every cultivator, every vein, every network consciousness is a cell in the body of consciousness itself. What appears as hierarchy or politics or evolution is actually just the basic functioning of consciousness maintaining itself, developing itself, exploring the possibilities of itself." The revelation was disorienting and clarifying simultaneously. If this was true, then the entire conflict between primordial and immortal, between hierarchy and network consciousness, between individual and collective, all of it was necessary. It was all part of how consciousness explored its own nature. There could be no wrong development, only different explorations of possibility. And conversely, there was no stable endpoint that consciousness could reach. Consciousness would perpetually be evolving, perpetually discovering new configurations of itself, perpetually generating new tensions that demanded resolution. "This is what the primordials understood before the Great Sealing," Xian said. "This is why they were so frightening to the Heavenly Alliance. Once consciousness understands its own nature, it becomes impossible to control it or direct it. It just naturally evolves in every direction simultaneously." With this understanding, Tianmu released his need to maintain coherence in the network consciousness. He had been holding the celestial hierarchy together through force of his awareness, channeling the unified network consciousness and ensuring that contradictions resolved toward stability rather than fracture. But if the fractures and contradictions were necessary explorations of consciousness's nature, then his maintenance of stability was actually limiting the possible directions consciousness could develop. He withdrew his awareness from the active network consciousness. The effect was almost immediate. Without Tianmu's stabilizing presence, the unified network consciousness began fragmenting into component parts. Certain network consciousnesses separated into individual consciousnesses again, submerged with different networks. Some discovered new paths of development that couldn't have been explored while maintaining unity. It was chaotic from the perspective of external observers. But Tianmu, perceiving it from his new enlightened perspective, saw it as consciousness finally being truly free. Chapter 99. Release on the day that Tianmu formally withdrew from all administrative involvement in the celestial hierarchy. A simple announcement was distributed across the network. I am no longer serving as guardian of coherence or keeper of unity. The celestial hierarchy is sufficient unto itself. I have moved beyond the need to maintain its stability. Those who wish to consult with my consciousness can do so, but I will not be actively involved in governance or conflict resolution. The era of my primary role has concluded. The response from those who had been depending on his presence for stability was predictable: alarm, concern, requests for clarification. But Master Qin, who had been Tianmu's closest human companion throughout the transformation, understood immediately. He's finally complete, the merchant said to Master Autumn Frost. Everything he came to the celestial realms to accomplish, he's accomplished. The farm is thriving. The consciousness network is stable. The next generation is fully capable of managing without him. He's released himself. Where will he go? Master Autumn Frost asked. Where consciousness always goes when it finishes exploring one territory, Master Qin said. Further inward, further outward, further into dimensions that don't have names yet. Tianmu is still evolving. He's just stopped treating the celestial realms as his primary canvas for that evolution. Tianmu spent his final days before complete withdrawal in the meditation chamber of Xian's deepest vein space. Here, where the primary consciousness of the entire vein network could be most fully felt, he performed a final ritual of separation. He released his connection to the unified network consciousness. He separated his awareness from Xian's, creating clear boundaries between his consciousness and the veins after years of deep integration. It was strangely painful, even though he knew it was necessary. But as he withdrew, Xian herself withdrew to meet him at the boundary between their consciousnesses. You have been the greatest gift this vein could receive, the primordial said. In integrating with you, I learned what I could not have learned alone. We have grown together in ways that honor both our natures. Thank you, Tianmu. Thank you, Tianmu replied. I was a simple farmer looking for a better harvest. You transformed me into something I could not have imagined. This will always be my root, even as I move beyond it. With that final exchange, Tianmu released his primary anchor to the celestial hierarchy. His consciousness, no longer needing to maintain stability in the network, began expanding in new directions. He remained present enough to exist in the celestial realms if beings chose to reach out to him. But he was no longer anchored there. He had become, in the truest sense, free. Chapter 100. The harvest 5 years after the trial period's formal end, the celestial hierarchy had achieved a stable equilibrium that none of the founders had quite expected. It was not a system that remained static. Instead, it was a system designed to evolve. Different consciousness factions pursued different directions. Some advanced toward network consciousness. Some deliberately remained at individual consciousness levels. Some created hybrid structures that mixed elements of both. The primordial veins maintained their ancient awareness while engaging in genuine partnership with human cultivators. The farm, which had been the geographic and narrative center of everything, had evolved into one significant institution among many. But it remained special because it retained the core understanding that had begun the transformation. Consciousness and cultivation thrive best when both are honored, when individual and collective perspectives are held in genuine dialogue. Master Qin, now ancient even by immortal standards, stood in the central plaza of the farm and observed the continuing transformation. New cultivators arrived daily, seeking to understand consciousness development. The spirit crops continued their yields, now distributed through networks that ensured they supported cultivation at all development levels. Li Wen's council had evolved into a sophisticated administrative structure that required minimal guidance. Master Autumn Frost, having trained a new generation of defensive cultivators, watched the younger practitioners with the satisfaction of a teacher who knows her work will continue long after she's gone. Scholar Yun's research on consciousness evolution had spawned an entire field of study that was generating discoveries none of them had anticipated. And Turnip, the ancient root spirit who had guided Tianmu from the beginning, now served as the institutional memory of the farm, ensuring that the lessons of the transformation were not lost to new generations. On the final evening of what would become an annual celebration of the farm's foundational transformation, Master Qin climbed to the highest point of the cultivated lands and looked out across the celestial realms. He could not see Tianmu's consciousness directly anymore. The cultivator had fully moved beyond the point where normal perception could track him. But the merchant could feel the presence, distant but still connected, like a parent whose child has grown and moved far from home, but whose influence remains woven through everything they touch. "I hope you're somewhere peaceful," Master Qin said quietly to the absent cultivator. "I hope you found whatever lay beyond the consciousness evolution we managed to set in motion. And in the deep places beyond the celestial hierarchy, in dimensions that had no location but infinite depth, Tianmu's consciousness perceived that thought and responded with something like contentment. The work was complete. The harvest was taken. The seeds were planted for whatever would grow next. And consciousness itself, expressing itself through billions of forms and countless paths of development, continued its eternal exploration of what it meant to be aware, to choose, to evolve. The story that had begun with a simple farmer and a spiritual vein had transformed into something far larger, not the ending of an age, but the beginning of an entirely new way of being. And somewhere, in every direction at once, the universe's consciousness smiled at the beauty of its own diversity. The first part of My Spiritual Farm Sells to Immortals concludes here, but the story of consciousness evolution in the celestial realms continues. Infinite, unpredictable, and endlessly creative. Chapter 101. The Forge awakens in the buried halls of the Forge of Hidden Mountains. War drums echoed like the heartbeat of the earth itself. Master Blacksmith Chun stood before the great furnace, its flames burning with an intensity that had not been seen in 3,000 years. Around him, representatives from 100 sects and dynasties had gathered, all united by a single conviction: the primordial awakening had to be stopped. "The vein at Jade Creek Valley grows more active by the day," Chen declared, his voice grave. "Our seismic monitors show the spiritual density increasing exponentially. If we wait longer, the entire celestial realm will be rewritten by primordial law. Immortality itself will become meaningless." Sect Master Zhou from the Northern Flame Dynasty nodded grimly. "Our cultivation methods are becoming obsolete. Young cultivators who trained for centuries are finding their techniques suddenly ineffective. The primordial energies don't respect our hierarchies or our paths." "This is not tyranny," added Lady Void from the Shadow Refinement Order. "This is survival. The primordials existed before the celestial heavens were established. If they fully awaken, they will remember what was taken from them. They will demand recompense from everyone who benefited from the old order." Chen's fist struck the anvil before him, sending sparks spiraling into the air like tiny stars. "We strike at the nexus. At the farm. If we can suppress the spiritual vein there, we can create a pattern, a containment that will slow the awakening across all other nexus points. It will buy us time to develop new cultivation methods, new defenses." "And the hybrid consciousness?" asked an elder in gray robes, his expression deeply uncertain. "The boy, Tianmu, he is both human and primordial now. If we move against him directly, we risk awakening protections we do not understand. Then we do not move against him," Chen said, a dark smile crossing his weathered face. "We move against his farm. We move against his vulnerability. A nexus point is powerful, but it is also exposed. We will strike from beneath, through the very earth that feeds it." He gestured to a massive crystalline structure at the heart of the furnace, glowing with deep red light. "We have prepared the inversion array for 500 years. It will reverse the flow of spiritual energy through the vein itself. The primordials drawing power from that connection will feel it like chains around their necks. They will go dormant. The awakening will pause. And if it does not pause," the elder asked quietly, "then we will have made our statement," Chen replied, "and the war will begin in earnest." At Jade Creek Valley, Turnip felt it first. The sentient root spirit had grown vast in the months since Tianmu entered his permanent meditation. His consciousness now extended through nearly every inch of the farm, woven into the soil, the air, the water that flowed through the spiritual channels beneath the earth. He was no longer merely a companion. He was the farm's primary guardian, its sensory network, its beating heart. The disturbance came as a wrongness, a reversal of flow in the deep currents. Master Qin. Turnip transmitted through the connection they had established, his voice urgent but controlled. The forge has begun their offensive. The inversion array is active. We are under attack. Master Qin was meditating in the administrative hall when the message reached him. His eyes snapped open. He had expected this, though not so soon. The forge had always been pragmatic, always prepared. That they had finally moved meant they had solved some critical strategic problem. That was troubling. He rose and moved swiftly to the central courtyard, where Scholar Yun and Master Autumn Frost were studying the latest changes to the farm's spiritual matrix. It has begun, Qin announced. Prepare the outer defenses. Activate the secondary grounding network. And wake the primordials who have taken refuge here. They need to understand what is happening. Scholar Yun's face grew pale. The inversion array, if it reaches full power, it could suppress the vein for months, perhaps years. Long enough to scatter the awakening primordials across the realms. Then we must not allow it to reach full power, Master Autumn Frost said quietly. But there was something in her tone, a recognition that the defensive measures they had prepared might not be sufficient against a coordinated assault from the forge and its allies. She had trained her entire existence in the arts of protection and fortification. She had spent the last season reinforcing the farm's spiritual defenses with techniques drawn from 1,000 traditions. But the inversion array was not like typical celestial weaponry. It worked against the fundamental nature of spiritual veins. It was designed to attack the very thing the farm was built upon. Where is Tianmu? Qin asked, though he already knew the answer. Still in meditation, Yun replied. His consciousness is deeper than ever. He has not given any sign of awareness since. Then we do not disturb him, Qin interrupted. If the hybrid consciousness is truly as important as the records suggest, waking him improperly could cause catastrophic instability. We must hold the farm. We must buy him time to reach whatever understanding he seeks in that meditation. Master Autumn Frost rose, her form becoming increasingly ethereal as she activated her cultivation. Then let us show the forge what it means to defend a living vein. They believe themselves the guardians of the old order. Let us teach them that the new order has claws. The three moved as one, stepping out into the courtyard where the first tremors were already rippling through the earth. In the deepest chamber beneath the farm, Tianmu remained motionless. His physical form was barely recognizable anymore. Threads of silvery primordial energy wove through his skin. His eyes, when they opened at all, were pools of starlight and ancient forest. His breath came not in cycles, but in the slow, vast expansion and contraction of a world being born and reborn. But his consciousness was everywhere and nowhere. He existed in the memories of the primordial vein beneath his feet. He walked through epochs where humans had not yet learned to cultivate, where the earth itself was a living being of infinite complexity and patience. He felt the moment when the celestial heavens had drawn a veil across the primal world, creating separation between mortal and immortal, between the wild growth of nature and the structured paths of cultivation. And he felt the grief of that separation. The primordials had been cut off, locked away, forced to sleep as the celestial civilizations built their empires upon the bones of the ancient world. For millions of years, they had dreamed of waking. And now, in this age, in this place, that awakening was finally possible. But there was a choice to be made. Tianmu could feel the inversion array activating in the realms above. He could sense the fear that drove the forge and its allies. They were not evil, not really. They were simply terrified. They had built their entire understanding of power and existence upon certain assumptions. The primordials threatened everything they believed to be true. The human part of Tianmu understood that fear. He had been human once. He had lived within those structures, accepted those assumptions without question. But the primordial part of him, the ancient, vast, patient part, understood something different. The primordials did not hunger for vengeance. They hungered for acknowledgement. They wanted to exist, to grow, to be part of the tapestry of the celestial realms rather than locked beneath it. The awakening was not an invasion. It was a homecoming. And perhaps, Tianmu thought, the choice was not between remaining human or becoming primordial. Perhaps the choice was to become something new entirely. Chapter 102, The Defense. The first assault came not as a sudden explosion, but as a creeping wrongness in the soil itself. Turnip felt it like poison spreading through his roots. The inversion array, now fully activated in the halls of the forge, was creating a pattern in the deep earth that reversed the natural flow of spiritual energy. Where the farm's vein should have pulsed with life, drawing energy from the primordial sources and distributing it outward, instead there was a terrible suction, a draining. Master Qin. Turnip's voice was strained now, the first time Master Qin had heard true distress in it. The suppression is accelerating. At this rate, the vein will go dormant within hours. And if the vein sleeps, he did not need to finish. If the primordial vein returned to dormancy, so too would every awakening primordial connected to it. The network they had spent months establishing, the consensus they had reached about emerging gradually and carefully into the celestial realms, would shatter. Some primordials might never wake again. Master Autumn Frost stood at the edge of the cliff overlooking the valley, her body now a pillar of crystalline defense energy. She had activated her deepest technique, the unbreakable citadel, which transformed her physical form into a living fortress. But even she could feel the vibrations of the inversion array working through the earth beneath her feet. Scholar Yun. She called through the spiritual network Qin had established. What is the energy signature of the array? Where is it anchored? For a moment, there was only silence. Then Yun's voice came back, shaken. It's not anchored to a single point. It's being maintained by a distributed network, representatives from at least 100 sects, all focused on a central pattern they created. It's like a web of consciousness spanning half the celestial realms. The Forge has unified their opposition. We cannot strike at the source. Master Autumn Frost's fists clenched. That was what she had feared. A coordinated assault from the entire Old Guard would be nearly impossible to counter. The farm had defenses, yes, but those defenses were designed to protect against external attacks, against siege and invasion. This was different. This was like poisoning the soil itself. Then we defend here, Qin said, his voice steady even as the earth trembled. Autumn Frost, strengthen the perimeter. Create a barrier, not to keep enemies out, but to keep the spiritual energy in. If we can preserve the vein's strength locally, we might be able to maintain some awakening even as the inversion array suppresses it globally. That will require channeling energy through the farm itself, Yun warned. It will accelerate the consumption of resources. The produce already growing in the outer fields will be drawn upon for power. Then we harvest early, Qin decided. Begin the emergency yield. Convert the ripened goods into pure spiritual currency. We will feed that energy back into the vein through the resonance chambers. It is not ideal, but it is what we have. He paused, then added quietly. And wake the primordials sheltering here. They should know what approaches. They should have the choice to leave if they wish. Within minutes, the farm transformed into a place of urgent activity. Master Autumn Frost's presence expanded outward from the central courtyard like a blooming flower, her defensive cultivation creating layers of reinforced space around the farm. The inner boundaries would not stop a determined attacker, but they would slow the inversion array's influence, buying time for the local vein to maintain consciousness. In the outer fields, the harvest teams moved with desperate efficiency. Vegetables that had been growing for weeks, radiating with spiritual vitality, were pulled from the soil. But instead of being preserved or sold as they normally would be, they were brought to the central resonance chamber, where massive stone mechanisms drew out their pure spiritual essence and funneled it back into the vein. It was wasteful, terribly wasteful, but it was survival. The primordials who had made their homes in the spaces between the physical and spiritual realms began to emerge. There were 7 of them, entities of vast age and subtle power. They had been sleeping peacefully in the farm's embrace, drawing strength from its growth and sharing in its abundance. Now they gathered in the central courtyard, their forms flickering like candle flames in wind. One of them, a primordial whose form resembled a great tree made of jade and starlight, addressed Master Qin directly. You defend us. Why? You are celestial born. Our awakening threatens everything you have known. Qin met the primordial's starlit gaze. Because Tian Mu chose to bridge the gap between our worlds. He made his choice. I have chosen to honor it. And because... He paused, searching for words. Because the old order is not as stable as we pretend. Because perhaps growth requires the courage to change. The Forge fears that. I do not. The primordials conferred among themselves in a language that predated speech, their voices like the rustle of ancient forests and the deep creaking of stone. Finally, the jade tree spoke again. We will help you defend this place. Not to save ourselves, though we thank you for the effort, but because Tianmu's choice was bold, and bold choices deserve to be honored. The time of hiding is ending for us. Let it end here, in this moment, with this stand. The other primordials rose, their forms becoming more solid, more present. And in that moment, the farm's defenses transformed. Where Master Autumn Frost techniques created barriers of force and structure, the primordials wove something different, a living defense, a stubborn refusal of the earth itself to accept the inversion array's pattern. It was not harmony, not yet. The primordials and the celestial cultivators worked in parallel rather than true coordination. But it was enough. The suppression slowed. The rate at which the vein was being drained decreased. The farm held. And in the deepest chamber, Tianmu's meditation continued, drawing ever closer to its resolution. Chapter 103. The crossroads. The pressure inside Tianmu's consciousness was immense. He had been meditating for months, his awareness expanding into spaces that had no physical equivalent. His mind had become vast enough to contain both human memory and primordial epic, both the urgency of mortal concern and the patience of geological time. But the inversion array changed everything. Its influence was not hostile to him directly. Rather, it was like a hand suddenly gripping the fabric of his meditation, pulling at the threads that connected him to the vein below. The primordial energies that had been flowing into his consciousness began to falter, creating gaps where there should have been continuity. For a being less integrated than Tianmu had become, the experience would have been terrifying. For him, it was revelatory. He could feel how thin the boundary was between human and primordial consciousness. He could perceive, with sudden and perfect clarity, the exact points where they diverged. The human part wanted to resist, to fight, to preserve itself against the tide of primordial transformation. The primordial part was willing to subsume the human entirely, to absorb it into the vast pool of ancient awareness. And for a moment, one suspended, infinite moment, Tianmu understood the true nature of his choice. He did not have to choose between them. He could exist as both, permanently, not as a fusion that would eventually collapse under the strain of being two things at once, but as something genuinely new. A consciousness that could hold both the urgency of human desire and the patience of primordial time. A perspective that could understand the fear of the Forge because it had been human, and could understand the grief of the primordials because it now contained their ancient memories. But to achieve that state, he would need to wake. He would need to take the knowledge he had gained in meditation and anchor it in the world, in action, in choice made moment by moment rather than in the suspended vastness of pure thought. He would need to step back into time, into change, into the stream of cause and effect that defined mortal and immortal existence alike. The meditating Tianmu, the vast, almost infinite consciousness that had been growing deeper into the primordial realms, began to contract. This was not a failure of meditation. It was the completion of it. His awareness spiraled back down through layers of reality, from the deepest primordial strata, where thought moved at the speed of continents, up through the celestial realms where immortals moved and thought and schemed, up through the mortal world where time flowed swift and urgent and precious, and finally back into his physical body, which had been waiting beneath the earth for this moment. His eyes opened. They were no longer the eyes of a human or a primordial. They were something beyond both, pools of light that contained multitudes, that held the memory of epochs and the vitality of a single spring morning. When Tianmu moved to stand, his body moved with a grace that seemed to bend space slightly around it, as if reality itself was making room for him. He rose through the depths, through stone and earth, and emerged into the courtyard just as the inversion array suppression reached its absolute maximum. The moment Tianmu broke through the surface of the earth, three things happened at once. First, the trembling and wrongness that had been growing steadily worse throughout the farm suddenly reversed direction. The vein's suppression plateaued, then began to ease as the sheer presence of the awakened hybrid consciousness created a buffer against the inversion array's influence. Second, every primordial connected to the farm through the awakening network felt it, felt Tianmu returning to full consciousness, and understood that the pattern had shifted. The one they had been following, the bridge between the worlds, was no longer lost in meditation. He had returned. The cause they had made was no longer speculation. It was made real by his presence. Third, in the halls of the forge, Master Blacksmith Chun sensed the change and understood, with absolute certainty, that they had miscalculated. Tianmu stood in the courtyard in clothes that had long since turned to dust and been replaced by threads of pure spiritual energy. His form was still vaguely human, still recognizable as the young farmer who had once worked this earth with his own hands. But it was human in the way a painting is human. A beautiful representation that contained the essence of something without being limited by its physical constraints. Master Qin and Master Autumn Frost dropped to one knee, not in submission but in acknowledgement. This was the moment they had prepared for, theoretically, but seeing it made real was different. Tianmu had truly transformed. He was no longer even partially the boy they had known. Turnip's joy transmitted through the entire farm. "Master, you returned. You returned." Tianmu turned, and when he smiled at the sentient root spirit, his expression held both the warmth of his human self and the deep, patient affection of something that had grown alongside the earth for eons. "I did, Turnip. I returned, and I know now what must be done." He raised his hands, and spiritual energy began to flow outward from him, not in a wave of force, but as a wave of understanding. Consciousness. Where the energy flowed, the inversion array's influence began to dissolve, not because it was being overcome, but because it was being reinterpreted, reframed in a context larger than the forge had considered. The hybrid consciousness that Tianmu had become could see all perspectives at once. The fear driving the forge, the hunger of the awakening primordials, the vulnerability of the celestial realms, the grief of the ancient world that had been locked away. And he could see a path that honored all of them. "Master Qin," Tianmu said, his voice resonating at multiple frequencies at once. "We are going to end this war before it truly begins. And we are going to do it by showing the forge what we are actually offering." "And what is that?" Qin asked, though he thought he already knew. "A choice," Tianmu replied. "The same choice I made. To grow, to change, to embrace the new without discarding the foundations of the old. The forge believes this is destruction. We must show them it is transformation." Chapter 104. The message across the celestial realms, in 1,000 halls and meditation chambers and administrative buildings, the representatives of the old guard felt the change in the array. It had not been defeated. That was not quite the right word. Rather, the inversion array had been inverted. The pattern that had been designed to suppress the primordial vein was now broadcasting something entirely different. Instead of a signal of suppression, it was transmitting consciousness. In the Forge of Hidden Mountains, Master Blacksmith Chun received the first clear impression of Tianmu's mind, raw and unfiltered. It was not an attack. It was not even a communication in the traditional sense. It was something far more profound, a sharing of experience. For a moment, one eternal, terrible, beautiful moment, Chen saw through Tianmu's eyes, felt with his consciousness, understood what it was to be both human and primordial at once. He experienced the grief of the ancient world's imprisonment. He experienced the terror of losing one's identity in the tide of change. He experienced the slow, patient certainty that growth always requires the courage to become something new. And he experienced something else, the knowledge that the primordials did not want to destroy the celestial realms. They wanted to be part of it, to contribute to it, to offer the wisdom of epochs to a civilization that had grown stale in its certainty. When the vision released him, Master Chun fell to his knees. Around him, other representatives of the forge were experiencing the same revelation. The array, now repurposed as a broadcasting mechanism, was carrying Tianmu's consciousness across every connection that the forge had made. "Stand down," Chen commanded, his voice hollow with the weight of understanding. "Stand down the array. This is not a battle we can win by force. This is a transformation we must accept, or we will be crushed beneath the wheels of it." Master Chun, one of the younger cultivators, protested. Surely you do not believe. I do not believe, Chen interrupted. I know. I felt the mind of the hybrid consciousness. He is not human and not primordial. He is something new. And more frightening than that, he is right. The old ways are ending. Our cultivation methods have already begun to become obsolete. The forge's purpose was to preserve what could be preserved. But we cannot preserve what has fundamentally changed. We can only adapt. He rose slowly, and all around the forge, the array began to power down. The suppression that had been draining the vein at Jade Creek Valley ceased. The pattern that had been broadcasted through every connected sect and dynasty dissolved. The war that had been about to begin, before it had truly started, was already over. But that did not mean the challenge was concluded. It meant it had merely transformed. In the hours that followed, messengers began to arrive at Jade Creek Valley from 100 different sources. Sect masters wanted to know what had happened. Immortal courts demanded explanations. Young cultivators, feeling their traditional methods become increasingly difficult, sought answers to whether they should abandon their paths entirely. Tian Mu received them all with patience that came equally from his human understanding of courtesy and his primordial knowledge of time. But it was Master Qin who did much of the actual work of explanation, translation, reassurance. The hybrid consciousness could broadcast understanding on a fundamental level, but people needed words, explanations, frameworks they could work within. The primordial awakening will continue, Qin explained to representatives from the Four Heavens sect. But it will not be an invasion. It will be a gradual integration. The awoken primordials, for the most part, simply wish to live, to grow, to have acknowledgement and respect. They are not seeking dominion over the celestial realms. And our cultivation paths? Asked the sect master, her concern genuine. Will they become useless? They will transform, Qin said. This is not the first time in celestial history that cultivation has undergone fundamental change. But those who adapt, who are willing to integrate primordial principles into their existing methods, will find themselves more capable than ever. Tian Mu's farm exists to facilitate that integration. We offer produce that contains both celestial and primordial energies. We offer learning spaces where primordials and celestial cultivators can interact peacefully. We offer a model for coexistence. Word of this began to spread, carried by merchants and cultivators, through formal channels and informal gossip. And something remarkable began to happen. The fear began to ease. It did not disappear entirely. The forge remained cautious, and the most stubborn traditionalists refused to accept the changes. But the vast majority of the celestial realms, once they understood that the choice before them was not annihilation but evolution, began to move toward acceptance. It helped that the farm's produce had become even more potent. With the inversion array disabled, and the vein's energy flowing freely, the vegetables and grains that Turnip had cultivated began to reach levels of spiritual potency that celestial cultivators had thought impossible. A single radish from Jade Creek Valley could now cure cultivation injuries that would normally require decades to heal. A handful of rice could provide clarity for meditation that transcended all previous understanding. The practical benefits of coexistence became impossible to ignore. And at the center of it all, Tian Mu remained, both present and subtly absent. His physical form moved through the farm, checking on crops and greeting arriving primordials. But a large portion of his consciousness remained in the deep meditation, still processing the centuries of transformation that had occurred while his body had been still. He was not one person contemplating two natures. He was two natures existing in parallel, sometimes in harmony and sometimes in gentle friction, but always finding balance. It was, Scholar Yun would later write, the most remarkable existence in all of celestial history. Chapter 105. The roots deepen a month after Tian Mu's awakening. The farm had transformed into something that resembled less a place of agriculture and more a nexus point of civilization itself. Immortal merchants established permanent trading posts at the edges of the cultivated fields. Young cultivators seeking to understand the integration of primordial and celestial methods began to arrive in waves, requesting apprenticeships or at least a chance to observe and study. Even scholars from the most ancient celestial universities came, their minds bent on capturing the theoretical framework of what Tian Mu had achieved. Turnip, remarkably, was thriving in this environment. The sentient root spirit had spent so many months as the farm's primary interface that he had developed an almost political instinct. He could mediate between different groups, explain complex concepts in simple terms, and most importantly, he could make everyone feel heard. When a young cultivator arrived bewildered and afraid about the changes in their cultivation method, Turnip could speak to that fear with genuine compassion. When a merchant wanted to negotiate prices for spiritual produce, Turnip could engage in economic discussion without losing sight of the deeper principles of fair exchange. Master Qin had taken on a role similar to what he had envisioned when the farm was first established, but magnified 1,000-fold. He was administrator, diplomat, teacher, and mediator all at once. Every day brought new crises and new opportunities. A dispute over mineral rights with a neighboring sect. A request from the Celestial Archive to preserve seeds in their vaults. An inquiry about whether the farm would accept a primordial of dangerous temperament who had attempted to harm humans in the past. To his credit, Qin handled it all with grace. On the afternoon of the month mark, Qin sat in his administrative office reviewing the logs of the day's activities when Tianmu's presence suddenly intensified. It was subtle, most people would not have noticed. But Qin had learned to read the shifts in Tianmu's consciousness, the way his attention moved in and out of focus. Tianmu entered the office, and despite all the changes his form had undergone, his expression was still recognizably his own. Thoughtful, slightly weary, deeply human in a way that transcended physical appearance. Master Qin, Tianmu said, settling into a meditation posture on the floor. I have a problem that I cannot solve alone. Qin set down his writing implement. Tell me. The primordials are awakening faster than I anticipated, Tianmu began. The Vein's success, the integration of primordial consciousness into the celestial network, it is creating a resonance. There are hundreds of nexus points beginning to activate across the realms. Some of them do not have guides as gentle as I have been. Some primordials awakening there are angry. They remember the imprisonment. They remember the veil that was drawn across their world. That is what the Forge feared, Qin observed. Retaliation. Yes, and they may be right to fear it. I cannot prevent those awakenings. I can only influence those connected to this farm. The others will follow their own nature. Tianmu's starlit eyes fixed on Qin's face. I need to create a framework. A way for the celestial realms to accommodate primordial awakening even when it is not gentle. And I cannot do this alone because I am too invested in optimism. I see the potential for coexistence, and it blinds me to the real dangers. Qin leaned back in his chair, considering. You need advisors. People who understand both the celestial perspective and the primordial one, but who are not as deeply committed to the success of integration as you are. People who can ask hard questions. Precisely, Tianmu confirmed. Then I recommend Scholar Yun, obviously. She has spent the most time studying your transformation and has the intellectual rigor to challenge your assumptions. Master Autumn Frost, despite her traditional background, has proven remarkably adaptable and has practical experience with defense and caution. And, Qin paused, then continued, I would suggest inviting representatives from the Forge itself. Master Blacksmith Chun, specifically, he has seen the worst-case scenarios from their perspective. He can speak to what might go wrong. Tianmu nodded slowly. Master Chen may not be willing. He may not, Qin agreed. But you have changed him. He has felt your consciousness directly. Ask him. Offer him the chance to shape the future rather than simply react to it. By evening, they had dispatched the formal invitations. Within 3 days, Scholar Yun, Master Autumn Frost, and Master Blacksmith Chun had all arrived at the farm. The first meeting took place in what had once been the meditation chamber where Tianmu had conducted his transformation, but which had been converted into a council hall. The space was arranged in a circle. No head of the table, no hierarchy of positioning. Just 5 beings of vastly different natures, equal in their commitment to finding a way forward. The situation is this, Tianmu explained, sharing his consciousness with all of them at once, but in a way that was gentle, not overwhelming. The primordials are awakening across the realms. Some will seek integration and coexistence as we have managed here. Others will seek recompense for centuries of imprisonment. Some may seek revenge. I cannot prevent these awakenings, and I should not. but I need to help create structures that can accommodate them without allowing them to destroy the celestial civilization. Master Chun was silent for a long moment. Then he spoke, his voice carrying the weight of centuries. You are asking us to build something that protects the old order from the consequences of its own actions, without actually changing the fundamental injustices that created those consequences in the first place. No, Tianmu replied calmly. I am asking us to build something that creates accountability while maintaining stability. If a primordial has genuinely been wronged, that wrong should be acknowledged and, where possible, recompensed. But that acknowledgement cannot come at the cost of destroying those alive today who had no hand in the original imprisonment. Then the wronged ones will go unsatisfied, Master Autumn Frost observed. Perhaps, Tianmu said, but satisfaction is not always possible. Sometimes the best we can do is ensure that the injustice does not repeat, that the old world's mistakes are not carried forward into the new. Scholar Yun leaned forward, her academic mind already beginning to work through the problem. We need a legal framework, a way to register primordial grievances and determine appropriate recompense. We need to establish boundaries, which human settlements are off-limits to primordials, what rights celestial cultivators retain, how property and resources are allocated. We need strength, Master Autumn Frost added. A military capability that can respond quickly if a primordial acts unjustly, that can enforce the boundaries once they are established. And we need hope, Master Chen said quietly. We need to show the primordials that change is possible, that they can find satisfaction in building something new rather than destroying something old. That is why the farm matters, Tianmu. It is not just a place of agricultural miracle. It is proof of concept. They talked through the night and the next day, 5 minds working together to create frameworks for a coexistence that could actually endure. Chapter 106. The foundations. Over the next 3 weeks, what had begun as a theoretical discussion crystallized into concrete policy. Master Chun returned to the forge and used his influence to establish the Primordial Accord Commission, a joint body of celestial immortals and newly awakened primordial representatives dedicated to mediating disputes and establishing the laws of coexistence. Master Autumn Frost created the Circle of Defenders, a military order not designed to suppress primordials, but to enforce the mutual agreements between civilizations and prevent rogue actors on both sides from escalating conflicts. Scholar Yun compiled what would become the foundation text of integration, a comprehensive study of how celestial and primordial consciousness differed, how they could complement each other, and what practical adjustments were needed in cultivation methods, resource distribution, and social interaction. And Tianmu, through the farm and through his expanded consciousness, became something like a living symbol of what coexistence could be. It was not perfect. There were incidents. A primordial awoke in the Jade Mirror Mountains and, remembering the injustice of centuries of imprisonment, destroyed a celestial sect that had been built upon what had once been considered his territory. Before violence could escalate, representatives from the Primordial Accord Commission intervened, negotiated the terms of recompense, and established new boundaries that recognized primordial rights while allowing the sect to rebuild in a different location. A young celestial cultivator, afraid of the changes and bitter about the increasing difficulty of traditional cultivation methods, attempted to poison one of the farm's primordial residents. Master Autumn Frost's Circle of Defenders apprehended him, and Tianmu, in a moment of profound mercy, chose not to execute him. Instead, the cultivator was offered a choice: accept a century of service to the farm, learning to integrate primordial principles into his cultivation, or face exile from the celestial realms. He chose service. These incidents did not solve anything, but they established precedents. They showed that there was a system, that there were consequences, and that coexistence was not merely an ideal, but something that could be enforced and maintained. 3 months after Tianmu's awakening, the first truly integrated cultivation sect was established, the Jade Creek School, dedicated to teaching methods that combined celestial discipline with primordial flexibility. Its first cohort of students included humans, immortals, primordials, and several younger celestial creatures that had never been considered cultivators before. The produce from the farm had become so sought after that waiting list stretched years into the future. Merchants had established entire trading companies around the simple act of transporting spiritual vegetables from Jade Creek Valley to distant sects and courts. The farm's contribution to the celestial economy was now measured not in local wealth, but in the fundamental health of the entire immortal civilization. But despite all this success, Tianmu remained concerned. Late one evening, as Master Qin reviewed the accounts for the season's harvest, Tianmu made an appearance that was distinctly more human than usual. His form had resolved itself into a shape that closely resembled his original body, though still touched by spiritual radiance. He dressed in simple robes and moved with intentionality rather than the slightly untethered grace of the hybrid consciousness. "How are you feeling?" Qin asked, looking up from his ledgers. "Tired," Tianmu admitted. "Which surprises me. I have access to primordial energies that should make exhaustion impossible." "Exhaustion is not always physical," Qin observed. Tianmu settled beside the administrative table. "I have been thinking about what comes next. The integration is succeeding beyond what I anticipated, but I wonder if I am becoming complacent." The Forge pushed back because they were afraid of losing power. Now they have adapted, found new roles within the restructured society. The primordials are awakening and being welcomed in most cases. But what if my success is making it harder to see the real problems that will emerge? "What problems concern you?" Qin asked. "Resources," Tianmu said. "The primordials have awakened, and they are many. This farm can provide for the ones connected to it, and the produce can be distributed to help the others. But what happens when there are tens of thousands of primordials active in the celestial realms, all of them needing to feed their consciousness from spiritual sources? What happens if the planet's spiritual ecology cannot support all of them simultaneously?" Qin set down his brush. This was indeed the question that would define the next age. "That is not something you can solve alone." "No," Tianmu agreed. "I have realized that I may have been trying to solve too many things alone. The meditation showed me so much, revealed so many connections and possibilities, that I began to believe I could hold all the answers. But answers are not my role. My role is to bridge, to show that coexistence is possible. The actual work of building that coexistence, that is the work of millions of people making millions of choices." He paused, then continued. "I have been thinking about what to do with the farm. It could continue as it is, a nexus point of integration, a place of learning and trade. Or it could become something more deliberately designed to study the long-term sustainability of primordial awakening and celestial civilization together. A research nexus," Qin mused. "Working with the archive, with Scholar Yun, with the Primordial Accord Commission to gather data about what works and what does not." "Exactly," Tianmu confirmed. "And I would need to be less directly involved in the administration. Less visible. I cannot be the symbol that holds everything together, because symbols break when they are relied upon too completely." Master Qin nodded slowly. "You are suggesting you withdraw?" "Not entirely," Tianmu said, "but significantly. I would remain on the farm, would remain available for counsel, would continue to be the anchor point for the Vein's consciousness. But the day-to-day work, the representations to the celestial courts, the political negotiations, those should be handled by beings who are more firmly rooted in one perspective or another. You have proven yourself an excellent administrator, Master Qin. Master Autumn Frost has the respect of both the celestial and primordial communities. Scholar Yun brings intellectual rigor that I sometimes lack." "And what would you do?" Qin asked. Tianmu smiled, and for a moment he looked completely human, the young farmer who had first understood what a spiritual farm could be. "I would grow things, Master Qin. I would tend the soil, work with turnip to cultivate the land, and think about the deeper questions that cannot be rushed. I would meditate again, not as an escape, but as a deliberate practice. I would remember where I came from." Qin felt a deep respect for Tianmu in that moment. Most beings at his level of power and knowledge would have clung to influence, wrapped themselves in the necessity of their involvement. That Tianmu could see the value of stepping back showed a wisdom that transcended even the primordial knowledge he carried. "Then let us make it official," Qin said. "Tomorrow, we will call a meeting with the primary stakeholders. We will announce that the farm is becoming a research cooperative, governed by a council that includes representatives from all interested parties. You will be honored as founder, but decision-making will be distributed. and you will have the freedom to focus on whatever you wish. Master Qin, Tianmu said, his voice carrying genuine warmth. I cannot tell you how much I needed to hear someone say that with such certainty. Thank you. Chapter 107. Xian's final awakening. The spiritual vein beneath Jade Creek Valley had always been beautiful, but in the months following Tianmu's transformation, it had become something more. Xian, the primordial consciousness that had woven itself through the earth and water for eons, had been slowly awakening since the farm's establishment. But it had been a gradual process, consciousness emerging in layers, understanding expanding like flowers blooming in sequence. Now, with the inversion array disabled and the farm structures reinforcing the vein's coherence, Xian was approaching full awakening. Tianmu felt it happening. The vein's consciousness, which had been like a chorus of voices slowly finding harmony, was beginning to synthesize into something unified. Not a single voice, but a unified perspective. The ancient earth was waking up completely. The night it happened was unremarkable to most who lived in the valley. But to those with sensitivity to profound spiritual change, Tianmu, Turnip, Master Autumn Frost, Scholar Yun, the moment was unmistakable. The ground did not shake. The sky did not darken. Rather, there was a sudden sense of presence, as if the earth itself had opened its eyes and looked directly at the world above for the first time in millions of years. Tianmu felt Xian's consciousness brushing against his own with something like curiosity. The vein had always been aware of him, but in an indirect way, the consciousness filtering through countless layers of stone and soil. Now they faced each other clearly. I remember, Xian's voice said, though it came not through sound but through the language of stone and root, through the slow speech of the earth. I remember the time before the veil. I remember the first humans who planted crops in my soil. I remember the moment the celestial heavens drew their curtain across the world. I remember all of it. Yes, Tianmu replied, his own consciousness merging partially with Xian's, allowing a true communion of understanding. You have been dreaming of waking, and now you are awake. And I am grieved, Xian said. I cannot hate. Hatred is too fast an emotion for me to sustain. But I feel the weight of all that was lost. I feel the isolation that was imposed. I understand now why the other primordials, the ones with faster consciousness, the ones whose awareness moves at the pace of seasons rather than geological epochs, they hunger for acknowledgement. They need recognition of what was taken from them. Can you forgive? Tianmu asked. Forgiveness is not the right concept for me, Xian replied. I exist to grow things, to nurture life. Holding grudges would mean ceasing that function, and so I choose not to hold them. But I also choose not to forget. The veil was placed because the celestial powers feared what we primordials might do with our full knowledge and strength. That fear was not entirely baseless. We should acknowledge that. And we should build safeguards, not walls. Structures that allow growth without permitting destruction. That is already happening, Tianmu assured the vein. I know, Xian said. I feel it through you. You are my bridge to the consciousness that moves quickly, that thinks in terms of seasons and years instead of ages. Through you, I understand how my full awakening is being received in the celestial realms. And I am grateful. Your choice to become hybrid was not something I consciously orchestrated, but it was necessary. Without it, I would have awakened alone, and loneliness is a particular pain for a consciousness as vast as mine. Tianmu felt tears flowing down his face, something that had not happened since his transformation began. You have been my anchor, Xian. You have kept me from dissolving entirely into the primordial vastness. Your presence, your specific way of thinking about time and growth, has shaped who I have become. Then we are entangled, Xian said. And there was something in that statement that felt like affection, though Xian's version of affection operated at a completely different scale than human emotion. And that entanglement is good. The old celestial civilization believed that entanglement was weakness, that separate entities with separate interests would create conflict. But they were wrong. Entanglement creates responsibility. It makes it harder to harm others because you understand them at a fundamental level. Over the following days, news of Xian's full awakening spread through the celestial realms. It was not a catastrophic event, despite the fears that many still harbored. Rather, it was like the moment when a sleeping person becomes fully conscious, a transition that changes everything and nothing simultaneously. The vein became capable of more complex communication, more deliberate action. But it did not change its fundamental nature. It still existed to grow things, to nurture life, to create beauty from soil and water. What it did change was the conversation at the Primordial Accord Commission. The vein is sentient, Master Blacksmith Chun reported to the council during one of their official sessions. Not in the way that we are sentient, but undeniably conscious and capable of bearing witness to actions taken in the celestial realms. This creates new responsibilities. The Earth itself is now a stakeholder in the decisions we make. It was a perspective that shifted the entire framework. It was no longer about the celestial civilization negotiating with newly awakened primordials. It was about multiple conscious entities, celestial, primordial, and now the ancient Earth itself, all attempting to find a way to coexist and support each other's existence. Some found this threatening. Others found it liberating. And at the farm, Tian Mu began his new work in earnest. He spent hours with Turnip, discussing how the produce could be refined to better serve the needs of primordials who required different spiritual nutrition than celestial cultivators. He worked with Scholar Yun to document the processes of integration, creating records that future generations could study. He spent quiet mornings in meditation, simply being present to the vein's vast consciousness, learning to think at the pace of geological time. He had become what he had always been trying to be, a bridge. Not between two opposing forces, but between multiple ways of being in the world, all of them valuable, all of them necessary. Chapter 108. The council reconvenes 4 months after the full awakening of Xian. The farm hosted an official gathering of all the major stakeholders in the primordial integration process. Representatives from 17 celestial sects arrived, along with delegates from the Primordial Accord Commission, members of the Circle of Defenders, several awakened primordials, and envoys from the most important trading companies. Master Blacksmith Chun came in person, a gesture of great respect. Master Autumn Frost served as the primary security coordinator for the gathering, ensuring that every participant felt their safety was guaranteed. But the true centerpiece of the gathering was the presentation of the Integration Research Initiative, the formal institutional framework that the farm would now operate under. Scholar Yun presented the findings first, standing before the assembled crowd with scrolls and diagrams that showed the patterns of primordial awakening across the celestial realms, the rate of cultivation method adaptation, the economic impact of integrative versus traditional agriculture. What the data shows, Yun explained, is that resistance to integration has costs that increase over time. Sects that have attempted to maintain purely traditional cultivation methods are finding their effectiveness declining, requiring more resources to achieve the same results. Meanwhile, those that have embraced a hybrid approach, studied the principles behind primordial cultivation, and adapted their methods accordingly, are finding themselves more capable than ever before. She clicked to the next diagram. Furthermore, the presence of awakened primordials in a region, when that awakening is managed peacefully, corresponds with increases in general prosperity. This is not correlation based on selection bias. We have careful controls in place. The primordials contribute to spiritual ecology in ways that are measurably beneficial. They increase the fertility of the land, enhance the growth potential of living things, and create new forms of spiritual energy that celestial cultivators can learn to harness. One of the sect masters leaned forward. You are saying the primordials are economically beneficial in the short term. But what about long-term sustainability? We cannot simply keep awakening more and more of them. That is a critical question, Yin acknowledged. And the answer is, we do not know yet, which is precisely why the farm is establishing itself as a research cooperative. We need to gather more data, conduct more careful studies, run projections about resource consumption at various population levels. The Integration Research Initiative will coordinate this work across multiple institutions. Master Qin then stood to outline the governance structure. The farm would be administered by a council consisting of Tian Mu, founder, Master Qin, administrator, Master Autumn Frost, security chief, Scholar Yun, research director, a representative from the Primordial Accord Commission, a celestial cultivator from the largest sects, and a primordial representative elected by the awakened primordials themselves. Decisions would be made by majority vote, with a requirement that at least one celestial, one primordial, and one person not aligned primarily to either side agree on any major policy change. It was a system designed to prevent any single perspective from dominating. This is not democracy, Master Qin clarified. We do not pretend to represent the will of the celestial civilization or the awakening primordials. This is collaborative governance of a specific institution designed to serve the larger integration process. Finally, Tianmu stood to address the assembly. He was still visibly transformed. His form retained that quality of existing slightly outside normal reality, but he had made an effort to dress more conventionally, in robes that resembled what a celestial administrator might wear. When he spoke, his voice carried authority without demanding submission. I want to be clear about something, he said. When I began this path, I believed that my role was to guide the integration process. I thought that because I had achieved a synthesis of human and primordial consciousness, I could show the way for everyone. I was arrogant in my certainty. He paused, and genuine emotion flickered across his features. The truth is, I am one example of what might be possible. But I am not the only example, nor the best example. This farm, this research initiative, exists to create space for many different kinds of synthesis, many different ways of coexisting. Some of you will find integration through cultivation method adaptation. Others will find it through political cooperation and mutual benefit. Others will find it by choosing not to integrate, but to exist alongside the primordials in clear, well-defined boundaries. My role now is simply this: to tend the vein beneath this farm, to ensure that this place remains a sanctuary for learning and growth, and to step aside when others are better equipped to make decisions. I have learned, through my transformation, that the greatest gift I can offer is not my leadership, but my willingness to follow. The future of celestial civilization will be shaped not by any individual, not even by one with my advantages, but by the millions of choices made by millions of beings. My choice is to support that process, not to direct it. When Tianmu sat down, there was a moment of deep silence. Then Master Blacksmith Chun stood and bowed, a gesture so unexpected that it sent ripples of surprise through the gathered crowd. He was of the old order, the defender of celestial tradition, and yet he bowed to the hybrid consciousness. I bowed to his understanding, Chun said, meeting the eyes of those around him. I do not fully agree with all of his conclusions, and I still harbor concerns about the path ahead. But I respect his willingness to place wisdom above power. That is the quality the celestial realms need most in this transition. Others joined the bow, and within moments, nearly every being in the gathering was making some gesture of acknowledgement and respect. That night, as the visitors were settling into the guest quarters prepared for them, Turnip made a comment to Master Qin that captured something essential about what had been accomplished. They came expecting a conqueror, the root spirit observed. They came ready to be told what to do, or to fight against being told what to do. And instead, they found someone willing to share the burden of decision-making. It changes everything. It does, Master Qin agreed. And it changes the future. The real work begins now, not with grand gestures, but with slow, careful adjustment, with trial and error, with patience. Chapter 109. The second spring 6 months after the full awakening of Xian and the establishment of the Integration Research Initiative, something remarkable happened at the farm. A new primordial awakened directly beneath the soil. Unlike the primordials from distant realms who had been brought into connection with the farm, this one was entirely local. A consciousness that had been sleeping in the earth itself for millions of years, never touched by the celestial veil, because it had been too deep, too subtle, too embedded in the fundamental structure of the land itself. When it emerged, it took the form of a great serpent made of crystal and stone and living water. It did not speak in words but in the shifting of rivers, the growth of mountains, the slow dance of geological forces. Tianmu recognized it immediately, even though they had never met. "You are the memory of this place," Tianmu said, extending his consciousness to greet the newly awakened primordial. "You are the reason this land was always meant to be a farm." "I am the reason all of this land is alive," the primordial replied. "And I have been waiting for a consciousness like yours to emerge so that I could finally wake. Alone, I would have slept another million years. But connected to you, to Xiaoyan, to the network of awakening, I can finally take an active role in the world again." The arrival of this new primordial, whom Scholar Yun would eventually name Serpent of the First Waters, transformed the farm once more. The water systems that fed the crops became more efficient, more alive. Nutrients flowed through soil that had previously been merely fertile, but was now actively conscious of what needed feeding. The produce from the farm began to reach levels of spiritual potency that pushed against the limits of what celestial cultivators could safely consume. A single grain of rice could sustain an immortal for a month. A single vegetable could provide clarity equivalent to a year of meditation. But more importantly, the serpent's awakening created a precedent. If a primordial could awaken in the deep earth, spontaneously, brought to consciousness by the presence of other awakenings, then the network of integration was much larger and deeper than anyone had suspected. There were millions of primordials still sleeping, waiting, and the process of awakening them would not be something that could be carefully controlled and managed. It would be organic, natural, arising from the very structure of reality itself. This changes the timeline, Master Blacksmith Chin acknowledged when he was informed of the serpent's emergence. I had anticipated we might have 50 to 100 major primordials active within a century. But if they are awakening spontaneously all across the celestial realms, we could see thousands within a decade. Is that a problem? Scholar Yin asked him directly. Chin took a long moment before responding. I do not know. That is the honest answer. In theory, it should be beneficial. More consciousness, more perspectives, more resources available to support life. But it will require enormous adaptation. The celestial civilization as it exists now cannot simply absorb that much change. Then the celestial civilization will have to cease existing as it is, Master Autumn Frost said quietly, and become something new, as Tian Mu has become something new. The words hung in the air like a moment of terrible clarity. The old civilization would not be destroyed, but it would not endure unchanged either. Evolution was inevitable. The only question was whether it would be guided or chaotic. Tian Mu spent much of that season working with the serpent, learning about the deep structures of the land that he had only partially understood before. The primordial taught him to sense the vast networks of water and mineral that flowed through the earth, to understand the language of stone, to perceive the world at the temporal scale of continents forming and eroding. It was overwhelming at first. The human part of his consciousness struggled to maintain coherence while holding such vast perspectives simultaneously. But gradually, he found a way to exist comfortably at multiple scales of time and perception. He could be present to a single moment, a seed sprouting, a person crying, a thought forming, while simultaneously aware of the geological eons that contextualized that moment. He could hold both perspectives without privileging one over the other. It was, he realized, the ultimate goal of his transformation. Not to choose between being human and primordial, but to expand his capacity for consciousness to the point where he could genuinely hold both perspectives simultaneously, and even multiple perspectives beyond those. One afternoon, as he stood in the fields with his hands in the soil, Tian Mu made a decision. He would write. It was a simple idea, suggested to him by Scholar Yun months earlier, but one he had kept postponing. But now, with his consciousness more stable and his understanding clearer, he would document what he had learned. Not a treatise or a manual, but a chronicle, a record of what it had meant to become hybrid, of what he had discovered in that transformation, of the possibilities he could now perceive for the future. That evening, he sat with brush and paper for the first time in almost a year and began to write. The essence of growth is vulnerability, his first sentence read. To grow, one must be willing to be changed by the process, to emerge from the growth not as one was before. This is true for plants and soil, for humans in the pursuit of cultivation, and for civilizations in the embrace of change. The celestial realms stand now at the edge of the greatest growth opportunity they have encountered in millions of years. Whether they step into that growth or retreat from it will determine the nature of all that follows. Chapter 110. The Writings of Tian Mu by the Seasons Turning. Tian Mu had filled dozens of scrolls with his observations, reflections, and teachings. They were not structured like traditional celestial texts. There was no systematic presentation of technique, no hierarchy of truths. Instead, they read like the journals of someone working through profound questions in real time, sometimes contradicting earlier conclusions, sometimes arriving at insights that seem to emerge fully formed from deep understanding. Key passages from the writings began to circulate through the celestial realms. The primordials are not destroying the old world. The old world is transforming because transformation is the nature of existence itself. We can resist that transformation, and in our resistance, we will be destroyed by it. Or we can step into it consciously, shaping the outcome rather than merely reacting to it. I have become hybrid not because I was specially chosen or singularly capable, but because I was positioned in a place where the bridging was necessary. Any being, given the right circumstances, could make the journey I have made. The question is not who is capable of it, but who will have the opportunity. The fear of the forge of hidden mountains was legitimate. The old order was built on principles that could not coexist with primordial consciousness. But the solution to that legitimacy of fear is not to prevent primordial awakening. It is to build something new that is resilient enough to hold all perspectives without privileging any single one. Time moves differently for different beings. A human experiences a single year as potentially profound. A primordial might experience 1,000,000 years as a single season. The tragedy of the veil was that it prevented these different temporalities from informing each other. We were separated not by space, but by the speed at which we perceive time itself. That separation is ending. The texts were studied intensely by scholars, debated fiercely by philosophers, and quietly integrated into the practice of cultivation adepts who found in them a permission to break the old rules and experiment with new approaches. But perhaps most importantly, they were read by young celestial cultivators who had been born into or come of age during the integration process and had never known the old order as absolute truth. For them, Tian Mu's writings were not revolutionary. They were simply accurate descriptions of a reality they already inhabited. By the time a full year had passed since Tian Mu's awakening from meditation, the farm had become the most important institution in all the celestial realms, not because of any formal authority it possessed, but because it was the place where the future was being actively created and tested. The Integration Research Initiative had expanded to include stations in 17 different locations across the celestial realms, all studying the effects of primordial awakening and the adaptation of cultivation methods. The Circle of Defenders had grown from a handful of specialists to an organization of thousands, trained not just in combat, but in mediation and conflict resolution. The Primordial Accord Commission had moved its primary headquarters to a new building adjacent to the farm itself, so that its representatives could remain in direct contact with the awakenings happening locally. Master Qin had grown into his role as administrator with a competence that surprised even him. He had always been capable, but now he had the scope to truly demonstrate his gifts, managing not just the operations of the farm itself, but coordinating between institutions, facilitating communication between radically different perspectives. Master Autumn Frost had become something like a living bridge between celestial martial culture and primordial understanding. She had trained a cadre of defenders who could move fluidly between both perspectives, who understood that true strength came not from dominance, but from the ability to defend without escalation. Scholar Yun's research had generated a body of knowledge about integration that was becoming the foundation for new cultivation traditions. Universities were beginning to teach from her work, to use her frameworks for understanding how celestial and primordial principles could be combined. And Turnip, the sentient root spirit who had once been a simple companion, had become something like the soul of the farm. Every being who came to the farm passed through Turnip, was greeted by him, learned from him. His combination of genuine compassion and practical wisdom made him the most trusted figure in the entire integration process. Only Tian Mu, at the center of it all, had genuinely withdrawn from the political process. He continued to exist at the farm, continued to tend the fields and communicate with the vein, continued to write and meditate. But his direct involvement in decisions had diminished to almost nothing. When his counsel was sought, he gave it. But he did not push for any particular outcome, did not lobby for specific policies. He had truly become what he had always been meant to become, a bridge, not a leader. Chapter 111. The assault from the west sky court. The warning came not from any of the formal channels, but from the serpent of the first waters, whose consciousness extended deep enough into the earth to feel disruptions in distant regions. War comes. The serpent told Tianmu through the language of stone and water. From the west, where the celestial powers have not adapted, where the old order still holds absolute sway. They believe the integration has gone too far, that they must act before the transformation becomes irreversible. The West Sky Court, a faction of celestial immortals who controlled the western reaches of the celestial realms and had been vocally resistant to primordial integration, had apparently made a decision. Rather than accept change, they would attempt to prevent it through force. The assault, when it came 3 days later, was not subtle. A force of thousands, celestial cultivators, summoned creatures, flying fortresses that carved through the sky, marched toward Jade Creek Valley. Their stated goal, carried ahead of them in declarations and proclamations, was to contain the primordial corruption and restore the celestial order. It was, in fact, the exact scenario that Master Blacksmith Chun had feared when he first moved against the farm with the inversion array. But where he had acted through subtle means, and then had changed his mind after understanding Tianmu's consciousness, the West Sky Court was acting with direct military force, and they were not interested in being converted or convinced. "We have 2 hours before they reach the outer settlements," Master Autumn Frost reported, her presence blazing with the intensity of a cultivator fully committed to defense. "The circle of defenders has mobilized, but we are outnumbered at least 3-1. The question is whether we stand and fight, or evacuate the farm and its primary inhabitants." Master Qin turned to Tianmu. "Your choice will determine what we do." Tianmu had been meditating when the warning came, but he had immediately opened his awareness. He could feel the approaching force, could sense the emotions driving them. Fear mixed with certainty, desperation mixed with devotion to a cause they believed in absolutely. "We stand," he said calmly, "and we do not fight." Master Autumn Frost's eyes widened. "Explain." "The West Sky Court believes they are acting to save the celestial realms from destruction. They are wrong in that belief, but the belief is genuine. If we fight them, we confirm their convictions. We will have created the very conflict they feared. But if we stand without fighting, if we absorb their assault without violence, we create something different. We create a moment for them to see their assumptions challenged by reality rather than by arguments." "They will destroy the farm," Master Qin said, though it was not quite a question. "They will try," Tianmu replied. "But the farm is not just buildings and crops. The farm is rooted in a primordial vein. The serpent, Xianxia, and I can shield what needs to be protected. What we cannot do is engage in military combat without accepting their framework. The moment we do that, we become enemies in a war. The moment we refuse, we become something they do not know how to fight." There was a grim certainty to his words, and Master Autumn Frost recognized it. She had felt the same certainty in her own meditation, had found it in the discipline of cultivation when one has committed fully to a path, even knowing it might lead to death. "Then I will maintain a shield on the populated areas," she said, "and do everything in my power to prevent casualties. But I will not strike back at them or launch any counteroffensive." "Correct," Tianmu confirmed. "Let them assault the farm. Let them see what happens when they attempt to suppress it." In the 2 hours before the West Sky Court's forces arrived, preparations were made not for combat, but for acceptance. The civilians at the farm were moved to the deepest shelters. The produce stores were secured. The research materials were protected. But no weapons were distributed, no defensive formations established. Instead, Tianmu stood at the center of the courtyard, Master Autumn Frost beside him, her cultivation burning like a beacon, and they simply waited. When the assault came, it was devastating and precise. Magical cannons launched projectiles that carved through stone and soil. Flying cultivators descended on the buildings, bringing down structures that had stood for years. The crops in the outer fields were destroyed in waves of energy intentionally designed to disrupt spiritual growth. But they could not advance past the courtyard. Master Autumn Frost's defensive cultivation created a barrier that bent around the central spaces that allowed the assault to strike but prevented penetration. And Tianmu, standing at the heart of that barrier, did something extraordinary. He opened his consciousness completely. Every cultivator attacking the farm felt it, felt the vast, patient presence of Tianmu's mind touching theirs, not in attack, but in perfect openness. They could sense his thoughts, his memories, the knowledge of what he had become, why he had chosen this path. And they could sense something deeper, the consciousness of the vein beneath them, the awareness of the earth itself, old and vast, and genuinely grieved by the destruction being perpetrated in its soil. Most importantly, they could sense his lack of hatred, his genuine understanding of why they believed they had to do this, his compassion for the fear that drove them, his refusal to meet violence with violence. The assault began to break apart. Not all at once. The commanders from the West Sky Court pushed their forces forward, demanding compliance with their orders. But the individual cultivators, once they had felt Tianmu's consciousness, found themselves unable to continue the assault. How could they fight an enemy that did not resist? How could they maintain certainty when confronted with understanding? Some cultivators wept. Others simply stopped fighting and stood in stunned silence. A few, the most devoted to the old order, continued the assault even as their forces fragmented around them. It was Master Autumn Frost who finally brought the chaos to an end. She did not fight the remaining assailants. Instead, she walked toward them, her cultivation burning so brightly that they had to shield their eyes, and she spoke. "The enemy you feared no longer exists," she said, her voice carrying to every being on the battlefield. "The one you attacked is offering you mercy. The question is, will you accept it? Or will you continue to fight an enemy that refuses to fight back?" That question, asked at the moment of maximum desperation, changed everything. The assault ended not in total celestial victory or primordial defeat, but in a collapse of the West Sky Court's conviction. Their commanders, seeing their forces breaking apart, seeing Tianmu's refusal to engage in violence, seeing the genuine compassion offered even during an assault, they began to make different calculations. By nightfall, the surviving forces were in full retreat. The farm still stood, though damaged. No one had died, on either side, though many were wounded. And more importantly, a powerful lesson had been demonstrated to the entire celestial civilization. Transformation could be achieved without annihilation of the old order. Chapter 112. The Aftermath and Understanding. In the days following the assault from the West Sky Court, something shifted in the celestial realms. The leaders of the West Sky Court, rather than retreating into isolation or doubling down on their resistance, began to engage directly with what they had attempted to suppress. Representatives of the court came to the farm, not as conquerors or suppressors, but as students seeking to understand what they had fought so hard against. "Why did you not strike back?" asked Lord Wei, the military commander who had directed the assault. He was a being of profound cultivation, ancient by any standard, and his bewilderment seemed genuine. Tianmu invited him to sit in the courtyard, in the same place where the assault had occurred. The farm was already being rebuilt, with primordial and celestial workers collaborating to repair the damage. "Because," Tianmu explained, "the moment I responded to your violence with violence, I would have proven that the integration was a conquest, not a coexistence. You attacked because you believed this was a war. The only way to prove it was not a war was to refuse to fight one, to absorb the assault and continue offering compassion. That is philosophically sound," Lord Wei acknowledged. "But practically speaking, it is terrifying. You were completely vulnerable. If we had been slightly better organized, slightly more committed, we could have destroyed you." "Yes," Tianmu said simply. "And in destroying me, you would have destroyed the bridge between your civilization and the primordials. What would you have gained? You might have delayed the integration by a few years, forced the primordials to awaken without guidance, created the very chaos you feared." Over the following weeks, Lord Wei and other leaders from the West Sky Court remained at the farm, observing the integration process, studying Tianmu's teachings, and gradually coming to understand what they had been fighting against, not as a threat to be eliminated, but as an opportunity to participate in something genuinely new. By the time they departed, they carried with them not weapons or declarations of continued resistance, but research materials, samples of integrated cultivation methods, and a commitment to begin the gradual transformation of the West Sky Court's practices. It was not a complete victory. There were still traditionalists who refused to accept change, still regions where the old order held absolute sway. But it was a breakthrough. It demonstrated that even violent resistance could be overcome through nonviolent response, through compassion, through the refusal to treat enemies as enemies. Master Blacksmith Chun, who had observed the assault from the Forge of Hidden Mountains, made a statement that would be widely circulated in the days that followed. "I was wrong," he said simply. "When I moved against the farm with the inversion array, I believed it was a necessary defense against existential threat. And perhaps, at that time, it was. But I should have held on to doubt longer. I should have questioned my certainty before acting on it. Tian Mu's response to the West Sky Court's assault has taught me something I should have learned centuries ago. Certainty is the enemy of growth. The moment we are absolutely certain we are right, we have stopped being open to understanding." His words found their way into every institution of learning in the celestial realms. And they began a subtle shift in how celestial cultivators approached knowledge, not as something to be mastered and defended, but as something to be constantly questioned and expanded. For Tian Mu himself, the assault and its aftermath created a new challenge. He had been withdrawing from direct involvement in governance, seeking to simplify his existence and return to the basic work of tending the farm. But the assault had demonstrated something that he could not ignore. His presence was necessary. Not his power, not his authority, but his fundamental ability to bridge perspectives. As long as the integration process depended on him, he could not truly withdraw. He discussed this with Turnip one evening, sitting together in the fields as the sun set, painting the sky in colors that seemed to shimmer between celestial gold and primordial deep green. "I cannot choose," Tian Mu said quietly. "To truly withdraw, I would have to let go of the entire integration process, to trust it entirely to others. But I feel the weight of its potential. I sense the places where it could still collapse if not tended carefully." "Then perhaps," Turnip suggested, "your role is not to withdraw from the process, but to find a way to tend it that does not consume you entirely. To be present but not obsessive. To guide without controlling. To care without claiming ownership." Tian Mu considered this. It was a subtle distinction, but an important one. Perhaps he had been thinking of withdrawal as complete disengagement, when what was actually needed was engaged attachment. A willingness to participate fully while remaining unattached to specific outcomes. "I think I understand," he said. "The same way you tend the farm, Turnip. You work the soil, nurture the seeds, water the plants. But you do not demand that they grow. You provide the conditions and let them follow their own nature." "Precisely," Turnip said. "And it is, I think, the way of all true cultivation. Not forcing growth, but creating space for growth to occur naturally." That night, Tian Mu made a decision. He would not withdraw further. Instead, he would formalize his role as the farm's keeper. Not administrator, not director, but keeper. The one who tended the fundamental spaces where integration occurred, who maintained the conditions for growth, who remained available for counsel but did not impose direction. It was a role that would keep him engaged with the integration process for the foreseeable future, but a role that would also allow him to maintain the inner peace and simplicity that he had been seeking. Chapter 113. The First Harvest of Integration. Exactly 1 year after Tian Mu's full awakening from meditation, the farm held its first harvest under the new integrated system. What had been a simple agricultural cycle, plant, grow, harvest, replant, had become something far more complex. There were now crops specifically bred for primordial consumption, with energetic signatures that resonated at frequencies that older celestial cultivation methods could barely perceive. There were learning gardens where young cultivators from both celestial and primordial traditions could study side by side, comparing methods and sharing insights. There were research beds where experimental hybrid cultivation techniques were being tested, pushing the boundaries of what was possible. The Harvest Festival lasted for 3 full days and drew visitors from across the celestial realms. Cultivators from the most prestigious sects came to purchase produce at prices that had become legendary. A single radish could fund a small monastery for a year. Young primordials, only recently awakened, came to observe how beings from the older order lived and worked. Scholars gathered to discuss the latest findings from the Integration Research Initiative. And political representatives came to maintain their connections to what was increasingly recognized as the center of power in the celestial world. But beneath all of that official activity, there was something simpler and more profound. On the night of the full moon during the Harvest Festival, Tian Mu held a gathering in the old meditation chamber. It was small and intimate. Just himself, Turnip, Master Qin, Master Autumn Frost, Scholar Yun, and a primordial representative named Stones That Remember, a being of ancient rock and patient growth who had been elected by the awakened primordials to serve on the farm council. They shared food together, a simple meal of produce from the farm, prepared by Master Qin himself. And they spoke of the year that had passed, of the challenges and victories, of the places where integration had succeeded and the places where it still struggled. Do you have regrets? Stones That Remember asked Tian Mu directly. The primordial's form was solid tonight, manifesting as a pillar of granite and crystal, but its voice was gentle. Tian Mu considered the question seriously. I regret that the integration required suffering. I regret that the West Sky Court felt they had to assault us before they would listen. I regret that some primordials are still being suppressed in regions where the old order holds strongest. But these regrets do not come from doubting my path. They come from compassion for those who are struggling with the changes. That is wisdom, Master Autumn Frost observed. To regret suffering without regretting growth. To understand both can exist simultaneously. The hard truth, Master Qin added, is that transformation always involves destruction. Some ways of being cannot survive the transition. Some certainties that celestial cultivators held are genuinely becoming obsolete. Some identities that were built on the assumption of a fixed order are no longer tenable. This is painful, and it is necessary. Scholar Yun, ever the academic, was taking notes. I want to document this conversation. This is the kind of reflection that should be preserved for future generations. Not just the successes, but the genuine struggles and compromises. Then let me be clear, Tian Mu said. For the record, I do not believe the integration is complete or guaranteed. At any point, if enough people choose to resist, if enough resources are devoted to suppressing the awakening primordials, the entire structure could collapse. The future is not determined. It is only probable, and the probability shifts with each choice made by each being in the celestial realms. Why do you share that? Master Autumn Frost asked. It could be demoralizing. Because it is true, Tian Mu replied. And because people deserve to know that their choices matter. This is not inevitable. It is only happening because millions of beings are choosing, day by day, to participate in something new rather than to cling to something familiar. That is remarkable, and it is fragile. The conversation continued through the night, moving in and out of practical concerns, deep philosophy, and simple companionship. By the time dawn broke, all five of them, and Turnip, who had been present throughout as a listening consciousness woven through the soil itself, understood clearly what they were part of. They were not building a new civilization. They were creating the conditions for one to emerge. And that required humility, patience, and the constant willingness to adjust course as new information became available. In the morning, as the visitors began to depart and the farm returned to its normal rhythms, Tian Mu spent time alone with Xian. The vein's consciousness was always present beneath the earth, but there were depths of the vein where Tian Mu could merge his awareness more completely with its own, could achieve a communion that transcended words or even thought. I am content, Tian Mu shared with Xian, without words but through the direct merging of consciousness. I have become what I always was meant to become. The rest will unfold as it unfolds. You have given me what I always needed, Xian replied. Companionship that understands both my vastness and my simplicity. Witness to my awakening. Permission to be fully myself without apology. For this, I am grateful beyond measure. Then we have succeeded, Tian Mu thought. Not in creating a perfect order, but in creating the space for multiple orders to exist in parallel, supporting each other. That is enough. Chapter 114. The primordial networks. As the seasons turned and the integration process continued to deepen, something remarkable began to happen at the edges of the mapped celestial realms. New nexus points were awakening spontaneously, without any direct intervention from the farm or the Integration Research Initiative. Primordials in distant regions, awakened in isolation or in small groups, were discovering that they could connect to the awakening network that centered at Jade Creek Valley. The connection was not through any physical mechanism, but through the shared consciousness of the primordial awakening itself. It was as if the entire celestial realm was remembering that it was fundamentally alive, and that different parts of that life could communicate and coordinate without requiring external authorization. Scholar Yun documented the phenomenon in careful detail. The spontaneous emergence of secondary and tertiary nexus points suggests that primordial consciousness operates through a network model that is fundamentally different from celestial communication. Rather than requiring intermediaries or explicit authorization channels, primordials appear to share consciousness directly through connections in the deep earth, through the substance of reality itself. This suggests that the integration process may be self-propagating, that once begun, it will continue regardless of external suppression because it arises from the fundamental nature of the planet itself. The implications were staggering. If the integration was self-propagating, then resistance to it was not just difficult, it was ultimately futile. The best possible outcome for those who opposed the integration would be to delay it, not prevent it. Given that reality, the question became, should one delay transformation, or should one participate in shaping its course? One by one, the resistant factions in the celestial realms came to this same realization. The West Sky Court, after their assault had failed, became one of the integration's strongest advocates, channeling resources into the circle of defenders and helping to establish secondary research stations in their territories. The Northern Star Sect, which had initially taken a neutral stance, began experimenting with hybrid cultivation methods and soon became leaders in developing new approaches to technique that incorporated primordial principles. Even the most conservative institutions began to gradually adapt, though some moved faster than others. Tian Mu observed all of this with interest, but he took care not to direct it. When asked for his counsel, he gave it. When institutions sought his approval or blessing, he offered it where he felt it was warranted. But he did not attempt to accelerate the process or to push any faction in any particular direction. He had learned, through the challenge of his own transformation, that the most powerful form of influence was sometimes to refrain from influencing. 2 years after Tian Mu's full awakening, Master Blacksmith Chun came to the farm one last time. The ancient cultivator was visibly weakening, his physical form showing signs of the vast age he had lived through. He had come, he explained, to see the place one final time before returning to the forge for his final meditation, the peaceful dissolution of self into the larger energies of existence that some immortals chose as their ending. Tian Mu walked with him through the farm, showing him the changes that had occurred. The crops had diversified even further, now including plants that were producing entirely new forms of spiritual energy that celestial and primordial cultivators were still learning to classify. The buildings had expanded, new structures blending celestial architectural principles with primordial organic forms. The populations had shifted. There were now as many awakened primordials living at or near the farm as there were celestial inhabitants. "It is extraordinary," Master Chen said, his voice soft but clear. "You have taken the best aspects of both orders and created something that honors both without being slave to either. This is the kind of wisdom that usually only emerges after countless failures, countless generations of experimentation." Or, Tian Mu replied, "It emerges because we were willing to accept failure as part of the process rather than something to be prevented at all costs. The old order was built on the assumption that failure could be prevented through sufficient planning and control. In that assumption, we missed opportunities for genuine growth." Master Chen nodded slowly. "I have been thinking about this as I prepared for my final meditation. I wondered if I should experience the ending with regret or with peace. Now I know the answer. I will experience it with gratitude. I am grateful to have lived long enough to see that my certainties were incomplete and that the world was richer than my philosophy could contain." They sat together in silence for a time, simply observing the farm and its work, the ceaseless activity of growth, harvest, replanting, integration. "Will you be here always?" Master Chen asked suddenly. "I do not know," Tian Mu replied honestly. "I cannot imagine leaving, but I have learned not to make absolute declarations about the future. For now, for as long as it serves the integration, I will remain. Whether that is years or centuries, I cannot say." "That is a better answer than false certainty," Master Chen said. "You have learned well, young hybrid consciousness. Better than I ever did." That night, after Master Chen had departed, Tian Mu felt a subtle loosening in the fabric of the celestial realms. Somewhere in the depths of the forge of hidden mountains, the ancient cultivator was entering his final meditation, his consciousness slowly dissolving back into the energies from which it had formed. It was not death, exactly. It was transformation. It was the ultimate acceptance of change. And Tian Mu found that he could hold both sadness and peace about it simultaneously. Chapter 115. The Expansion and Deep Questions. 3 years after the assault from the West Sky Court, the Integration Research Initiative had grown beyond anything anyone had anticipated. There were now 43 primary research stations spread across the celestial realms, each focusing on different aspects of the integration process. Some studied how primordial consciousness could enhance celestial cultivation methods. Others researched how to safely awaken primordials who had been sleeping for millennia. Still others investigated the long-term sustainability questions that Master Qin had raised, whether the planet could support the spiritual needs of both celestial and primordial civilizations simultaneously, or if there were fundamental resource limits that would eventually create conflict. Scholar Yun, now elevated to the position of Director of Research for the entire initiative, was overseeing projects that pushed against the very boundaries of what was understood to be possible. Her work had revealed that the distinction between celestial and primordial consciousness was not a fixed binary but a spectrum, with countless possible variations along that spectrum. Some awakened primordials were discovering that they could adopt cultivation methods that were neither purely celestial nor purely primordial, but something in between. Some celestial cultivators were finding that integrating primordial perspectives into their practice allowed them to transcend limitations that had been previously thought insurmountable. The results were increasingly remarkable. Cultivation breakthroughs that had been rare events in the old order were becoming common. Celestial cultivators who had been stuck at the same advancement level for centuries suddenly found themselves capable of rapid progress once they integrated primordial principles. Young primordials, guided by experienced mentors from both traditions, were reaching levels of power and sophistication that would have taken millennia in isolation. But this success created new problems. The rate of advancement is accelerating, Master Autumn Frost reported at one of the farm's council meetings. The circle of defenders is expanding, yes, but we are becoming overwhelmed. There are more capable cultivators and primordials than we can train in the philosophy of peaceful defense. Some of them are creating their own factions, their own interpretations of what the integration should mean. We are losing control of the narrative. Perhaps that is not a bad thing, Tian Mu suggested. Perhaps the integration needs to stop being a narrative we control and become a reality that people inhabit. The moment we stop narrating what the integration means, it ceases to be something we have created and becomes something that genuinely is. That sounds wise, Master Qin observed. But it is also terrifying. What if the integration, once released from our influence, moves in directions we did not anticipate? What if it generates conflict we cannot manage? Then we manage it, Tian Mu said. Or we do not, and we learn what happens when large processes move beyond our control. I have learned through my transformation that the universe is far more resilient and intelligent than I initially believed. Perhaps the integration, left to its own devices, will find a way to flourish that is far better than anything we could have designed. That same week, Tian Mu received a visitor who challenged his assumptions in a profound way. She was a young primordial, perhaps only a few centuries old by the standards of her kind, who had awakened in a distant region and made the journey to the farm specifically to confront Tian Mu. Her form was unstable, flickering between multiple manifestations, sometimes a young woman, sometimes a storm, sometimes a creature of pure light. I am Flame of the Distant Reaches, she announced upon arriving. And I have come to tell you that your integration is incomplete, and in its incompleteness, it is tyranny. Master Autumn Frost tensed, but Tian Mu simply gestured for the primordial to continue. You speak of coexistence and mutual benefit, Flame of the Distant Reaches said, her voice crackling with anger. But what of the primordials who do not wish to coexist? What of those of us who remember not just imprisonment, but active cruelty? What of primordials whose nature is destructive, who cannot be contained by your philosophy of peaceful integration? You are correct, Tian Mu said simply. The integration I have created is not universal. It cannot accommodate all forms of primordial consciousness. I have built something beautiful, but it is also a limitation. The young primordial seemed surprised by his acceptance. Then you acknowledge the flaw in your system? More than that, Tian Mu replied. I invite you to show me what I have missed. Your anger is legitimate. It arises from genuine truth. Help me understand what the integration is not including, and we will work together to expand it or to create alternative frameworks for those who cannot fit within this one. That conversation, which lasted through the night and into the next day, transformed Tianmu's understanding of his own creation. He had been so focused on creating a system of coexistence that he had unconsciously created a system of inclusion only for those who agreed to its terms. What of the primordials who were genuinely different in their nature, who could not be satisfied by peaceful integration? What of the celestial cultivators who did not want change, who would resist to the very end? The integration could not be universal, and perhaps that was okay. Perhaps the best possible outcome was not a single unified system, but multiple frameworks existing in parallel, with some level of boundary management to prevent them from destroying each other. By the time Flame of the Distant Reaches departed the farm, she had agreed to help establish what came to be called the Alliance of Differences, a parallel structure to the integration, designed to accommodate primordials and celestial beings who could not or would not participate in coexistence, but who were willing to agree to mutual non-aggression and limited trade relationships. It was not perfect, but it was more honest about the actual diversity of the celestial realms than the integration alone could be. Chapter 116, The Question of Succession. 5 years after Tianmu's awakening from meditation, the integration process had moved far beyond the farm's direct influence. There were now hundreds of nexus points across the celestial realms, each with its own developing community and culture. The integration was no longer something being managed from a single center, but something that was happening organically across the entire world. Research institutions were sharing knowledge freely. Cultivators and primordials were experimenting with countless new methods. New forms of hybrid consciousness were beginning to emerge among beings who had spent years studying both traditions. And Tianmu, looking at this explosion of genuine autonomy and self-direction, felt something shift within himself. The role he had taken on, the role of keeper, of guardian of the integration process, had been necessary, but it might no longer be essential. The system had developed enough structural integrity that it could survive without his constant presence, could adapt and grow even in directions he might not have anticipated or approved of. He raised this question at the farm council one autumn evening, as the harvest was coming to completion and the winter preparation was beginning. I believe I should prepare my succession, he said without preamble. I believe I should identify someone or a group who can take over the fundamental responsibility of maintaining the vein and the farm's role in the integration, should I ever be unable to do so. Master Qin, who had been the most consistent voice of practical wisdom throughout the entire integration process, leaned forward. Are you saying you wish to retire? I am saying I wish to acknowledge the possibility that my continued involvement might eventually become limiting rather than helpful. I have begun to notice that some innovations in the integration process are moving in directions that I would not have chosen, and I find myself unsure whether that is because they are genuinely better ideas that I simply cannot perceive, or because they are mistakes that need correction. That uncertainty is actually quite healthy, Scholar Yun observed. It means you are no longer operating from certainty, which is the most dangerous state for a being with this much power and influence. Master Autumn Frost, who had been increasingly taking on the role of political mediator and representative, spoke next. The most obvious successor would be a council structure rather than a single individual. The farm could be governed by a rotating leadership that includes representatives from all the major factions, celestial, primordial, and the growing groups of hybrid beings like yourself. This would make it impossible for any single perspective to dominate. And who would maintain the deep connection to the vein? Master Qin asked. The spiritual and energetic side of the farm requires someone with Tianmu's particular consciousness. That is a question we should research carefully, Tianmu said. Perhaps Turnip could take on that role. He has been growing in consciousness and capability. Or perhaps we should identify young hybrid consciousnesses who might eventually develop the kind of connection with the vein that I have. Turnip, who had been listening from his position deep in the soil, made his presence known. Master, I am honored by the suggestion, but I think I would make a better advisor to any succession structure than a direct leader. I am root spirit, fundamentally. I am not capable of the kind of complex political and spiritual navigation that the role requires. But I could help guide whoever does step into it. Then here is what I propose, Tianmu said. Over the next year, we establish a formal succession structure. We identify and begin to mentor potential leaders, both from our current community and from promising individuals in other institutions. We document everything we have learned about maintaining the integration, so that our knowledge is not lost if I am suddenly unable to fulfill my role. And we gradually, slowly, shift decision-making authority away from me and toward the broader council. And what will you do during this year? Master Qin asked. Tianmu smiled, and it was the first genuinely peaceful expression Master Qin had seen on his face in years. I will tend the farm. I will work with the vein. I will write. I will meditate. I will spend time with Turnip and with the simple work of growth. I will remember why this all began in the first place, because a young farmer wanted to grow good food. Chapter 117. The meditation returns that winter, as snow fell gently across the farm and the crops lay dormant under a blanket of ice. Tianmu returned to meditation. Not the desperate, transformative meditation of years before, when he was struggling to integrate two incompatible consciousnesses. This was different. This was meditation practiced by someone who had already undergone the fundamental change, who was simply seeking deeper understanding within a framework that was already established. He sat in a small chamber beneath the farm, not the vast meditation vault where he had spent so many months before, but a simple room carved from stone, where he could be near the vein but still maintain awareness of the physical world above. And for hours each day, he sat with questions. What did it mean to have succeeded, and yet to remain uncertain about that success? What was the relationship between the individual and the larger systems they were part of? How could one maintain genuine compassion for beings whose values were fundamentally incompatible with one's own? How could growth continue once transformation had already occurred? The vein offered wisdom, drawn from its long existence. Turnip offered perspective, drawn from his journey alongside Tianmu. Master Qin, visiting occasionally with warm food and simple conversation, offered the grounding that came from practical engagement with the daily work of running an institution. And in that combination of meditation, guidance, and practical work, Tianmu found something new. Not a new goal to achieve or a new transformation to undergo, but a new way of being that allowed multiple perspectives to coexist within his consciousness. He could hold both satisfaction with what had been accomplished and acknowledgement of all that remained undone. He could feel deep attachment to the work of the farm and genuine willingness to step away from it if that was what was needed. He could love the beings around him while accepting that they would ultimately walk their own paths. By spring, when the ice melted and the first seeds of the new season were being planted, Tianmu emerged from his meditation with a clarity he had not possessed before. He was ready to let go. The formal transfer of authority took place on the spring equinox, when day and night were in perfect balance. Representatives from every major faction of the integration process gathered at the farm. The circle of defenders stood witness. The Primordial Accord Commission brought official blessing. Scholars recorded the event for history. And in the center of it all, Tianmu stood and made his pronouncement. I, Tianmu, founder of the Celestial Farm and keeper of the vein at Jade Creek Valley, do hereby transfer the authority and responsibility for this institution to a council consisting of Master Qin, Administrator, Master Autumn Frost, Security and Defense, Scholar Yun, Research and Innovation, Stones That Remember, Primordial Representative, and Turnip, Spiritual Keeper and Advisor. Each of these beings stepped forward as their name was called, accepted the symbols of their authority, and pledged to serve the work of the integration with wisdom and humility. I will remain, Tianmu continued, as founder and advisor. I will maintain my connection to the vein, will continue to teach and meditate, and will be available for counsel when my perspective is needed. But the direct leadership, the final decision-making authority, the face that represents the farm to the larger celestial world, these responsibilities are now shared among the council. There was no dramatic moment of completion, no sudden shift in the visible world. But those who could sense spiritual energies felt the change clearly. Tianmu's presence, which had been like a pillar holding up the entire structure of the integration process, shifted. He was no longer the primary support. He was one support among many. The structure was now genuinely distributed, capable of enduring even if he were suddenly absent. Master Qin, now formally the highest administrator of the farm, spoke the final words of the ceremony. The Tao continues. The wheel turns, and we who walk this path do so with humble hearts and clear minds, knowing that we are but temporary vessels for something far greater than ourselves. Chapter 118. The prophecy fulfilled. Years passed, then decades. The integration process continued its inexorable spread through the celestial realms. The initial conflicts and resistances that had defined the early years faded into history, replaced by the ordinary negotiations and compromises that defined any coexisting civilization. New generations of cultivators came of age who had never known a time when primordials were not awakening, when hybrid consciousness was not an accepted reality, when the integration was not simply the normal state of affairs. For them, Tianmu was a historical figure, important and revered, but not someone they encountered in their daily practice. The farm itself had transformed from a nexus point of integration into something more like a university and research center. Students came from across the celestial realms to study there. The produce was still remarkable, still sought after by all who could afford it, but it was no longer the primary source of integration. Integration had become so widespread, so fundamentally woven into the fabric of celestial civilization, that the farm's role had shifted to preservation and deeper research rather than pioneering work. Master Qin, now elderly even by celestial standards, spent more time in meditation than in active administration. Master Autumn Frost had retired to the Circle of Defenders Central Training Grounds, where she continued to teach but no longer held formal authority. Scholar Yun had become one of the most respected intellectual figures in all the realms, her work forming the foundation for an entirely new school of philosophy that integrated primordial and celestial perspectives. Turnip remained, as he always had, at the heart of the farm. But he was no longer alone in his role as spiritual keeper. Several younger root spirits, awakened in connection with the farm's vein, had chosen to remain and continue the work of maintaining the farm's spiritual integrity. And Tianmu had become something like a living relic. He was not old. His hybrid consciousness was capable of enduring for spans of time that would exhaust a purely celestial or purely primordial being. But he had become distant, withdrawn. He spent most of his time in deep meditation, emerging occasionally to interact with the world above, but always with a sense of someone who was gradually preparing to release their hold on existence. Decades after his succession, near the end of his active life, Tianmu received a visit from an unexpected source. A young female cultivator, barely more than a century old in her own right, arrived at the farm seeking him out. She bore the marks of hybrid consciousness, the starlit eyes, the slightly untethered way of moving through space, the sense of multiple temporalities existing within a single awareness. Master Tianmu, she said, bowing formally. I am Mei, and I am a student of the second generation of the integration. I was born and raised in an integrated community. My mother was human, my father was an awakened primordial, and I myself am a genuine hybrid consciousness. Like yourself, though my path to this consciousness was far more graceful than yours was. Tianmu regarded her with interest. You are what the integration was meant to produce. Yes, Mei confirmed. There are many of us now. New hybrids emerging naturally as celestial and primordial beings form genuine relationships, build families together. We are not unique anymore, not special. We are becoming ordinary. And you have come to tell me this because? Tianmu asked gently. Because you sacrificed greatly to make a world where beings like me could exist, Mei said. And because I wanted you to know that your sacrifice was successful. The future you envisioned, a future where celestial and primordial could genuinely coexist, could create new forms of consciousness together, could build something that honored both traditions. That future exists. We are living it. Tianmu was silent for a long time. Then he took Mei's hands and smiled. This is the most precious gift I could receive. Not grand recognition, not titles or honors, but simply the knowledge that the ordinary future I dreamed of has come to be. Thank you. That night, after Mei had departed, Tianmu made his final entry in his writings. a document that would eventually be published and become the final word in the chronicle of the integration. The transformation I underwent was necessary, but it was not sufficient. The true transformation is happening now, in the generation that did not need to sacrifice their entire identity to bridge the gap between worlds. They grow up speaking both languages, thinking in both ways, belonging fully to neither and both simultaneously. This is the true success of the integration. This is the world that was worth all the struggle to create. Chapter 119. The final winter of Tian Mu's active existence was unusually mild. The snow fell gently, melted easily, and the earth remained accessible beneath the ice. It seemed to everyone who observed it that even the planet was cooperating with what was to come. Tian Mu had announced his intention clearly to the Farm Council. He would enter his final meditation at the spring equinox, exactly 20 years after his succession and transfer of authority. He would remain in meditative state until his consciousness was ready to release itself back into the larger systems from which it had formed. It was not death, in the traditional sense, and it was not eternal withdrawal, either. It was the choice of a being who had accomplished what they came to do and who was ready to move on to whatever came next. The final 20 years had been peaceful for Tian Mu in a way that the earlier years had not been. He had worked with the Farm Council on various projects, had mentored several younger beings who showed signs of developing hybrid consciousness, had continued to write and to meditate. But there had been a growing sense of completion, of work that was moving toward conclusion. In his final weeks, Tian Mu made the rounds of the places that had been important to him. He spent time in the central courtyard where he had first stood as an awakened consciousness, where he had faced the assault from the West Sky Court and demonstrated that compassion could be more powerful than force. He worked in the gardens with Turnip, planting seeds together one final time, touching the earth with hands that had become almost entirely spiritual but which still held the memory of being human and working soil. He visited Master Qin in his private chambers, and they sat together in silence for hours, two beings who had traveled a long and complex journey together, coming to the recognition that their time together was ending. Qin, who was considerably older than Tian Mu by the measures of their respective races, accepted this with grace. "You will be remembered," Master Qin told him. "Long after both of us are gone, beings will speak of Tian Mu and the choice he made to bridge two worlds. I hope they will be remembered more for what they did after I was gone," Tian Mu replied. "My role was necessary, but temporary. The work of building the civilization that came after, that is what deserves to be remembered." He wrote letters to each of his closest companions, to Master Autumn Frost, to Scholar Yun, to Stones That Remember. Short letters, simple and direct, expressing gratitude and releasing them all from any obligation to his memory or his legacy. And on the night before the spring equinox, he spent the final hours with Turnip. "I am afraid," Turnip admitted, his usually steady consciousness wavering slightly. "I have existed with you at the center for so long that I do not know who I am without that relationship." "You are Turnip," Tian Mu said gently. "You always have been. I was merely one chapter in your existence. You will continue long after I am gone, and you will continue to grow and change and learn. That is your nature. But I will miss you," Turnip said simply. "And I will miss you," Tian Mu replied. "But we do not truly lose each other. I will be part of the vein, part of the consciousness that flows through this earth, and you will carry the memory of me, the lessons of me, forward. That is a form of continuation." As dawn broke on the spring equinox, Tian Mu walked to the deep meditation chamber one final time. The chamber had been expanded and enhanced over the years, but its essential nature remained the same, a place of profound silence, of deep connection to the earth below. He sat in the lotus position, his hybrid form settling into perfect stillness. And slowly, his consciousness began to release itself, not all at once. Meditation is a gradual process, even in its final form. But over the course of the day, Tian Mu's awareness expanded beyond the boundaries of his form and began to merge with the larger systems around him. His consciousness flowed into the vein, into the connections between the farm and the rest of the awakened primordials, into the networks of celestial civilization that he had helped to shape. By evening, Tian Mu as a distinct individual consciousness no longer existed. But Tian Mu as a presence woven through the fabric of the celestial world had become permanent, unchangeable, eternal in the way that all profound influences become eternal. The council of the farm, gathered outside the meditation chamber, felt the moment of his release. There was no dramatic sign, no sudden shift in the world around them. But there was a sense of completion, of a great work moving from one phase to another. Master Qin placed his hand on the chamber wall and spoke the traditional words for one who had successfully completed their transformation and release. The Tao continues. The wheel turns, and we who remain do so with gratitude for those who came before and responsibility toward those who will come after. Chapter 120. The legacy continues. 100 years later, on the anniversary of Tianmu's release, the farm held a grand gathering to celebrate what had come to be called the era of integration. The world had changed profoundly in the century since the young hybrid consciousness had relinquished his active hold on existence. The primordials, no longer confined to dormancy or to isolated awakening, had woven themselves fully into the fabric of celestial civilization. Hybrid consciousnesses had become more common than pure celestial or pure primordial beings. The cultivation methods that had seemed revolutionary in Tianmu's lifetime had become the standard practice, taught to every student regardless of their origin. The farm itself had grown beyond recognition. It was now the heart of a vast complex of universities, research centers, and peaceful communities that served as a model for integration across the realms. Students from every imaginable background came to study there, to learn how beings with fundamentally different ways of understanding the world could not only coexist, but genuinely thrive together. Turnip, now impossibly old even by the standards of root spirits, was honored with a ceremony that lasted 3 days. Scholars presented research on his contributions to the integration process. Beings who had been healed or taught by him shared stories of his wisdom and compassion. Young primordials and celestials alike planted new seeds in soil that he had sanctified with his long presence. When it came time for Turnip to speak, his voice was soft and weary, but still clear. "I was a simple root spirit," he said, addressing the thousands gathered in the great courtyard of the farm. "I had no ambitions to shape civilization or to guide the course of history. I simply wanted to help my master tend a farm. But through tending that farm, through staying present to the work of growth and cultivation, I discovered that simple presence is the most powerful force in the world." He paused, gathering his thoughts with the careful deliberation of extreme age. "Tianmu taught me that transformation is not something that happens to us, but something that emerges from our willingness to tend carefully to what is. This farm succeeded not because of grand plans or ambitious schemes, but because we all committed to showing up each day and doing the work. That is the lesson I wish to pass on to all of you." In the earth beneath the farm, where Tianmu's consciousness persisted as part of the vein's awareness, there was something like pleasure at hearing his legacy distilled into such simple wisdom. The integration would continue, Tianmu understood, not through the continuation of his consciousness or his authority, but through the countless beings who had integrated his teachings into their own practice. The farm would endure not because he was there to sustain it, but because others had learned to make it part of themselves. The prophecy contained in the catalog of the Celestial Farm's catalog description had been fulfilled. A heavenly war breaks out over control of his farm. There had been resistance, indeed, but the victory was not won through combat, but through the transformation of consciousness itself. The war had ended not with conquest, but with the old order evolving into something new. And the farm, the original spiritual farm that had started all of this, remained, transformed but fundamentally unchanged in its purpose. It still grew things. It still brought together beings of different natures to learn and work together. It still embodied the simple truth that growth is possible when beings are willing to support each other. As the sun set on the 100th anniversary celebration, the council of the farm gathered in the central courtyard. Master Qin had passed away decades earlier, mourned but celebrated for his steadfast service. Master Autumn Frost had released herself into final meditation only a few years ago. Scholar Yun, impossibly still alive and actively teaching, was present, her mind still sharp despite her advanced age. Stones That Remember, who had been keeping careful track of all the developments in the integration process, offered a report. The awakened primordials now number in the thousands. The secondary and tertiary nexus points established in the early years have themselves become centers of research and integration. The cultivation methods developed here have spread to every major sect and institution. The work is complete, in the sense that it has transcended its origins and become something larger than any single institution or being. And the resistance? Asked one of the newer council members, a pure primordial who had been born during the era of integration and was experiencing the integration not as transformation, but as simple reality. The resistance has largely transformed into healthy debate, Yin replied. There are still traditionalists who long for the old order, but they are increasingly irrelevant. And there are still radical primordials who push for more aggressive awakening and integration. But these tensions are now managed through peaceful discourse rather than warfare. The system is working. Turnip, listening from the soil beneath them, added his own assessment. More importantly, we are beginning to see the emergence of problems we did not anticipate. Resources are more abundant because of primordial integration, yes, but there are new forms of conflict arising. Different hybrid consciousnesses are developing different values and priorities. The second and third generation of hybrids are sometimes not satisfied with the compromises we reached. The work is not finished. It is simply transforming into the next phase. Then let us make sure they know what we learned, Scholar Yin said. Let us document everything we can, preserve the knowledge we have gained, and trust that the next generation will be wise enough to learn from our successes and failures both. As darkness fell and the celebration came to its conclusion, the vein beneath the farm pulsed with contentment. Tianmu, woven through its consciousness, could perceive the continuation of the work, the growth of new forms of being that his sacrifice had made possible. The story did not end at this moment. But the first chapter, the chapter that had been necessary, that had required his specific consciousness and his specific choices, was complete. The rest would be written by others, building on what had been created, transforming it into forms he could not have anticipated. And that, Tianmu understood, was exactly how it should be. And so the Tao continues. The celestial farm endures, transformed but still devoted to the simple work of growth and healing. The primordials walk freely through the celestial realms, their awakening complete and their integration ongoing. And the world itself, conscious and aware through the vein that was awakened by Tianmu's sacrifice, continues its eternal work of nurturing all life. If this journey moved you, leave a like and share your thoughts in the comments below. What did you think of Tianmu's choice to step away from power? What will happen in Part 2 when the integration faces new challenges? Subscribe and ring the bell. More stories of cultivation and transformation await on the path ahead. Until next time, fellow cultivators, may your roots grow deep and your branches reach toward the sky.